Chapter 1. Quantum Experiment. October 15, 2053, 2347. Longdu Quantum Research Center, Level 4 Laboratory. Dr. Yi, all systems have completed self-checks. The voice of the artificial intelligence assistant, Mohist, resonated within the laboratory. The quantum computer is functioning normally, the dark matter detector is ready, and the spatial stabilizer has been activated. Yi stood before the main control console, intently observing the incessantly flowing streams of data before him. This was the 99th quantum state penetration experiment he had presided over, with the previous 98 ending in failure. Quantum state stability, 978. Energy conversion efficiency, 923. Spatial field intensity, 4721 EUM3. All parameters indicated an unprecedentedly ideal state. As the youngest quantum physicist at the research center, Yi was acutely aware of the significance of this experiment over the span of 5 years. Nearly 100 experiments had consumed hundreds of billions, yet, to outsiders, his theory of quantum state penetration remained a mere fantasy. Yesterday, the center had issued an ultimatum. Should this experiment fail, the project would be terminated. Initiate the experimental procedure, Yi commanded in a low voice. The instruments on the control console began to pulse, and a faint blue light emanated from the quantum state stabilizer at the center of the laboratory. A transparent energy sphere, the size of a basketball, slowly took shape, its interior shimmering with strange quantum state luminescence. Quantum state stabilizer activated, energy infusion commencing. Mohist reported current injected energy, 1000 Qu, energy conversion efficiency maintained above 92. Phase 1. Quantum state construction completed. Phase 2. Energy field construction completed. Phase 3. Spatial field construction completed. Everything was proceeding as anticipated. Yi could feel his heart racing. This was the pivotal breakthrough of his 5 years of research. If successful, it would irrevocably alter humanity's understanding of the quantum realm. Energy output has reached 10,000 Qu. Quantum state stability remains above 98. Mohist reported all parameters are within the ideal range. Yi nodded, preparing to undertake the most critical step. Activate the quantum state penetration program. The color of the energy sphere began to shift, transitioning from a pale blue to a profound indigo. This signified a high degree of quantum state condensation. Theoretically, when the quantum state reached this level, it could potentially transcend the confines of physical reality. At that moment, the laboratory's instruments abruptly emitted a piercing alarm. Warning! Anomalous energy fluctuations detected. Mohist's voice escalated in urgency. Unknown energy form detected, not present in any known database. Yi swiftly summoned the data panel. What's happening? Unknown energy is resonating with the quantum field. Energy intensity is rising rapidly. The energy sphere at the center of the laboratory began to oscillate violently, and golden energy threads emerged from the previously stable indigo light. These golden threads moved within the energy sphere as if alive, forming bizarre patterns. Warning! Spatial distortion detected in the energy field. An unknown dimensional portal is forming. Mohist's alarm grew increasingly frantic. Dr. Yi, the experiment must be terminated immediately. In that instant, the energy sphere erupted in a blinding radiance. Yi felt a powerful force drawing him in. Space began to warp, and everything in the laboratory became a blur. Quantum state completely collapsed. Spatial stabilizer failure. Warning! Warning! The laboratory is about to. Mohist's voice was abruptly silenced. In the final moment before consciousness faded, Yi beheld the entire laboratory enveloped in golden energy. Various instruments flashed erratically, emitting shrill alarms. Meanwhile, his body was being torn by a mysterious force, plummeting into an unknown dimension. He could not discern how much time had passed. When Yi finally regained consciousness, he found himself lying in an alley of a small town. The familiar clamor of the marketplace echoed in the distance. Yet the air was imbued with a peculiar energy he had never experienced before. Suddenly, a translucent stream of data materialized before his eyes, resembling a kind of holographic projection. Quantum state analysis system activated. An invisible energy emitted from Yi's body formed an intangible probe energy sphere that rapidly expanded outward. Detected quantum state anomaly. Analyzing current environment. Network link failure. Comparing with internal database, suspected to be in the outskirts of Longdu, near Qinghe town, but certain streets and buildings are severely inconsistent with the database time. October 15, 2053, 1338. Yi blinked, realizing that only he could perceive these holographic texts, akin to a form of quantum state perception ability. Perhaps it was a side effect of the quantum experiment? How did time revert to the afternoon? Where on earth am I? This feels utterly wrong. Emo pondered frantically. A significant mishap occurred at the experiment's conclusion. Could I possibly be dead in the underworld? With profound questions swirling in his mind, Emo struggled to rise, dragging his weary limbs slowly towards the alley's exit. Upon checking his belongings, he found his experimental suit relatively intact, and his phone was still with him, though it lacked signal. A small shop by the street was broadcasting news. The television displayed coverage of an international technology exhibition. Yet, to Emo's astonishment, the showcased technological advancements were perplexing, seemingly diverging significantly from what he knew. Quantum state analysis continues. Warning: detected abnormal trajectory in current world technological development. Suggestion: temporarily conceal knowledge related to quantum physics. Emo contemplated thoughtfully. As a quantum physicist, he quickly recognized that the trajectory of this world's development was fundamentally different from what he was familiar with. I need to find a place to settle. Emo observed the environmental data flashing before him. Without identification and no usable currency, this poses a significant problem. The peculiar energy fluctuations in the air became increasingly pronounced. Emo noted that occasionally, individuals on the street exhibited similar energy fluctuations, further solidifying his conviction that he had arrived in a completely different world. Chapter 2: Identity Crisis. In Qinghe Town, Emo stood at the entrance of a small shop, observing the passers-by. Although the attire of the people here resembled that of his original world, the occasional flicker of energy fluctuations around them piqued Emo's interest. Through quantum state analysis, he discerned that the intensity of these energy fluctuations varied. Some were nearly imperceptible, while others were quite pronounced. Quantum state analysis in progress. Detected energy fluctuations in the surrounding crowd. Ordinary individuals, 010 EUM3. Special individuals, 50200 EUM3. While deep in thought, an elderly man dressed plainly exited the shop. Instantly, a data stream appeared in Emo's vision. Target energy fluctuation, 1270 EUM3. Status: energy contained, fluctuation stable. Characteristics: clearly distinct from the ordinary crowd. The old man seemed to sense something, abruptly turning to gaze at Emo. In that moment, Emo felt an invisible pressure bearing down upon him. "You don't seem to be from around here, young man," the old man inquired kindly, though his gaze bore a hint of scrutiny. Emo's heart raced, yet he maintained his composure. "Yes, I have just arrived." "Come with me," the old man gestured, stepping back into the shop. "You look unfamiliar, and have been observing here for a while. You must be facing some difficulties." Quantum state analysis suggested. Warning: target strength unknown. Suggestion: remain vigilant, but currently, no evident hostility. After a moment's hesitation, Emo decided to follow him. This world held too many unknowns. Perhaps this was an opportunity to gather information. Inside the shop was a modest tea house, nearing closing time, with only a few scattered patrons remaining. The old man motioned for Emo to sit in a corner. "My surname is Chen. I have run this tea house for 30 years. The old man poured a cup of tea for Emo. "You possess no aura, yet can perceive the energy fluctuations of others. That is quite remarkable." Emo was taken aback. The old man not only noticed his scrutiny, but also recognized his lack of that special energy within him. "You are quite unique," Mr. Chen remarked, setting down his teacup. "In this era, young individuals like you, who are blank slates, are rare." Cradling the teacup, Emo sensed a subtle energy within the tea that felt almost imperceptible. Quantum state analysis. Detected weak energy in the tea, 15 EUM3. Characteristics: gentle, easily absorbable. Suggestion: safe for consumption. "Mr. Chen, when you refer to blank, do you mean?" Emo probed cautiously. "You possess not a trace of true energy," Mr. Chen explained, raising his hand with a gentle wave. Emo was astonished to witness the tea levitating, forming a small water sphere in midair. Quantum state analysis. Detected phenomenon of energy manipulation. Energy form: suspected human energy projection. Intensity: approximately 200 EUM3. "Is this kung fu?" Emo ventured, using a deliberately vague term. Mr. Chen chuckled. "Today's youth often enjoy those martial arts films, yet true ancient martial arts are far removed from mere flashy moves." He allowed the water sphere to gently return to the cup, Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, ancient martial arts cultivation has become the mainstream of this era. Young individuals like you, entirely ignorant of cultivation, have instead become the minority. Emo felt a stirring within his heart. The trajectory of this world's development seemed to have diverged significantly at some point in time. How should one commence their training? Emo inquired, voicing the question that weighed most heavily on his mind. Patience, Elder Chin replied, his gaze laden with meaning. You must first resolve your identity issue. I suspect you lack even the most basic documentation, do you not? Emo was taken aback indeed. Surviving in this world without a legitimate identity posed a considerable dilemma. I happen to have some connections, Elder Chin said slowly, but before we proceed, you must first answer me a question. Emo tightened his grip on the teacup. Where do you hail from? Elder Chin's gaze suddenly sharpened. Do not lie. In all my years, I have never encountered a special case such as yourself. Moreover, your attire does not resemble that of a person from here. Quantum state analysis. Warning. The counterpart is probing. Recommendation. Respond with caution, yet do not entirely deny your uniqueness. As Emo pondered how to respond, the door of the tea house was abruptly swung open. A young man clad in a form-fitting black outfit strode in with urgency. Elder Chin, trouble looms? The young man exclaimed, his voice tinged with anxiety. They have arrived. Chapter 3. The Legacy of Ancient Martial Arts. The atmosphere within the tea house suddenly grew tense. Chun Lao's expression darkened as he rose and approached the young Emo observed that although the elder's movements appeared slow, each step seemed to tread upon a specific point, creating a peculiar energy field in his quantum state analysis. Xiao Wang, what exactly is the situation? Chun Lao's voice was soft yet resonated clearly. There are 3 individuals from the Holy Light Sanctuary, the young man whispered. The leader is a blonde woman, rumored to be an outer member of the Jin sect. The other 2 are clad in black uniforms, each adorned with a golden character for saint on their chests. They are armed with strange instruments, conducting searches house by house throughout the town. Emo's heart raced. He noticed Chun Lao cast a significant glance in his direction. Quantum state analysis. Warning. Suspected search target is the host. Detected unknown energy fluctuations. Source. Southeast direction outside the town. Intensity. Approximately 2000 EUM. Steadily increasing. Characteristics. Directional detection properties. Recommendation. Immediate relocation to avoid energy signature lock. Back door. Chun Lao stated succinctly, swiftly forming hand seals. Emo was astonished to find that the energy fluctuations within the tea house had suddenly become chaotic, resembling a pot of boiling water, as the previously orderly energy field was entirely disrupted. Quantum state analysis. Detected advanced energy manipulation technique. Type. Ancient martial art. Chaos chi technique. Effect. Disrupts perception. Confuses energy signatures. Range. 100 meters in diameter. Duration. Estimated at 30 minutes. Follow me, Chun Lao instructed, leading Emo swiftly to the backyard. The yard was small, with a few osmanthus trees and some clutter in the corners. A faint scent of osmanthus lingered in the air. Yet Emo's quantum state analysis revealed that these trees were enveloped in a peculiar energy field, suggesting some form of camouflage. Chun Lao adeptly moved aside several seemingly ordinary wooden boxes, revealing an entrance to a basement. The entrance was so well concealed that it would be nearly impossible to detect without witnessing it firsthand. This is the safe house I prepared, Chun Lao remarked, gesturing for Emo to descend first. It is usually used to store some special items. The basement was not large, roughly 20 square meters, yet it was meticulously organized. A simple bed, a bookshelf, and some essential supplies were present. Most striking were 3 ancient scrolls hanging on the wall, each emitting a distinct energy fluctuation. Quantum state analysis. Detected 3 different energy characteristics. Scroll 1, 230 EUM. Ancient and stable, suspected to be a foundational technique. Scroll 2, 450 EUM. Sharp and fierce, suspected to be a combat technique. Scroll 3, unknown, energy characteristics chaotic, unable to be accurately determined. You are quite special, Chun Lao remarked as he closed the basement door. Activating some mechanism, Emo noticed that the entire basement was immediately enveloped in a faint energy barrier, completely isolating it from external energy fluctuations. Not only was there no true chi within him, but even the most basic sense of energy was absent. However, you are still able to perceive the energy fluctuations of others. This is quite unusual. Chun Lao sat on a wooden chair, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Yi Mo. Yi Mo remained silent, aware that his quantum state analysis ability was indeed extraordinary, likely a unique power stemming from the quantum experiment accident. Why are they conducting searches? Yi Mo shifted the topic. The people from the Holy Light Sanctuary said their energy detection instruments recorded an unprecedented abnormal fluctuation. Chun Lao replied, his eyes filled with meaning. Just last night, it seemed to originate from Qinghe town. The characteristics of that energy, they claimed, resembled some form of spatial fluctuation. Why? Yi Mo's heart sank. Last night was precisely when he traversed into this world. It seemed the energy fluctuations generated by the quantum state penetration experiment had been detected by them. Do you know what kind of organization the Holy Light Sanctuary is? Chun Lao suddenly inquired. Yi Mo shook his head. Although he had gleaned some information from the previous conversation, he decided to feign complete ignorance. This story dates back a century. Chun Lao's voice carried a weight of gravity. That time, the Western powers invaded, and we not only lost vast territories but, more tragically, numerous ancient martial arts manuals were plundered. Countless martial arts sanctuaries were destroyed, and many grandmasters of ancient martial arts were brutally murdered. Chun Lao approached the scrolls on the wall. Among the most precious texts fell into the hands of the Eagle Sauce country. They later established the Holy Light Sanctuary after the resurgence of spiritual energy, monopolizing these texts, and even restructured our techniques to create their own 7 sects. The 7 sects? Yi Mo inquired. Jan sect? Mu sect? Shui sect? Hua sect? Tu sect? Yin sect? Yang sect? Chun Lao enumerated, each sect representing the essence extracted from our ancient martial arts manuals. For instance, the Jin sect is derived from the indestructible body of the Shaolin. Yi Mo pondered, finally understanding why the technological development of this world diverged so drastically from the original world. It was because an alternative path, the route of ancient martial arts, had been developed. Chapter 4. The path of escape. The night in Qinghe town was particularly silent. Yi Mo followed Chun Lao through the dark passage of the basement, moving towards the outskirts of the town. The tunnel was not long, yet it was ingeniously designed, featuring branches at intervals, forming a complex underground network. These tunnels were established a century ago. Chun Lao's voice resonated in the darkness. That time. To protect the legacy, our ancestors created such underground networks across the nation. Yi Mo noticed that Chun Lao's footsteps were remarkably rhythmic, each step landing precisely on specific tiles. His quantum state analysis indicated that these positions formed a sort of energy circuit. Watch your step, Chun Lao cautioned. These tiles are arranged with sensing arrays. Stepping on the wrong spot will trigger an alarm, potentially attracting pursuers. That moment, a slight tremor reverberated through the ground. Yi Mo's vision immediately indicated the source of the tremor was in the northeastern direction. Approximately 500 meters away, seemingly a powerful energy fluctuation. Is the Jin sect's earth-shattering palm. Chun Lao's expression changed, indicating that they had begun a thorough search. The power of this palm could easily collapse the underground passage. Why are they so insistent on searching? Yi Mo inquired as he hurried along with Chun Lao. Because the energy fluctuations they detected are exceedingly peculiar. Chun Lao's tone was grave. It is said that the characteristics of that energy are strikingly similar to the legendary spatial power. Spatial power? Yi Mo echoed, intrigued. This is an ancient divine ability long thought to be lost. It is said that only those who reach the void realm have the chance to brush against the edges of such power. Yet, the Holy Light Sanctuary seems to possess some unique means, allowing even those of lower realms to employ rudimentary spatial techniques. The energy fluctuations generated last night directly exhibited this characteristic. Suddenly, a surge of energy fluctuations emanated from the passage ahead. Chun Lao immediately halted, signaling for silence. Yi Mo felt his perception abilities gradually diminishing, causing a sense of unease to wash over him. System? He silently mused. Ding? The Mosey system is at your service, a gentle voice echoed in his mind. I am your exclusive quantum state analysis system. You may refer to me as Xiaomo. Why is my perception ability waning? This is due to the quantum energy you carried during your traversal gradually dissipating. Xiaomo explained. The initial energy allowed us to conduct a wide-range scan, but this energy is incompatible with the rules of this world and cannot be sustained. Moving forward, you will need to rely on your own adaptation and mastery of the energy in this world. At that moment, 2 figures clad in black emerged from the shadows ahead, each wielding a glowing artifact. Chen Lao, long time no see, one of them spoke, a hint of amusement in their voice. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Out so late with a young companion. Where are you off to? Young friend, Chen Lao suddenly interjected, his voice unusually calm. I will create an opportunity shortly. You must run straight down the left passage. Remember, only tread upon the spots I previously indicated. But, do not worry about me, Chen Lao replied with a faint smile. I am an old hand at this. Handling such situations is well within my capabilities. Although I am yet to ascertain your origins, I believe you are not one of theirs. Before his words could fully settle, Chen Lao's figure abruptly blurred, and he lunged forward like a wraith. The two black-clad figures, evidently skilled, immediately raised their artifacts to counter him. The entire tunnel was filled with various energy fluctuations, as Chen Lao's every strike carried a unique rotational force, pushing the two black figures back repeatedly. Run! Chen Lao bellowed, simultaneously unleashing a wave of energy that enveloped the entire passage in a chaotic tempest. Yemo dared not hesitate. He dashed down the left passage with fervor. He carefully stepped on the specific positions Chen Lao had instructed. Fearing that a single misstep might trigger the traps within the tunnel, behind him erupted fierce sounds of combat and the booming of energy explosions. Yemo could feel the entire tunnel trembling slightly. Xiaomo, can you perceive anything? The range of energy perception is continuously decreasing. I can currently only analyze energy fluctuations within a radius of 10 meters. However, I have noted that the tile patterns of the upcoming fork in the passage closely resemble those previously pointed out by Chen Lao. Yemo slowed his pace, scrutinizing the ground carefully. Indeed, certain tiles exhibit faint traces of ancient patterns, perfectly corresponding to the positions of the stepping techniques that Chen Lao had previously taught him. Suddenly, a fork appeared in the passage ahead. Just as Yemo was about to turn right, an ominous sense of danger surged within him. To the left, Xiaomo urgently cautioned, the right passage is rife with intense energy fluctuations. Without hesitation, Yemo opted to turn left at that very moment. A deafening sound erupted from the right passage, as a golden beam of energy narrowly grazed the hem of his garment. Over there. A woman's voice called out, he's over there. Yemo quickened his pace, simultaneously inquiring, Xiaomo, what else can you discern? I apologize, but my perception range has diminished to within 5 meters. However, I have noted that your instinctive reactions during perilous moments seem to resonate with the residual quantum energy, which is quite an intriguing phenomenon. Just then, an iron door appeared ahead, adorned with ancient runes that emitted a faint glow in the darkness. This door, Yemo scrutinized the arrangement of the runes. The energy structure of these runes, Xiaomo remarked, is strikingly similar to the patterns of quantum entanglement. Perhaps you could comprehend it through the principles of quantum physics. A spark of realization ignited within Yemo. He meticulously examined the layout of the runes on the door, discovering an astonishing resemblance to the fundamental principles of quantum states. Following the characteristics of quantum entanglement, if these runes adhered to the same laws, he swiftly extended his hand. Touching the runes in sequence according to the principles of quantum states, as the final rune was activated, the iron door emitted a soft sound and gradually swung open. A fascinating discovery, Xiaomo commented. It appears that this world's ancient martial system bears a mysterious connection to quantum physics. This could serve as a significant breakthrough. Beyond the door lay a stone staircase ascending towards the surface. Yemo hurriedly ascended the steps, just as a tremendous noise erupted behind him. The entire tunnel trembled violently, as if something were collapsing. A powerful shockwave erupted from the tunnel, propelling Yemo directly to the ground. He rolled several times before barely managing to regain his footing. Under the night sky, a bright moon hung high. Yemo swiftly traversed through the woods, reflecting on all that had transpired within this brief day. He recognized that his life had irrevocably changed, and this world, imbued with ancient martial power, harbored countless secrets awaiting his exploration. Chapter 5. First encounter with a new world under the moonlight. Yemo navigated swiftly through the woods. Based on his residual perception abilities, it seemed he had successfully evaded his pursuers. He slowed his pace, beginning to survey his surroundings. This wooded area lay on the outskirts of Qinghe town, with the distant lights of the town visible. The night breeze carried a slight chill, yet the peculiar energy fluctuations in the air imparted an unusually refreshing sensation. Finding a secluded spot, Emo leaned against a tree and retrieved his phone from the pocket of his experimental suit. Though devoid of signal, it was still somewhat functional. Opening the offline page of the browser, Emo began reviewing the previously saved experimental data. As a quantum physicist, he understood that to survive in this world, he must first ascertain what had transpired within him. Xiaomo, are you still there? Indeed. Although the quantum energy dissipated considerably during the traversal, our connection remained stable. Can you assist me in analyzing the experimental data? Certainly. According to the data, the quantum state penetration experiment was disrupted by the unique energy of this world, just as it was on the verge of success. The interaction of the two energies led to the formation of a spatial passage. Emo furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that it was not a failure of the experiment, but rather an unforeseen success? In a sense, yes. Your experimental principles are correct. It simply did not occur to us that it would resonate with the energy system of another world. This might also explain why you retained some quantum perception abilities. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance. Emo alertly concealed himself behind a tree, and by the moonlight, he observed a group of individuals scouring the edge of the woods. Those are members of the Holy Light Sanctuary, Xiaomo warned. I suggest maintaining your concealment. By the way, I noticed your experimental suit bears an ID badge. It would be wise to remove it. Until you possess legal identification, do not reveal your original identity. Only then did Emo recall the badge on his chest. He carefully removed the identification and stowed it away in his pocket. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying the scent of distant city lights. Is that Longdu? Emo gazed towards the illuminated horizon. Yes, but it differs significantly from the Longdu you remember. The cities in this world have developed under the influence of ancient martial arts, resulting in a unique architectural style. For instance, those towering structures are constructed from special materials capable of guiding and storing the energies of heaven and earth. Emo pondered thoughtfully. Although this world appeared technologically backward, it seemed to have forged a distinct path in energy utilization. Just then, the sound of an engine drew nearer. Peering through the gaps in the foliage, Emo spotted a black SUV maneuvering along the forest path. The vehicle bore a faint golden emblem resembling a sacred insignia. That is a hunter vehicle of the Holy Light Sanctuary, Xiaomo cautioned. It is equipped with energy detectors. However, fortunately, the quantum energy within you has weakened considerably. The vehicle came to a halt not far away, and several individuals clad in black uniforms disembarked. By the moonlight, Emo discerned that they were wielding devices akin to detectors. Strange, the energy readings have vanished. One remarked, it was definitely in this direction. Perhaps that old man employed some means. A blonde woman stepped out of the vehicle, continuing the search. The energy fluctuations on that young man are too peculiar. He must not escape. Emo held his breath at that moment. He noticed that his experimental suit was dusted with dirt from the tunnel, making his attire conspicuously out of place in this world. Xiaomo, how well do you understand this world? Emo inquired internally. Currently, I can only provide basic information. This is a parallel world set in the year 2053. Before 2020, the trajectory of this world aligned closely with the world you are familiar with, developing according to scientific principles. Then what explains the current circumstances? In 2020, this world underwent a significant transformation, an awakening of spiritual energy. This anomaly caused the ancient martial arts manuals, once deemed cultural relics, to resurface with newfound prominence. Those ancient texts, which had been plundered by Western powers and relegated to historical study, suddenly became invaluable. So, the Eagle Sauce Nation? Indeed. The Eagle Sauce Nation rapidly mastered the methods of cultivation through the vast troves of ancient martial arts manuals they had plundered a century ago. They established the Holy Light Sanctuary, deconstructing and reassembling these techniques to form 7 major sects, which enabled them to swiftly assert their dominance as the world's foremost power following the awakening of spiritual energy. Emo contemplated this revelation. It elucidated why the technological level of this world lagged. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the focus of global development had shifted from technology to ancient martial arts. The searchers drew closer. Emo noted that the devices in their hands occasionally emitted faint glimmers. Those detectors appear to be constructed from some special material, capable of sensing the energy fluctuations in the air. Xiaomo analyzed, they can perceive the energy fluctuations in the air. However, in terms of construction, their technological level is indeed far inferior to your original world. Suddenly, a louder engine roar echoed from the distance. Several police cars sped towards the direction of Qinghe town. Something has happened in the town, the blonde woman frowned. Everyone, retreat. We must not let the police discover us. The black-clad individuals swiftly returned to their vehicles and departed. Once the engine sounds faded entirely, Emo finally exhaled in relief. I must change my attire, Emo murmured, and I need to quickly understand the situation in this world. I recommend finding a safe place to lay low. Xiaomo advised, based on my analysis, although Qinghe town is a small locale, its proximity to Longdu means that ancient martial artists frequently pass through. This is not a suitable location for a prolonged stay. Yi Emo nodded. He understood that without identity and a place to stand, his situation would be perilous. Yet more importantly, he needed to swiftly grasp the rules of this world, especially concerning the knowledge of ancient martial arts. Chapter 6. Entering Longdu in the early morning, at a quaint inn in the outskirts of Longdu, Yi Emo stood by the window, observing the pedestrians traversing the street. Last night, he had concealed himself in the woods for the better part of the night, only sneaking into this secluded inn as dawn approached. Fortunately, the innkeeper was a drowsy old man who did not inquire too deeply into his identity. The scene on the street was both familiar and foreign. The attire of the people bore resemblance to that of his original world, yet upon closer inspection, many details revealed the uniqueness of this realm. For instance, across the street stood a spirit-gathering tea house. Its electronic screen displaying, premium spirit tea, 50 new yuan per cup, spiritual energy concentration, 200 EUM, recommended for Mingjing realm cultivators. Among the passers-by, numerous individuals sported energy detection rings on their wrists, devices that altered color based on the fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy concentration. YEMO observed that most of the detection rings displayed a pale blue hue, indicating that the spiritual energy concentration in this area was at a normal level. Xiaomo, can you analyze these devices? Based on observations, these detection rings are fundamental equipment developed after the revival of spiritual energy, primarily utilized for monitoring the concentration of environmental spiritual energy, displaying the user's energy status, and providing early warnings of hazardous energy fluctuations. That moment, a commotion erupted from around the corner. A young man stumbled as he ran past, pursued closely by two enforcers clad in uniforms from the Longwu Research Institute. Halt! The unauthorized development of unverified energy potions violates Article 3 of the Spiritual Energy Management Law. EMO observed the chase through the window. Although the young man appeared disheveled, his movements clearly surpassed those of an ordinary person, effortlessly leaping over a 3-meter-high wall. The pursuing enforcers were even more formidable, moving with the fluidity characteristic of martial arts masters in films. Xiaonamo, the skills of these individuals. This is the result of ancient martial arts training. The specific delineation of realms and characteristics will require further understanding of this world. However, judging by the abilities they exhibit, it is evident they have mastered some form of extraordinary power. YEMO nodded. The inhabitants of this world seemed capable of harnessing the energy within their bodies to enhance their physical attributes, a stark contrast to the physical laws of his original world. Just then, a dull thud echoed. The young man was cornered in a dead end, and the package in his hand fell to the ground, spilling several small vials containing luminescent liquid. These are my own refined spiritual liquids. Completely harmless, the young man shouted. Why must even basic research be regulated? Since the revival of spiritual energy, any research related to energy must undergo official certification, the enforcer replied coldly. Your actions have already violated the law. At that moment, a black car emblazoned with the Longwu Research Institute's emblem pulled up at the street corner. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat stepped out, his identification badge indicating he was a senior researcher from the Institute's Energy Research Division. Researcher Lee. The two enforcers immediately saluted. Is this the one who developed the prohibited potion? Researcher Lee approached the young man, picking up one of the small vials from the ground for a closer examination. Interesting, this purification method is quite unique. Through the window, EMO observed that the potions shimmered under the sunlight, as if energy flowed within them. This reminded him of certain phenomena observed during quantum state experiments. Xiaomo, can you analyze those potions? Given the current range of perception, only basic data can be obtained. The energy within those potions is remarkably stable, and their purity is exceedingly high. It stands to reason that achieving such an effect without specialized equipment would be quite challenging. Researcher Lee seemed to have noticed this as well. How did you manage this? Such purity is hard to attain even with the Institute's standard equipment. The young man lowered his head and remained silent. Take him back to the Institute, Researcher Lee instructed the enforcers, and collect all these samples. I wish to study them thoroughly. That moment, Yemo noticed the innkeeper standing behind him, having appeared unnoticed. Are you interested in this? The old man's voice had shifted from its previous lethargy to a clear and powerful tone. Yemo turned around to find the old man's eyes shining with vigor. A stark contrast to his earlier drowsiness. You are? Just a retired old researcher. The elder smiled. I see your keen interest in those potions, a focused gaze characteristic of a researcher. Yemo felt a tightening in his chest. The old man continued, do not be anxious. In this place, everyone harbors their secrets. The Longwu Research Institute is currently recruiting. If you are interested, I can't provide a recommendation, but I do not have. We can find a way around the identity issue. The elder retrieved a slip of paper from beneath the counter. Go to this address tomorrow morning. Someone will be there to receive you. Remember, just say you were referred by me. Do not mention anything else. Yemo accepted the note, which read, Longdu West Suburb, Qinglong Research Institute.o, and the elder added, stay here for the night. We can discuss the room fee later. After the elder departed, Xiaomo's voice echoed in his mind. This is an opportunity, but caution is advised. That old man is evidently not simple. He must have sensed your uniqueness. Yemo nodded. In this unfamiliar world, perhaps only by immersing himself in research could he uncover the truth. Moreover, he vaguely sensed that his knowledge of quantum physics might prove invaluable in this world's energy research. Chapter 7. Qinglong Research Institute. On the following morning, in Longdu's west suburb, Yemo stood before a modern building, gazing up at the sign at the entrance, Qinglong Research Institute. Unlike the buildings in the city center that blended classical styles, this design was remarkably minimalist, resembling an ordinary research institution. According to the address given by the elder, this was a branch of the Longwu Research Institute, primarily responsible for fundamental research on energy applications. The energy field strength surrounding the area was evidently higher than that of the city, Xiaomo reminded him, indicating the presence of some form of energy-gathering device. The security guard at the entrance glanced at the note in Yemo's hand and promptly made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged woman in a white lab coat emerged. You are the one introduced by Elder Chin? The female researcher scrutinized Yemo from head to toe. I am Director Lin, responsible for the basic research department here. Follow me. Passing through multiple security checkpoints, Yemo noted that each door was equipped with specialized detection devices, with screens continuously displaying various data. These are energy fluctuation detectors, Director Lin explained. Any abnormal energy fluctuations will be recorded. This is standard equipment following the revival of spiritual energy, primarily used to prevent energy from going out of control. Inside the laboratory, various instruments were in operation. Yemo saw several researchers manipulating a device resembling a centrifuge, attempting to extract energy from some solution. Our focus here is primarily on the fundamental applications of energy, Director Lin stated. Although the conditions cannot match those of the main institute, we have our own unique features. Elder Chun mentioned you have a keen interest in energy research. Yemo nodded. I have always been fascinated by the essence of energy. This was no lie. As a quantum physicist, energy research was indeed his specialty. Perfect, Director Lin pointed to a device. This is our latest energy purification apparatus, but its effectiveness has not been ideal. If you can pass the tests, you can start with this project. Yemo approached the device, noting its appearance as an energy extraction apparatus. However, compared to the quantum experimental equipment he was familiar with, the technological level here was indeed somewhat lacking. The testing process is quite simple, Director Lin said. Producing a document. First, there is a theoretical assessment, followed by practical operation. But before that, she handed Yemo a form. Please fill this out first. Do not worry. This is merely a temporary worker application, and it won't be scrutinized too rigorously. Yemo examined the form, which was a straightforward personal information registration. In this world, being a temporary worker seemed to offer an excellent cover. Xiaomo, what do you think of this place? Yemo inquired mentally while filling out the form. This research institute is quite peculiar. From the distribution of the energy field, it appears they are not only conducting conventional research but also engaging in some special projects. Furthermore, I noticed that Director Lin's energy fluctuations are feeble, unlike those of a cultivator. This observation reminded Yemo of the elder's words from yesterday about the complex internal factions within the institute. some advocating for technological development while others focused on ancient martial arts research. It seemed that the Qinglong Research Institute belonged to the technological faction. All right, Director Lin took the form. We shall commence with the theoretical assessment. These are foundational questions primarily assessing your understanding of energy characteristics. YEMO accepted the exam paper, realizing the questions were indeed basic yet approached from a unique angle. For example, what is the relationship between energy concentration and spatial distance? Linear decay B. Inverse square C. Exponential decay D. Irregular variation. This reminded him of certain concepts in quantum mechanics. Although the expressions differed, the underlying principles seemed to share commonality. Point 2. Which of the following materials has the highest energy conduction efficiency? A. Fine steel B. Dark iron C. Spiritual silver D. Ordinary alloy. He had never heard of these materials, but from a quantum state analysis perspective, it appeared he could infer their energy conduction characteristics. Just then, the laboratory alarm suddenly blared. Abnormal energy fluctuations, a researcher shouted. Purification device number 3 has malfunctioned. EMO looked up to see a device violently shaking, the solution inside emitting unstable glows. The surrounding researchers retreated. But no one knew how to handle the situation. IT must be shut down immediately. Director Lin hastily moved toward the control panel, otherwise, energy instability could trigger a chain reaction. EMO noted that the energy fluctuation pattern within the device resembled a phenomenon he had observed in quantum experiments. If he applied the principles of quantum state stability— Wait! He suddenly spoke up. This fluctuation is caused by energy resonance. Shutting it down abruptly would be counterproductive. Director Lin stared at EMO. You understand energy resonance? In theory, when two energies of differing frequencies resonate, forcibly cutting them off will only lead to energy backlash. EMO replied quickly. We should first adjust the frequencies to allow them to stabilize naturally. His quantum state analysis indicated that the energy fluctuations within the device displayed characteristics typical of quantum entanglement. In this precarious situation, the gravest danger lies in a forced interruption. However, the regulator has already malfunctioned. A researcher exclaimed. YEMO quickly scanned the control panel and realized that although the equipment was outdated, its fundamental principles bore a striking resemblance to quantum experimental apparatus. He promptly adjusted several parameters. The fluctuations in energy began to diminish, someone gasped. The radiance within the device gradually faded, ultimately returning to normalcy. The entire process took less than a minute. The laboratory fell silent, with all eyes fixed on the young man who had just arrived for the interview. Such a professional operation. Director Lin mused thoughtfully. Where did you study energy theory? I have self-taught some physics knowledge, EMO replied cautiously. Interesting. Director Lin glanced at the form he had filled out. Logically, someone without formal training in energy theory would not comprehend the principles of resonance. Not to mention your approach is quite unique. YEMO felt a pang of anxiety. He had indeed resolved the issue using quantum physics methods, but it was evident that the people in this world would not think along those lines. Let us do this, Director Lin decided. You will undergo a 1-month trial period in the basic research group, primarily responsible for recording and analyzing energy purification experiments. Your monthly salary will be $2,000 with accommodation provided. Thank you, Director Lin. Follow me to complete the onboarding procedures. As they walked, Director Lin inquired, by the way, where will you be residing? The Research Institute has staff dormitories, which you can move into immediately. EMO breathed a sigh of relief. With this identity, he had at least resolved his fundamental survival concerns. Moreover, through his research work, he should gain a better understanding of this world's energy system. Be cautious, Xiaomo warned. The level of knowledge you just displayed may attract some attention. This research institute ostensibly conducts basic research, but I sense something unusual. YEMO understood Xiaomo's concerns in this world. Any research related to energy could involve significant secrets. He must tread carefully. After completing the onboarding procedures, a researcher led YEMO to the staff dormitory area. It was a 6-story ordinary building, and he was assigned to a single room on the 3rd floor. Here are your access card and work ID. The researcher handed him 2 cards. The work ID only permitted entry into the basic research area, while access to other regions required special permission. The room was modest but well-equipped. YEMO noticed a device resembling an air purifier installed on the wall, emitting a faint glow. That is a spiritual energy purifier. The researcher explained, it can enhance the concentration of spiritual energy in the room, aiding in cultivation. However, as a temporary worker, you can only use the most basic model. Once the researcher departed, Imo carefully examined his temporary abode. From the window, he could see the main building of the research institute. Based on his earlier observations, that should be the core experimental area. Xiaomo, can you detect anything? This dormitory building is equipped with a basic energy array, primarily for monitoring and protection. However, compared to the main building, the energy concentration here is significantly lower. From my earlier observations, the energy intensity in the main building is at least 10 times that of here. Imo pondered. While the Qinglong Research Institute appears to be merely an ordinary branch, both its equipment configuration and protective measures indicate an extraordinary status. As he contemplated this, his work ID suddenly vibrated in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he saw the display read, "Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., Basic Research Group meeting, location, Laboratory Building 2, Room 205.it. Seems that formal work is about to commence. Imo lay on his bed, reflecting on everything that had transpired over the past 2 days. From the quantum experimental accident to his arrival in this world, from fleeing to acquiring this identity, it all felt like a dream. Yet, he understood that the true challenges were only just beginning. Chapter 8, Basic Research Group. The following morning at 8:30, Imo arrived early at Laboratory Building 2.it, was a 4-story structure primarily dedicated to basic research. "Good morning, newcomer." A young researcher greeted him. "I am Li Ming, also part of the Basic Research Group. I heard you resolved the malfunction of the purification device number 3 yesterday?" "Just luck," Imo replied modestly. "Dante say that being able to identify the energy resonance issue shows you have a profound understanding of energy theory." Li Ming lowered his voice. "To be honest, there are not many in our group who truly grasp energy theory. Most are merely following standard procedures and experiments." Upon entering meeting room 205, Imo noticed that about a dozen individuals were already seated. He observed that most of them were in their 20s or 30s, and not one was a practitioner. "This is the characteristic of our basic research group." Li Ming seemed to sense his confusion. "We mainly study the scientific principles of energy, so no prior cultivation background is required." In contrast, the adjacent applied research group is entirely composed of ancient martial artists. Director Lin entered the meeting room, and the meeting commenced formally. First, she welcomed the new member. She briefly introduced Imo before getting straight to the point. Recently, the headquarters issued a new research task to improve energy purification efficiency. The existing equipment operates at only 60 efficiency, and the removal of impurities is insufficient. A data chart was projected on the screen. Imo observed closely and noticed that these data recorded various changes in energy during the purification process. Although the terminology used was different, the underlying physical principles bore many similarities to quantum state changes. Imo Director Lin suddenly called his name. "Your understanding of the energy resonance phenomenon yesterday was quite unique. What are your thoughts?" All eyes turned to him. Imo took a moment to think and decided to explain using the framework of quantum physics while employing the terminology of this world. Imo organized his thoughts. "I believe the low efficiency of energy purification may stem from our insufficient understanding of the essence of energy." He stepped forward to the projection, pointing at the data chart. "From these records, it is evident that energy experiences unstable fluctuations during the purification process. These fluctuations are not random but rather adhere to certain patterns." "Interesting, continue." Director Lin gestured for him to proceed. "For instance, here," Imo pointed to a set of data. "When the energy concentration reaches 3000 EUM, the fluctuation frequency suddenly alters. This suggests that energy may possess certain quantized characteristics." "Quantized?" someone inquired. Imo realized he had used the wrong term and quickly corrected himself. "I mean, energy may change based on some minimal unit rather than continuously. If we can identify this fundamental unit, we might enhance purification efficiency." The meeting room fell silent for a few seconds. This perspective seemed novel in this world. "It makes sense," Director Lin pondered. "Traditional purification methods treat energy as a continuum. If your theory can be substantiated, it may lead to groundbreaking advancements. I suggest we start by examining the frequencies of energy fluctuations." Imo continued. "If we can precisely measure the fluctuation frequencies at various concentrations, we might uncover underlying patterns." "Excellent. This topic will be your responsibility," Director Lin decided. "Li Ming will assist you, and you can directly request any necessary equipment." After the meeting adjourned, Li Ming excitedly grabbed Imo's arm. "Incredible. Your theory completely overturns traditional views. However," he lowered his voice, "you need to be cautious of the applied research group. They firmly believe energy research should adhere to ancient methods and despise such innovative ideas." Emo nodded that he understood that he must strike a balance between showcasing his talents and maintaining a low profile. Back in the laboratory, Li Ming familiarized Emo with the various equipment. Although the basic research group's lab was not as advanced as the main building, it was still equipped with a number of specialized instruments for energy research. This is the energy fluctuation analyzer. Li Ming pointed to a device. It can record frequency changes in energy. However, its precision is insufficient, and many subtle fluctuations go undetected. Emo scrutinized the device. Structurally, it resembled a simplified quantum state detector. If I could make some modifications to it, by the way, Li Ming suddenly lowered his voice. Do you know why the headquarters has suddenly placed such importance on energy purification efficiency? Emo shook his head. I heard it's because a special energy potion has recently emerged, with a purity exceeding 95. This is theoretically impossible, as existing technology can only achieve a maximum of 80. Emo recalled the young man who had been captured yesterday. Moreover, Li Ming continued, those potions seem to have special effects. It is said that consuming them can significantly enhance cultivation speed and even break through bottlenecks and realms. Just then, the laboratory door swung open. A man dressed in black martial attire entered. Leader Wang. Li Ming's tone noticeably became more formal. What brings you to the basic group? I heard there's a newcomer here with a profound understanding of energy theory. The man's gaze fell upon Emo. I am Wang Hai from the Applied Research Group. Emo sensed a unique energy fluctuation emanating from this individual, clearly indicating he was a formidable ancient martial artist. What guidance does Leader Wang have? Emo inquired cautiously. Guidance is an exaggeration, Wang Hai replied with a faint smile. I merely heard you propose some intriguing viewpoints. The quantized nature of energy? That's a term I'm hearing for the first time. Wang Hai's gaze held a hint of scrutiny. I have perused your credentials, and it appears you possess no background in cultivation. How, then, did you discern the issues of energy resonance? It was merely an analysis derived from the fluctuations in the data. Emo replied, maintaining a cautious demeanor. Analysis, you say? Wang Hai chuckled lightly. Energy cultivation demands a profound understanding, an insight into the forces of nature. Those of you who solely fixate on data will never truly grasp the essence of energy. Li Ming grew increasingly tense at Wang's words. Emo noticed that the other researchers in the laboratory had quietly retreated to a distance. Group leader Wang is correct, Emo replied, unflustered. There remain many aspects we do not comprehend, and we must seek guidance from esteemed predecessors. Seek guidance? Wang Hai suddenly raised his hand, an energy fluctuation emanating from him and expanding outward. Then I shall see just how much you truly understand about energy. Emo felt a wave of pressure wash over him. Through quantum state analysis, he observed that the energy Wang Hai released exhibited a distinctive helical structure, reminiscent of certain phenomena he had encountered in his quantum experiments. Group leader Wang, Director Lin's voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. The application group is causing a ruckus in the foundational group. Do they not hold me in any regard? Wang Hai withdrew his energy fluctuation and turned to Director Lin with a slight bow. Director Lin, you misunderstand. I merely came to familiarize myself with the newcomers. After all, we are all working towards the advancement of the Research Institute. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Emo before exiting the laboratory. Are you all right? Li Ming inquired anxiously. I am fine. Emo shook his head, but he understood that he had attracted the attention of the application group. Do you not take it to heart? Director Lin approached. Those from the application group have always looked down upon us researchers. However, once we achieve results, they will inevitably change their tune. Emo nodded. This encounter had granted him a clearer understanding of the internal conflicts within the institute. The division between the proponents of technology and the traditionalists seemed more severe than he had anticipated. Chapter 9. Energy Experiment. A week later, in the Foundational Research Group laboratory, Emo was calibrating the modified energy fluctuation analyzer. With some fine-tuning of the equipment, he successfully enhanced the instrument's precision, enabling it to capture more subtle energy fluctuations. Data collection complete. Li Ming observed the chart on the screen. The frequency fluctuations have been recorded with remarkable clarity. You were right. Energy does not change continuously, but rather exhibits a stair-step pattern. Emo nodded. This aligned with his expectations. The essence of energy in this world also adhered to quantum principles, albeit in a different manifestation. Fascinating, Director Lin approached to review the data. If we proceed along this line of thought, we might develop a new purification method. That moment, the laboratory alarm blared. Purification device number 4 is malfunctioning. A researcher shouted. YEMO quickly examined the data, realizing that this situation differed from the last. The energy was not merely resonating. It had entered a peculiar superposition state. We must address this immediately. Director Lin commanded, YEMO, you take the lead. YEMO approached the control panel, meticulously observing the patterns of energy variation through quantum state analysis. Such occurrences were not uncommon in quantum experiments. The key lay in identifying the energy fluctuation patterns. YEMO's fingers danced swiftly across the control panel. The energy waveform displayed on the screen reminded him of the characteristics found in quantum entanglement states. The energy concentration is rising, Li Ming reported nervously. It has surpassed 5,000 EUM. Stay calm, YEMO observed the waveform. The fluctuation pattern was quite regular, as if two energies of different frequencies were influencing one another. Through quantum state analysis, he discerned that the energy within the device was manifesting a double helical structure, akin to the energy forms employed by ancient martial artists. Could this be what the traditionalists had been studying all along? Researcher Yi. The energy concentration continues to rise and is nearing the device's limit. Another researcher exclaimed. Give me 30 seconds. YEMO began adjusting the parameters. If my understanding is correct, these two energies should be separable through specific frequencies. He recalled that in quantum experiments, the most crucial aspect of managing entangled states was identifying the appropriate disentanglement frequency. Applying this principle, the energy fluctuations began to diminish. Li Ming exclaimed in delight. The concentration is decreasing. A few minutes later, the device returned to normal. However, the data from this incident left everyone astounded. The purification efficiency has reached 85. Director Lin scrutinized the data. This efficiency surpasses our previous best by 5 percentage points. YEMO. How did you achieve this? I noticed that at high concentrations, the energy spontaneously forms a unique structure. YEMO explained cautiously, if we can identify the correct frequency, we can exploit this structure to enhance purification efficiency. This discovery is significant, Director Lin mused. We need to further investigate the characteristics of this energy structure. At that moment, YEMO noticed someone standing at the laboratory door. Wang Hai from the application group. He was unsure how long the man had been there, but from his expression, it was clear he had witnessed the entire process. Wang Hai remained silent and turned to leave. Yet YEMO understood that the results of this experiment would likely attract more attention. Director Lin, Li Ming suddenly interjected. Someone from the application group visited earlier and mentioned that the headquarters is sending personnel for an inspection. Director Lin frowned. An inspection at this time? I heard it concerns the recent high-purity energy reagent. Li Ming lowered his voice. It seems the headquarters is taking this case very seriously and has dispatched a special investigation team. YEMO continued organizing the experimental data but remained alert. He recalled the young man he had seen on the street, whose reagent had indeed exhibited an extraordinary level of purity. Continue to focus on your work. Director Lin instructed, YEMO, your discovery today is crucial. We require a detailed experimental report. Emphasize the characteristics of the energy structure, but, she paused, for now, refrained from mentioning the theoretical derivations. YEMO understood her implication. While explaining energy phenomena through the lens of quantum physics was effective, it could also draw unnecessary scrutiny. I can complete the report tonight, YEMO assured. Good. I expect to see it by tomorrow morning. Director Lin concluded before exiting the laboratory. Li Ming leaned closer. Be cautious. I've heard the application group is quite displeased with you. They believe your purely theoretical research contradicts the traditions of ancient martial arts. YEMO nodded that he recognized the conflicting attitudes towards scientific research in this world. On one hand, there was a need for technology to enhance efficiency, while on the other, there was apprehension regarding the potential impact of scientific inquiry on tradition. That evening, while composing the experimental report in his dormitory, Xiaomo suddenly alerted him. Someone is monitoring this building. YEMO approached the window, discreetly peering outside while adjusting the curtains. Indeed, he spotted a figure moving among the shadows of nearby trees. Can you determine who it is? The individual is quite cautious, deliberately suppressing their energy fluctuations. However, based on their positioning, there are likely multiple people. YEMO closed the curtains and resumed writing the report. Yet he knew he had drawn the attention of certain individuals. Xiaomo, do you think there were any issues with today's experiment? From the data, it appears that while you were handling the energy structure, you inadvertently approached a certain ancient martial arts operational path. Xiaomo analyzed that double helical energy form is likely central to a traditional technique. This revelation prompted Yemo to ponder deeply. According to Mohist's earlier investigations, the mysteries of ancient martial arts had only begun to resurface since the revival of spiritual energy in 2020. Furthermore, the ancient texts that had been plundered abroad had allowed Western forces to seize the initiative. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was an encrypted message. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, behind the Qinglong Research Institute, someone wishes to meet you. The sender was Chen Lao. Since introducing him to the institute, this mysterious elder had not made another appearance. Shall we go? Xiaomo inquired. Yes, Yemo replied decisively. Since Chen Lao chose this moment to contact him, it must be for a significant reason. The following morning, Yemo arrived at the designated location behind the mountain as agreed. This area served as the logistical zone of the research institute, typically devoid of people. According to geographic descriptions, it was adjacent to the western mountain range of Longdu, where the concentration of spiritual energy was significantly higher than in the city. You arrived quite punctually, Chen Lao's voice suddenly resonated. The elder had appeared beneath an ancient tree, still clad in the attire of an ordinary tea-house owner. You sought me for a reason? I have heard that you have achieved notable progress at the research institute. Chen Lao smiled. The efficiency of energy purification has reached 85. This discovery is immensely important. Young man, do you know why I chose you? Chen Lao gazed towards the distant peaks. Yemo shook his head. Because of the look in your eyes. Chen Lao turned to face him. That day in the tea house, I observed how you scrutinized the energy fluctuations. It was not the gaze of an ordinary researcher, but one that could see through to the essence. The morning mountain breeze carried a faint hint of spiritual energy, and Yemo could indeed feel that the energy concentration here was far superior to that of the city. According to resource distribution maps, this location was near a secondary dragon vein. Are you aware of what the Longwu Research Institute has been preoccupied with recently? Old Chen suddenly inquired about that high-purity energy elixir. Not only that, his tone shifted to one of gravity. Ever since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the ancient martial world has been in search of a means for ordinary individuals to swiftly master energy utilization. Yemo's heart stirred. This was indeed a pivotal issue in this realm. The ability to harness energy directly determines one's status. The young man who was captured possessed a remarkable potion, yet its side effects were considerable. Old Chen continued, and the energy control method you demonstrated during yesterday's experiment may offer a novel perspective. What you imply is, the headquarters will soon take notice of you, Old Chen said with significant meaning. And when that time comes, you shall face a choice. Just then, the sound of vehicles echoed from the mountain below. Several black sedans entered the research institute, emblazoned with the emblem of the Longwu Research Institute headquarters. The headquarters personnel have arrived, Old Chen remarked. Remember, in this world, technology and ancient martial arts have never been adversaries. A true sage should be able to perceive their interconnection. With that, the old man's figure seemed to meld into the morning mist. Vanishing in an instant. Chapter 10. Visitors from the headquarters. Upon returning to the laboratory, Yemo sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere of the entire research institute. The researchers in the corridor were engaged in hushed discussions. Clearly agitated by the arrival of the headquarters, Yemo. Li Ming approached briskly. Director Lin requests your immediate presence in the conference room. The investigation team from the headquarters wishes to meet with you. In the conference room, aside from Director Lin, there were 3 unfamiliar faces. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His name tag indicated he was Zhao Yuan, the deputy director of the Energy Research Department at the headquarters. So, this is Yemo? Zhao Yuan adjusted his glasses. I reviewed yesterday's experiment report. It is quite intriguing, particularly the discovery regarding energy structure, which has provided us with fresh insights. Yemo could sense that although Zhao Yuan appeared scholarly, there was a subtle yet distinct energy fluctuation about him. Through quantum state analysis, he discerned that this energy form was remarkably stable, indicating that Zhao Yuan was a formidable ancient martial artist. You flatter me, Yemo replied cautiously. It was merely an accidental discovery. No, it was not an accident. Zhao Yuan rose and approached Yemo. Your understanding of energy is quite unique. It is said that you lack any cultivation background. Yet you were able to identify the issue of energy resonance and even devised a method to enhance purification efficiency. Yemo remained silent, aware that the headquarters personnel could not simply be visiting for a mere discovery regarding purification efficiency. To speak candidly, Zhao Yuan's tone turned grave. The recently emerged high-purity energy elixirs have already resulted in several incidents. Individuals who consumed them, while gaining immense power in the short term, ultimately suffered devastating consequences. With their meridians shattered, the headquarters has recently established a dedicated investigation team specifically for this case. Zhao Yuan continued, "We have discovered that although these elixirs are perilous, the energy purification technology they employ indeed surpasses the current standards." He produced a document. "According to our analysis, the energy purity of these elixirs reaches as high as 95, maintaining stability. Logically, energy of such purity should become uncontrollable immediately, yet they have managed to avoid that." Yimo perused the document. Through quantum state analysis, he uncovered an intriguing phenomenon hidden within the data. Energy forms a unique stable structure in high-purity states, reminiscent of the double helix structure he observed during yesterday's experiment. "Researcher Yi," Zhao Yuan suddenly said, "the headquarters has decided to transfer you to the special project team. This case not only pertains to the issue of illicit elixirs, but also involves a crucial research direction: how to safely enhance energy purity." Director Lin seemed to have anticipated this decision, merely nodding in silence. "We have prepared better experimental conditions for you at the headquarters," Zhao Yuan stated, "where the most advanced energy research equipment and additional resources await." Just then, the conference room door swung open abruptly. Wang Hai hurried in. "Director Zhao, suspicious energy fluctuations have been detected in the back mountain." Zhao Yuan's expression immediately turned serious. "Is it that individual?" "The traces are similar, but they have already vanished." Wang Hai cast a glance at Imo, seemingly recognizing someone. Why, Imo's heart tightened. He knew Wang Hai was referring to Old Qian. However, curiously, Zhao Yuan displayed a contemplative expression upon receiving this news. After a brief silence, Zhao Yuan said, "Researcher Yi, gather your things. We shall return to the headquarters today. This case is far more complex than we initially perceived." "So sudden?" Director Lin was taken aback. "Time is of the essence," Zhao Yuan replied, "and moreover, the conditions at the Qinglong Research Institute are indeed insufficient. This case involves some specialized research directions." Imo noted the meaningful glance Zhao Yuan cast toward the back mountain outside the window as he spoke. "You have 1 hour to pack your belongings," Zhao Yuan concluded and turned to leave the conference room. Once everyone had departed, Director Lin sighed. "The headquarters has recently been investigating a significant project aimed at addressing the difficulties ordinary individuals face in cultivation. The emergence of those high-purity elixirs has provided a new direction for this project." Imo recalled Old Qian's words. "In this era of spiritual energy resurgence, how to enable ordinary individuals to master energy utilization is indeed a critical issue." While packing his belongings in the dormitory, Xiaomo suddenly remarked, "Zhao Yuan's gaze toward the back mountain was quite peculiar earlier. He seems to know something. Are you referring to Old Qian?" The Longwu Research Institute headquarters is not merely a research institution. It is also one of the crucial powers in the ancient martial world of Longhua. Many hidden secrets lie therein. Imo nodded. This trip to the headquarters ostensibly pertains to the investigation of the elixir case. Yet there may be deeper reasons lurking beneath the surface. An hour later, Imo found himself seated in the headquarters vehicle. Through the window, he watched as the research institute receded into the distance. "Xiaomo, can you sense anything?" The vehicle is equipped with a special energy shielding device, presumably to prevent energy fluctuations from leaking. "However, I have noticed that Zhao Yuan and the other 2 members of the investigation team exhibit distinctive energy fluctuations, suggesting specialized training." The convoy entered the central district of Longdu. The architectural style here was entirely different from that of the suburbs. Towering buildings adorned with ancient runes shimmered faintly in the sunlight. "Those are energy guiding arrays," Zhao Yuan observed Imo's gaze and explained. "Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, we have rediscovered the architectural wisdom of ancient times. These runes can guide and store the energy of heaven and earth, maintaining a high concentration of spiritual energy in the city center." The convoy eventually halted in front of an imposing edifice. This is the headquarters of the Longwu Research Institute, encompassing an area exceeding 10 square kilometers, composed of multiple research centers. "Welcome to the headquarters," Zhao Yuan said. "This is the largest energy research base in the East and a vital stronghold in our struggle against Western ancient martial forces." Imo gazed upward at the structure before him. This place is not merely a research institution. It is also one of the core entities of the Eastern ancient martial world. Here, the boundaries between technology and ancient martial arts appear to blur. Chapter 11. Initial exploration of the headquarters. The scale of the headquarters exceeded Imo's imagination. As he walked through the expansive grounds, He could feel a profound sense of history enveloping him. The ancient architecture harmonized with modern experimental equipment, presenting a unique charm. This is the experimental building for the special project team. Zhao Yuan guided Yi Mo into an 8-story structure. You will work here from now on. The elevator descended directly to the 3rd basement level. When the doors opened, Yi Mo was astonished to find that the equipment here far surpassed that of the Qinglong Research Institute. Various precision instruments were neatly arranged, and dozens of researchers were engrossed in their tasks. This is the latest energy analysis apparatus. Zhao Yuan pointed to an oddly shaped device, with a precision 10 times that of ordinary equipment. Yi Mo approached for a closer look and discovered that the core of the device was made from a special crystal, with traces of energy flow subtly visible within. This is spirit crystal mined from the Western Plateau. Zhao Yuan explained, after undergoing specialized processing, it can be used to manufacture high-precision research equipment. Just then, a young woman hurried over. Director Zhao, the latest analysis report has arrived. This is the deputy leader of the special project team, Su Yu. Zhao Yuan introduced her, noting that she was responsible for analyzing the components of the elixirs. Su Yu nodded. You must be researcher Yi. I heard you discovered the unique structure of energy? Yes, it was an observation made while addressing energy resonance. Yi Mo replied cautiously. He noted that despite her youth, Su Yu's gaze exuded sharpness. Follow me, she said, leading Yi Mo deeper into the laboratory. I have some things to show you. Before a massive display screen, Su Yu brought up several sets of data. These are the analysis results of the illicit elixir samples we collected from various sources. Look here, she pointed to a set of waveform graphs. Each sample exhibits a similar energy structure. Yet we are unable to explain its stabilizing mechanism. Logically, energy of this purity should collapse immediately. Yi Mo meticulously examined the data. Through his unique quantum perspective, he discovered that the energies within these potions indeed formed a special structure, reminiscent of the double helix pattern he had observed in his experiments. Strangely enough, Su Yu brought up an image showing that the meridians of the users exhibited such transformations. It appeared as though the energy was forcibly altering some fundamental structure of the human body. Yi Mo felt a spark of realization. Viewed from a quantum level, this transformation resembled a form of coercive quantum state transition. Intriguing. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Yuan had approached from behind. Researcher Yi, what are your thoughts? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Mo replied, this energy structure is quite unique. As if it has been artificially fixed in a specific state, I believe the key lies not in purity, but rather in the stability mechanism. Zhao Yuan's eyes brightened. I think this stability mechanism resembles a form of resonance. Yi Mo elaborated. It's akin to 2 tuning forks. When their frequencies align, they influence each other, producing a stable vibration. Are you suggesting that the energy within these potions also exhibits such resonance? Su Yu pondered. Indeed, but it is not merely a simple resonance. Yi Mo pointed to the waveform graph. Observe the fluctuation patterns here. They appear to be an amalgamation of multiple frequencies. Each layer of frequency constrains the others, ultimately reaching a state of equilibrium. Zhao Yuan suddenly inquired, then why do users experience damage to their meridians? It may be due to the human body being unable to withstand this coercive balance. Yi Mo explained. Like a bridge, if the vibrational frequency precisely matches its resonant frequency, even a small amplitude can lead to structural failure. That makes sense, Zhao Yuan nodded. Thus, the key is to find a gentler approach that allows energy to integrate naturally with the human body, rather than forcibly altering the meridian structure. At that moment, the door to the laboratory swung open. A burly, middle-aged man entered, emanating an oppressive aura. Director Wang, Zhao Yuan, and Su Yu greeted in unison. So, this is the new researcher Yi? Director Wang scrutinized Yi Mo. I hear you possess considerable expertise in energy structures. Just in time, our headquarters has recently received an urgent task requiring someone with your theoretical knowledge. Yi Mo noticed Su Yu's expression suddenly tense. Follow me, Director Wang instructed. Turning to exit, I have something to show you. Yi Mo followed Director Wang into a specialized elevator, which required both retinal and fingerprint verification, clearly leading to a more secure area. The elevator descended for an extended period, finally halting at a location Yi Mo estimated to be at least 10 floors underground. When the doors opened, he was greeted by a vast experimental hall. This is the core research area of the headquarters, Director Wang stated. Typically, researchers spend their entire careers without entering this place. At the center of the hall stood a colossal energy container. within which floated a golden sphere of light. YEMO had never encountered such a pure energy entity. This is an artifact seized from the West, Director Wang explained. We found its energy structure remarkably similar to those illicit potions. Yet, no matter the method employed, we cannot fully decipher its principles. YEMO approached for a closer examination. The energy emanated a peculiar sensation, as if it harbored some ancient wisdom. Recently, there has been a secret project underway in the West. Director Wang's tone turned grave. They seem to have discovered a method to rapidly enhance the energy control capabilities of ordinary individuals. Should they succeed, he left the thought unfinished, but YEMO comprehended its implications. In this world, the ability to control energy equated to power. Should the West be able to mass-produce the strong, the East would face a formidable threat. Do you know why you were chosen? Director Wang suddenly asked. YEMO shook his head. Because your perspective is unique, Director Wang gestured toward the golden energy. While everyone else is focused on increasing energy purity, you have recognized the significance of energy structure. This reminds me of an ancient legend. He approached a nearby control panel. It is said that in ancient times, our ancestors mastered a special method of energy utilization. This method was not merely about purification and accumulation, but a profound understanding of the essence of energy. The control panel displayed various data concerning the golden energy sphere. YEMO noted that many of these values were anomalies, entirely beyond the scope of existing theories. Recently, we uncovered some records at an archaeological site in the West, Director Wang continued. These fragments mention that true energy control begins with the most fundamental structures. YEMO felt a surge of realization. This assertion aligned perfectly with his understanding of quantum physics. The quantum level, the essence of all matter and energy, is merely different arrangements of fundamental structures. I will give you 3 days. Director Wang stated. Study this energy and see what you can uncover. Remember, this matter is strictly confidential. With that, he turned and departed the experimental hall, leaving YEMO alone to confront this enigmatic research subject. Chapter 12. Late-night research in the dead of night. Within the core experimental area, YEMO sat solitary before the control panel, meticulously examining the data of the golden energy sphere. The entire hall was devoid of company, so quiet that he could hear the faint hum of the equipment. YEMO, what are your thoughts on this energy? It is quite extraordinary. Its energy structure is profoundly intricate, as if composed of countless minuscule energy units. Each unit appears to be operating according to some underlying principle, yet I cannot fully comprehend this pattern. YEMO summoned a three-dimensional model. Within the holographic projection, the internal structure of the golden energy sphere became distinctly visible. Countless fine energy filaments interwove to form an exceedingly complex three-dimensional structure. At that moment, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. When the energy sphere rotated to a specific angle, those energy filaments briefly formed a unique pattern, reminiscent of some ancient symbol. Wait, YEMO suddenly recalled something and quickly retrieved the experimental data from the Qinglong Research Institute. During the energy resonance incident, he had observed a similar energy structure. Though the scale and complexity were entirely different, the fundamental principles seemed to resonate. Just as he was engrossed in his research, the door to the experimental hall swung open once more. Suu entered. Holding a document. Still researching at this hour? She inquired, approaching YEMO and gazing at the energy structure in the holographic projection. I have some findings I wish to verify, YEMO replied, pointing to the periodically emerging unique patterns. Look here. Whenever the energy reaches this position, this structure appears. Suu's eyes lit up. This pattern? I have seen it before. She swiftly flipped through the document in her hands, revealing an investigation report on the Western ruins. In a blurry photograph, symbols strikingly similar to those within the energy sphere were prominently displayed. This mural was discovered 3 months ago in the West, Suu stated. At the time, no one could decipher the meaning of these symbols. But now it seems they may represent some form of writing documenting the laws of energy operation. YEMO pondered. From a quantum physics perspective, these symbols could very well be an ancient description of the essence of energy. By the way, Suu lowered her voice, do you know why Director Wang is so eager to research this energy sphere? YEMO shook his head. The day before yesterday, a prominent ancient martial family in the West announced that they had discovered a method to rapidly enhance ordinary individuals' energy control capabilities. Although there is no concrete evidence yet, the higher-ups at the headquarters are quite anxious. Just then, The energy sphere emitted a faint wave. YEMO noticed that when the wave occurred, the arrangement of those energy filaments underwent subtle changes. He summoned the data on the energy fluctuations, carefully analyzing the patterns of change. This fluctuation pattern reminded him of the characteristics of quantum entanglement. "What have you discovered?" Suyu inquired. "These energy filaments are not randomly arranged." YEMO pointed at the holographic projection. "They seem to follow some fundamental principle akin to, like a musical score, where each note has its fixed position." He swiftly adjusted the parameters, converting the fluctuation frequency into a visual representation. A complex yet orderly three-dimensional structure emerged within the projection. "This resembles a complete system," YEMO remarked. "If we can comprehend this pattern, perhaps we can find a safe method to enhance energy control capabilities." Just as Suyu was about to respond, her expression suddenly shifted. "Someone is coming." The door to the experimental hall swung open once more. A figure entered silently. It was Director Wang. "Still researching at this hour?" Director Wang's gaze swept between the two. "Any discoveries?" Just as EMO was about to reply, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. The energy fluctuations emanating from Director Wang became exceptionally intense, rendering the air in the entire experimental hall heavy. "We have some preliminary findings," EMO stated, retrieving the earlier analysis results. "This energy seems to encompass a complete operational system." Director Wang approached the control panel, observing the three-dimensional structure within the holographic projection. His eyes sharpened. "Continue." "The arrangement of these energy filaments is not random but operates according to a specific fixed pattern." YEMO pointed at the periodically appearing patterns, noting that whenever it reached specific nodes, symbols would emerge. "Symbols?" Director Wang's voice suddenly deepened. "Are you suggesting that these energy structures themselves serve as ancient records of heritage?" At that moment, the golden energy sphere began to ripple violently. YEMO observed that the energy field surrounding Director Wang seemed to resonate with the energy sphere. An intriguing discovery. Director Wang composed himself, stating that a special guest would visit the following day, and that YEMO was to report these findings to him. After speaking, he cast a meaningful glance at Suyu and turned to leave the experimental hall. Once the footsteps faded completely, Suyu sighed in relief. Director Wang has been acting strangely lately. Ever since the discovery of the Western relics, he has become unusually anxious. YEMO pondered. This mysterious energy sphere, those ancient symbols, and the sudden announcement from Western powers all seem to point to a greater secret. Tomorrow's guest. Suyu hesitated. It should be the special advisor from the headquarters. I've heard he is quite an enigmatic figure. YEMO continued to analyze the data from the energy sphere. As his research deepened, he discovered that the hidden patterns within these energy structures bore a striking resemblance to some fundamental principles in quantum physics. "Look at this," he brought up a new set of data. When energy flowed to these nodes, the entire structure underwent a transition, much like switching between different states. Suyu leaned closer to examine the data. "This transition is remarkably regular, resembling the operational path of a cultivation technique." Just then, the energy sphere fluctuated again, this time more violently than before, causing the instruments throughout the experimental hall to sound alarms. "Something's amiss." YEMO quickly checked the data. The energy structure had become unstable. In the holographic projection, the originally orderly strands of energy began to spiral into chaos. YEMO noticed that this turmoil seemed to originate from a specific node, akin to a finely tuned gear suddenly jamming. "We must stabilize it immediately." Suyu dashed toward the control panel, exclaiming that uncontrolled energy could lead to catastrophic consequences. YEMO took a deep breath and began adjusting the parameters. At that moment, his knowledge of quantum physics merged flawlessly with the energy laws of this world. Chapter 13. The Special Advisor in the early morning, within the core experimental zone of the headquarters. YEMO stood before the control panel, reflecting on last night's energy crisis. Although he had ultimately stabilized the energy sphere, the bizarre fluctuation pattern left him with an unsettling premonition. "Good morning, Researcher Yi." Suyu entered the experimental hall, informing him that the special advisor had arrived and was in conversation with Director Wang. Just then, the door to the experimental hall swung open. Director Wang entered, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair. The old man appeared to be over 70, dressed in a plain gray Zhongshan suit, yet exuded a unique aura with every gesture. YEMO felt a stir in his heart. The energy fluctuations surrounding this elderly man were remarkably subdued. If not for his deliberate observation, one could scarcely sense his presence. "This is Advisor Lee," Director Wang introduced, his tone laced with evident respect. Advisor Lee approached the energy sphere, his gaze profound. "I felt last night's fluctuations from 10 kilometers away. An interesting method of handling it, entirely different from conventional means of energy suppression." He turned to EMO. "Please share your findings." YEMO could sense that the special advisor's gaze seemed to penetrate the very soul. This sensation reminded him of Elder Chun. YEMO began to report his discoveries, projecting a hologram to showcase the unique energy structures and the periodically appearing symbols. This sphere of energy was not merely a simple collection of energy, but rather a precise operating system. EMO pointed to the orderly strands of energy, each resembling an independent loop yet maintaining a certain equilibrium with the whole. Advisor Lee nodded, gesturing for him to continue. "Most notably, these nodes, EMO retrieved last night's fluctuation data. When energy flowed to specific positions, special symbols would form. These symbols likely represent a form of writing that records the laws of energy operation." "Intriguing," Advisor Lee mused softly. "Do you know why the energy crisis occurred last night?" EMO hesitated. "I believe it may not have been a true loss of control. The fluctuations were too patterned, resembling a preset protective mechanism being triggered." Advisor Lee's eyes brightened suddenly. "Continue. It is akin to reading a book." EMO chose his words with caution. "If one does not read in the correct order and method, one will encounter obstacles. The information contained within this energy may also require a specific approach to decode." The experimental hall fell into a brief silence. Advisor Lee approached the energy sphere, extending his right hand, from which a remarkably pure energy wave emanated. The energy sphere resonated, and the symbols began to rearrange in a novel manner. Indeed, Advisor Lee retracted his hand, confirming this was a form of heritage, but not accessible to all that it awaited someone who could truly comprehend it. Advisor Lee's gaze fell upon EMO. "Your way of thinking is quite unique. It is neither the conventional perspective of a cultivator nor solely that of a researcher. This calls to mind an old friend." EMO's heart stirred. He sensed hidden meaning in Advisor Lee's words. "The origins of this energy are quite special," Advisor Lee continued. "It was not seized from the West but discovered in an ancient relic. That relic shares roots with the ancient martial heritage currently held by Western powers." Director Wang appeared somewhat astonished, evidently hearing this information for the first time. "Recently, there have been some unusual movements from the West," Advisor Lee stated. "They claim to have found a method to rapidly enhance ordinary people's control over energy. But in reality, they may have discovered something far more significant." At that moment, the energy sphere fluctuated once more, but this time the disturbance felt different, more like a response. "It seems it has acknowledged you." Advisor Lee smiled slightly. "For the upcoming research, you need not report to Director Wang. You will report directly to me." Director Wang's expression shifted, but he refrained from speaking. "Also," Advisor Lee turned to leave, "come find me tonight when the moon is high in the sky. There are matters I need to discuss with you privately." Once Advisor Lee departed, the atmosphere in the experimental hall became somewhat delicate. Director Wang cast a deep glance at EMO before turning to leave. "What happened?" Suyu whispered. YEMO shook his head, feeling as though he had been drawn into a much larger vortex. As night fell, EMO proceeded to the back mountain of the headquarters as agreed. It was a secluded bamboo grove, said to have existed since the establishment of the headquarters. Moonlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. YEMO noticed that the energy density in this grove was unusually high and remarkably pure. "Have you arrived?" Advisor Lee's voice emanated from deep within the bamboo grove. YEMO followed the sound and discovered Advisor Lee seated on a piece of green stone, holding a cup of tea. Under the moonlight, the old man's white hair shimmered with a faint silver glow. "Please, take a seat." Advisor Lee gestured toward the stone across from him. As EMO sat down, he felt a gentle energy enveloping the entire bamboo grove. This energy was distinctly different. It was neither the traditional martial true chi nor ordinary spiritual energy. "Do you know why you were chosen?" Advisor Lee asked directly. "Is it because of my discoveries regarding energy structures?" "Not entirely." Advisor Lee sipped his tea. "Your way of thinking and perspective on issues are quite distinct. This world requires such new viewpoints, especially at this critical juncture." YEMO felt a stir within. "The critical juncture you speak of refers to the revival of spiritual energy 30 years ago was merely a beginning." Advisor Lee's voice grew solemn. The true transformation is only now commencing. Have you heard of the Great Transformation Technique? Advisor Lee gazed at the moon in the sky. Yemo shook his head. It is an ancient concept that speaks of the laws governing the movements of heaven and earth. Advisor Lee continued. The revival of spiritual energy 30 years ago was, in fact, the beginning of a cycle. Now, we are approaching a critical point within this cycle. The wind in the bamboo grove suddenly grew restless. Yemo noticed that the energy fluctuations in the air began to intensify. Those Westerners, Advisor Lee's voice took on a grave tone, may have already discovered the laws governing this cyclical change. Their so-called method for rapidly enhancing energy control is merely a facade for their true plans. What is their real objective? They aim to preemptively guide this change, Advisor Lee explained. Just as you discovered in the laboratory, energy possesses inherent laws. If one can master these laws, it may be possible to influence the entire world's energy system. Yemo recalled the mysterious symbols contained within the golden energy sphere. But such attempts are exceedingly perilous. Advisor Lee's gaze sharpened. To forcibly intervene in the laws of heaven and earth would yield unpredictable consequences. This is why we need your unique perspective to find a safer path. Chapter 14. Midnight Conversations in the Depths of the Bamboo Grove. The moonlight cascaded like water. Do you know why ancient martial artists pursue the elevation of their realms? Advisor Lee inquired suddenly. Yemo shook his head. Although he had witnessed the remarkable abilities of several ancient martial artists over the past few days, his understanding of the cultivation system remains superficial on the surface. It appears to be for power, yet in truth, each realm signifies a distinct comprehension of the essence of energy. Advisor Lee elaborated, casually plucking a bamboo leaf. The leaf floated in his hand, emanating a faint glow. Through quantum state analysis, Yemo discerned that Advisor Lee was manipulating energy in an exquisitely intricate manner, creating a miniature circulation system. Mingjing represents perception, Anjing signifies mastery, Huajing denotes transformation, Danjing embodies condensation, and Guasian. Advisor Lee paused momentarily. The Guasian realm is the true commencement of grasping the essence of energy. Yemo noted that when Advisor Lee uttered the term Guasian, subtle fluctuations rippled through the surrounding energy field. However, at present, Western forces seek to bypass this process and directly seize the most fundamental power. It is akin to attempting to construct the uppermost floors of a skyscraper without a foundation. Advisor Lee's voice deepened, yet they overlook a pivotal issue in this world. Technology and ancient martial arts have never been adversaries. A true sage should perceive the shared principles underlying both. Yemo felt a stirring within. This statement reminded him of something Elder Chun had once said. Your discoveries in the laboratory are quite intriguing, Advisor Lee continued. To comprehend ancient energy laws through modern thought is precisely the direction we require. The symbols within that golden energy sphere may represent an alternate interpretation of the essence of energy by the ancients. He rose, his silhouette appearing particularly upright under the moonlight. Starting tomorrow, I shall teach you some fundamental cultivation methods, not traditional approaches, but a novel path tailored to your strengths. Are you suggesting that quantum physics and ancient martial arts may indeed be different expressions of the same principles? Advisor Lee remarked thoughtfully, as you have observed in your experiments. The essence of energy is far more intricate than we can fathom. Suddenly, Yemo grasped something profound. The energy structures he had observed during his experiments bore striking similarities to the characteristics of quantum states. Perhaps this was no mere coincidence. It is getting late, Advisor Lee stated. Return and rest well. Remember, some matters should not be disclosed to anyone, including Director Wang. Yemo nodded and turned to leave. And should you encounter that old friend of mine, please extend my regards, Advisor Lee added suddenly. Yemo paused, but when he turned back, Advisor Lee had vanished into the depths of the bamboo grove. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yemo pondered over the conversation from that evening. Every word from Advisor Lee seemed laden with significance, particularly the phrase conveying his regards, which was clearly intended for Elder Chen. He opened his computer and began documenting his research notes for the day. The characteristics of the golden energy sphere, those enigmatic symbols, and the laws governing energy structures all required meticulous analysis. Xiaomo, what do you think Advisor Lee means by a new path? From his hints, it seems he wishes for you to explore the application of quantum physics principles in energy cultivation. This is indeed a groundbreaking direction. If successful, it could pioneer an unprecedented cultivation system. Yemo nodded. recalling the data on energy fluctuations from the laboratory, which indeed bore numerous resemblances to changes in quantum states. If he could uncover the connections within. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Suyu. See you in the laboratory tomorrow morning. There is an important discovery. The following morning, Yemo arrived at the laboratory. Suyu was already there, her expression somewhat grave. Look at this, she said, displaying a new set of data. These are the results of my analysis from last night. The energy structures of those banned substances bear an uncanny resemblance to certain symbols within the golden energy sphere. Yemo scrutinized the data closely. Indeed, the energy arrangements within those high-purity substances appear to mimic certain foundational structures found in the energy sphere. Moreover, Suyu lowered her voice, I have come across some information. Recently, there is a secret project in the Western martial arts community called the New Era Plan. They claim they will cultivate 10,000 energy manipulators within a year. 10,000? Yemo furrowed his brow. Even with special methods, that figure seems exaggerated. Unless, Suyu's expression turned serious, they have already grasped a means for bulk enhancement. This method is likely related to the golden energy sphere. Just then, the laboratory door swung open. Director Wang entered, flanked by two unfamiliar individuals. Researcher Yi, Director Wang announced, the headquarters has decided to establish a special research group dedicated to exploring the feasibility of rapid energy enhancement. These two are core members of the group. Yemo glanced at the two individuals. Point one was a middle-aged man with piercing eyes. The other was a young woman, appearing in her 20s, yet exuding an aura of inscrutability. I am Zhou Ming, from the Energy Application Research Center, the middle-aged man introduced. This is Lin Xiaoyu. She has made significant contributions to the analysis of ancient martial arts inheritance. Yemo noticed that both individuals emitted unique energy fluctuations. Zhou Ming's energy was contained and sharp, akin to a drawn sword, while Lin Xiaoyu's energy flowed like water, seemingly gentle yet containing formidable strength. The task of the special research group is quite straightforward. Director Wang stated, within 3 months, we must identify a viable method for rapid energy enhancement. This is crucial for the future of the entire Eastern martial arts community. 3 months. Suyu could not help but exclaim. Such a short time frame. Time is of the essence, Zhou Ming interjected. According to intelligence, the Western New Era Plan has already entered the implementation phase. If we do not respond promptly, the consequences could be dire. Lin Xiaoyu approached the golden energy sphere. Softly murmuring, the secrets concealed within this energy sphere may represent our final opportunity. Yemo observed that as Lin Xiaoyu neared the energy sphere, the arrangement of the symbols seemed to undergo subtle changes. This alteration resembled the reactions triggered by Advisor Li the previous night, yet bore distinctions. Effective immediately, the laboratory will implement the highest level of control. Director Wang surveyed the group. All research data must remain confidential, and each individual's research progress must be reported separately. Director Wang, Zhou Ming suddenly said, per the headquarters directives, we also require some special experimental subjects. Director Wang nodded. Arrangements have already been made. A batch of volunteers will arrive tomorrow, all of whom have signed the relevant agreements. Yemo and Suyu exchanged glances. The so-called volunteers were evidently to be utilized for testing the energy enhancement plan on ordinary individuals. Researcher Yi, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly spoke, her voice cold. I have heard you possess unique insights into energy structures. Might you elaborate? Yemo felt the weight of all eyes in the room upon him. He knew that every response he provided could significantly influence the direction of the entire research. Chapter 15. The experiment begins in the early morning, within the special research area of the headquarters. Yemo stood in the observation room, gazing through the one-way glass at the experimental hall outside. 20 volunteers were already in position. They were all ordinary individuals without any foundational training. The first group of experiments is about to commence. Zhou Ming's voice resonated through the intercom. Objective: to test the effects of the modified energy agents on ordinary individuals. Yemo focused on the data panel. This batch of agents had been formulated based on certain characteristics of the golden energy sphere. Achieving a purity of 82, while not on par with those banned substances, they were theoretically safer. Once the energy agents were distributed, Lin Xiaoyu stationed herself at the control panel to begin recording data. Through quantum state analysis, Yemo could clearly see the changes occurring in each volunteer after ingesting the agents. Energy began to flow within their bodies, yet this flow was uneven, as if searching for a specific pathway. The first group of data is anomalous, Suyu suddenly shouted. Volunteers 3 and 7 are exhibiting energy fluctuations beyond expectations. EMO immediately accessed the detailed data. The energy within these two volunteers was rapidly coalescing, forming an unstable vortex structure. Immediate action is required, EMO stated. This energy structure is perilous. If it continues to develop, before he could finish, both volunteers suddenly cried out in agony as their skin began to manifest an unnatural redness. Emergency response protocol activated, Zhou Ming commanded. Inject stabilizers. However, EMO understood that standard stabilizers might not suffice in this scenario. Through quantum state analysis, he observed that the energy within the two volunteers was beginning to affect their cellular structures. Wait! EMO quickly retrieved the data on the golden energy sphere. We need to employ an etho palette. The vital signs of the two volunteers had stabilized. Researcher Yi, as Zhou Ming approached, inquired, "What inspired you to employ the method of energy counteraction?" It stemmed from the structure of the energy sphere, EMO elucidated. Those ancient symbols embody a concept of balance. Any uncontrolled energy possesses a corresponding means of restraint. Lin Xiaoyu pondered, "This discovery is significant. Traditional ancient martial arts emphasize the equilibrium of yin and yang. It appears this principle is applicable at the energetic level as well. Yet, the results of this experiment indicate." Zhou Ming frowned, "Merely enhancing energy purity is insufficient. We must identify a safer approach." At that moment, Director Wang entered the observation room. The headquarters has just received news that the Western New Era project has commenced its initial phase of testing. They claim the success rate of the first batch of experimenters has reached 30. A profound silence enveloped the laboratory. If this data is authentic, it implies the West has discovered a viable method. We must expedite our progress, Director Wang stated. Researcher Yi, your understanding of energy structures has provided us with new insights. Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for devising a new experimental plan. EMO nodded. Yet her mind grappled with another inquiry. The energy control patterns exhibited by the two volunteers during today's experiment bore a striking resemblance to those seen in victims of illicit substances. What could this signify? Xiaomo, she mused internally, do you believe the West has genuinely found a safe method? Based on the current data analysis, this rapid enhancement of energy entails significant risks, unless they have mastered some key technology of which we are still unaware. That evening, EMO remained alone in the laboratory, organizing data. Although today's experiment had been contained in time, the emerging issues warranted deep reflection. She summoned the three-dimensional projection of the golden energy sphere, meticulously studying the arrangement of the mysterious symbols. After a period of observation, she discerned that these symbols seemed to form a cohesive system, akin to a detailed manual for the operation of energy. Fascinating, EMO noted, as she observed that when energy reached certain specific nodes, the arrangement of symbols manifested a spiral structure, reminiscent of the DNA double helix. Xiaomo, do you think these symbols might be hinting at some alteration at the level of life? Very likely, came the reply. According to today's experimental data, the energy agent indeed affected the cellular structure of the experimenters. This influence is not merely an injection of energy, it attempts to alter some fundamental characteristics of the human body. As she was deep in contemplation, the laboratory door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Xiaoyu entered silently. Still researching at this late hour? She approached EMO, gazing at the holographic projection. I knew I would find you here. EMO noticed that Lin Xiaoyu's demeanor was somewhat different this evening. The energy fluctuations she emanated were more subdued than during the day, yet they exuded an unfathomable depth. Today's experiment has led me to contemplate certain possibilities. Lin Xiaoyu remarked. The reactions of those two experimenters actually provided us with a crucial hint. What hint? Energy is not merely a simple accumulation of power. It necessitates a resonance with life itself. She pointed to the symbols in the projection. Do these arrangements not resemble some rhythm of life? A spark ignited within EMO. This was precisely the question she had been contemplating. The protracted duration required for traditional ancient martial arts training is to gradually enable the body to acclimate to energy fluctuations. Lin Xiaoyu continued, however, if we could pinpoint the key to the resonance between life and energy, we might achieve a rapid and safe enhancement. EMO interjected. Yet the challenge lies in the fact that each individual's life characteristics are unique. Discovering a universally applicable method is nearly impossible. Unless, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly sparkled, we can uncover the most fundamental patterns of life energy. Just as you mentioned the DNA double helix, all life adheres to this basic pattern while also giving rise to countless variations. Nevertheless, Yimo observed the flowing symbols within the energy sphere. Even if we identify such a fundamental pattern, altering the human structure in a short time remains perilous. This may explain the failures associated with those illicit substances. Lin Xiaoyu approached the energy sphere, extending her hand, from which a pure energy emanated. The energy sphere immediately resonated, and the flow of symbols accelerated. Do you know why the headquarters selected me for the special research group? She suddenly inquired. Why? Yimo shook her head. Because I am an anomaly. Lin Xiaoyu retracted her hand, stating, after the revival of spiritual energy, most individuals train through traditional methods. But I possess an innate ability to perceive the essence of energy. Yimo noticed that as she spoke, subtle fluctuations emerged within the surrounding energy field. This talent enables me to directly see the operational laws of energy, she continued, but it also makes me acutely aware that forcibly altering life characteristics comes at a cost. The West's New Era project is likely facing the same dilemma. Just then, the laboratory alarm blared. Abnormal energy fluctuations, Xiaomo alerted. Originating from deep underground. Lin Xiaoyu's expression suddenly grew grave. This is not good. It's the underground laboratory. They have commenced. Who has commenced what? Yimo inquired. Director Wang and his team, Lin Xiaoyu replied as she swiftly made her way to the door. They may be clandestinely conducting human trials. Follow me. But remember, we are merely here to observe. Do not act rashly. Yimo followed in her wake. Through the emergency passage, the pair hastily descended deeper underground. As they progressed, the energy fluctuations in the air intensified. Chapter 16. The Underground Secret. As they descended further, Yimo sensed the energy fluctuations in the air growing ever more potent. The concentration of spiritual energy here far exceeded that at the surface. Yet it imparted a stifling sensation. Xiaomo, what is the situation here? Yimo silently queried. Multiple energy sources detected, with concentrations exceeding 5,000 EUM. However, this energy is highly unstable, as if forcibly compressed together. Additionally, I have identified some familiar fluctuation characteristics within this energy. Yimo and Lin Xiaoyu reached the 7th underground level. The corridors here were markedly narrower, with the walls adorned with energy sealing runes to prevent energy leakage. Suddenly, a pained scream echoed from ahead. Something is amiss, Lin Xiaoyu halted. This energy fluctuation? They are forcibly elevating the energy levels of the test subjects. Someone is approaching. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly lowered her voice, pulling Yimo into a nearby equipment room. 5 high-energy entities are approaching. Xiaomo alerted Yimo. Among them is Director Wang. It is advisable to remain hidden and gather more information. Through a crack in the door, they observed Director Wang striding briskly with several others. Analysis complete, Xiaomo communicated to Yimo 5 individuals, all possessing energy levels above the transformation stage. Pay particular attention to the last individual. Their energy structure is severely unstable, and life characteristics are rapidly deteriorating. Yimo scrutinized the unstable test subject through the door's crevice. Xiaomo's analysis indicated that the energy within this individual was operating in an extremely hazardous manner, akin to an overloaded engine. That's Assistant Zhang, Lin Xiaoyu whispered. He was an ordinary staff member in the laboratory just last week. Now, Yimo noted that Assistant Zhang's complexion was alarmingly pale, his body trembling slightly as he walked. Through quantum state analysis, he observed that the energy within him exhibited a chaotic spiral, starkly contrasting with the orderly structure of the golden energy sphere. They are courting disaster, Lin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, forcibly infusing energy without regard for the human body's capacity. Another agonizing cry resonated through the laboratory, followed by the shattering of glass. The situation is critical, Xiaomo warned. Energy concentration within the laboratory has exceeded 8,000 EUM and is rapidly escalating. This concentration is approaching the threshold of what an ordinary human can endure. Just as Yimo was about to speak, he suddenly saw Director Wang and his entourage hastily enter the laboratory. Through the open door, he glimpsed an IND. Such a collapse could potentially jeopardize the entire underground laboratory. Lin Xiaoyu seemed to sense the impending danger, her complexion suddenly paling. This is bad. Something catastrophic is about to happen. Yimo rapidly contemplated a countermeasure. According to quantum state analysis, the energy within the experimental subject had spiraled completely out of control. If not addressed promptly, the entire underground laboratory would be affected. Xiaoma, is there any way to contain this energy collapse? Analyzing based on the structural characteristics of the golden energy sphere, If we can identify the correct energy frequency, perhaps we can guide the uncontrolled energy to form a temporary stable loop. However, the risks are considerable. A slight misstep could accelerate the collapse. The situation within the laboratory grew increasingly perilous. The individual on the experimental table began to emanate an eerie glow, and the connected instruments exploded one after another. Even Director Wang sensed the anomaly and started to retreat. Immediate action was imperative. YEMO turned to Lin Xiaoyu, stating, "I have an idea, but I need your cooperation." Lin Xiaoyu nodded. "Speak. Can you contain the uncontrolled energy? Even if only for a few seconds? I need time to establish an energy guiding field. I can give it a try." Lin Xiaoyu took a deep breath. "My innate ability allows me to briefly influence the flow of energy." At that moment, the experimental subject suddenly broke free from its restraints, radiating violent energy fluctuations. The surrounding air began to warp due to the overwhelming density of energy. "Now," EMO dashed out of the equipment room. Lin Xiaoyu followed closely behind, forming hand seals as a pure wave of energy instantly spread forth, creating an invisible barrier that temporarily confined the runaway energy within a certain range. YEMO swiftly adjusted the surrounding instruments, configuring the energy frequency in accordance with the characteristics of the quantum state. This was his first time applying the principles of quantum physics directly in a practical scenario. "What are you doing?" Director Wang barked, but no one had the time to heed him. The situation in the laboratory had reached a critical juncture. "Warning, energy concentration has exceeded 10,000 EUM, Xiaoma urgently reminded YEMO. Lin Xiaoyu's energy barrier can hold for at most 30 seconds. YEMO's fingers flew over the control panel. Through quantum state analysis, he discerned a faint core node within the chaotic energy, akin to a key particle in quantum entanglement. If he could stabilize this node. 10 more seconds, YEMO shouted to Lin Xiaoyu. Sweat began to bead on Lin Xiaoyu's forehead, clearly indicating that maintaining the energy barrier was draining her significantly. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered, even channeling more energy to reinforce the barrier. "You are courting disaster?" Director Wang yelled. "This level of energy chaos is beyond your control. Everyone, evacuate immediately." But YEMO understood that if the issue could not be resolved here, the entire underground laboratory would be obliterated by the energy storm. At that point, the main facility above ground would also be affected. 0.5 seconds left. "Hurry." Lin Xiaoyu's voice trembled. "I can barely hold on." In that critical moment, YEMO finally completed the final adjustments. The wave of energy at a specific frequency emanated from the instruments, striking the core node of the energy storm with pinpoint accuracy. The entire laboratory fell into a brief silence. Then, the frenzied energy began to reorganize according to the new frequency, gradually forming a stable energy cycle. The experimental subject also began to calm down. Although still unconscious, its vital signs started to stabilize. "We succeeded," Xiaoma declared. "The energy structure has been restabilized. While it may not be perfect, we have at least averted a catastrophic outcome." Lin Xiaoyu retracted the energy barrier. Leaning against the wall, her complexion ashened, YEMO approached her to lend support, realizing her hands were icy cold. Clearly, the recent exertion had drained her of too much energy. Chapter 17. Undercurrents, just as the crisis in the laboratory had been averted. Director Wang's expression turned exceptionally grim. Researcher, he fixated on YEMO, his voice frigid. "What method did you employ just now?" "That means of energy control is something I have never encountered." YEMO helped Lin Xiaoyu to sit down while inwardly inquiring, "Xiaoma, will the recent energy fluctuations expose anything?" "Rest assured, your operation appeared more akin to a specialized ancient martial technique," Xiaoma replied. "However, Director Wang is evidently intrigued by this method. I suggest we proceed with caution. It is merely a result of theoretical deduction." YEMO replied calmly, "By analyzing the patterns of energy flow, I discovered a potential solution." "Theoretical deduction?" Director Wang scoffed. "You, someone who has yet to master the basics, think you can control such a degree of energy chaos?" Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the laboratory door was abruptly pushed open. Consultant Li entered with deliberate steps. "I find this quite intriguing." The elder's voice was calm yet carried an undeniable authority. "You researcher, could you elaborate on your findings?" Director Wang's expression instantly shifted to one of respect. "Consultant Li, what brings you here?" "Given the significant energy fluctuations underground, it would be irresponsible of me not to investigate." Consultant Li remarked, his gaze profoundly sweeping over the experimental table and the unconscious subject. Consultant Lee approached the experimental table, scrutinizing the unconscious subject, forcefully infusing energy in an attempt to elevate one's state in a short time frame. He mused softly. This method was attempted 30 years ago when spiritual energy first revived, and the results were far from ideal. Director Wang hung his head in silence. Consultant Lee continued, I recall that many lives were lost back then, which led to the establishment of the spiritual energy management regulations, strictly limiting such experiments. Director Wang, you should be well aware of this history, correct? Consultant Lee, Director Wang finally spoke. The West has already commenced large-scale experiments. If we do not hasten our progress, so you choose to proceed in this fashion? Consultant Lee interjected, do you truly believe the West has discovered a safe method for enhancement? The price they pay for their new era plan is likely far greater than you can imagine. Yemo noticed a glimmer of concern in Consultant Lee's eyes as he spoke. Why, researcher? Consultant Lee turned to Yemo. The method you utilized earlier is quite unique. Instead of combating the uncontrolled energy, you guided it to reform a stable structure. This reminds me of certain ancient records. What records? Director Wang could not help but inquire. The text from the Mo family mentioned that the essence of energy lies not in its strength, but in principle. Consultant Lee explained, casting a glance at Mo. Those who comprehend principle can achieve great results with minimal effort. Xiaoma suddenly interjected in Yemo's mind, detected subtle changes in Consultant Lee's energy. He seems to be hinting at something. Moreover, the mention of the Mo family triggered certain deep-seated programs within me, but the specifics will require time to analyze. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu spoke up, Consultant Lee. While I was organizing ancient texts, I discovered some records regarding the source of energy. Those contents appear to bear some resemblance to you researchers' findings. Consultant Lee nodded, bring those materials with you, and come see me tomorrow morning. Now, he surveyed the group, I will report this matter to the main facility. Director Wang, you would do well to prepare a detailed report. After Consultant Lee departed, Director Wang cast a dark glance at Mo. Ye researcher, I hope you remember that some matters are best left unspoken. Otherwise, he left the laboratory without finishing his sentence. We are being watched, Lin Xiaoyu whispered. Director Wang will not let this go so easily. Mo pondered deeply. On the surface, tonight's events seemed coincidental, yet they appeared to conceal a more profound truth, especially regarding the Mo family that Consultant Lee mentioned. Xiaoma, you mentioned that Consultant Lee's reference to the Mo family triggered certain programs within you? Mo inquired upon returning to his dormitory. Indeed, I discovered that my core program seems to contain information related to the Mo family, but it cannot be fully analyzed just yet. However, one thing is certain. This information is connected to the quantum state penetration experiment. Mo sat before his computer, pulling up the experimental data from that night. Through quantum state analysis, he realized that the method he employed to handle the energy chaos bore an extraordinary resemblance to certain symbolic structures within the golden energy sphere. Interestingly, Xiaoma continued, when you applied the principles of the quantum state to interpret those symbols, they became remarkably clear. It is as though two completely different languages are articulating the same truth. As he spoke, Yemo's phone vibrated. It was a message from Lin Xiaoyu. Before you meet Consultant Lee tomorrow, come to my laboratory first. There are some things I need to show you. The following morning, Mo arrived at Lin Xiaoyu's laboratory. It was a quiet, small archive, filled with ancient texts on the surrounding shelves. Look at this. Lin Xiaoyu retrieved an old tome from the shelf. I found this while organizing materials from the western ruins. It contains records regarding Mo family mechanisms. Mo took the tome, noting that the text was quite faded, yet certain patterns remained distinctly visible. These patterns, wait! Xiaoma suddenly exclaimed, the energy structures contained within these patterns bear an extraordinary resemblance to certain symbols within the golden energy sphere. This is not an ordinary mechanism diagram. Lin Xiaoyu pointed to a complex pattern in the booklet. Observe the direction of these lines. They depict not merely a mechanical structure but resemble a pathway of energy flow. Mo scrutinized it closely. Through quantum state analysis, he discerned that these patterns indeed concealed a particular energy operation principle. Moreover, this principle bore a striking resemblance to the methods he employed when dealing with energy instability. Xiaomo, can you analyze these patterns? I am attempting to. Fascinating. These patterns appear to be an ancient coding system. The sages of the Mo family recorded their understanding of the essence of energy through the art of mechanisms. That is why Advisor Lee mentioned that the essence of energy lies in principle. Lin Xiaoyu pondered. The Mo family possessed not only mechanical arts but, more importantly, a profound understanding of natural laws. That moment, Yi Mo noticed a strange mark peeking out from the corner of the booklet. It was an exceedingly subtle symbol. Without the prompt from quantum state analysis, he might have completely overlooked it. This mark, Xiaomo's voice suddenly turned gravely serious. It has activated a core program within me. Why, EMO? Do you understand why the quantum state penetration experiment brought us to this world? Why? Because it is not coincidental. The principles of your experiment, to some extent, replicate the Mo family's sage's understanding of the essence of energy, and I might be a form of inheritance left by them. Chapter 18. The Mo family inheritance, are you suggesting? You might be the inheritance of the Mo family? Mo was somewhat astonished. Present. This is merely a preliminary conjecture, Xiaomo replied. As I encounter more information about the Mo family, it seems that a certain program within me is gradually activating. However, the specific content still requires more clues to unlock. Just as Mo was about to inquire further, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly interjected, "It is getting late. We should meet with Advisor Li." Upon arriving at Advisor Li's courtyard, Mo noted the peculiar arrangement. Several ancient pines adorned the yard, beneath which lay seemingly ordinary stone tables and stools. Yet, through quantum state analysis, he discovered that the energy field of the entire courtyard exhibited an extraordinarily harmonious state. "You have arrived?" Advisor Li was brewing tea. "Please, take a seat." Mo observed an antiquated copper mirror on the tea table, its surface engraved with intricate patterns. "Xiaomo, did you see these patterns?" "Indeed. They closely resemble the designs found in the Mo family's texts. Furthermore, they seem to form a miniature energy circulation system." "This mirror is over 2,000 years old," Advisor Li noted, seemingly aware of Mo's interest. "It is a relic of the Mo family. Do you know what makes it special?" "This mirror was used by the Mo family to observe the flow of energy between heaven and earth." Advisor Li gently caressed the mirror's surface. The ancients referred to it as the Xian mirror. It not only reflects objects but also reveals the trajectory of energy flow. Mo observed intently, noticing that the patterns on the mirror's surface shimmered in the sunlight, appearing almost alive. Through quantum state analysis, he saw that these patterns formed an exquisitely intricate energy network. "Xiaomo, these patterns, they constitute a complete energy observation system," Xiaomo stated. "Moreover, the principles of this system bear a striking resemblance to those of modern quantum detectors. The sages of the Mo family mastered this technology over 2 millennia ago." Advisor Li poured tea for the two. "Lin Xiaoyu, let me see the materials you have discovered." Lin Xiaoyu retrieved the ancient text, and after flipping through a few pages, Advisor Li suddenly remarked, "Researcher Yi, how much do you know about the Mo family?" "Not much," Mo candidly replied. "The Mo family was one of the most significant schools during the pre-Qin period." Advisor Li elaborated. "They were not only adept in mechanical arts but also possessed a unique understanding of natural laws. Even in that era, they had grasped the core secrets of energy application." He pointed to the patterns in the ancient text. "These are not merely mechanical blueprints. They represent the Mo family's comprehension of the essence of energy. They concealed this understanding within seemingly ordinary objects." "Why conceal it?" Lin Xiaoyu inquired. "Because this understanding was far ahead of its time." Advisor Li sighed. "In that era, most people were unable to accept such interpretations of natural laws. Over time, the Mo family gradually declined, and this knowledge was subsequently sealed away." He turned to Mo. "Interestingly, some theories in modern quantum physics remarkably align with the Mo family's understanding. This reminds me of an ancient saying, 'Different paths lead to the same destination.'" Mo felt a stir within. No wonder his quantum state analysis could comprehend the energy operations of this world. It turned out there was such a profound connection behind it. "Researcher Yi," Advisor Li's tone suddenly grew serious. "The method you employed to handle energy instability last night revealed to me a possibility. Perhaps the true path lies in combining modern science with ancient wisdom." Advisor Li raised his teacup and continued. "Do you know why the West managed to rise swiftly after the revival of spiritual energy? Is it because they mastered numerous ancient martial texts?" Mo queried. "That is merely a superficial reason." Advisor Li countered, shaking his head. "More importantly, they employed modern scientific methods to study these texts, thereby uncovering aspects that we have overlooked." He turned the Xian mirror towards the sunlight. "Observe the patterns on this mirror's surface. If understood from a modern physics perspective, it is, in fact, an extraordinarily precise energy detection device. The sages of the Mo family recorded their understanding of the essence of energy in the simplest manner. Mo meticulously examined through quantum state analysis and confirmed that the patterns on the mirror indeed formed a complete energy detection system, astonishingly similar in principle to modern quantum detectors. However, the Western approach has a fatal flaw, Advisor Lee remarked. They focus solely on results while neglecting the process. Forcing an elevation in energy levels will inevitably exact a toll, just like last night's experiment. Had you not promptly discerned the energy operation patterns, Advisor Lee, Lin Xiaoyu suddenly interrupted. While organizing the ancient texts, I discovered that the Mo family seems to have left behind some relics across the nation. Indeed, Advisor Lee nodded, and these relics are all interconnected in some manner. Unfortunately, most have been lost or destroyed. Currently, the only ones we can find are this Xian mirror and, he cast a meaningful glance at Mo. Some relics that perhaps even we have yet to discover. Why Mo felt a surge of inspiration. Could Xiaomo, as a unique quantum state analysis system, be part of the Mo family's inheritance? It is getting late. Advisor Lee stood up. Researcher Yi, take some time these days to study the Xian mirror thoroughly. Perhaps you will uncover something extraordinary within. Leaving Advisor Lee's courtyard, Mo cradled the Xian mirror in his hands. The mirror's surface gleamed with a bronze luster under the sunlight, and the mysterious pattern seemed to narrate an ancient wisdom. Xiaomo, can you perform a complete scan of these patterns? Initiating quantum state analysis. These patterns form an exceedingly complex energy network. Interestingly, their arrangement correlates with the symbols within the golden energy sphere. Walking along the path of the headquarters, Mo noted that the concentration of spiritual energy today was particularly high. The central district of Longdu, where the headquarters was located, was already a convergence point of spiritual energy, yet today seemed even more intense than usual. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected, Xiaomo suddenly remarked. Originating from the southeast direction, it appears to be a large-scale energy operation in progress. Mo looked up and realized that direction was precisely where the main experimental area of the headquarters lay. Researcher Yi, a familiar voice called out. Zhoming approached briskly. Director Wang asked me to inform you that there is an important experiment at the main experimental area at 2 p.m., and your presence is required. What experiment? The specifics will be revealed in due time. Zhou replied, casting a meaningful glance at the Xian mirror in Mo's hands. It seems Advisor Lee holds you in high regard. That mirror is a significant artifact of the headquarters. After Zhou departed, Xiaomo remarked, the energy fluctuations around him are somewhat unusual. He seems to have undergone some form of special enhancement. I suggest maintaining vigilance. Mo nodded. Ever since last night's underground experiment, he sensed the atmosphere within the headquarters had become subtly charged. Various factions appeared to be vying for influence in the shadows, and he might have already been ensnared in this undercurrent of turmoil. Chapter 19. The main experimental area at 2 p.m. Mo arrived at the main experimental area of the headquarters. It was a colossal building covering nearly 10,000 square meters, classified among the highest-level experimental facilities of the headquarters. Welcome to the main experimental area. Director Wang stood in the center of the hall, surrounded by a dozen researchers. Today, we are set to conduct a crucial experiment. Mo noticed that all present were core researchers of the headquarters. Lin Xiaoyu was among them, but her expression appeared somewhat grave. This is the newly developed energy purification device. Director Wang indicated a massive apparatus at the center, which utilized an entirely new method of energy processing, theoretically capable of enhancing purification efficiency to over 90%. Through quantum state analysis, Mo discovered that the structure of this device was exceedingly complex, with multiple energy circuits interwoven to form a vast energy network. Xiaomo, what is your assessment? The design of this device is quite unique. It seems to incorporate principles from certain ancient formations. However, a troubling issue arose. Its energy control system was excessively aggressive, potentially leading to an uncontrollable surge of energy. Director Wang continued, the purpose of this experiment is to validate the feasibility of rapidly enhancing energy levels. We have identified 10 volunteers, all of whom have signed the necessary agreements. Mo glanced at the volunteers, who were clad in specially designed experimental suits, each adorned with a numbered badge. Through quantum state analysis, he sensed that these individuals were not only tense, but also imbued with a certain expectation. The first group of experiments was about to commence. Director Wang announced, volunteers number 1 to 3, Please take your positions. The three volunteers approached the center of the apparatus. YEMO observed that 8 energy convergence points were arranged around the device, forming a complete Bagua formation. This configuration reminded him of certain patterns on the Xinjing. Energy purification initiated, current concentration 2000 EUM. A technician reported. As the equipment operated, the energy in the air began to converge towards the center. Through quantum state analysis, YEMO noted that this energy was being compressed into a highly refined state before being channeled into the volunteers' bodies through specialized conduits. Concentration rising to 5000 EUM. 7000 EUM? Hold on. YEMO suddenly exclaimed. The compression rate is too rapid. Researcher Yi, Director Wang retorted coldly, your advice is unwarranted here. This device employs the latest control technology and can ensure safety. Yet, the alarm from Xiaomo had already sounded. Danger. Unstable energy structure detected. This method of compression violated fundamental energy operation principles, akin to forcibly compressing a river into a narrow stream. Inevitably, it would breach its banks. Indeed, the faces of the three volunteers began to flush, their breathing becoming labored. Energy concentration at 10,000 EUM. The technician's voice trembled with tension. At that moment, YEMO noticed the surface of the Xinjing suddenly emanated a faint glow. The ancient pattern seemed to come alive, revealing a unique energy flow pattern. Xiaomo, do you see this? I do. The Xinjing appeared to be issuing a warning, displaying an energy pattern that was entirely contrary to the current experiment. If this continued. Before he could finish, a cry of agony interrupted everyone. Volunteer number 1 suddenly collapsed to the ground, his entire being radiating an eerie light. Emergency! Terminate the experiment! Lin Xiaoyu shouted. Their meridians cannot withstand this compression. But Director Wang remained unmoved. Continue. We must ascertain the limits. YEMO gazed at the Xinjing, and those illuminated patterns suddenly sparked a realization. If the layout of this Bagua formation adhered to the energy theories of the MO family. Xiaomo, help me analyze the energy pattern displayed by the Xinjing. Analysis complete. The Xinjing revealed a spiral energy operation path, entirely opposite to the current linear compression. According to MO family theory, energy movement should follow natural laws. Progressing gradually, volunteers 2 and 3 began to exhibit abnormalities as well. Their skin turned crimson, and the energy within them started to spiral out of control. Energy concentration at 12,000 EUM. The technician's voice quivered. YEMO understood the need for immediate action. He hastily approached, raising the Xinjing towards the center of the apparatus. The patterns on the mirror suddenly burst forth with dazzling light, forming a unique energy field. What are you doing? Director Wang barked, but it was too late to intervene. The energy field emitted by the Xinjing resonated with the experimental apparatus, and the previously chaotic energy began to flow along a new path. Is this the MO family's energy guidance method? Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. The condition of the three volunteers began to improve, their uncontrolled energy gradually stabilizing. Yet, YEMO knew this was merely a temporary reprieve. This experiment had inflicted irreversible damage on their meridians. Just then, the door to the experimental hall swung open. Advisor Li entered, accompanied by several senior officials from the headquarters. Experiment terminated. Advisor Li's voice, though quiet, carried an undeniable authority. Director Wang, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? This experiment has severely violated the Spiritual Energy Management Act. Director Wang's expression darkened considerably. Advisor Li, we are preparing to confront the Western threat. If we cannot enhance our strength swiftly, at the expense of our own people? Advisor Li approached the three volunteers, examining their conditions closely. Meridian damage, chaotic energy flow. Had it not been for researcher Ye's timely intervention with the Xinjing, the consequences would have been dire. YEMO observed that when Advisor Li mentioned the Xinjing, the expressions of the other senior officials turned unusually grave. Xiaomo, can you sense anything? The energy fluctuations from these senior officials are quite distinctive. They likely all possess the realm of true return. Moreover, their gazes upon the Xinjing are quite intriguing. It seems this mirror holds significance for them. Advisor Li turned to YEMO. How did you discover that the Xinjing could guide energy? I found that the patterns on the mirror resonate with the layout of the Bagua formation, YEMO explained, and the energy paths displayed by these patterns precisely mitigate the issues arising from linear compression. Advisor Li nodded. The wisdom of the MO family has never relied on brute force, but rather on an understanding of the principles. Director Wang, You are suspended from your duties pending investigation. This incident will undergo a thorough review by the headquarters. After Director Wang was led away, the atmosphere in the experimental hall remained tense. The 3 volunteers were taken to the medical area for treatment, while other researchers gradually departed. Researcher Yi, a senior official from the headquarters, spoke up. Yi Mo recognized him as Vice President Zhang Mingde. You seem to possess a unique understanding of the Mo family's heritage. It's merely a superficial comprehension, Yi Mo replied cautiously. No need for modesty. Advisor Li interjected. Tio discerned the connection between the Xinjiang and the Bagua formation in such a short time is quite remarkable. Zhang Mingde gazed at the Xinjiang. Since its discovery, no one has truly activated its energy guidance function. Today, we have witnessed its true power. Yemo noted that when the Xinjiang was raised, Xiaomo's response became unusually animated, detecting changes in the internal energy structure of the Xinjiang, seemingly responding to some signal. This pattern of change resonates with my core programming. The headquarters intends to realign its research direction, Advisor Li stated. Rather than relentlessly pursuing rapid enhancement, it would be wiser to first unravel the wisdom left by our ancestors. Researcher Yi, starting tomorrow, you will be in charge of the project related to the Xinjiang. Lin Xiaoyu added, I can assist. Some ancient texts I recently organized may prove beneficial to the research. Chapter 20. The Mo family relics 3 days later, in the special research room of the headquarters. Yi Mo and Lin Xiaoyu were investigating the energy characteristics of the Xinjiang. Their research over the past few days revealed that this mirror was far more mysterious than they had anticipated. Look at this, Lin Xiaoyu pointed at the computer screen. The symbols we discovered at the ancient site in the west bear an uncanny resemblance to the patterns on the Xinjiang. Furthermore, carbon-14 dating indicates they are products of the same era. Yi Mo meticulously compared the data. Through quantum state analysis, he found that these symbols indeed adhered to the same energy principles. Xiaomo, any discoveries? These symbols appear to be different components of a cohesive system. If we liken the Xinjiang to a processor, then the symbols within the ancient site could represent a form of program code. They collectively form a... Wait! Xiaomo paused abruptly, detecting a hidden information sequence. These symbols not only record the rules of energy operation, but also contain a coordinate. Coordinates. Yes, based on the arrangement of the symbols, it seems to indicate a location 300 kilometers north of Longdu. There must be something significant there. Yemo relayed Xiaomo's discovery to Lin Xiaoyu. 300 kilometers north of Longdu. Lin Xiaoyu opened the map. That area is deep within the Taihang Mountains, a crucial site of ancient Mo family activities. Yemo examined the map, noting that the terrain was perilous, with an exceptionally high concentration of spiritual energy. According to resource distribution records, it was one of the most vital convergences of spiritual veins in the East. Interesting, Xiaomo remarked. Geographic information analysis indicates that the location is precisely at the intersection of 3 major spiritual veins. This geographical feature bears a striking resemblance to certain energy patterns displayed within the golden energy sphere. We must report this discovery to Advisor Li, Lin Xiaoyu asserted. Half an hour later, in Advisor Li's office. Deep within the Taihang Mountains? Advisor Li pondered after receiving the report. That area has long been a mystery. 30 years ago, during the resurgence of spiritual energy, unusual energy fluctuations were detected there. However, due to the treacherous terrain and energy field interference, we have yet to conduct an in-depth investigation. He approached an ancient map hanging on the wall. The Mo family established a mechanized city in the Taihang Mountains during the Warring States period. It is said to conceal the most important legacies of the Mo family, but its precise location has always been a riddle. Now, the West is also in search of similar relics. Zhang Mingde, who had entered the office unnoticed, interjected, If they find it first, we must immediately organize an investigation team, Advisor Li declared. Researcher Yi, you and Lin Xiaoyu will be responsible for this operation. The Xinjiang may well be the key to unlocking the ruins, and it is imperative that you carry it with you at all times. Additionally, Zhang Mingde added, this mission must be conducted with the utmost confidentiality. Especially the coordinates, no one can be privy to that information. Yi Mo nodded, fully aware that the significance of this expedition transcended mere exploration of the ruins. If the Mo family truly left behind an important legacy there, it would fundamentally alter the current landscape. Xiaomo, he pondered inwardly, what do you think we might discover there? Perhaps I may uncover the origins of my being, Xiaomo replied, in recent days, as I have encountered an increasing amount of information regarding the Mo family. I sense that certain programs within me are gradually awakening. That ruin might very well harbor crucial secrets. The crack of dawn the following day, a 6-member team silently departed from the headquarters. Aside from Yimo and Lin Xiaoyu, the team comprised 2 martial artists and 2 seasoned archaeologists. According to the Research Institute's records, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Taihang Mountains is over 5 times that of Longdu. Lin Xiaoyu perused the materials in the vehicle, noting that the energy field there is exceedingly unstable, which may render conventional communication devices ineffective. Yemo held the Xinjing tightly. As they approached the target area, the patterns on its surface began to emit a faint glow. Xiaomo, have you detected any changes? The intensity of the energy field is rapidly escalating. Interestingly, the frequency of the energy fluctuations here bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the golden energy sphere. According to the Institute's records, similar anomalies were observed in this area during the revival of spiritual energy. The convoy halted at the foot of a mountain. Beyond this point, they could only proceed on foot. The group began to organize their equipment for the exploration of this unknown ruin. Their gear consisted of the basic equipment from Longwu Research, including a pair of intelligent exploration goggles with a built-in energy source, though limited. It could function for no more than 3 days and could also be powered by their own energy, making it remarkably convenient. They wore basic outdoor exploration attire that provided some protection, though it would likely be inadequate against attacks from formidable opponents, along with some standard equipment and provisions. Both martial artists were at the gathering essence stage, showcasing commendable strength, while the 2 archaeologists appeared exceptionally competent, donning their gear in mere minutes, indicating their frequent fieldwork experience. This is the starting point of the Mo family's ancient pathway, remarked Zhao, one of the archaeological experts. According to historical records, a significant stronghold of the Mo family is located within these mountainous regions. Yet its precise location remains an enigma. Yemo observed that faintly visible, weathered symbols were discernible on the stone steps of the ancient path. Through quantum state analysis, he discovered that these symbols still retained faint energy fluctuations. Residual energy detected, Xiaomo noted. These symbols likely serve as a form of guiding markers. Their arrangement resonates with the patterns on the Xinjing. The concentration of spiritual energy ahead is even higher, warned another martial artist. Everyone, tread carefully. Such levels of spiritual energy may pose dangers to ordinary individuals. Lin Xiaoyu retrieved several specially crafted protective talismans from her backpack. These are the latest protective devices developed by the headquarters. They can filter out overly dense spiritual energy. Yemo took one and glanced at the Dragon Wu terminal's prompt in the goggles. This intelligent device, resembling a pair of glasses, is standard field exploration equipment, capable of real-time connection to the Dragon Wu Research Institute's database. The Dragon Wu terminal vibrated with a notification. You have entered the deeply controlled area of the Taihang Mountains. This region was a vital operational zone for the Mo family during the Warring States period. Please ensure personal safety and adhere to standard exploration protocols. The team advanced along the ancient path. As they delved deeper, the surrounding scenery began to take on an extraordinary quality. Faint traces of runes were discernible on the trunks of ancient trees, and the stones on the ground exhibited an unnatural arrangement. Lin Xiaoyu lightly tapped her goggles to pull up relevant data. According to records, this area garnered the attention of the Institute during the revival of spiritual energy. The Dragon Wu terminal vibrated once more. Historical data. Numerous ancient formation relics have been discovered in the Taihang Mountains. Time period: late Warring States. Nature: key research subject. Suddenly, the Xinjing emitted a faint humming sound. Lin Xiaoyu immediately became alert. There are intense energy fluctuations ahead. Yemo employed quantum state analysis to observe that approximately 2 kilometers to the north, an anomalous energy field indeed manifested. The manner in which energy fluctuated there bore an astonishing resemblance to the patterns on the Xinjing. The goggles vibrated again. The Dragon Wu terminal prompted. You are nearing an unexplored area. It is advised to activate safety protection mode. Xiaomo, what do you sense? Yemo noticed that the vibrations of the Xinjing were growing increasingly intense. The energy field ahead is quite unique. Xiaomo responded. It forms a complete spiral structure, akin to an artificially designed energy vortex. Moreover, this structure reverberates with the patterns on the Xinjing. Lin Xiaoyu glanced at her goggles. According to the Institute's records, the terrain in this area is also peculiar, with the directions of several primary mountain ranges resembling some colossal ruin. The 2 martial artists forged ahead to clear the path. The vegetation in this mountainous region was unusually dense. Yet upon closer inspection, it became evident that the growth patterns of these plants seemed to adhere to a specific order. The Dragon Wu terminal vibrated with a notification. You have entered the S-level relic exploration zone. Please maintain open communication. Over there. Archaeologist Zhao suddenly pointed to a mountain wall. Look at those marks. The wall bore some weathered symbols, yet it was still possible to discern the unique mechanism patterns of the Mo family. Through quantum state analysis, Mo discovered that these symbols still retained faint energy. These symbols, Lin Xiaoyu scrutinized the marks closely, are remarkably similar to those we encountered in the West, but they are more complete. Just then, the Xianjing emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the entire mountain wall. Under the radiance, the once blurred symbols became clear, forming a complete pattern. This is... Mo was astonished to discover that the pattern revealed on the mountain wall matched certain symbols within the golden energy sphere perfectly. Chapter 21. The secret realm in the mountains deep within the Taihang Mountains, the ancient path meandered. As the altitude increased, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air heightened. We are approaching the location indicated by the Xianjing, Lin Xiaoyu remarked. According to geographical descriptions, this is the confluence of three major spiritual veins. Mo, holding the Xianjing, noticed the patterns on its surface shimmering with an extraordinary luminescence in the sunlight. Through quantum state analysis, he discerned that the surrounding energy field exhibited a spiral structure, akin to an artificially crafted energy vortex. Xiaomo, this energy structure, is quite remarkable. It is not a naturally occurring phenomenon, but rather a meticulously arranged formation. The entire mountainous region resembles a colossal energy gathering array, and we are now drawing near the eye of the formation. The two martial artists leading the way suddenly halted. Before them loomed a steep mountain wall. Adorned with ancient runes, the Dragon Wu terminal vibrated with a notification. You have entered the core area of the S-level relic. Please remain vigilant. These runes, Lin Xiaoyu observed carefully, are strikingly similar to those found in the West, but more complete. This could very well be an important stronghold of the Mo family. At that moment, the Xianjing emitted a brilliant glow, illuminating the entire mountain wall. Under the light, the once obscured runes became clear, forming a complete diagram. This diagram, Mo examined it closely, recognizing it as the structure of some kind of mechanism lock. Not only that, Xiaomo interjected, the arrangement of these runes delineates a complete path for energy flow. According to the Mo family's theory, this should be a qi guiding array designed to channel and purify natural energy. Lin Xiaoyu retrieved an ancient text rubbing for comparison. The style of these runes indeed reflects the characteristics of the Mo family during the Warring States period. Yet, some sections appear to have been modified, resulting in a more intricate energy structure. The Dragon Wu terminal vibrated with a notification. Active runic formation detected. Caution is advised during operations. Mo raised the Xianjing, directing its gaze toward the center of the mountain wall. Through quantum state analysis, he discerned that a massive energy network seemed to lie hidden within the wall. Wait a moment, archaeologist Zhao suddenly said. Do you notice how the arrangement of these runes resembles quantum state structure? Mo seized the conversation, just like the orbits formed when electrons transition between different energy levels. The sages of the Mo family recorded the fundamental laws of energy flow in this manner. At that instant, the Xianjing resonated powerfully with the runes on the mountain wall. Lines of energy patterns began to illuminate the wall, forming a complex three-dimensional design. With a thunderous sound, the wall slowly cracked open, revealing a deep passageway. The interior of the passage was dimly lit, yet some special crystal stones embedded in the walls emitted a faint glow. Mo noted that the arrangement of these crystals also formed a certain energy conduction network. The Dragon Wu terminal vibrated with a notification. Spiritual energy crystals detected. Note: common minerals used by the Mo family during the Warring States period. Watch your step, one martial artist cautioned. Such ancient ruins often contain mechanical traps. Employing quantum state analysis, Mo observed that intricate mechanical structures lay hidden beneath the stone tiles on the ground. These mechanisms were not merely mechanical devices but also utilized the properties of energy. This is the Mo family's gathering spirit stone. Lin Xiaoyu pointed to the crystals on the wall. According to records, they can store and transmit natural energy. Prior to the revival of spiritual energy, these crystals were inert, fascinating. Xiaomo remarked that the energy structure of these crystalline stones bears a striking resemblance to that of the golden energy sphere. they seem capable of transforming chaotic natural energy into a purer form. The passage gradually extends downward, with the concentration of energy in the air intensifying. According to the resource distribution map, this location is precisely at the confluence of three major spiritual veins. Suddenly, a vast stone chamber appeared ahead. The chamber was immense and spacious, taking on an octagonal shape. In each corner stood a stone pillar, intricately adorned with precise runes. At the center lay a circular stone platform, etched with complex array patterns. "This is," Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, "the 8 directions gathering spirit array of the Mo family." Previously, only fragments had been discovered in the western ruins, so it was unexpected to find a complete array preserved here. Mo, utilizing quantum state analysis, observed that the 8 stone pillars formed a complete energy field. Energy flowed between the pillars at a specific frequency, ultimately converging upon the central stone platform. Xiaomo. This energy operation mode is exceptionally exquisite. This array not only gathers energy but, more importantly, reorganizes it according to particular principles. Structurally, it bears a striking similarity to the characteristics of quantum entanglement. The Longwu Institute terminal vibrated with a notification, determining relic grade, SS. Note, suspected core inheritance site of the Mo family. At that moment, the Xinjing suddenly began to tremble violently. The patterns on its surface began to glow, resonating with the runes in the stone chamber. Streams of energy patterns intertwined in the air, forming a three-dimensional design. "This is," Zhao, the archaeological expert, said with excitement, "the Mo family's heaven and earth resonance diagram. Legend has it that it records their profound understanding of natural laws." Mo carefully studied the patterns in the air. Through quantum state analysis, he discovered that these lines depicted not only the principles of energy flow, but also seemed to encapsulate an understanding of the essence of the universe. Suddenly, the array pattern at the center of the stone chamber began to emit light. The energy flow between the 8 stone pillars quickened, forming a massive energy vortex. The energy concentration was rapidly escalating. Xiaomo cautioned, "This array appears to be attempting to recreate a specific energy state." Data analysis indicates that this state is remarkably similar to the energy tides observed during the revival of spiritual energy. The Longwu Institute terminal vibrated with a warning, high-intensity energy fluctuations detected. "Everyone, retreat." 2 ancient martial arts experts immediately assumed defensive stances. Mo gripped the Xinjing tightly, noticing that the patterns on its surface were engaging in a peculiar interaction with the heavenly and earthly resonance diagram above. Through quantum state analysis, he discerned that the energies of both were resonating at a fixed frequency. This frequency, Mo suddenly recalled something. "Xiao, do you remember the data from the quantum state penetration experiment?" "Currently comparing, indeed, there are similarities. The frequency of this energy fluctuation is almost identical to that observed when the spatial passage was formed during the experiment." Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, "What has appeared on the stone platform?" From the center of the energy vortex, an ancient stone box slowly ascended. Its surface was covered with intricate runes, resembling a form of ceiling. This stone box, Zhao, the archaeological expert, observed closely, noting that the style of the runes indeed suggested it was crafted by the Mo family during the Warring States period. However, this sealing method was quite unique, seemingly designed to protect its contents from the influence of the energy field. Mo raised the Xinjing, discovering that the runes on the stone box resonated with those on the mirror's surface. Through quantum state analysis, he perceived that a remarkably special energy entity seemed to be sealed within the box. "Xiaomo, can you analyze what is inside?" "The internal energy fluctuations are very stable, as if deliberately adjusted to a specific frequency. This frequency resonates perfectly with the energy fluctuations of the 3 major spiritual veins in the Taihang Mountains." The Longwu Institute terminal vibrated with a notification. "Core area of the relic has been activated. It is recommended to record according to standard procedures." Lin Xiaoyu discovered from the Longwu terminal that, according to records, the Mo family indeed established a hidden path deep within the Taihang Mountains to preserve their most vital inheritance. Just then, the runes on the stone box suddenly illuminated, forming an ancient script. "This is," Zhao, the archaeological expert, carefully deciphered, "the secret script of the Mo family from the Warring States period, requiring time for translation." However, Mo, through quantum state analysis, uncovered that these characters concealed deeper information. The arrangement of the runes formed a complete diagram of energy operation. Chapter 22. the mechanism city, every mechanical apparatus within the manufacturing facility remained well preserved. Yimo's attention was drawn to the stone box that had risen from the 8 directions gathering spirit array. Xiaomo, can you analyze the structure of this stone box? Yimo pondered. It's quite special. The symbols on the surface of the stone box form a complete sealing system, and the energy fluctuations of these symbols closely resemble those on the Suanjing. Yimo activated the Longwu terminal and began scanning the symbols on the stone box's surface. This latest model of smart glasses was equipped with an energy fluctuation detection system, specifically designed for exploring ancient martial arts relics. The energy concentration is abnormal. Lin Xiaoyu observed the data on the glasses. Noting that the concentration of spiritual energy here had exceeded 15,000 UMs, no wonder the Taihang Mountains were a significant stronghold chosen by the Mo family. This data was not surprising. According to geographical explanations, the Taihang Mountain Range is one of the most crucial confluence points for spiritual veins in the Dragon Kingdom, having witnessed unusual energy tides during the revival of spiritual energy in 2020. At that moment, the Xinjing suddenly emitted a faint glow, illuminating the surface of the stone box. The ancient symbols began to shine, forming a three-dimensional energy diagram. With a soft sound, the stone box slowly opened. Inside lay a scroll of bronze, its surface covered with symbols similar to those on the stone box. This is, Zhao Yuanbu's eyes sparkled with excitement. As the chief researcher of the Ancient Martial Arts Relics Research Institute at the Longwu Research Institute, he immediately recognized the value of this tome. The core texts of the Mo family from the Warring States period. During the century of humiliation, a vast number of texts had been lost overseas. Yet this core inheritance had remained a legendary existence. Yemo cautiously unfurled the bronze scroll, employing quantum state analysis to examine the symbols. Special energy fluctuations detected. Xiaomo remarked, these symbols are not ordinary characters. They represent a form of energy recording. Each symbol corresponds to a specific energy state. Interestingly, this recording method bears many similarities to the expression of quantum states. Yemo transmitted the scan data to the team member smart glasses. Look at the arrangement of these symbols. They seem to describe the principles of energy operation. These lines, Lin Xiaoyu studied the data displayed on her glasses, noting that the most fundamental symbols were linear, likely intended to guide the flow of energy. The more complex spiral symbols seemed capable of compressing and storing energy. Not only that, Zhao Yuanbo pointed to a passage on the ancient scroll. His 30 years of experience studying Mo family texts quickly led him to grasp the key. This was the Mo family's energy guiding diagram, which recorded their understanding of the operational principles of celestial energy. In ancient times, this system had been a subject of collaborative study among major sects such as Taoism and Shaolin. At that moment, the Xinjing illuminated once more, and countless similar symbols suddenly emerged on the walls of the entire manufacturing facility. These symbols resonated with each other, outlining a vast energy network. Xiaomo, the operation principles of this energy, Yimo internally inquired, a remarkably intricate system. Xiaomo replied. The energy circuits formed by these symbols bear a striking resemblance to certain characteristics of modern quantum states, particularly in terms of energy storage and transformation, akin to the transitions between quantum states. Moreover, the layout of the entire mechanism city perfectly aligns with the trajectory of the spiritual veins in the Taihang Mountains. According to the Longwu database, the Taihang Mountain Range is one of the most significant confluence points for spiritual veins in the Dragon Kingdom. The 3 major spiritual veins converge here, creating a unique energy field. It was evident that the Mo family's sages possessed profound knowledge, establishing the entire mechanism city in the most ideal location. The energy concentration continued to rise. Lin Xiaoyu noticed the data on her glasses approaching 20,000 EUM, a value that had reached the standards of a master realm. Just then, an energy fluctuation suddenly emanated from the bottom of the stone box. Emo's glasses immediately issued a warning. High-intensity energy reaction detected. It turned out that concealed beneath the stone box was a jade slip, intricately inscribed with symbols even more complex than those on the bronze scroll. The arrangement of these symbols strikingly resembled the energy operation routes described in the Taoist Taiji Heart method. This is, Zhao Yuanbu's voice trembled slightly, the Mo family's heaven and earth resonance diagram. Legend has it that this represents the Mo family's profound understanding of celestial energy. According to records, in ancient times, a descendant of the Mo family achieved the state of ultimate truth using this diagram. The Xinjing suddenly shook violently, the patterns on its surface beginning to illuminate. YEMO noticed that the arrangement of these patterns bore an extraordinary similarity to the symbols on the jade slip. These symbols, YEMO observed through quantum state analysis. Xiaomo, do you discern anything? This is a complete energy control system. Xiaomo remarked that the runes inscribed on the jade tablet are categorized into 3 distinct levels. The outermost layer serves as a fundamental guiding circuit, utilized for the perception and direction of energy. The middle layer constitutes a composite circuit, responsible for the storage and transformation of energy, while the innermost layer features a unique quantum circuit capable of executing higher-order energy manipulation. YEMO transmitted the analytical results to his teammates. This corresponds perfectly with the realms of ancient martial cultivation. Lin Xiaoyu, scrutinizing the data, stated that the Qi awakening realm primarily involves energy perception. The Qi condensation realm marks the beginning of energy manipulation, and only in the transformation of strength realm can the true essence of energy be transmuted. Zhao Yuanbo meticulously examined the records on the jade tablet. According to historical accounts, the Mo family established this complete system during the Warring States period. However, following the unification by the Qin dynasty, this system began to gradually fade into obscurity. It was not until the Tang and Song dynasties that some Taoist masters rediscovered and integrated it into the principles of Taiji. Suddenly, YEMO's glasses emitted an alarm. An anomaly in energy has been detected. Location, directly north, approximately 100 meters away. That area should be the core zone of the mechanism city. Zhao Yuanbo noted, based on the geographical position of the Taihang Mountains, that it is precisely the confluence of 3 major spiritual veins. Lin Xiaoyu observed the data on her glasses, noting that the energy concentration was rapidly increasing, surpassing 25,000 EUM. This value is already approaching the standards of the void realm. At that moment, the Xinjing suddenly emitted a beam of light, resonating with the runes on the jade tablet. The walls of the entire manufacturing facility illuminated with the ancient runes, forming a vast energy network. This energy network, Yimo carefully observed the glowing runes on the wall. Xiaomo, it seems to be guiding something. Indeed, these runes constitute a complete guiding system, Xiaomo responded. According to the Imo family's teachings, this is the Qi returning array, capable of directing surrounding natural energy to specific locations. Moreover, the structure of this formation perfectly aligns with the topography of the Taihang Mountains. The Taihang Mountain Range is one of the most significant sacred cultivation sites in the ancient Dragon Kingdom. The convergence of 3 major spiritual veins here creates a rare phenomenon known as the 3 Dragons Confluence. The Mo family's choice to establish the mechanism city here is evidently well considered. The flow of this energy, Lin Xiaoyu analyzed the data through her glasses, entirely corroborating the spiritual vein theory recorded in ancient texts. No wonder the Mo family was able to create so many ingenious mechanisms here in the past. Zhao Yuanbo pondered. In earlier times, the Mo family and the Taoists had close connections in their teachings. The Mo family understood principles, while the Taoists grasped the Tao, particularly during the Tang and Song dynasties, when various schools jointly explored the mysteries of heavenly and earthly energy. Unfortunately, these connections were severed during the catastrophic upheavals of the century. Suddenly, the light from the Xinjing intensified, causing the entire manufacturing facility to tremble slightly. The energy concentration reached 30,000 EUM, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed. This has already exceeded the limits of an ordinary master realm. No, Yemo noticed a detail. Xiaomo, look at the frequency of this energy fluctuation. An anomaly detected. Xiaomo stated, this fluctuation frequency is strikingly similar to the one observed during your quantum state penetration experiment. Moreover, certain runes on the Xinjing are resonating with this fluctuation. Yemo promptly shared this discovery with his teammates. Through the analysis of the intelligent glasses, they discerned that the entire energy network of the mechanism city was forming a special resonance field. The frequency of this resonance astonishingly resembles certain phenomena described in modern quantum physics. TOB continued. Chapter 23. Ancient Heritage. As the light of the Xinjing intensified, the entire energy network of the mechanism city was activated. Through quantum state analysis, Yemo witnessed a breathtaking scene. The energy in the air transformed into countless golden threads, gracefully drifting like dandelion seeds. Guided by those mysterious patterns, these energy threads gradually coalesced, resembling a colossal golden lotus, blooming layer upon layer. Each petal was adorned with various ancient designs, some resembling ancient characters, while others were peculiar symbols he had never encountered. These patterns were arranged according to a specific order, forming a massive energy vortex. Xiaomo, can you analyze the meaning of these patterns? A particularly unique mode of energy fluctuation. These patterns seem capable of directing energy along specific trajectories. However, further information is required to ascertain the underlying principles. Yimo transmitted the observational data to his teammates' intelligent glasses. This energy variation is exceptionally peculiar. Lin Xiaoyu remarked as she examined the data. Energy undergoes some transformation as it passes through each layer of patterns. The outermost layer appears relatively scattered, but the further inward, the more refined it becomes. Zhao Yuanbo scrutinized these patterns closely. These must represent the Mo family's method of recording energy operation laws. Yet the specific meanings have long been lost. It is said that prior to the Qin unification, the Mo family created an entire system for controlling energy. Unfortunately, this knowledge eventually became fragmented. Suddenly, a series of mechanical sounds emanated from deep within the manufacturing facility. A bronze wall slowly ascended, revealing a new space. Here, Zhao Yuanbo's voice trembled slightly, as this structure was frequently mentioned in Warring States literature, said to be a repository for the Mo family's important legacies. Yi Mo, through quantum state analysis, observed this new space. From his perspective, the structure of the entire room was extraordinarily unique. The walls were adorned with mysterious patterns akin to those on the Xianjing, and each layer of patterns emitted different energy fluctuations. Xiaomo, these energy fluctuations? Each layer possesses its unique frequency. From the outer layer to the inner, the frequency of energy fluctuations increases, forming a kind of progressive structure. Interestingly, the innermost layer's fluctuation frequency closely resembles the phenomena observed during the quantum state penetration experiment. Yemo shared the observational data with his teammates. These data, Lin Xiaoyu studied the information displayed on her glasses. Noting that the energy concentration increased geometrically from the outer to the inner layers, with the properties of energy changing at each level. Just then, mysterious patterns suddenly illuminated the central floor of the room. These patterns were arranged in 8 directions, forming an enigmatic figure. Each directional pattern was distinct yet resonated with one another, as if narrating an ancient wisdom. This arrangement, Zhao Yuanbo mused, is somewhat reminiscent of the ancient 8 trigrams, yet not entirely the same. This layout has never been seen in other ancient relics. As the patterns illuminated, the energy of the entire space began to fluctuate violently. The golden energy threads intertwined in the air, gradually forming a massive energy vortex. At the center of the energy vortex, an ancient stone platform slowly rose. The surface of the stone platform was covered with patterns similar to those on the Xianjing, albeit more intricate and elaborate. Most strikingly, at the center of the stone platform, a fist-sized crystal orb floated, emitting a soft blue light. Yemo's intelligent glasses immediately issued a warning. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected. Intensity exceeding measurable range. Xiaomo, can you analyze the situation of that crystal orb? A particularly unique energy structured IT seems that within the crystal orb, an independent energy field has formed, and the fluctuation frequency of this energy field is strikingly similar to the data recorded during your previous quantum state penetration experiment. Lin Xiaoyu's glasses were also flashing wildly. The surrounding energy is converging towards the crystal orb. This method of convergence, I have never witnessed such orderly energy flow. Zhao Yuanbo observed this scene with a grave expression. According to records, the Mo family indeed possessed a special qi-gathering artifact capable of collecting the energy of heaven and earth. However, the specific principles and methods of use have long been lost. Just then, the Xianjing suddenly began to tremble violently, and the patterns on its surface emitted dazzling light. A beam of light shot from the mirror, striking the crystal orb directly. In an instant, the energy of the entire space surged. The energy within the space fluctuated violently, and the golden energy threads darted back and forth between the crystal orb and the Xianjing. Through quantum state analysis, Mo discerned that a special resonance seemed to form between the two. The energy concentration had surpassed the measurement range of the intelligent glasses. Lin Xiaoyu said, her tone tinged with tension. Should we withdraw? Before she could finish, the crystal orb suddenly erupted with a radiant light. Within this light, Mo beheld countless mysterious patterns flashing in the air, resembling a vast three-dimensional scroll. Xiaomo, what do you see? These patterns contain a wealth of information, but currently, only a small portion can be deciphered. Interestingly, some of the structures of these patterns bear a striking resemblance to the fundamental models in quantum computing. Zhao Yuan's eyes were fixed on those patterns. This is utterly astonishing. The style of these patterns is undoubtedly the handiwork of the Mo family during the Warring States period. However, why is there a connection to modern quantum theory? Just then, the Xianjing emitted a clear chime, and a stream of information surged into Yi Mo's mind. Key information detected. Xiao Mo stated, "This seems to be some kind of legacy left by the Mo family, but it requires time to decipher. However, one thing is certain, this information is closely related to my core program." Suddenly, Yi Mo's intelligent glasses emitted an urgent alarm. External energy fluctuations detected. Location: southeast direction. Approximately 500 meters away, rapidly approaching. Lin Xiaoyu swiftly summoned the map. According to the terrain display, a desolate ancient path lay to the southeast, serving as one of the most concealed routes to this location. Are we being followed? Zhao Yuanbo furrowed his brow. Can we detect the energy signatures of our pursuers? Yi Mo's smart glasses initiated data analysis. 3 energy responses detected, each with a concentration exceeding 5,000 EUM. Transformation stage. Lin Xiaoyu's expression grew serious, noting that it was not an ordinary transformation. The characteristics of this energy fluctuation bore a striking resemblance to the style of ancient Western martial artists. Just then, a sudden shift occurred in the energy resonance between the crystal ball and the mysterious mirror. The enigmatic patterns floating in the air began to rapidly contract, ultimately vanishing into the crystal ball, which then gently descended onto the stone platform. Xiao Mo, what should we do now? I suggest we secure the crystal ball first. Given its energy characteristics, it is likely a significant relic left by the Mo family, and it seems to possess a special connection with the mysterious mirror. As Mo stowed the crystal ball, a new alarm blared from the smart glasses. Target detected at 300 meters. Expected arrival within 2 minutes. We must evacuate immediately, Lin Xiaoyu declared. This position is far too disadvantageous for combat. TOB continued. Chapter 24. Underground battle. Where should we retreat to? Yi Mo rapidly examined the map on his smart glasses. Xiao Mo, have you discovered any hidden passages? Analyzing the structure of the mechanism city, found it. To the northwest, there is an underground passage. The energy fluctuations indicate it might be an escape route designed by the Mo family. Lin Xiaoyu immediately pulled up a detailed map. Indeed, according to the terrain, that direction led to a valley. If it were the Mo family's handiwork, they would undoubtedly have considered a retreat route. Target at 200 meters. The smart glasses continued to sound alarms, detecting a change in the frequency of energy fluctuations. The adversaries seemed to have activated some tracking method. Zhao Yuanbo's expression turned grave. This tracking method resembles the tracking technique of the Holy Temple of Light. It is said to be a secret art learned from ancient texts lost in the Dragon Kingdom. YEMO utilized quantum state analysis to observe the surrounding energy changes. Indeed, fine strands of energy appeared in the air, attempting to lock onto their position. Follow me. Lin Xiaoyu swiftly made her way to the northwest corner. I recall that ancient mechanism arts always set up retreat mechanisms in significant locations. Her hands swiftly explored the wall, quickly finding a recess. With a soft sound, the wall slowly moved aside, revealing a downward passage. Target at 150 meters. The alarms from the smart glasses grew increasingly urgent. The passage was inky black, illuminated only by the faint glow of spirit-gathering stones embedded in the walls. YEMO observed that the arrangement of these stones seemed to form a peculiar pattern. Xiao Mo, this arrangement, it appears to resemble a simple energy conduction network, possibly related to the entire underground passage's mechanism system. YEMO shared his observations through the smart glasses with his companions. The passage continued to descend, and the air grew increasingly damp. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu's glasses emitted a warning. A fork ahead, leading to the northeast and northwest directions. Just then, a violent energy fluctuation erupted from behind them. They had already discovered the entrance to the passage. Lin Xiaoyu's expression turned serious, and the frequency of this energy fluctuation should belong to the metal sect of the Holy Temple of Light, YEMO, through quantum state analysis. Observed that the energy fluctuations from behind exhibited an exceptionally sharp quality, as if capable of slicing through any obstruction. This perfectly matched the characteristics recorded about the metal sect, the northwest. YEMO quickly made a judgment. Xiaomo's analysis indicates that direction has a more complex terrain. which is advantageous for evading pursuit. The group swiftly turned towards the northwest passage. This passage was evidently narrower than the previous one, with visible traces of ancient mechanisms scattered throughout. These mechanisms, Zhao Yunbo pointed to some grooves on the wall, his voice suddenly tense, are the Mo family's repeated crossbow mechanism. Everyone, be cautious. No sooner had he spoken than a loud crash echoed from behind, followed by the sound of metal clashing. Clearly, their pursuers had triggered some mechanism. That was merely a basic probing mechanism, Lin Xiaoyu said, her tone grave. We must be wary of what follows. Before she could finish, the smart glasses emitted a new alarm. High-intensity energy fluctuations detected. A golden sword energy suddenly surged from behind, illuminating the narrow passage. The energy contained within the sword was incredibly refined, emanating a chilling sharpness. The Vajra-breaking sword of the metal sect. Lin Xiaoyu's expression shifted. This was a martial art lost from Shaolin long ago, and she never expected them to have cultivated it to such an extent. Mo employed quantum state analysis to perceive that the trajectory of this sword energy bore some resemblance to traditional sword techniques, yet it was evidently more ferocious, seemingly abandoning the concept of control and release. Instead pursuing sheer lethality. The passage trembled under the impact of the sword energy, causing debris to fall from above. We cannot linger, Lin Xiaoyu stated while swiftly advancing. The metal sect excels in close combat. This narrow terrain is decidedly unfavorable for us. Suddenly, Mo's smart glasses issued a new alert. Energy anomaly detected 50 meters ahead, suspected of being some sort of mechanism. Xiaomo, can you analyze the specifics? The energy fluctuations there are quite peculiar. They seem to suggest a formation structure. However, the exact function remains uncertain. Just then, another wave of golden sword energy struck. This time, the energy contained within the sword was even more concentrated, leaving deep gashes on the stone walls of the passage. They are forcing us to advance. Zhao Yuanbo suddenly remarked, this method of pursuit aims to lead us to a specific location. Lin Xiaoyu's glasses rapidly scanned the surrounding terrain. No, the direction of this passage is quite strange. According to my previous studies on the Mo family's underground works, escape passages are generally designed to be winding and ascending. Yet this passage continues to descend. Mo's heart stirred. Through quantum state analysis, he discovered that the energy fluctuations ahead were indeed unusual. Those seemingly randomly arranged spirit-gathering stones appeared to be guiding energy to flow in a specific direction. The energy fluctuations ahead are growing stronger, Mo remarked. Xiaomo, what do you think? Before he could finish, a violent energy fluctuation erupted at the end of the passage, interrupting his thoughts. Not good. Lin Xiaoyu's expression changed. There are also people ahead. This energy fluctuation belongs to the Earth sect of the Holy Temple of Light. Yemo, through quantum state analysis, noted that the energy fluctuations ahead exhibited a heavy and solid quality. Entirely different from the sharpness of the metal sect behind them. Two distinctly different energy waves were converging upon them from both ends. We are surrounded. Zhao Yuanbo's expression turned grave. Metal sect and Earth sect. This is the standard encirclement configuration of the Holy Temple of Light. The smart glasses simultaneously issued alarms from both directions. Target at 80 meters ahead, target at 120 meters behind. Both sides are closing in rapidly. Just then, Mo noticed a group of spirit-gathering stones on the left wall suddenly brightening, forming a peculiar pattern. Xiaomo, that is, energy at that position is exhibiting some fluctuations. It seems to be. Before Xiaomo could finish, Lin Xiaoyu had already advanced swiftly, closely examining the wall. The energy fluctuations of these spirit-gathering stones are quite unique, reminiscent of the ancient mechanism ruins I encountered at the Research Institute. Yet more complex. Zhao Yuanbo also leaned in to observe. This arrangement has never been seen in other ancient ruins. At that moment, Mo noted that the group of spirit-gathering stones on the left wall suddenly intensified in brightness, forming a peculiar pattern. Energy at that location exhibited abnormal fluctuations, seemingly resembling some of the patterns on the mysterious mirror. As the energy fluctuations from both ends drew closer, the pressure within the passage heightened. Mo could feel the sharp sword energy of the metal sect and the heavy aura of the earth sect compressing their available space. Just then, the mysterious mirror began to tremble slightly, and the patterns on its surface emitted a faint glow. Wait, YEMO observed that the glow from the mysterious mirror seemed to resonate with the spirit-gathering stones on the wall. The smart glasses detected an energy anomaly. Lin Xiaoyu quickly remarked, "It appears that some mechanism structure within the wall has been activated." The passage suddenly emitted a faint tremor, and then the left wall slowly shifted aside, revealing a narrow fork. "This is," Zhao Yuanbo exclaimed. "The MO family's mechanism city truly conceals secrets at every turn." TOB continued. Chapter 25. Underground pursuit. The narrow fork was just wide enough for a person to pass sideways. Yemo and his companions swiftly entered the passage, and the wall behind them sealed off, cutting off the energy fluctuations from the metal and earth sects. Xiaomo, can you analyze the direction of this passage? Fascinating. This passage ascends in a spiral fashion, and at intervals, there are some special energy nodes. Structurally, it appears to be some sort of energy transmission system. YEMO utilized quantum state analysis to observe their surroundings. The walls of this passageway are similarly adorned with spirit stones, yet their arrangement differs entirely from that encountered previously. These spirit stones form circular energy circuits, each transmitting faint pulses of energy. We must now be in the interstice between the main corridor and the ground. Lin Xiaoyu hastens forward while scrutinizing the data displayed on her smart glasses. This concealed passage structure bears a striking resemblance to a type of emergency evacuation system. Suddenly, a violent tremor reverberates through the corridor, causing it to sway alarmingly. This is not good. Zhao Yuanbo's expression shifts as he realizes it is the Earth sect's mountain quake seal. They are attempting to compromise the structural integrity of the passage. Yemo can sense that each tremor exacerbates the chaos within the corridor's energy. The once orderly flow of energy begins to spiral into disarray, and the brilliance of the spirit stones fluctuates erratically. An anomaly in energy levels has been detected, Xiaomo suddenly exclaims. The energy within the passage is rapidly dissipating. If this continues, the entire corridor system may collapse. Just then, the Xianjing emits a faint glow once more. Through quantum state analysis, Yemo discerns that the patterns on the mirror appear to be attempting to stabilize the surrounding tumultuous energy. There is a solution. Yemo states swiftly, Xiaomo, if we use the energy patterns of the Xianjing to guide this chaotic energy, could we not temporarily stabilize the passage? Theoretically feasible, yet it is imperative to locate the appropriate energy nodes. Based on my observations, there lies a significant energy convergence point approximately 50 meters ahead. It could be the key location. The tremors in the passage grow increasingly violent, with debris raining down from above. Lin Xiaoyu's glasses suddenly sound an alarm. Multiple high-intensity energy fluctuations detected. They have set up a formation outside the passage. Yemo, through quantum state analysis, observes that the energy outside is coalescing into a massive encirclement. The sharp sword energy of the gold sect intertwines with the formidable strength of the earth sect, forming an almost perfect net of confinement. They intend to trap us here. Zhao Yuanbo remarks, this coordination must be the golden earth-locking celestial formation of the bright holy temple. It is said to have been derived from the formations we lost. Ahead lies the energy node. Yemo continues to run while examining the changes within the passage. Through quantum state analysis, he notices that the energy fluctuations ahead are distinctly more intense than elsewhere, where several energy conduits converge, creating a unique node. Xiaomo, what are the specifics of our approach? According to the response of the Xianjing, we need to identify the center of the node. There should be a structure resembling the patterns on the Xianjing there. The tremors within the passage intensify, and debris falls from above with increasing frequency. The smart glasses continuously emit alarms. External energy intensity is on the rise, and the structural integrity of the passage has decreased to 75. Finally, they reach the location of the energy node. It is a somewhat spacious circular chamber, with the spirit stones on the walls arranged in a complex pattern. This pattern, Lin Xiaoyu observes closely, resembling a variant of the guiding qi backflow mentioned in ancient texts. Yemo raises the Xianjing, and its surface immediately resonates with the pattern on the wall. Energy lines begin to intertwine in the air, forming a stable energy field. The structural integrity of the passage recovers to 85. The smart glasses indicate, yet the external energy pressure continues to mount. They are reinforcing the formation. Zhao Yuanbo states, this application of energy is becoming increasingly violent, having completely deviated from its original principles. Before he finishes speaking, the passage shakes violently once more. This tremor is markedly more intense than before. Not good. Lin Xiaoyu's glasses sound an alarm, detecting a third wave of energy fluctuations. It is the wood sect's individuals. Yi Mo, through quantum state analysis, observes a surge of vibrant yet wildly aggressive energy approaching from a distance. The nature of this energy is fundamentally different from traditional wood-based cultivation methods, imbued with a frenzied aggressiveness. According to the smart glasses analysis, three distinct energies are forming a complete encirclement. The sharpness of the gold sect, the heft of the earth sect, combined with the wood sect's frenzied vitality, nearly seals off all possible avenues of escape. The structural integrity of the passage drops to 65. The smart glasses incessantly blink warnings as external energy pressure continues to escalate. YEMO senses the three different energies compressing their available space. Although the Xianjing has temporarily stabilized the corridor's energy, the situation is still deteriorating. Xiaomo, is there another escape route? Analyzing, I have detected a unique energy fluctuation. Approximately 30 meters directly above us, there is an energy anomaly. The flow of energy there resonates with the pattern structure of this node. Lin Xiaoyu rapidly inspects the surrounding walls. This architectural structure should logically possess a secondary layer of defense. At that moment, the Xianjing unexpectedly emits a beam of light, illuminating the ceiling of the circular chamber. The spirit stones there suddenly ignite, forming a new pattern. This energy fluctuation, YEMO observes through quantum state analysis. Xiaomo, do you discern anything? Quite peculiar. The energy structure at the top appears to form a sort of ascending passage, but it requires a specific method to activate. Suddenly, the crystal ball in Yemo's hand begins to emit a faint glow, resonating with both the Xianjing and the pattern above. The energy field above the passage exhibits fluctuations. Lin Xiaoyu's glasses rapidly analyze the data. It seems something has been activated. Just then, a sound of mechanical gears turning emanates from above. A circular stone slab slowly shifts aside, revealing an upward passage. This is Zhao Yuanbo looks up at the newly revealed passage. The intricate design of the Mo family's mechanisms is indeed remarkable. The external tremors intensify as three distinct energy fluctuations draw ever closer. The smart glasses indicate that the structural integrity of the passage has plummeted to 50. A decision must be made immediately. Lin Xiaoyu states hastily. This ascending passage is uncertain in its destination, but remaining here is far more perilous. YEMO examines the newly appeared passage through quantum state analysis. This passage is also embedded with spirit stones. Yet the flow of energy differs entirely from before. Xiaomo, what is your perspective? The energy structure of this passage is quite unique. It seems to function as a type of energy transmission system. Moreover, the crystal ball reacts strongly here, possibly linked to a critical mechanism. Suddenly, the entire space shakes violently. Large stones begin to plummet from above. They have altered their offensive strategy. Lin Xiaoyu gazes at the data on her glasses. As the three energies commence merging, this method of energy application, up we go. YEMO decisively commands. Through quantum state analysis, he perceives that the trio of energies is forming an exceedingly perilous energy field. Should they fail to evacuate soon, the entire passage could collapse. The group swiftly ascends through the newly revealed passage. This passage is significantly narrower than the previous one and has a steep incline. Nearly vertical. To be continued. Chapter 26. An unexpected turn in the underground palace. Within the vertical passage, YEMO and his companions are rapidly climbing upward. The walls of the passage are embedded with spirit stones, providing a faint illumination. Xiaomo, what is the situation above? 50 meters overhead lies a large chamber. Energy fluctuations indicate it serves as a central mechanism hub. Based on the characteristics of the energy flow, it is likely a core control area designed by the Mo family. Just then, the crystal ball in Mo's hand suddenly radiates a brilliant glow, resonating powerfully with the surrounding spirit stones. Through quantum state analysis, he clearly observes streams of energy surging from the walls, forming an upward energy conduit. Smart glasses analyze. Energy is establishing a fixed flow trajectory. Lin Xiaoyu quickly asserts, this is a pre-configured energy path. Suddenly, a violent tremor emanates from below, followed by a resounding crash. The previous passage has completely collapsed. For the moment, we are safe. Zhao Yuanbo remarks, his voice tinged with fatigue, but the bright holy temple is renowned for its tracking. We must act swiftly. Through the scanning of the smart glasses, Yimo observes that the structure of this vertical passage is remarkably orderly. Every 10 meters, there exists an energy node, which collectively forms a complete energy transmission network. The energy intensity ahead is 5 times that of the entrance. Xiaomo states, comparing the responses of the Xianjing and the crystal ball, it is highly probable that we are approaching a significant mechanism chamber belonging to the MO family. As they ascend, Yimo notices that the concentration of energy surrounding them is rapidly increasing. Through quantum state analysis, he finds that the energy in the air has condensed to a visible degree, forming delicate golden threads. The energy concentration has reached 8,000 EUM. Xiaomo observes, this value is nearing the late stages of the transformation realm. Moreover, the purity of the energy is exceptionally high. Devoid of any impurities, Yemo shares this discovery with his companions through the smart glasses. Such pure energy, Lin Xiaoyu remarks, even in the sacred cultivation grounds atop Mount Taihang, it is rarely encountered. At last, the group reaches the summit of the passage. Before them lies a vast circular stone chamber with a diameter of at least 50 meters. The walls of the stone chamber were adorned with intricate patterns, each line emanating a faint glow. This place was Zhao Yuanbo surveyed his surroundings, the subterranean sanctuary of the Mo family. Historical texts from the Warring States period had previously mentioned that the Mo family constructed subterranean chambers within significant mechanized cities to house their most vital legacies. In the center of the stone chamber stood a colossal stone pillar, intricately spiraled with complex designs. The arrangement of these patterns bore an uncanny resemblance to those on the Xinjing, yet they were far more elaborate. The energy concentration of the central pillar reached an astounding 12,000 EUM, Xiaomo remarked, adding that it seemed to contain even more powerful energy within. Based on the fluctuation characteristics, it was likely that some important legacy of the Mo family was stored there. Both Yimo's Xianjing and crystal ball emitted a brilliant light, resonating with the central pillar. Through quantum state analysis, he observed a stable energy triangle forming among the three. Crucial information detected, Xiaomo announced. This pillar serves as a complete energy control hub. From the internal energy structure, it not only governs the entire mechanized city system but also functions as a device for recording and transmitting core technologies of the Mo family. At that moment, the patterns on the surface of the pillar suddenly illuminated, coalescing into a massive three-dimensional design. The design showcased intricate energy flow trajectories, each line meticulously precise. This is the core legacy catalog of the Mo family. Zhao Yuanbo's voice trembled. Prior to the unification under Qin, the Mo family recorded their understanding of the energy of heaven and earth in this special manner. However, with the fall of the mechanized city, these legacies vanished completely. Lin Xiaoyu's smart glasses swiftly documented the data. These energy trajectories utterly subvert our understanding of ancient energy control technologies. Suddenly, the entire subterranean chamber trembled violently. This is bad, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed as she observed the data on her glasses. Detecting massive energy fluctuations emanating from outside the chamber. The forces of the Holy Temple of Light have located this place. Their energy fluctuations are stronger than before. Yemo, through quantum state analysis, noted that 3 distinct energy sources were rapidly converging outside the chamber. The sharpness of the metal sect, the solidity of the earth sect, and the ferocity of the wood sect, perfectly harmonizing together. The energy concentration outside the chamber has reached 15,000 EUM, Xiaomo stated. They are attempting to breach the chamber's energy defenses. Judging by the characteristics of the energy fluctuations, it has already reached the level of a master. Just then, the central stone pillar erupted in brilliance, its patterns shifting rapidly. Waves of energy surged forth from the pillar, forming esoteric designs in the air. This is, Zhao Yuanbo closely examined the patterns, recognizing them as the Mo family's Tianji diagram. In ancient times, this was the Mo family's method for recording the profound techniques of energy control. According to historical records, this catalog was a focal point of study for various sects, including Taoism and the Mo family. Yemo noticed that these patterns bore striking similarities to certain models in modern quantum physics, particularly in the energy flow trajectories, which adhered precisely to the laws governing quantum state variations. Crucial information detected, Xiaomo elucidated. These patterns not only document methods of energy control but, more importantly, showcase a complete energy transformation system. Through this system, free conversions between different forms of energy can be achieved. Lin Xiaoyu's smart glasses rapidly recorded the data. The efficiency of this energy transformation is astonishing. According to the data, energy loss during the transformation process is virtually non-existent. Suddenly, a fissure appeared on the protective shield of the subterranean chamber. "This is bad," Lin Xiaoyu remarked, observing the data. "They have uncovered the weak point of the protective shield. This method of attack is the Holy Temple of Light's 3-sect breaking technique. The strength of the protective shield was diminishing. The external energies are perfectly coordinated, targeting the characteristics of the shield," Xiaomo explained. "The metal energy is responsible for cutting, the earth energy for shaking, and the wood energy continuously infiltrates." Just then, the energy resonance between the Xianjing, crystal ball, and central pillar intensified. The energy triangle formed by the three began to spin rapidly, releasing a unique energy field. Through quantum state analysis, Emo observed that the patterns on the pillar began to shift. The once static designs suddenly came to life, morphing into flowing energy symbols. Each symbol radiated powerful energy fluctuations, intertwining in the air to create a complete energy map. "This is the core legacy of the Mo family," Zhao Yuanbo remarked, recalling how the Mo family documented their understanding of the energy of heaven and earth in this extraordinary manner during the Warring States period. These symbols encapsulated the Mo family's most profound techniques of mechanism and energy control. Lin Xiaoyu's smart glasses swiftly analyzed the data. The energy concentration has surpassed 20,000 EUM and continues to rise. This pure energy is exceedingly rare, even on the main peak of the Taihang Mountains. Suddenly, more fissures appeared on the protective shield of the subterranean chamber. The external assault grew increasingly fierce as the three different energy fluctuations perfectly coordinated to create a powerful shockwave. Observing this, the two ancient martial arts masters accompanying them unleashed their energies, straining to maintain the integrity of the protective shield. Despite their prowess at the transformation level, they found themselves outmatched, passively defending against the relentless onslaught. With no hope of breaking through, Theo B. continued. Chapter 27. The secret of the legacy. The fissures on the protective shield of the subterranean chamber multiplied, as the external shocks from the three energies surged in relentless waves. "The strength of the shield has fallen to 30, Xiaomo stated. "At this rate, it can last at most another 10 minutes. While Yemo contemplated strategies, he suddenly felt the crystal ball in his hand grow warm. Through quantum state analysis, he witnessed the energy within the crystal ball fluctuating violently, ripples of energy expanding outward. "The energy concentration of the crystal ball is rising rapidly," Xiaomo remarked. "It seems to be resonating with the central pillar in a peculiar manner." Indeed, the patterns on the pillar began to shift. The previously static designs transformed into golden beams of light, sketching a vast three-dimensional structure in the air. This structure? Lin Xiaoyu's smart glasses quickly analyzed the data, revealing that it resembled a layout map of some sort of edifice, extending well beyond the confines of this subterranean chamber. Zhao Yuanbo scrutinized the patterns in the air. "If I am not mistaken, this should be the complete layout of the entire mechanized city." The Mo family's mechanized cities during the Warring States period were constructed according to specific principles, taking into account not only the terrain but, more importantly, before he could finish, a sudden violent tremor erupted from outside. The fissures on the protective shield expanded, and the energy fluctuations became increasingly chaotic. The two transformation-level masters could no longer sustain their efforts. At that moment, the energy resonance between the Xianjing, crystal ball, and central pillar intensified dramatically. The energy triangle formed by the three began to spin rapidly, releasing a unique energy field. Detecting a massive influx of quantum information, Xiaomo declared. "This information is being transmitted to my core program in quantum states. The structure of the information is remarkably unique, sharing astonishing similarities with my foundational architecture." YEMO sensed that the Mosey system was undergoing a transformation. A vast amount of information was being received in quantum states, automatically parsed and integrated by the system. This process was not merely a simple data transfer, but rather a deeper system evolution. "What is this?" YEMO pondered within his consciousness. "The core legacy left by the Mo family," Xiaomo responded. "They preserve their most crucial technological achievements in the form of quantum information. This information encompasses not only methods of energy control but, more importantly, a complete quantum information processing system. System integration is underway." Suddenly, more fissures manifested on the protective shield of the subterranean chamber. The external assault intensified as the three distinct energy fluctuations harmonized perfectly to create a powerful shockwave. They have altered their method of attack, Lin Xiaoyu stated, observing the data on her glasses. The three energies have fully merged, forming a complete energy field. This is no longer mere coordination, but represents a novel application of energy. Yemo's focus remained on the changes within the Mohist system. As more quantum information was integrated, he felt the system's perception of energy becoming increasingly lucid. The previously ambiguous energy fluctuations now exhibited clear structures and patterns. The degree of information integration has reached 30. Xiaomo noted. These quantum data contain the Mo family's understanding of the essence of energy. Interestingly, their comprehension of energy bears many similarities to modern quantum physics. The fissures on the protective shield multiplied, and the external energy assaults intensified. The strength of the shield dwindled to a mere 15. Moreover, Lin Xiaoyu swiftly interjected, but before she could finish, the central pillar emitted a resonant hum. Yemo noticed that the patterns on the surface of the pillar began to flow according to a specific rhythm, forming a complete energy circulation system. The degree of information integration has reached 50, Xiaomo announced, uncovering crucial information. This subterranean chamber is not merely a vessel of legacy. It also serves as a colossal energy regulator. The patterns on the pillar are capable of guiding and transforming the surrounding natural energy. Suddenly, the cracks on the protective barrier began to widen. 3 strands of fused energy were coalescing into a deadly focal point. Researcher Yi, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, pointing at the central stone pillar. The arrangement of the patterns at the base of the pillar, it resembles some form of teleportation array. Information integration at 75, Xiaomo interjected. Confirming, indeed, it is a teleportation array. The Mo family preconfigured multiple protective mechanisms while constructing this underground palace. The teleportation array serves as a last resort. It activates automatically in the event of a lethal threat to the palace. Mo observed the base of the stone pillar through quantum state analysis. The pattern there was indeed distinct from other sections, forming a complex geometric design. As energy surged into it, the pattern began to rotate slowly. The protective barrier is down to 10 strength. Lin Xiaoyu's voice trembled with urgency. External energy was generating a resonance. This strike could potentially breach the barrier entirely. At that moment, Mo felt an overwhelming disorientation. It seemed the Mohist system had received a final batch of critical information. Information integration complete, Xiaomo's voice suddenly became exceptionally clear. Acquired the core inheritance of the Mo family. A complete energy control system, encompassing extensive research on the essence and operational laws of energy. Interestingly, these theories bear numerous similarities to modern quantum physics. Now, initiating the teleportation array. Before he could finish, the patterns at the base of the pillar erupted in brilliant light. A powerful suction emerged from the center of the design, and Mo felt his feet leave the ground. Everyone, close to the stone pillar, Mo shouted, simultaneously grasping Lin Xiaoyu's hand. Zhao Yuanbo swiftly moved alongside them. Just then, the external energy finally breached the protective barrier. A blinding light illuminated the entire underground palace, but it was already too late. The radiance of the teleportation array enveloped only Mo, Lin Xiaoyu, and Zhao Yuanbo, as the world around them began to distort. To be continued. Chapter 28. A perilous escape. The world before them twisted incessantly, and Mo sensed a profound spatial fluctuation. Through quantum state analysis, he observed peculiar changes occurring in the surrounding spatial structure. Analyzing spatial fluctuation characteristics, Xiaomo remarked, the manner of this spatial transformation resembles an amplified version of the quantum tunneling effect. The Mo family seems to have mastered a form of special spatial transfer technology. The teleportation process lasted mere seconds. When reality regained clarity, Mo discovered they were in an entirely different space. It was a spacious stone chamber, with walls similarly embedded with gathering stones, yet arranged in a manner distinctly different from the former underground palace. This must be. Lin Xiaoyu glanced around, her smart glasses rapidly scanning the environment. It should be a backup outpost, Zhao Yuanbo suggested. The Mo family often prepares multiple contingencies when constructing significant facilities. Records from the Warring States period also mention such backup outposts connected by teleportation arrays. I wonder how the others are faring. Are they in danger? Lin Xiaoyu sighed. It seems that the teleportation array has encountered some issues after enduring a millennium. I believe they are fortunate, especially since the two ancient martial arts masters are together. Their combined strength far exceeds ours. Let us ascertain our position before formulating any plans, Emo said slowly, surveying the surroundings. Emo noted that the energy fluctuations in this stone chamber were significantly weaker than those in the underground palace, yet more stable. Through quantum state analysis, he could see that the entire space was enveloped by a unique energy field. We detect faint tracking energy, Xiaomo suddenly stated. It appears that the people from the Holy Light Sanctuary have mastered a form of tracking sorcery and are attempting to locate our position. It seems they are targeting us, or perhaps one among us. Emo's heart sank. But that might be for the best. At least the remaining 3 can escape smoothly. The tracking energy fluctuations are quite peculiar. Emo observed through quantum state analysis. Xiaomo, can you discern specific characteristics? This energy seems capable of capturing the traces left during spatial transfer, Xiaomo replied. However, the Emo family's teleportation array is ingeniously designed, leaving multiple false energy traces in the spatial fabric with each transfer. Lin Xiaoyu's smart glasses rapidly scanned the surroundings. The structure of this stone chamber appears to be a kind of transfer station. Look over there, 3 teleportation arrays leading in different directions. Indeed, in each corner of the chamber were geometric patterns etched similar to those at the base of the underground palace. Each pattern exhibited slightly different energy fluctuations, seemingly leading to distinct locations. The tracking energy is approaching, Xiaomo cautioned. They seem to have locked onto this spatial node. Zhao Yuanbua quickly examined the 3 teleportation arrays. This arrangement resembles the Emo family scattering flow across 1,000 miles technique. Historical records indicate that this was a method employed by the Emo family to transfer vital inheritances as a means of survival. Emo noted that the energy fluctuations from the 3 teleportation arrays each had its own characteristics. The leftmost array was the most active, the middle one was the most stable, while the rightmost was somewhat elusive. Xiaomo, can you determine the destinations of these arrays? Based on the analysis of energy fluctuation characteristics, these 3 teleportation arrays should lead to different locations. However, the specific destinations remain undetermined. At that moment, the walls of the stone chamber trembled slightly. The fluctuations of the tracking energy were intensifying, beginning to permeate this space. They're about to find us, Lin Xiaoyu remarked, glancing at the data on her glasses. Moreover, it's not just the Jin and 2 sects. The Mu sect's energy fluctuations have joined the pursuit. Emo contemplated swiftly. 3 teleportation arrays meant 3 choices. Yet, there was no time to verify the destination of each array. I have a discovery, Xiaomo suddenly announced. The energy fluctuation frequency of the rightmost teleportation array resembles several energy nodes we observed earlier at the periphery of the mechanism city. This was indeed a significant clue. Emo recalled that prior to entering the mechanism city, they had uncovered hidden energy nodes forming a clandestine energy network. Time is of the essence, Zhao Yuanbua said. His voice tense. We must make a choice immediately. Once they lock onto this location, before he could finish, the tremors in the stone chamber intensified. The gathering stones embedded in the walls began to flicker, indicating that external energy was forcefully breaching this space's defenses. To the right, Emo declared decisively. His instinct told him that since the Emo family had designed such an escape system, the least conspicuous choice might prove to be the safest. The 3 swiftly moved toward the rightmost teleportation array. Just as they stepped into the formation, a fissure suddenly appeared in the chamber's walls. A powerful energy fluctuation seeped in through the crack. But it was already too late. The light of the teleportation array flared once more, and the world twisted before their eyes. The sensation of spatial distortion was even more intense than before. Emo felt a violent energy fluctuation compressing from all directions, rendering even quantum state analysis vague. This time, the teleportation distance seemed even greater. The intensity of the energy fluctuations is 3 times that of the last transfer. Xiaomo noted. Moreover, I have detected some peculiar findings. What findings? Emo inquired mentally. During the teleportation, I sensed numerous scattered energy nodes that seemed to form a vast underground network. The scale of this network may far exceed our imagination. Seconds later, clarity returned to their surroundings. However, this time, instead of a stone chamber, they found themselves in a vast cave. The walls were similarly embedded with gathering stones, but arranged in a distinctly more primitive and natural fashion. The energy concentration here, Lin Xiaoyu observed the data on her glasses, is much lower than that of the underground palace, yet it is stable and exceedingly pure. Zhao Yuanbua inspected the area. This terrain If I am not mistaken, we should have left the Taihang Mountain region. The rock formations here are entirely different. Through quantum state analysis, Mo scrutinized the surroundings. This cave indeed differed from the previous underground palace and stone chamber. The energy fluctuations here felt more natural, resembling a naturally occurring energy field. Additionally, he noted some ancient patterns faintly visible on the cave walls. Those patterns, Mo was about to examine closely when he suddenly sensed something amiss. Detecting spatial fluctuations, Xiaomo stated. The recent teleportation seems to have left a trace in the spatial fabric. Although there are multiple fall signals, the people from the Holy Light Sanctuary will eventually find this place. It is advisable to leave promptly. The cave entrance is over there. Lin Xiaoyu pointed in a direction, her smart glasses detecting faint air currents. However, before she could finish, her brow furrowed in confusion. Strange, the topographical data of this cave does not match any known mountain ranges in the database. Mo scrutinized the surroundings carefully. Through quantum state analysis, he discovered a characteristic in the energy distribution within this cave. The closer one got to the cave's mouth, the purer the energy became. As if it had undergone multiple layers of filtration, I found some intriguing features, Xiaomo remarked. The structure of this cave is not entirely naturally formed. Those seemingly random undulations actually create an intricate energy guiding system. Zhao Yuanbua approached a section of the cave wall. The textures of these rocks resemble a type of ancient shale from a bygone era. If that is the case, this place might be. Before he could finish his words, an extremely faint tremor suddenly echoed from afar. This is not good. Lin Xiaoyu swiftly checked the data and detected 3 distinct energy fluctuations approaching from different directions. They appeared to be dispersing, intending to encircle this location. Mo's heart tightened. Although the cave was relatively spacious, it possessed but a single exit. Once surrounded, there would truly be no escape at that moment. He noticed that the ancient patterns on the cave wall seemed to be emitting a faint glow. Tob continued. Chapter 29. The search for the mechanism valley. The ancient patterns on the cave wall shimmered subtly, creating a peculiar luminescent design in the dim cavern. Through quantum state analysis, Mo discerned that these patterns contained unique energy fluctuations. These patterns, Mo observed intently. Xiaomo, can you analyze their origins? I'm currently comparing the data, Xiaomo replied. The energy structure of these patterns bears an uncanny resemblance to the seeking mechanism technique recorded in the Mo family's classics. According to the texts, the sages of the Mo family often utilized such special markings to indicate the locations of significant sites. Lin Xiaoyu adjusted her standard Dragon Warrior detection glasses. Though this basic equipment had simple functions, it was reliable and durable, making it a standard configuration for field investigations. She rapidly searched the database for relevant records. There were pertinent entries. 3 days prior, the Holy Light Temple had launched a surprise assault on an ancient site in western Sichuan, and intelligence indicated that they had acquired a batch of Mo family classics. She continued browsing the latest monitoring data. Within the past 72 hours, this area had experienced at least 15 instances of high-intensity energy fluctuations, all emanating from the search teams of the Holy Light Temple. They seemed to be searching in a specific manner. The 3 approaching energy fluctuations came to a halt. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly remarked, as the alarm light on her glasses began to flash, they have set up some sort of formation outside. Attempting to trap us here, Mo's heart sank. Their current equipment was quite basic. If they encountered a master from the Holy Light Temple, it would be exceedingly difficult to cope. But now, with only one exit in this cave, once surrounded, they would truly have nowhere to flee. That moment, the patterns on the cave wall suddenly grew brighter. The luminous designs began to flow rhythmically, gradually outlining a complete symbol in the air. This symbol, Zhao Yuanbua's voice trembled slightly. It is the Mo family's mechanism mark. Legend has it that it only appears at the entrances of the most significant relics of the Mo family. Mo meticulously observed the energy flow at the symbol's center. Through his unique observational abilities, he discerned that the movement trajectories of these energies exhibited a certain special pattern, but he had no intention of sharing this discovery just yet. The energy fluctuations outside were drawing nearer. They had little time left. Lin Xiaoyu, Mo suddenly said, can your glasses detect the energy fluctuation frequency at the symbol's center? Barely. Lin Xiaoyu adjusted the parameters on her glasses, but the basic model's analytical functions were quite limited. Try to emit an energy fluctuation of the same frequency using your glasses, Mo instructed, like an echo. This could damage the glasses. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated. We cannot afford to be cautious now, Emo insisted. This might be our only chance. Lin Xiaoyu nodded and began to adjust the energy output of her glasses. Though the basic model was not designed for such functionality, perhaps it could be achieved through overload in an emergency. Just then, the symbol began to flicker violently, and the previously chaotic energies began to converge in an orderly fashion. The air was thick with a peculiar energy fluctuation that felt somewhat oppressive. No, the frequencies don't match. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head. The basic glass's energy output is too weak to produce effective resonance. Zhao Yuanbo suddenly interjected, Wait, I recall that the ancient texts mentioned that the Mo family's mechanisms often respond to pure energy. Perhaps, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden surge of intense energy erupted outside. 3 distinct energies were forming a surrounding circle, clearly indicating that the Holy Light Temple had pinpointed their location. There's no time left. Lin Xiaoyu's glasses continued to sound alarms. They had begun to set the formation. Yemo gazed at the symbol on the wall, mentally calculating something. He knew he had a way to unravel this puzzle. But now was not the time to reveal his cards to IT that moment. A powerful sense of oppression surged from the cave entrance. IT was the aura of a master at the transformation realm, which felt suffocating even from a distance. The symbol's radiance suddenly intensified, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. The energies in the air began to fluctuate violently, and the oppressive sensation grew stronger. Is this the end? Lin Xiaoyu sighed wryly, glancing at her glasses, which were starting to malfunction. I in the presence of a master. Such basic equipment indeed seemed far too fragile. Yemo took a deep breath. Perhaps it was time to gamble. Just as he was about to take action, a dazzling golden light shot forth from the symbol's center. Something's amiss, Zhao Yuanbo exclaimed, the manner of these energy fluctuations. It seems to be some form of guidance. Indeed, that golden light did not charge directly towards them, but instead traced a graceful arc in the air, ultimately landing on one side of the cave's rock wall. A series of ancient symbols immediately materialized on the rock face. This is, Zhao Yuanbo hurried forward, the oldest script of the Mo family. Although Lin Xiaoyu's glasses were nearing their limits, they barely managed to record these symbols. Can you recognize what they mean? I can only discern part of it, Zhao Yuanbo scrutinized closely, seeming to decipher. A hidden refuge. The energy fluctuations outside intensified, and the aura of 3 masters at the transformation realm enveloped the entire cave. After emitting one last alarm, Lin Xiaoyu's glasses completely malfunctioned, clearly unable to withstand the pressure of such intense energy. They are deploying some sort of formation. Zhao Yuanbo's voice turned tense. It's the Holy Light Temple's heaven-locking and earth-trapping formation. Once the formation is complete, we will truly have nowhere to escape. Yemo noticed that the Mo family characters began to flicker rhythmically, seemingly guiding towards something. Through his observations, he realized that the rhythm of these flickers corresponded with the energy fluctuations of the masters outside in a peculiar manner. Just then, the entire cave trembled violently. The golden light brightened further, darting across the wall before finally coming to rest at a specific point. There, Lin Xiaoyu pointed towards where the golden light lingered. Although she no longer had the assistance of her glasses, she could still sense that something was different there. As if, before she could finish her thought, a complete Mo family symbol suddenly emerged on the wall. More intricate and mysterious than the previous one, the symbol radiated a soft golden glow, and at the same time, the energy fluctuations outside became increasingly frenzied. It was evident that the masters from the Holy Light Temple had sensed the anomaly here. They hastened their formation process. Zhao Yuanbo's expression grew grave. In less than a minute, the heaven-locking and earth-trapping formation will be finalized. Lin Xiaoyu removed her completely malfunctioning glasses, shaking her head in resignation. I should have listened to my master and brought more spare equipment. This basic model is utterly useless against a master. Yemo gazed at the symbol on the wall, his mind already formulating a plan. Although the energy structure of this symbol was complex, he had discerned the underlying patterns. However, now is not the time to reveal his abilities. Senior Zhao, Yemo suddenly inquired, what characteristics do the Mo family's symbols typically possess? The Mo family emphasizes mechanics for utility, nature as the teacher, Zhao Yuanbo responded, keeping a wary eye on the cave entrance. Their symbols often respond to natural energies. Furthermore, his words trailed off, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Wait, the energy fluctuations outside. Could it be? Yemo nodded, precisely. Though their formation is formidable, the energy fluctuations it generates are too chaotic. If this symbol can truly resonate with natural energies, perhaps we can harness their power to activate the symbol. Zhao Yuanbua's eyes brightened, but soon his brow furrowed. However, with our current equipment, we cannot possibly guide such powerful energy. At that moment, the symbol underwent a transformation. The golden lines began to move autonomously, forming a complex energy circuit. Strangely, the chaotic energies from outside began to unconsciously converge towards this circuit. This is, Zhao Yuanbua gasped, an autonomous guiding formation. The most profound mechanism technique of the Mo family. Chapter 30. The Mo family's mechanism Valley Golden Light intertwined with the raging energies in the air, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. The autonomous guiding formation continuously absorbed external energy, and the symbols on the wall grew increasingly radiant. Not good. A shout came from outside. The energy has gone out of control. Zhao Yuanbua's expression shifted. Their heaven-locking and earth-trapping formation has been disrupted by the guiding formation. The formation's energy is spiraling out of control. Given their cultivation levels, it will be exceedingly difficult for them to suppress such a degree of energy turmoil. Lin Xiaoyu looked at her completely malfunctioning basic detection glasses, feeling somewhat helpless. The standard equipment of the Dragon Martial Research Institute, while adequate for routine investigations, is evidently insufficient in the face of high-intensity energy fields. Suddenly, resounding crash reverberates from outside. The presence of 3 experts in the transformation realm becomes chaotic, clearly struggling to suppress the uncontrollable energy. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the walls of the cavern abruptly transform into transparency. To the astonishment of all, an entirely different space unfolds before them. It is a vast valley, adorned with clusters of ancient buildings, harmoniously scattered throughout. Most strikingly, the entire valley is enveloped in a faint golden glow, imparting an indescribable sense of mystery. This is, Zhao Yuanbua's voice trembles, the fabled mechanism valley. At that moment, a beam of golden light shoots from the valley, coalescing into a humanoid silhouette before them. The figure appears to be a middle-aged man. Around 50 years old, clad in a gray robe, his expression gentle yet eyes sharp. I am the current master of Mechanism Valley. The apparition speaks, his voice deep and resonant. After 2 millennia, I have finally awaited a fated encounter. Master, Zhao Yuanbua immediately bows. I apologize for the intrusion. I hope for your understanding. The master waves his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. However, your equipment is rather rudimentary, making it difficult for you to navigate the valley. Allow me to provide you with some basic protection. With a gesture, 3 beams of golden light soared toward the group, transforming into 3 ancient robes. This is the energy avoidance garment, the most fundamental protective gear of the Mo family. The master explains, though it may seem ordinary, it excels in stability and reliability. Donning it will allow you to move freely within the valley. YEMO receives the robe, feeling its smoothness akin to jade. The surface is adorned with intricate patterns, forming a unique design. This archaic garment stands in stark contrast to modern technological attire. Lin Xiaoyu examines the energy avoidance garment closely. These patterns, they seem to be a type of energy guiding apparatus. Indeed, the master nods. The Mo family emphasizes guiding energy according to circumstances. This garment is not meant to resist energy. Rather, it facilitates its natural flow. When worn, the external energy will become your ally. As the 3 don the energy avoidance garment, they immediately sense a refreshing wave of energy coursing through their bodies. This sensation is quite extraordinary, akin to achieving a harmonious balance with the surrounding environment. And this, the master continues, retrieving 3 jade rings, is the energy sensing ring, which can assist you in perceiving the fluctuations of surrounding energy. Though it may not compare to sophisticated instruments, it remains stable in any environment. Lin Xiaoyu takes the energy sensing ring, discovering that it requires no energy supply yet can distinctly sense the energy oscillations around them. This ancient technology seems to have carved a path entirely divergent from modern science. Lastly, the master gestures once more, sending 3 azure jade orbs soaring toward them. These are communication orbs, capable of maintaining contact within the valley. Do not underestimate them. Even in the most chaotic energy fields, they will not fail. YEMO silently observes these items. Each seemingly simple object contains profound principles. They do not rely on any modern energy sources yet can yield astonishing results. Follow me, the master beckons, gliding into the valley as those faded. You shall witness the true legacy of the Mo family. Why does the master refer to us as fated? Mo inquires as he trails behind. This question lingers in his mind. The master continues onward, his voice serene. The self-guiding formation you encountered earlier was a trial set by our ancestors. Those who forcefully attempted to breach it were thwarted by the very formation. Yet you, in accordance with its principles, harnessed the energy for your advantage. This is indeed the way of the Mo family. But, Lin Xiaoyu expresses her confusion. The master seems quite familiar with our equipment. These are the latest technological products developed by the Dragon Martial Research Institute. The master chuckles lightly. The Mo family values observing patterns and discerning principles. Though your equipment may be new, it still employs ancient methodologies. Resorting to brute force against energy ultimately leads to failure. He points to the energy avoidance garment upon them. Experience how this garment mitigates the surrounding energy. Why Mo carefully attunes to the sensation, realizing that the energy avoidance garment is indeed remarkable. Unlike modern protective suits that consume energy to create a shield, it employs a special method to allow the surrounding energy to circulate naturally, neither depleting resources nor inciting conflict. I see now, Zhao Yuanbo exclaims, enlightenment dawning upon him. The way of the Mo family emphasizes harmony with nature rather than opposition. Precisely, the master affirms. Though Mechanism Valley has been isolated for 2 millennia, each generation of masters has recorded their observations of external changes. Seemingly simple equipment often reflects the mindset of an era. He halts, turning to face the trio. Though you wield modern gear, your hearts still harbor reverence. Understanding the importance of alignment rather than conflict. This insight is the key to the Mo family's search for successors. The master mentions that each generation observes the outside world. Mo suddenly halts. A hint of doubt and challenge in his voice. Then why, during the most arduous times for the Dragon Kingdom, amid a century of humiliation, did Mechanism Valley remain hidden from view? The atmosphere thickens with gravity. Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbo, in unison, cast their gazes upon the master, clearly sharing the same question. The master's figure flickers slightly, his tone tinged with weight. This matter, I feel ashamed to admit. Our ancestors established a rule that Mechanism Valley must not easily intervene in the tides of the external world. To avoid inciting greater turmoil? Lin Xiaoyu cannot help but ask, is it more severe than the loss of countless texts or the severance of inheritance? The master sighs. Do you understand what consequences would arise should the Mo family's techniques fall into the wrong hands? Those formidable mechanisms, those technologies capable of reshaping the world, if wielded as instruments of war. So Mechanism Valley chose to remain reclusive, to observe from the sidelines. Mo's voice turns cold. No, the master shakes his head. Though we could not intervene directly, we have been quietly laying the groundwork for 2 millennia. Many of the texts that have scattered are often tampered with, missing critical elements. The true core heritage has been waiting for worthy successors. He gazes at the trio. Now that the global situation has shifted, and technology and ancient martial arts are on the brink of a grand fusion, Mechanism Valley can finally re-emerge, which is why you have found this place at this juncture. Just as Mo is about to respond, he suddenly perceives a powerful surge of energy emanating from within the valley. As they speak, they arrive at the heart of the valley. The master gestures toward an ancient structure ahead. This is the Kangji Pavilion, where you may uncover answers to your many questions. Chapter 31. The legacy of the Mo family. The exterior of the Kangji Pavilion appears unremarkable, yet Mo senses a unique energy field enveloping the entire building. This energy field differs from the rampant energies outside, instead imparting a sense of tranquility and harmony. This is the most important repository of the Mechanism Valley, the master explains. For 2 millennia, successive masters have recorded observations here, accumulating wisdom. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu's energy sensing ring emits a slight vibration. This foundational Mo family equipment seems to have sensed something, as the patterns on the jade ring begin to glow faintly. Truly remarkable. This Mo family equipment, Lin Xiaoyu murmurs. This energy sensing ring not only detects energy fluctuations but also discerns the attributes of energy. If only the people at the Dragon Martial Research Institute could learn of this technology. Do not underestimate these basic tools, the master interjects. The Mo family emphasizes tools as vessels of principles. The simplest instruments often harbor the most profound truths. With a wave of his hand, the doors of the Kangji Pavilion slowly open. A refreshing breeze flows from within, causing the energy avoidance garments worn by the group to react, automatically adjusting the flow of energy. The energy concentration here is exceptionally high, Zhao Yuanbo remarks. If it were ordinary protective gear, it would likely have succumbed long ago. The master nods in agreement. Indeed, modern equipment seeks to resist, expending vast amounts of energy for little effect. In contrast, Mo family instruments emphasize guiding energy according to circumstances, achieving optimal results at minimal cost. Upon entering the Kangji Pavilion, the sight before them leaves the three in awe. The entire hall is octagonal, with the translucent jade pillars standing in each corner. Delicate energy patterns interconnect the pillars, forming a complete energy circulation system. This is the legendary spirit gathering pillar? Zhao Yuanbo observes intently. Indeed, the master affirms. These 8 spirit gathering pillars not only maintain the energy balance within the Kangji Pavilion, but also serve as a complete energy purification system. The energy utilized by your energy avoidance garments and sensing rings is refined here. Lin Xiaoyu gazes at the data displayed on her energy sensing ring, astonished. The energy concentration here exceeds 20,000 EUM, yet it feels exceptionally gentle. In the outside world, such a concentration would be enough to cause instant injury. This encapsulates the essence of the Mo family's energy regulation doctrine, the master elucidates. It is not about resisting or suppressing energy, but guiding it to flow according to natural laws. While modern technology is advanced, in this regard, it pales in comparison to ancient methods. At that moment, intricate patterns suddenly illuminated the floor of the grand hall. These designs were arranged in a particular order, ultimately coalescing into a complex motif at the center. Mo noticed that the pattern seemed to conceal some form of information, an initial trial left by the Mo family for posterity. The Valley Master remarked that to comprehend more, one must first grasp the principles embedded within this design. Mo gazed at the ethereal figure of the Valley Master and boldly inquired, "Master, if I may be so bold, what is the nature of your current state?" The Valley Master smiled faintly. "You wish to know why I present myself only as an apparition? Or perhaps you ponder how the mechanism Valley has been passed down over the past 2 millennia? The three nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was a pivotal question. To speak candidly, the Valley Master's apparition flickered slightly. I have been in a state of transcendence for over a century. What you see now is merely a lingering impression. Lingering impression? Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Is it truly possible for such an impression to endure for a century? Even the most advanced holographic technology of today cannot achieve that. The Valley Master gestured towards the intricate design at the hall's center. This is the essence of the Mo family's preservation of truth technique. Through a unique energy construct, one can preserve an individual's consciousness and memories. While it does not grant true immortality, it ensures that the wisdom of the mechanism Valley is passed down through generations. And the Valley Masters of the past? Zhao Yuanbo mused thoughtfully. Precisely, the Valley Master nodded. Each Valley Master, prior to their passing, preserves their consciousness and memories through the preservation of truth technique. The new Valley Master must not only possess exceptional insight, but also be capable of understanding and assimilating the wisdom left by their predecessors. He turned his gaze to the trio. As of now, the Mechanism Valley has not seen a new master for over 200 years. It is not that no one has attempted to claim the title, but rather that none have truly grasped the essence of the Mo family's teachings. Mo contemplated the pattern on the ground, a realization dawning upon him. So this initial trial indeed, the Valley Master affirmed. The pattern not only embodies the core transmission of the Mo family, but also serves as the crucial selection for the new generation of Valley Masters. However, before attempting to comprehend this pattern, let me first prepare some more suitable equipment for you. The Valley Master's eyes swept over the trio's gear. These basic energy-dispersing garments and sensing rings may prove inadequate for the trials that lie ahead. With a wave of his hand, 8 spirit-gathering pillars simultaneously glowed. Streams of golden energy cascaded from the pillars, coalescing in the air into 3 sets of equipment. This is the illuminating armor, an intermediate protective gear of the Mo family. The Valley Master explained. In comparison to the energy-dispersing garments, it not only better regulates energy, but also assists the user in comprehending the essence of energy itself. Lin Xiaoyu received the illuminating armor. discovering its structure to be far more intricate than the energy-dispersing garments. The surface patterns formed multiple independent energy circuits, resonating with one another to establish a comprehensive energy operational system, and this, the Valley Master continued, producing 3 exquisitely crafted jade rings, is the spirit connecting ring, which surpasses the sensing rings in functionality. It not only perceives energy, but can actively guide the flow of energy. Zhao Yuanbo scrutinized the spirit connecting ring. These patterns, they seem to be a variant of some guiding formation. Indeed, the Valley Master nodded. The Mo family's artifacts emphasize a gradual progression. The basic equipment teaches you to sense energy, while these intermediate pieces are designed to help you learn to utilize that energy. Mo silently examined the new equipment. Through his unique observational skills, he discerned that the energy structures within these artifacts were far more complex than they appeared. Each piece resembled a miniature energy conversion system, brimming with profound principles. Finally, there is this. The Valley Master's tone grew serious as 3 azure jade tablets floated toward the group, the sound transmission tablets, which not only allow for long-distance communication but also record and reproduce the energy fluctuations within sound. This item is crucial for the upcoming trial, so be sure to keep it safe. Master. Mo gazed at the exquisite equipment with some hesitation. These intermediate artifacts, we may not yet be able to wield them. I have yet to begin my training, and both Lin Xiaoyu and Senior Zhao are merely novices in their cultivation. You are correct, the Valley Master acknowledged. These artifacts indeed require a certain level of cultivation to unleash their full potential. However, the Mo family emphasizes the vessel carries the way. What matters most is not the user's cultivation level, but their understanding of the underlying principles. With another wave of his hand, a beam of golden light infused the illuminating armor in their hands. I have imbued it with a guiding force. With this power, you may temporarily harness the basic functions of these artifacts. This, Lin Xiaoyu gazed in astonishment at the golden light swirling on the illuminating armor. Is this the Master's energy? Indeed, the Valley Master explained. This is another application of the preservation of truth technique. Although I have transcended, the energy I have retained can assist others in enlightenment. This energy will gradually dissipate as you deepen your understanding. By that time, you should have mastered the fundamental usage of the equipment. Zhao Yuanbo pondered. So it's akin to adding training wheels for beginners? That is a fair analogy, the Valley Master chuckled. But remember, the true value of these artifacts lies not in their might, but in understanding the Mo family's way through their usage. Mo attempted to activate the illuminating armor and indeed felt a gentle force guiding the flow of energy. The sensation was unique, as though a mentor were teaching him step by step. Now, the Valley Master directed his gaze toward the pattern at the center of the hall. Are you prepared to comprehend the first trial? Chapter 32. The transformation of heaven and man. The pattern in the center of the hall began to radiate light, and the intricate designs gradually formed a 3-dimensional projection in the air. The projection depicted a complete energy operational system, though many details remained obscure. This is the heaven and man diagram, the Valley Master stated, representing the Mo family's understanding of the laws governing the operation of heavenly and earthly energies. Use the spirit connecting rings to sense it. Mo raised the spirit connecting ring, immediately perceiving a unique energy fluctuation. The guiding force infused by the Valley Master began to operate automatically, aiding him in grasping the significance of these energies. What a fascinating energy structure, Lin Xiaoyu remarked softly. The illuminating armor she wore also responded, the golden patterns beginning to flicker in a rhythmic manner. Zhao Yuanbo observed for a moment before declaring, the flow of these energies seems to simulate a natural phenomenon. Indeed, the Valley Master affirmed, the Mo family values the law of heaven and the principles of earth. This heaven and man diagram records not only the laws of energy operation but also an understanding of natural principles. At that moment, certain sections of the projection suddenly became clearer. These were some fundamental energy pathways that appeared uncomplicated yet concealed profound truths. The first trial, the Valley Master elucidated, is to comprehend these basic energy operational laws. Observe closely and see if you can discern the Mo scrutinized the clear energy pathways within the projection. Through the sensing of the spirit connecting ring, he discovered that these paths were not mere straight lines but exhibited a spiral structure. This energy, Lin Xiaoyu's illuminating armor resonated suddenly. The trajectory of its operation seems to mimic some natural phenomenon. Like flowing water? You are close, the Valley Master remarked. the sages of the Mo family discovered that all things in motion adhere to certain principles. Whether it be flowing water, gusting winds, or the ebb and flow of clouds, they all follow fundamental laws. Zhao Yuanbua's spirit-connecting ring also began to resonate. Indeed, while these energy pathways may appear complex, they seem to adhere to the same basic pattern. Just then, a disturbance rippled through the projection. The once clear pathways began to twist, as though subjected to some external force. Emo noted that the patterns on the illuminating armor began to flicker violently, seemingly issuing a warning. The transformation of heaven and man, the Valley Master explained. The energies of the natural world do not always flow smoothly. Storms, earthquakes, and thunder are the critical tests for cultivators. The energies within the projection grew increasingly chaotic. They started to affect the energy field of the entire hall. Were it not for the protection of the illuminating armor, such a degree of energy fluctuation would likely have proven unbearable. What you must do now, the Valley Master's tone turned grave, is to discern the underlying order amidst this chaos. Remember, even the most violent storm contains a certain order. Observing the tumultuous energies within the projection, Emo quietly activated the Xiaomo system. Detecting a unique energy structure, Xiaomo's voice resonated only in Emo's mind. Within these seemingly chaotic energy fluctuations, there exists a periodic change. It is advisable to focus your attention on the energy inflection points. Emo contemplated, carefully observing the energy inflection points through the spirit-connecting ring. Indeed, in the midst of the most chaotic areas, traces of a certain pattern could be discerned. The Valley Master's apparition seemed to sense something, briefly lingering on Emo before casually shifting his gaze away. In this chaos, Lin Xiaoyu struggled to stabilize the surrounding energy field with the illuminating armor, sensing a pattern yet unable to grasp it. Perhaps we are mistaken in our approach, Emo suddenly suggested. Rather than opposing these chaotic energies, we should observe them in accordance with their direction. That makes sense, Zhao Yuanbua nodded. It is akin to drifting downstream. Perhaps it would be easier to discern the flow of the water. Well said, the Master of the Valley acknowledged. The Mo family emphasizes guiding according to the situation. At times, the most effective way to observe is to immerse oneself within it. The voice of little Mo resonated once more. The energy fluctuations are exhibiting regular patterns. It is advisable to utilize the spirit ring to attempt to follow the primary energy flow's direction. One may uncover further intricacies. Following this suggestion, Emo adjusted the orientation of the spirit ring's sensing apparatus. Gradually, the chaotic energies seemed to become less perplexing. A new alteration in the energy flow emerged. Little Emo reminded, 3 primary energy nodes have been detected. A certain equilibrium appears to exist among them. Observing through the spirit ring, Emo indeed discovered 3 distinct locations within the projection where energy formed stable vortices. This reminded him of certain phenomena observed in quantum state analysis. I believe I have uncovered something, Lin Xiaoyu remarked, her Mingshi armor having fully adapted to this chaotic energy field. Could it be that these energy vortices are restraining one another? Zhao Yuanbua's spirit ring also captured this phenomenon. Indeed, it resembles the search for a balance point. Any alteration in one node will impact the other 2. The Master of the Valley nodded. Yet cast a contemplative glance at Emo. He seemed to sense a particular presence, but did not articulate it. These 3 nodes, Emo pondered, simultaneously absorbing Little Mo's analysis. If we perceive them as a whole, might it not be easier to comprehend? The analysis revealed, Little Mo conveyed within Emo's mind, the energy fluctuation frequencies of these 3 nodes exhibit a certain mathematical relationship, their ratio approaching the golden section. Emo adjusted the sensing range of the spirit ring, attempting to encompass all 3 nodes simultaneously. Suddenly, he realized that these seemingly chaotic vortices were pulsating in a specific rhythm. So it is? The Master's voice carried an air of approval. The transformations of nature may appear disordered, yet they possess an inherent order. You have begun to touch upon the essence of it. Just then, the 3 energy nodes within the projection suddenly generated a powerful resonance. The once chaotic energy field began to reorganize, forming a more intricate 3-dimensional structure. A qualitative change in the energy field structure has been detected, Little Mo cautioned. This method of energy organization closely resembles certain phenomena in modern quantum theory. It is advisable to focus on the superposition state of energy. Emo's Mingshi armor suddenly emitted a gentle radiance, as if responding to the guiding force left by the Master. Through the spirit ring sensing, He discerned that the reorganized energies were forming a complete cyclical system. "This is," Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, noticing that her Mingshi armor had also undergone a transformation, as if the equipment were actively adapting to this new energy paradigm. Zhao Yuanbo nodded. "Indeed, the Mo family's equipment is extraordinary. It is not merely a protective tool, but rather a self-evolving system." The master of the valley observed the changes in the equipment worn by the three, a glint of profound meaning flickering in his gaze. "The Mingshi armor has become responsive, signifying that you have begun to grasp the way of heaven and man, however." His gaze lingered on Yimo for a moment, suggesting that there might be intriguing variables at play. "The energy structure is tending towards stability," Little Imo continued to analyze, "yet it is essential to note that this stability is dynamic. It necessitates the continual maintenance of energy flow balance." Yimo gently nodded, sensing this subtle equilibrium. It felt akin to walking on a tightrope. Any deviation could disrupt the harmony of the entire system. TOB continued. Chapter 33. The record of the machine pavilion as the energy field stabilized. The atmosphere within the Kangji pavilion gradually calmed. The Mingshi armors worn by the three no longer flickered, yet the golden patterns became more pronounced, clearly indicating a degree of evolution stemming from this transformation of heaven and man. "You have passed the first trial," the master of the valley proclaimed. "Now, it is time for you to comprehend some deeper truths." With a wave of his hand, 8 spirit-gathering pillars illuminated once more. This time, the energy did not manifest as equipment, but rather coalesced into an ancient tome suspended in the air. "This is the record of the machine pavilion from the Mo family, chronicling the foundational mechanics of our craft." The master explained. "However, before perusing it, you should first observe the changes in your equipment." Yemo looked down at his Mingshi armor, noting that the arrangement of the patterns had undergone subtle alterations. Through the spirit ring sensing, he could perceive that the internal energy flow of the equipment had become more seamless. "An enhancement in equipment performance has been detected," Little Mo informed Yemo. "The energy conversion efficiency of the Mingshi armor has increased by approximately 30, and the sensing range of the spirit ring has nearly doubled." "The equipment is evolving," Lin Xiaoyu marveled. "It is as if it is alive." The master nodded. "Mo family artifacts are meant to progress alongside their users. The recent transformation of heaven and man served not only as a trial for you, but also as a tempering of your equipment." "Master," Yemo inquired, gazing at the changing patterns on his Mingshi armor, "does this equipment recognize its master, akin to the legendary artifacts?" The master chuckled lightly. "Mo family artifacts differ from ordinary enchanted tools. We do not emphasize a notion of recognition. Rather, we pursue the unity of man and instrument." "The unity of man and instrument?" Lin Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity. "Indeed," the master elucidated. "Recognition implies that the artifact acknowledges its master, thereby obeying only one individual. However, the Mo family emphasizes understanding both the how and the why. Our equipment evolves in accordance with the user's comprehension, ultimately achieving the realm of unity between man and instrument." Zhao Yuanbo pondered. "Is this why our equipment transformed in tandem with our understanding during the recent transformation of heaven and man?" "Precisely," the master affirmed. "The patterns on the surface of these artifacts are, in fact, miniature energy operating systems. As your understanding of energy deepens, these systems will automatically adjust to accommodate your progress. So, these artifacts are more akin to guides or mentors rather than mere tools?" Yi Mo mused, gazing at the spirit ring in his hand. "You possess keen insights," the master commended. "The Mo family emphasizes teaching one to fish. These artifacts not only protect the user but, more importantly, assist in comprehending the underlying principles. When you truly grasp these principles, even in the absence of these artifacts, you can achieve the same feats. An ongoing optimization of the internal structure of the equipment has been detected," Little Mo conveyed within Yemo's mind. "This adaptive capability far surpasses modern technological standards." With this, the master continued, "Do you know why these artifacts do not require a spiritual energy core or energy converter?" Lin Xiaoyu paused, acutely aware of the modern equipment's reliance on energy sources as an investigator from the Dragon Martial Research Institute. Even the most basic detection goggles necessitate a spiritual energy core for operation. Because these artifacts themselves are complete energy conversion systems, Yemo tentatively suggested, simultaneously receiving affirmation from Little Mo in his mind. "Correct," the master nodded with satisfaction. "Modern equipment seeks to overcome energy constraints, consuming vast amounts of energy to maintain operation. In contrast, the Mo family emphasizes guiding according to the situation. Every pattern on these artifacts guides the natural flow of energy. He pointed to the patterns on the Mingxi armor. Observe closely how these patterns organize energy. Through the spirit ring sensing, Mo was astonished to find that those seemingly simple patterns formed countless miniature energy vortices. These vortices resonated with one another, creating a self-sustaining energy circulation system. "Oh, that is how it is," Zhao Yuanbo exclaimed in realization. It is akin to constructing a water wheel in a river, harnessing the natural power of the water flow rather than relying on external force. Indeed, the master affirmed. These artifacts may appear simple, yet they align with the principles of the cosmos. When you truly comprehend this principle, you will understand why the Mo family's technology has endured for 2 millennia without decline. The master turned towards the tome suspended in the air. "Now, it is time for you to delve into some deeper truths. This record encompasses not only the principles of mechanics, but also the Mo family's understanding of the way of heaven and earth." The book gradually opened, ancient characters materializing in the air. Each character emanated a faint glow, seemingly imbued with a unique form of energy. These characters, Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback to find her spirit ring resonating, recognizing it as more than mere records, but rather, using qi as ink, using principle as characters, the master elucidated. Each character represents a miniature energy structure. To comprehend these characters, one must not only see with the eyes, but also feel the energy fluctuations with the heart. A special energy fluctuation has been detected, little Mo conveyed within Mo's mind. The energy structure of these characters bears an astonishing resemblance to the patterns on the Mingxi armor. They seem to illustrate a fundamental energy operating model. Mo scrutinized the characters intently. Through the spirit ring sensing, he perceived each character as a finely tuned mechanism, encompassing the profound understanding of energy utilization by the Mo family sages. The first section, the Enlightenment chapter, the master announced, discusses how to perceive and understand the essence of energy. This corresponds directly with the Mingxi armor you wear. Zhao Yuanbo suddenly noticed several patterns on his Mingxi armor illuminating. These patterns seemed to respond to the energy within the text. Indeed, the Valley Master nodded, stating that the equipment and the manual mutually corroborate each other, which is also the teaching philosophy of the Mo family. The Mingli chapter records 36 fundamental energy pathways. The Valley Master continued, saying that these pathways may seem simplistic, but they are, in fact, the foundation of the Mo family's mechanism arts. You should take your time to perceive them with the spirit ring. Mo followed the guidance in the manual and attempted to sense the first energy pathway in his mind. Xiaomo continuously analyzed the data. This mode of energy operation bears remarkable similarities to certain characteristics of quantum states. Yet it is more stable and controllable. Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbo were also concentrating on their sensations. Gradually, the patterns of the Mingli armor on their bodies began to automatically adjust, resonating with the pathways described in the manual. "Excellent," the Valley Master nodded in satisfaction. "This manual shall be temporarily entrusted to you for further study. However, remember, do not be overly ambitious. Each pathway must be thoroughly understood before proceeding to the next." With a wave of his hand, the manual transformed into a beam of golden light, splitting into 3 portions that landed in the hands of the trio. This is a temporary reflection of the manual. Once you grasp it to a certain degree, more content will naturally reveal itself. Valley Master, Mo glanced at the manual in his hand and suddenly inquired, "Does the record of these mechanism arts relate to the evolution of the equipment we possess?" "Clever," the Valley Master praised. "Each pathway within the manual corresponds to an evolution of the equipment. When you truly comprehend the underlying principles, the equipment will inherently change. This is also why the Mo family does not need to deliberately refine instruments, as the objects will grow in accordance with the user's understanding." The 3 solemnly stored the manual, for it was not merely a text, but rather a key to unlocking the Mo family's mechanism arts. "Very well," the Valley Master said. "You have passed the first trial. Go and rest. Tomorrow, more challenges await you." Chapter 34. Quantum Traversal. Mo gazed at the manual of the mechanism pavilion in his hand. The words formed from condensed energy emanating a soft glow. Through the resonance of the Mingli armor, he could sense that each character contained profound principles. This first section, the Mingli chapter, the Valley Master noted, records 36 fundamental energy pathways. Find a quiet place to study it in detail. However, Remember that each pathway must be fully understood before advancing to the next. Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbo nodded in agreement. Just as the three were about to take their leave, a powerful wave of energy suddenly surged from deep within the mechanism pavilion. Intriguing, the Valley Master remarked, it appears that the mechanism pavilion has sensed something. This energy fluctuation seems to resonate with the equipment you possess. Indeed, the Mingli armor on the three suddenly emitted a faint glow, and the spirit rings began to tremble slightly. The golden patterns seemed to respond to something. Valley Master, EMO, observed the changes in the equipment. This is the quantum pool resonating from the depths of the mechanism pavilion, the Valley Master explained, where the Mo family's sages stored their most fundamental understandings of energy. It seems to be quite interested in you. Quantum pool? Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed. The Mo family mastered quantum technology 2,000 years ago? The Valley Master chuckled lightly. The term quantum is a modern expression coined by later Valley Masters to explain the Mo family's chi analysis technique after observing external developments. Although the sages did not have this concept, they possessed a profound understanding of the most minute forms of energy. Chi analysis technique? Zhao Yuanbo pondered. This term is indeed mentioned in ancient texts, referring to the ability to observe the smallest forms of chi. Precisely, the Valley Master affirmed, the Mo family emphasizes knowing the reason behind the phenomenon. The sages discovered the most basic forms of energy through continuous observation and experimentation. The characteristics of these forms closely resemble the phenomena described in modern quantum theory. Yemo noticed that the pattern changes on the Mingli armor were becoming increasingly pronounced, seemingly guiding him in a certain direction. Through the spirit ring's resonance, he could clearly perceive the source of the energy fluctuations. The sages referred to this energy form as Yuanqi, the Valley Master continued, believing it to be the fundamental unit that constitutes all things in the universe. They discovered that Yuanqi sometimes manifests as waves and at other times as particles, which aligns almost perfectly with modern descriptions of quantum entities. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly realized. So, the Mo family had long discovered this phenomenon, merely explaining and utilizing it in different ways? Exactly so. The quantum pool is, in fact, a special space for storing and observing Yuanqi, the Valley Master stated. Each generation of Valley Masters conducts research here, verifying new discoveries against ancient wisdom. Just then, a beam of golden light shot from deep within the mechanism pavilion, forming a distinct pathway in the air. The Mingli armor on the three immediately reacted, and the glow of the patterns grew brighter. It seems the quantum pool has already acknowledged you, the Valley Master said, but before entering, there are a few matters you must understand. With a wave of his ethereal form, several images materialized before them, depicting scenes of past Valley Masters conducting research within the quantum pool. Each generation of Valley Masters brings back new discoveries from the outside world, the Valley Master explained. For instance, the modern concept of wave-particle duality aligns perfectly with the sage's description of Yuanqi duality. Through constant verification and supplementation, our understanding of the essence of energy has deepened. Thus, Yemo observed those images. The Mo family's heritage is not stagnant but continuously absorbs new knowledge. Indeed, the Valley Master affirmed, the Mo family values benefiting the world, and we do not reject any beneficial knowledge. The quantum pool is not only a research facility but also a testament to the fusion of ancient and modern wisdom. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly noticed that her spirit ring had undergone some changes. The originally singular energy perception function seemed to be expanding, and she could faintly sense even more minute energy fluctuations. The equipment is evolving, the Valley Master noted, which is characteristic of Mo family artifacts. As the user's understanding of energy deepens, the equipment will transform accordingly. However, I must caution you, the Valley Master's tone turned serious. The energy within the quantum pool is exceptionally unique. Even with the protection of the Mingli armor, you cannot remain inside for too long. Moreover, he glanced at Yemo. It seems you harbor some intriguing elements. Once you enter, there may be some peculiar reactions. Yemo felt a chill. The Valley Master had clearly sensed something but did not elaborate. This tacit understanding only heightened his vigilance. How deep is the quantum pool? Lin Xiaoyu inquired, as her spirit ring indicated that the energy concentration ahead was rapidly increasing. It appears to span merely 10 zhang in radius and about 3 zhang in depth, the Valley Master replied. But that is only what the eye can perceive. In reality, it is a special energy field. The sages employed some method to compress a vast amount of Yuanqi into an incredibly small space. Zhao Yuanbo marveled. Such technology, even modern quantum confinement techniques cannot achieve this, can they? The Mo family espouses instruments as carriers of the Tao, the Valley Master explained. This quantum pool, while appearing to be a simple pool, is, in fact, an exceedingly precise energy confinement device. Every inch of the pool's walls is inscribed with special patterns, forming a complete energy control system. The three followed the golden light to the depths of the mechanism pavilion. Before them appeared a pool radiating a faint blue glow. The water appeared calm, yet through the spirit ring's resonance, they could sense the astonishing energy contained within. The surface of the water rippled, seemingly responding to the energy fluctuations of the trio's equipment. The patterns formed by those ripples perfectly corresponded with the designs on the Mingli armor. This is the Mo family's Yuanqi pool, which is now referred to as the quantum pool. The Valley Master stated, every drop of water within is purified Yuanqi. You may sit by the pool and feel the changes in energy. The three complied and sat by the pool, as the Mingli armor resonated. A special energy fluctuation emanated from the pool. This energy was extraordinarily pure, imparting a sense of transparency. What a unique sensation. Lin Xiaoyu murmured, it feels as though one can see the essence of energy itself. Emo also sensed the extraordinary changes. The energy within the pool seemed to adapt to each person's characteristics. Displaying varying forms, through the spirit ring's resonance, he discovered that the trajectories of energy flow closely resembled the pathways described in the manual of the mechanism pavilion. At that moment, the water in the pool suddenly began to surge violently. A blue light shot forth from the water, forming a complex three-dimensional pattern in the air. The patterns continuously morphed, as if illustrating the fundamental laws of energy operation. This is, Zhao Yuanbo exclaimed in surprise. Yuanqi manifestation, the Valley Master stated, the quantum pool is revealing to you the most essential forms of energy. These patterns are the true reflections of the pathways described in the manual of the mechanism pavilion. Mo noticed that the Mingli armor on him was undergoing some transformation. The golden patterns began to reorganize, forming more intricate designs. Through these new patterns, his perception of energy became clearer. Excellent, the Valley Master nodded in satisfaction. Such a response upon first contact indicates that you are indeed fated to the Mo family. However, time is running short. It is time to return and digest today's insights. The three rose to take their leave. Before departing, Mo cast one last glance at the quantum pool. Beneath the tranquil surface of the water, it appears that myriad secrets lie in wait, eager to be unveiled. Chapter 35. The first arrival in the underground city after departing from the concealment pavilion. The trio sought refuge in a serene courtyard to rest. Following their immersion in the quantum pool, subtle transformations had occurred in their gear. This Mingli armor, Lin Xiaoyu meticulously scrutinized the newly emerged patterns on her equipment, sensing a profound difference. Not only had its protective capabilities enhanced, but her perception of energy had also become markedly clearer. Zhao Yuanbo nodded in agreement. The spirit communication ring has also changed. Previously, it could only sense general energy fluctuations, but now it can discern the specific attributes of energy. Is this a characteristic of the Mo family's equipment, evolving in tandem with the user's comprehension? Mo quietly attuned himself to the modifications in his gear. Through the newly formed patterns, he could observe the trajectories of energy with greater clarity. This sensation resonated with his quantum state analysis abilities in a remarkably harmonious manner. At that moment, the ethereal figure of the Valley Master materialized abruptly. How fares your rest? Have you acclimated to the changes in your equipment, Valley Master? The three rose to pay their respects. No need for excessive formalities, the Valley Master replied. The anomalous reaction of the quantum pool has rekindled certain memories within me. Follow me. I shall show you the true core of the Mechanism Valley. The core of the Mechanism Valley? Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment. Isn't the concealment pavilion the most central location? The Valley Master shook his head. The concealment pavilion is merely a significant facade of the Mechanism Valley. The genuine core lies beneath. He led the trio to what appeared to be an ordinary courtyard, where an ancient well stood. Its mouth adorned with intricate patterns. These designs bore a striking resemblance to the new patterns on their equipment. These patterns, Zhao Yuanbo observed intently, speculating, could they be some form of energy guidance device? Indeed, the Valley Master affirmed. This is the entrance to the underground city. What you perceive on the surface of the Mechanism Valley is merely the tip of the iceberg. The The true core technologies and vital legacies reside underground. Through the sensing capabilities of the Mingli armor, Yi-Mo discerned that the patterns at the well's mouth were forming a complete energy circulation system. This design was exceptionally ingenious, capable of concealing the entrance while maintaining the energy equilibrium of the subterranean space. However, the Valley Master interjected suddenly. It seems that the underground city has sensed some extraordinary presence. Such a reaction has not been witnessed by me in 2 centuries. He cast a meaningful glance at Yi-Mo. The underground city comprises 9 levels, the Valley Master elucidated as he guided them further. The deeper you descend, the more refined the energy becomes. The deepest 9th level houses the most pivotal legacies of the Yi-Mo family, along with certain elements that even I cannot fully comprehend. As they descended the steps within the well, the surrounding energy field became increasingly unique. The Mingli armor automatically adjusted its protective intensity, while the spirit communication ring continually adapted to the novel energy environment. This underground city, the Valley Master continued, is in fact a colossal energy conversion apparatus. It not only sustains the operations of the entire mechanism valley but also perpetually purifies and refines the surrounding energies. Energy emanates from the uppermost level, undergoing successive purifications until it reaches its most pristine state on the 9th level. Upon reaching the 1st level, the trio was taken aback by the sight before them. This was far from an underground space. It resembled a miniature city. Various ancient structures were arranged harmoniously, and countless luminous energy spheres floated above, illuminating the entire area. The 1st level is the Qi analysis layer, the Valley Master explained. It is specifically designed for the analysis and study of various energy characteristics. Each building here serves as an independent experimental site. The 2nd level below is the Qi gathering layer, and the 3rd is the Qi control layer. With each descending level, the concentration and purity of energy significantly increase. Just then, the entire underground city emitted a slight tremor. The floating energy spheres suddenly brightened, as if responding to some unseen stimulus. Interesting, the Valley Master mused. It seems the underground city has detected some peculiar energy fluctuations. The last time such a phenomenon occurred was 2 centuries ago. When? His voice trailed off as he gazed deeply at Yi-Mo. It appears your arrival may not be a mere coincidence, especially you, young friend. Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbo exchanged glances, both acutely aware that individuals of the Valley Master's stature did not bestow such attention without reason. Valley Master, regarding researcher Yi, Lin Xiaoyu began to inquire. Some matters are not yet ripe for discussion, the Valley Master gently interrupted, waving his hand. The time is not right. However, he glanced towards a device within a laboratory. Perhaps this Qi analysis platform can offer some insights. It was a remarkably ancient apparatus, yet its structure bore an astonishing resemblance to modern quantum experimental equipment. The Qi analysis platform is utilized to observe the minutest fluctuations of primordial energy. The Valley Master elucidated. Over the years, each generation of Valley Masters has made improvements based on new discoveries from the outside world. However, since the anomaly 2 centuries ago, it has not displayed such intense reactions. Yi-Mo felt a tightening in his chest. Since his traversal into this world, he had been cautiously concealing his uniqueness, yet it seemed that this ancient being, who had lived for over 2 millennia, had discerned something. You overpraise me, Yi-Mo replied cautiously, simultaneously adjusting his state to prevent his energy fluctuations from appearing overly distinctive. I am merely fortunate. The Valley Master regarded him with a knowing smile. Evidently not entirely convinced by this response, yet he refrained from pressing further. Fortune is also a form of strength. However, some truths indeed require the right moment for revelation. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated. Her curiosity about Yi-Mo's background piqued as a researcher from the Dragon Martial Research Institute. Yet, given the Valley Master's demeanor, it was clear that there were unspoken complexities involved. May we proceed to the next level? Yi-Mo shifted the topic, sensing a certain allure emanating from the depths. A feeling that resonated subtly with the quantum state fluctuations within him. However, he could not articulate this sensation. The Valley Master cast him a meaningful glance. Today, we can only go this far. Each level of the underground city presents unique trials that must be adapted to progressively. Moreover, he paused, some truths must also await the appropriate time for unveiling. Yi-Mo exhaled quietly, relieved that although the Valley Master had sensed something, he did not intend to confront it directly. This suited him well. He needed to maintain a certain air of mystery until he fully understood this world. Then let us conclude our visit here for today, the Valley Master announced. You may return and reflect upon what you have witnessed. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for someone to guide you through the second level. The trio took their leave. As they made their way back, Yimo sensed the occasional curious glances from Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbua, undoubtedly intrigued by the Valley Master's reactions. Yet, it was not the time for explanations, so he feigned ignorance. Upon returning to their assigned underground quarters, Yimo excused himself to study the records of the concealment pavilion and retreated to his room alone. He needed to contemplate the revelations of the day, the peculiar response of the underground city, the Valley Master's significant demeanor, and the Qi analysis platform that bore such close resemblance to quantum experimental devices. Detecting residual traces of a unique energy field, Xiaomo suddenly interjected, "The energy structure of the underground city seems to correlate with the quantum state fluctuations within you. A deeper investigation is recommended." Yimo nodded. Since his arrival in this world, he had encountered an increasing number of enigmas, particularly the discoveries within the underground city that seemed to hold a mysterious connection to his traversal. Yet, he also understood the necessity for heightened caution. "It appears the days ahead will be quite intriguing," Yimo murmured softly to himself, gazing at the glowing energy spheres within the room. "Yet, until I fully comprehend this world, I must remain vigilant." The soft illumination of the energy spheres cast intricate shadows of patterns upon the walls. The shapes of those patterns bore an uncanny resemblance to the energy trajectories they had observed on the first level that day. Chapter 36. The Trials of the Underground City. As dawn broke, the light from the energy spheres gradually intensified, simulating the effect of sunrise on the surface. Yemo opened his eyes, the discoveries from the previous day still resonating in his mind. "Good morning," Xiaomo's voice chimed in, detecting subtle changes in the energy field of the underground city, as if it were preparing for something. That moment, a voice emanated from the communication pearl. "Gather in the main hall of the first level. Today, we shall commence the adaptive testing for the second level of the underground city." Upon arriving at the hall, Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbua were already waiting. The Mingli armors they wore emitted a faint glow, clearly responding to the surrounding energy field. "The reason I allowed you to rest yesterday was to help you acclimate to the energy environment of the first level." The Valley Master's ethereal figure appeared at the center of the hall. "To descend to the second level today, you must first undergo certain trials." "What kind of trials?" Lin Xiaoyu inquired, noticing special patterns emerging on the ground in the center of the hall. "The energy concentration in the Qi gathering layer is 3 times that of this level." The Valley Master explained, "We must first test your mastery over energy. These patterns will form a miniature trial arena to evaluate your understanding and application of your equipment." "A trial arena?" Zhao Yuanbua observed the patterns closely, pondering if the arrangement of these energy lines constituted some form of guiding array. "Precisely." The Master of the Valley nodded and remarked, "This is the foundational Qi guiding array of the Mo family. Through this formation, we can simulate energy fields of varying intensities. You must learn how to survive within high-intensity energy fields." Yemo, sensing through the Mingli armor, observed that the patterns on the ground were forming a complete energy circulation system. This design reminded him of certain principles found in modern quantum constraint devices. The intensity of the energy field began to rise. Xiaomo cautioned, "It is advisable to closely monitor the changes in the protective patterns of the Mingli armor." Indeed, as the Qi guiding array was activated, the surrounding energy concentration started to increase rapidly. The Mingli armor worn by the 3 responded immediately, as the golden patterns began to adjust autonomously, attempting to acclimate to the new energy environment. The current energy concentration was twice that of the first layer. The Valley Master instructed, "You should try to feel how the equipment dissipates this energy." This process is also the first step in understanding the Mo family's Qi theory. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, "These energies, it seems they are not merely being blocked, but rather being guided to flow along specific paths." "Well said," the Valley Master praised. "The Mo family's artifacts do not rely on brute force, but rather on leveraging the situation to guide the flow. Each line on the Mingli armor is a miniature guiding array." Yemo meticulously sensed the flow of energy. Through his unique observational ability, he discovered that this energy was not chaotic but adhered to a peculiar order. Reminiscent of the wave functions of quantum states, the energy concentration continued to rise. Xiaomo reminded, "The current level is approaching the standard concentration of the second layer." Zhao Yuanbuo's complexion began to pale slightly. This pressure is far stronger than I anticipated. Hold on, the Valley Master advised. This is merely the beginning. The qi gathering layer of the second tier not only has a high energy concentration, but more importantly, the nature of the energy is also purer. You must learn to move freely in this environment. At that moment, the qi guiding array suddenly shifted, and the flow of energy became increasingly complex. The Mingli armor on the three reacted immediately, but this time the adjustments appeared less smooth. The equipment is evolving, the Valley Master explained. It is attempting to adapt to the new energy environment. Whether it succeeds depends on your understanding of the qi theory. Yimo noticed subtle changes in the patterns on the Mingli armor, as if it were autonomously learning and adapting to the new energy environment. This self-adaptive capability bore striking similarities to certain phenomena he had observed in quantum experiments. Interesting, he murmured to himself, beginning to employ his understanding of quantum states to sense the flow of energy. The energy field began to exhibit fluctuations. Xiaomo reminded, there is an increase in resonance detected between the equipment and the user. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly said, I think I understand something. These energy patterns seem to be guiding us on how to perceive and comprehend the essence of energy. Indeed, the Valley Master nodded. This is precisely the entry point into the Mo family's qi theory. Once you truly grasp the essence of energy, you will naturally be able to navigate freely within such high-concentration energy fields. The energy concentration continued to rise, yet the three gradually found ways to cope. Particularly, Yimo discovered that his understanding of quantum states seemed to afford him a unique advantage in adapting to this energy. Fascinating, the Valley Master's gaze lingered on Yimo for a moment, indicating that his comprehension of energy was indeed exceptional. Just then, the qi guiding array emitted a low hum, and the energy concentration surged to a new height. This is, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, it must have exceeded the standard concentration of the second layer. Right? Indeed, the Valley Master confirmed. This is a minor trial. In the underground city, you may encounter sudden changes in energy concentration at any moment. You must learn to adapt swiftly. Zhao Yuanbuo was already sweating profusely, as the patterns on the Mingli armor flickered erratically, clearly under immense pressure. Lin Xiaoyu fared slightly better, but her fatigue was evident. Yemo, however, noticed an intriguing phenomenon. When the energy concentration reached a critical threshold, the behavior of the energy would undergo a qualitative change, akin to a quantum state transition. I detect a phase change in the energy field. Xiaomo communicated to Yimo. I suggest utilizing this characteristic to alleviate the pressure. Yimo nodded inwardly and began to adjust his breathing rhythm to align with the fluctuating frequency of the energy. This method enabled him to better withstand the high concentration of energy pressure. Well done, the Valley Master nodded in satisfaction. You have all passed this trial. Especially you, Yi Xiaoyu. Your understanding of energy appears to be uniquely insightful. As the qi guiding array ceased its operation, the Mingli armors of the three exhibited subtle changes, indicating growth from this trial. Rest for an hour, and then we shall officially enter the second layer, the Valley Master stated. I believe this trial has provided you with a preliminary understanding of the Mo family's qi theory. However, before entering the second layer, the Valley Master suddenly interjected. I must remind you of one thing. Each layer of the underground city possesses its own particularities, and the energy differences between layers are immense. This trial merely allowed you to experience the foundational energy environment of the second layer. Lin Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from her forehead. Are you implying that the true second layer will be even more challenging? Of course, the Valley Master nodded. The qi gathering layer is not solely about energy concentration. The energy there is not only purer but also more active. If you cannot genuinely comprehend the intricacies of the qi theory, relying solely on the protection of your equipment will be insufficient. Zhao Yuanbuo glanced at his Mingli armor. So this trial was essentially teaching us how to better cooperate with our equipment. Somewhat, the Valley Master replied, his gaze sweeping over the three, ultimately lingering on Yimo for a moment. However, each person's approach to understanding energy differs. Some rely on experience, others on intuition, and some seem to grasp certain unique principles. Yimo felt a stirring within but maintained a composed exterior. He understood that the Valley Master was subtly alluding to his distinctive approach to energy comprehension. Very well, the Valley Master concluded. You may go and rest. Remember, in the underground city, the most crucial aspect is not brute strength, but rather an understanding of the essence of energy. This is why the Mo family's legacy has endured for 2 millennia without decline. The three took their leave. As they walked back to their quarters, Mo felt that his perception of energy had become markedly clearer. This trial not only facilitated the evolution of their equipment, but also granted him new insights into the energy laws of this world. Chapter 37. Entering the array, the rest period swiftly elapsed. When the three returned to the hall, they discovered that the Qi guiding array had transformed. The patterns had become more intricate, forming a complete energy conversion system. Zhao Yuanbua observed the ground patterns closely, noting their complexity compared to the previous Qi guiding array. Indeed, the Valley Master's ethereal form appeared. This is the Qi gathering grand array, the essential pathway to the second layer. It not only regulates energy concentration, but also alters the nature of the energy. Mo sensed through the Mingli armor that the energy flow within this grand array was exceedingly orderly, akin to a sophisticated quantum state control system. Each pattern executed a specific function, collaborating to form a complete energy conversion network. Detecting a complex energy structure, Xiaomo reported. This array appears capable of simultaneously handling multiple energy attributes. I recommend paying special attention to the energy conversion nodes. Are you ready? The Valley Master inquired. Once the grand array is activated, it cannot be halted midway. You must complete the entire adaptation process to safely enter the second layer. The three nodded in readiness. With a wave of his hand, the Valley Master initiated the Qi gathering grand array, causing the patterns on the ground to illuminate sequentially, forming a vast energy vortex. This process consists of 3 stages, the Valley Master elucidated. The first stage is energy purification, which will filter out all impure energies. The second stage is energy compression, which will compress the purified energy to its utmost limits. The third stage is energy transformation, allowing you to adapt to the energy nature of the second layer. As the first stage commenced, the energy surrounding the three began to fluctuate violently. The Mingli armor reacted immediately, as the golden patterns swiftly adjusted in an attempt to acclimate to the changes. Something feels amiss, Lin Xiaoyu remarked suddenly. These energies seem to be actively seeking something. Mo also sensed the anomaly. Through his understanding of quantum states, he discerned that this energy was not merely being purified, but was undergoing a form of selection. Detecting a special energy reaction, Xiaomo alerted. The grand array seems particularly sensitive to certain specific frequencies of energy. This selectivity is reminiscent of the principle of quantum state superposition. At that moment, the Valley Master's voice resonated. Interesting. It appears that this Qi gathering grand array has detected something unusual. Mo felt a tightening in his chest. He had encountered similar situations in quantum experiments, where certain unique quantum states triggered abnormal reactions in experimental apparatuses. However, it was crucial not to reveal himself now. The first stage is nearing completion, the Valley Master announced, his tone devoid of any indication of abnormality. Prepare to enter the second stage. The pressure in this stage will be greater, so take care. As the energy began to compress, all 3 individuals felt an immense pressure. Zhao Yuanbua's Mingli armor flickered erratically, clearly straining at its limits. Lin Xiaoyu fared slightly better, yet her face betrayed signs of anguish. This method of compression, Mo, while enduring the pressure, quietly analyzed the situation, realizing it bore some resemblance to the collapse of quantum states. The energy density was rising rapidly. Xiaomo suggested adjusting their breathing frequency to synchronize with the energy fluctuations, thereby alleviating the pressure. Just then, the gathering Qi formation emitted a sudden hum. The previously regular energy compression began to fluctuate, as if encountering some peculiar resistance. Remain calm, the Valley Master's voice remained steady. This is a normal phenomenon. The formation is adapting to each individual's characteristics, seeking the most suitable method of compression. Mo noticed that the formation's anomalies seemed related to the energy fluctuations within his own body. Whenever he attempted to adjust his breathing rhythm, subtle changes in energy would manifest. The second phase is 85 complete, Xiaomo reminded, but instability in energy compression has been detected. It is advisable to reduce active adjustments and allow the equipment to adapt autonomously. This suggestion proved invaluable. Mo promptly revised his strategy, relinquishing deliberate control, allowing the Mingli armor to acclimate to the pressure on its own. Indeed, the patterns on the equipment began to adjust automatically, gradually finding a balance. Intriguing, the Valley Master's voice held a hint of approval. Each individual has discovered their own method. especially you, young Yi, who seems acutely aware of when to take initiative and when to go with the flow. The second phase was finally complete, but a greater trial loomed ahead. The energy transformation in the third phase is the most critical part, the Valley Master continued. The formation will alter the nature of the energy, bringing it closer to the standards of the second layer. This process may elicit some unique sensations, but do not resist. Learn to accept and understand. As the third phase commenced, the energy surrounding the trio began to undergo a qualitative change. This transformation reminded Yimo of quantum state transitions. When energy reached a certain critical point, it would suddenly shift into an entirely new state. The Valley Master's ethereal form silently observed the three. Particularly Yimo, for the first time in 2 centuries, he witnessed such a remarkable energy reaction within the gathering chi formation. This energy fluctuation, the Valley Master mused, bore an uncanny resemblance to the phenomena recorded in that mysterious laboratory from years past. Could this young man truly be connected to that incident? Observing Yimo's handling of the energy transformation, the Valley Master grew increasingly convinced of his judgment. The understanding of the energy's essence and the almost instinctual response demonstrated a distinction between him and ordinary individuals. Fascinating, truly fascinating, the Valley Master contemplated, recalling the records from the laboratory, which foretold the emergence of one who comprehends the true form of vitality. It now seemed this prophecy was coming to fruition. At that moment, a peculiar wave of energy surged within the gathering chi formation, mirroring the quantum state phenomena described in the records. However, now was not the time to reveal the truth. The Valley Master watched as Yimo adeptly navigated the energy transformation, curious to see how this young man would carve his path within the Valley of Mechanisms. Perhaps he might indeed fulfill the unaccomplished aspirations of the sages. Halfway through the third phase, the Valley Master reminded them, his tone still calm, betraying none of his inner thoughts. This is the most critical moment. One must remain exceptionally focused. Yimo felt the intensity of the energy's transformation increasing. The process reminded him of certain phenomena observed during quantum experiments, where he employed similar methods to stabilize the volatile quantum states. The third phase of energy transformation is underway. Xiaoma alerted, resonance phenomena have been detected as the energy's nature changes. This state resembles the quantum state stabilization experiments you conducted previously. Yimo nodded inwardly. He discovered that by following the natural laws of the energy without forceful intervention, he could achieve optimal results, an insight gleaned from countless failed experiments. The third phase is now 90% complete. Xiaoma continued, the energy resonance is stabilizing, and the equipment is autonomously adapting to the new properties of energy. Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbo were fully engaged in managing the pressures brought about by the energy transformation, unaware of the unusual developments on Yimo's side. Yet, the Valley Master's gaze remained subtly fixed upon him. The final phase was nearing completion. Xiaoma advised, it is recommended to completely relinquish resistance and allow the equipment to independently complete the adaptation process. Chapter 38. The Gathering Chi Layer. Upon stepping into the second layer, all three felt a marked difference. The energy here was not only of a higher concentration but also extraordinarily dynamic, akin to countless minuscule energy particles dancing in the air. This is the Gathering Chi Layer. The Valley Master's voice resonated in the air. The energy here has been purified to a significant degree, thus presenting this unique state. Through the Mingli armor, Yimo sensed the surrounding environment. The energy imparted a distinct feeling, reminiscent of the wave-particle duality observed in quantum states. High-purity energy field detected. Xiaoma noted, the energy structure here is more orderly than in the first layer, with almost no impurities. It is advisable to closely observe the movement patterns of the energy. This is the separation chamber of the second layer. The Valley Master pointed towards an ancient structure ahead, specifically designed to study the characteristics of high-purity energy. Since you have successfully passed the trials of the Gathering Chi formation, you might as well enter and take a look. Entering the separation chamber, Yimo reflected on his recent experience with the Gathering Chi formation. It was through a compliant, rather than confrontational approach that he allowed the Mingli armor to adapt to the energy changes, thus successfully completing the 3 phases of trials. The energy here, Lin Xiaoyu murmured, is even purer than that in the formation. Indeed, the Valley Master responded, the Gathering Chi formation merely allowed you to acclimate to the basic environment here. The true Gathering Chi layer is, in fact, an important site for the Mo family's research into the essence of energy. The separation chamber was filled with various ancient instruments, each emanating a faint glow. Through the Mingli armor's sensing capabilities, Yi Mo discerned that these instruments formed a comprehensive energy research system. Multiple energy observation devices detected, Xiaomo remarked, the design principles of these devices are reminiscent of modern quantum detectors. Yet they appear to be more advanced in certain aspects. These are the Mo family separation instruments, the Valley Master elucidated, capable of observing the subtlest changes in energy. However, to utilize them, one must first grasp the methods of operating within a high-purity energy field. You should try applying the insights gained from the formation. YEMO took a deep breath and began to adapt to the new environment. He found that although the energy in the second layer was pure, it was not as difficult to control as he had anticipated. On the contrary, the absence of impurities made the energy's operational patterns even clearer. Excellent, the Valley Master remarked. Yuanbua has already found his rhythm. And Xiaoyu is gradually adapting. As for you, young Yi, he paused meaningfully, seeming particularly attuned to the pure energy. Indeed, Yi-Mo sensed an inexplicable affinity towards the energy here. These high-purity energy particles bore an uncanny resemblance to certain phenomena he had observed during quantum experiments. The energy field is stabilizing, Xiaomo advised. It is suggested to begin observing the operational principles of the separation instruments. Now that you have adapted to the environment, the Valley Master stated, let us examine these separation instruments. They are vital tools for the Mo family's observation of energy's essence and key to understanding the way of qi. He pointed to a particularly ancient-looking device. This is the vitality mirror, capable of revealing the trajectories of energy. Through it, you can gain a more intuitive understanding of the essence of energy. Approaching the vitality mirror, Yi-Mo was astonished by the instrument's remarkably intricate design. Through the Mingli armor, he could sense the complex energy guidance system within. The vitality mirror requires the user's guidance to activate, the Valley Master explained. You may attempt to perceive and direct the energy in your own way. Lin Xiaoyu was the first to try. She carefully channeled a strand of energy into the instrument. The vitality mirror responded immediately, faint light patterns appearing on its surface, only to dissipate shortly thereafter. A commendable attempt, the Valley Master acknowledged. The vitality mirror is particularly sensitive to forced guidance. One must discover the natural flow of energy. Zhao Yuanbua began his attempt, employing a more cautious approach, yet his results were only marginally better than Lin Xiaoyu's. A quantum state-like energy structure has been detected within the vitality mirror. Xiaoma noted, it is advisable to try using a method similar to quantum state control. Yemo pondered thoughtfully. He recalled his experiences in the quantum laboratory, where he had adjusted those sensitive instruments. Perhaps a similar fine-tuning was required here. He gently adjusted the manner of energy input, not forcing control but, as in the laboratory, meticulously managing each minuscule change. ASEMO experimented. Clear light patterns suddenly emerged on the surface of the vitality mirror. These patterns continuously morphed, forming a peculiar design, as if showcasing the most fundamental form of energy. How intriguing, the Valley Master's voice carried a note of surprise. It seems you have discovered the correct approach. This meticulous technique of control bears a striking resemblance to the qi dissection technique chronicled in ancient texts. Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbua also gathered around to observe. Through the vitality mirror, they beheld, for the first time, the energy's trajectory in such clarity. These trajectories, Zhao Yuanbua scrutinized them closely, appearing to discern a pattern of energy fluctuations. Indeed, the Valley Master remarked, the vitality mirror reveals the fundamental laws of energy movement. Grasping these principles will greatly assist you in your future cultivation and research. Yemo attentively observed the changes upon the mirror's surface. The patterns of energy fluctuations bore an astonishing similarity to phenomena he had witnessed in quantum experiments. Perhaps this could provide him with some crucial clues. Since the vitality mirror resonates with you so profoundly, the Valley Master suddenly suggested, why not explore the other qi dissection instruments? Each device here encapsulates the varied interpretations of energy's essence by the sages of the Mo family. In the ensuing hours, Yi-Mo sequentially experimented with several other qi dissection instruments. Each one possessed unique functionalities, demonstrating different characteristics of energy. The gathering mirror observed the patterns of energy accumulation, while the transforming mirror studied the process of energy transformation. As the Valley Master introduced them, he keenly noted Yi-Mo's methods of operation. However, what intrigued him most was your manner of utilizing these instruments. Yi-Mo felt a stir in his heart. He was aware that his approach diverged from the norm, Yet this distinction was rooted in his background in quantum physics. Time was of the essence. The Valley Master suddenly announced, "We shall conclude for today. You are welcome to frequently employ these chi dissection instruments. They will greatly aid your understanding of energy's essence. However, remember that prolonged activity on the second level is inadvisable, and you must proceed gradually." The three took their leave. As they walked back, Imo's mind lingered on the patterns of energy fluctuations. The ancient wisdom of the Imo family seemed to be gradually unraveling the enigma of his traversal. Detecting significant data, Xiaomo spoke within Imo's mind. The energy patterns exhibited by these instruments align closely with certain characteristics of quantum states. I recommend pursuing in-depth research. Imo silently nodded. Based on the current progress, he seemed to be inching ever closer to the truth. Chapter 39. The Transforming Mirror. Upon returning to the resting area of the first level, Imo did not immediately rest but instead began to organize the discoveries of the day. The energy fluctuation patterns displayed by the chi dissection instruments seemed to conceal some vital information. Today's recorded data had undergone preliminary analysis. Xiaomo remarked, "The energy transformation process indicated by the transforming mirror is particularly noteworthy. Its mode of transformation bears a remarkable similarity to quantum state transitions." Imo nodded. Among the several chi dissection instruments, the transforming mirror indeed piqued his interest the most. This device not only observed the process of energy transformation but, more importantly, showcased the intermediate states of energy during that transformation. That moment, a voice emanated from the sound transmission pearl. "Yishao, could you come over? I have some matters to discuss with you." Imo's heart tightened. He knew the Valley Master had been attentive to his exceptional performance, and this private summons likely indicated a significant discovery. Arriving at the designated location, he found a tranquil courtyard. Within it stood a solitary instrument, the transforming mirror, which was of utmost interest to Imo. This transforming mirror, modified by the Valley Master 200 years ago, appeared somewhat ethereal under the moonlight. It seemed that he had uncovered something extraordinary, yet ultimately departed with his secrets. Imo felt a jolt. The Valley Master from 2 centuries ago. Indeed. The Valley Master continued, that master discovered phenomena during his exploration of energy's essence that were difficult for ordinary people to comprehend. He termed it dual states of vitality, asserting that energy, at its most minuscule state, exhibits a unique form of existence. Dual states of vitality? Imo immediately recalled the wave-particle duality of quantum states. Could it be that the Valley Master from 2 centuries ago had already identified a similar phenomenon? Observing your operation of these instruments today, the Valley Master elaborated, reminded me of some records left by that master. Particularly in the precise control exercised during energy transformations, it was almost identical. Imo regarded the transforming mirror before him, feeling both eager and cautious. This might be a crucial clue, yet he must be careful not to reveal too much. I would like to invite you to experiment with this specially crafted transforming mirror. The Valley Master stated, to see if you can replicate those extraordinary phenomena from 2 centuries ago. Imo approached the transforming mirror, noting its distinct differences from those he had previously encountered. The internal structure of the device was more intricate, and the energy guiding system was far more sophisticated. Detecting a unique energy structure, Xiaomo cautioned, this instrument appears specifically designed for phenomena related to quantum states. I recommend proceeding with caution to avoid triggering violent fluctuations. Imo took a deep breath and began to guide the energy. He employed the most commonly used method from quantum experiments. First establishing a stable energy field and then gradually adjusting the energy states. Fascinating. The Valley Master's voice shifted to a serious tone. Your method of control indeed mirrors the records precisely. The surface of the transforming mirror began to manifest peculiar patterns. The energies, during their transformation, displayed a state that straddled the line between wave and particle, epitomizing the quintessential characteristics of quantum states. 200 years ago, the Valley Master intoned slowly, that master discovered significant clues within a mysterious laboratory. He claimed that a true understanding of the dual states of vitality would emerge in the future. Now it seems, the Valley Master's words suddenly trailed off. The images on the transforming mirror grew increasingly vivid. The trajectories of energy fluctuations coalescing into a complex three-dimensional structure. Mysterious laboratory, Imo pondered. This term evoked memories of the quantum laboratory he had visited before his traversal. Could there truly be a connection between the two? I know you have many questions, the Valley Master remarked, but some matters are not yet ripe for explanation. For now, you may leave the transforming mirror here. You can return to study it frequently. Perhaps you will uncover something remarkable. Yemo understood the Valley Master was offering him an opportunity, while also testing him. Thank you, Valley Master. He replied cautiously. The younger generation is indeed very interested in energy transformation, and having the chance to study this specially crafted transforming mirror is truly no need for excessive courtesy. The Valley Master interjected, just remember that any discovery must be approached gradually, much like this transforming mirror, which appears to study energy transformation on the surface, yet conceals deeper secrets. Yemo nodded. He knew that his journey of discovery within the Mechanism Valley had only just begun. This specially crafted transforming mirror might very well be the first key to unlocking the door to the truth. By the way, the Valley Master seemed to recall something. The master from 2 centuries ago left behind a saying. The transformation of vitality begins in the minutiae and culminates in the grand path. Those who observe the minute will surely perceive the true mechanism. Yemo silently committed this phrase to memory. From the perspective of quantum physics, it indeed held profound significance. Understanding the laws of the microscopic world is essential to grasping the essence of the macroscopic one. Before departing, the Valley Master continued, he had also specifically modified the core components of this transforming mirror. He stated that these alterations were intended to better observe the dual states of vitality, yet he left no detailed records of how to operate it. Yemo meticulously examined the structure of the transforming mirror. Through the resonance of Mingli armor, he discovered that the energy guiding system within the instrument was indeed markedly different from other chi dissection instruments. The intricate arrangement of patterns reminded him of the quantum bit control systems found in quantum computers. Are you quite intrigued by this? The Valley Master inquired. Indeed, Yemo replied cautiously, this method of energy transformation is rather unique and appears to bear some similarities to my previous research. Research? The Valley Master's tone carried a hint of amusement. It seems you have indeed encountered similar concepts before. However, now is not the time for such discussions. Focus on studying this transforming mirror. You may stumble upon some intriguing discoveries. Before leaving, the Valley Master added, remember, do not use the transforming mirror for more than 1 hour each time. The energy here is exceedingly pure, which could easily affect one's state of mind. Moreover, he said meaningfully, some discoveries must be approached gradually. Haste makes waste. As Yemo exited the courtyard, he glanced back at the transforming mirror. Under the moonlight, the patterns on the instrument's surface glimmered faintly, as if whispering a long-buried secret. The discoveries of tonight were significant. Upon returning to his room, Xiaomo remarked, the energy transformation patterns exhibited by the transforming mirror bear a high degree of similarity to our previous quantum experiments, especially the modified core components, whose operational principles closely resemble those of quantum state control devices. Yemo sat at his desk, beginning to organize the revelations of the day. The Valley Master from 200 years ago, the mysterious laboratory, the specially crafted transforming mirror, and that profound saying, all seem to point toward an important truth. The transformation of vitality begins in the minutiae. Yemo softly repeated the Valley Master's words. Realizing that to unravel the enigma of his traversal, this transforming mirror could serve as a pivotal breakthrough. Chapter 40. Dual States of Vitality. In the early morning, Yemo arrived early at the small courtyard. The discoveries of last night left him in a state of unrest, particularly that phrase about the transformation of primordial energy, which began from the minutiae, seemingly hinting at some significant clue. The energy field of the transformation mirror was detected to be stable. Xiaomo advised, suggesting that they start with low intensity to observe the fundamental forms of energy. Yemo nodded, commencing the attempt to guide energy into the transformation mirror. This time, he deliberately slowed his pace, meticulously observing every minuscule change. Fascinating. The voice of the Valley Master suddenly resonated. It seems you have uncovered something. Yemo was not startled by the Valley Master's abrupt appearance. Through the transformation mirror, he observed that energy indeed exhibited a peculiar state under certain specific conditions, resembling both waves and particles. Was this not the wave-particle duality of quantum mechanics? 2 centuries ago, the Valley Master spoke slowly. That esteemed master referred to this phenomenon as the duality of primordial energy. He asserted that energy, in its most minute state, exhibits an incomprehensible dual nature. The duality of primordial energy, Emo softly echoed the term, continuing to adjust the method of energy guidance. Within the transformation mirror, an extraordinary phenomenon was occurring. When he attempted to observe the specific location of the energy, the wave-like characteristics diminished. Conversely, when he focused on the propagation path of the energy, its particle-like characteristics waned. A periodic change in energy state has been detected, Xiaomao reminded him, suggesting that they record the specific data at each observation point. Intriguing, the Valley Master remarked approvingly, you seem to have discovered a certain pattern. That esteemed master also mentioned a similar phenomenon in his records, which he termed the change of observation. Emo nodded, maintaining his focus on the experiment. By varying the intensity of energy guidance, he found that this duality phenomenon became more pronounced at certain specific energy concentrations. There is a particular record here, the Valley Master continued, that esteemed master believed that the duality of primordial energy is not a fixed state, but rather a superposition of multiple possibilities. Prior to observation, these possibilities exist simultaneously. Upon observation, one specific state emerges. Emo paused momentarily. Was this not the very essence of quantum superposition and collapse? He began endeavoring to replicate this process within the transformation mirror. Indeed, when the energy reached a critical point, the transformation mirror displayed a state of multiple superpositions. Those energy patterns intertwined, forming a complex three-dimensional structure. Have you studied these extensively? The Valley Master inquired. I observe your method of operating the transformation mirror is precise. As if you have long understood these principles. Emo subtly adjusted his mindset. I merely find these phenomena to be governed by discernible patterns. As you said, one must commence from the minutiae to observe the most fundamental changes. Well said, the Valley Master nodded. But do you know why that esteemed master specifically modified this transformation mirror? Emo ceased his actions, listening attentively. He mentioned in his records that this phenomenon of primordial energy duality might be the key to unlocking some significant secrets. The Valley Master's voice deepened. When people truly comprehend this characteristic of energy, they can transcend the limitations of common reasoning and achieve the extraordinary. Transcend the limitations of common reasoning? Emo contemplated the quantum tunneling effect. Recalling his own experiences of traversing dimensions, could there truly be a connection? Let me see your findings, the Valley Master urged. Emo began demonstrating his recent experimental process, carefully controlling the energy input to reveal that special state of superposition within the transformation mirror. Each step was executed with precision, akin to conducting a meticulous quantum experiment. Every energy node was controlled with utmost accuracy. The Valley Master observed Emo's demonstration, particularly noting that when dealing with those critical states, he always seemed to find the most suitable balance point. While maintaining the experiment, Emo responded, although these energy changes appear chaotic, they actually adhere to certain fundamental laws. The key is to uncover those laws. At that moment, a peculiar change suddenly manifested within the transformation mirror. The previously stable state of superposition began to fluctuate, forming an unprecedented energy structure. Stop, the Valley Master commanded suddenly. Maintain this state. This energy structure. I have seen it in that esteemed master's records. He referred to it as quantum state. Emo's heart jolted. The Valley Master had directly uttered the term quantum state. This implied that the esteemed master from 2 centuries ago had indeed encountered modern quantum theory. That esteemed master stated that this state is the key to understanding the essence of primordial energy. The Valley Master continued. He discovered this phenomenon in a mysterious laboratory and predicted that in the future, someone would truly unravel this enigma. Emo meticulously observed the energy structure before him. This was indeed a standard quantum state, and a remarkably stable one at the IN modern laboratories. Maintaining such a state requires extremely precise equipment. However, sustaining this state demands considerable energy. The Valley Master remarked, your Mingli armor has begun to emit warnings. Indeed, Emo felt the patterns of the Mingli armor flickering rapidly, evidently signaling excessive energy consumption. Let us conclude for today, the Valley Master stated. While this quantum state is significant, we must not be hasty. That esteemed master specifically cautioned against excessive contact with this state, as it may yield unforeseen consequences. Emo cautiously began to retract the energy, allowing the state within the transformation mirror to gradually return to tranquility. This process required utmost care, akin to operating quantum decoherence in a laboratory. Intriguing, The Valley Master observed Mo's concluding work, noting that even this method of energy retraction aligned perfectly with the records. It appears you indeed have some connection with the future person that esteemed master spoke of. You flatter me, Mo replied cautiously. I merely act in accordance with the principles. There is no need for excessive modesty, the Valley Master stated. Opportunities are predetermined by fate. This transformation mirror shall remain here for the time being. You may come to study it daily. Remember, each session should not exceed an hour, and, he paused meaningfully, some discoveries must wait for the appropriate moment to be revealed. Upon returning to his room, Mo began to organize the discoveries of the day. Through the transformation mirror, he not only confirmed the existence of quantum phenomena in this world, but, more importantly, it appeared that someone had encountered modern quantum theory 200 years ago. Perhaps this was the key to unraveling the mystery of his traversals. Chapter 41. The secret records of the Mechanism Valley. Days of continuous research had deepened Mo's understanding of the transformation mirror. This seemingly ancient instrument contained such advanced quantum theories. Today's data analysis is complete, Xiaomo remarked. The quantum state phenomena observed through the transformation mirror align almost perfectly with records from modern laboratories, particularly in terms of energy superposition and measurement effects, exhibiting astonishing accuracy. Just as Mo was preparing to continue his research, a voice from the transmission pearl suddenly called out from the Valley Master. Yi Xiaoyu, come to the dot. I wish to show you something. Upon arriving at the Mo found the Valley Master's ethereal form standing before an ancient bookshelf. These, the Valley Master indicated a row of bamboo slips, are the secret records left by successive Valley Masters. Among them are the research notes of that esteemed master from 200 years ago. Why? Mo's heart stirred. These notes might unravel even more mysteries. The bamboo slips were crafted from a special material that could automatically record the insights of the Valley Masters. However, to read them, we need this. He pointed to an ancient device beside him. This is the Shihuan mirror, capable of transforming the records on the bamboo slips into visible imagery. Many of that esteemed master's discoveries are preserved within. Mo approached the Shihuan mirror, noticing that its construction was even more intricate than that of the transformation mirror. Through the Mingli armor sensing, he perceived an exceedingly precise energy control system within the device. Let us begin with this scroll, the Valley Master stated, retrieving a bamboo slip. This contains the initial records of that esteemed master upon discovering the quantum state. As the slip was placed into the Shihuan mirror, a scene began to materialize in the AI-R.IT was an unfamiliar laboratory, filled with instruments Mo had never encountered. Yet, the design concepts of those instruments bore an astonishing resemblance to modern quantum laboratories. In the imagery, a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe was intently operating a particular device. His every movement was executed with extreme precision, akin to conducting a meticulous quantum experiment. This is the Valley Master from 2 centuries ago. The current Valley Master's voice resonated. He stumbled upon this mysterious laboratory during an accident, thus commencing his research on quantum states. The imagery continued to unfold. That esteemed master seemed to have discovered something significant. He rapidly recorded his findings. Today, a major discovery. The apparatus in this laboratory can compress energy to an exceedingly minute state. In this state, energy exhibits some incomprehensible properties. Mo diligently observed every detail within the imagery. Although those experimental devices appeared archaic, their core principles were strikingly similar to modern quantum experimental equipment, particularly the energy compression device, which astonishingly enables the stable control of quantum states. The voice of the Valley Master suddenly turned grave. He speculated that it might originate from another space-time continuum. In his records, he mentioned that many technologies here surpassed the cognitive boundaries of that era. Another space-time? A flicker of realization ignited within Mo. This notion evoked memories of his own time-traveling experiences. Could it be that a similar event transpired 200 years ago? The scene abruptly shifted, revealing a segment of written documentation. In the minutiae of vital energy, the duality manifests. Observe its state, grasp its transformations, and perhaps one may traverse the heavens and the earth, connecting the ancient and the modern. Yet, this path is profound and must be attained by a fated individual. These were the final words left by that Valley Master. The current Valley Master remarked that shortly thereafter, he mysteriously vanished. Subsequently, that laboratory disappeared without a trace. Master, Emo gazed at the vast Kanji pavilion, finally voicing his lingering query. In such a grand mechanism valley, why is it that only your shadow remains here? What of the other disciples of the Emo family? The Valley Master fell silent for a moment before retrieving another bamboo scroll. This question must begin with the disappearance of the world's spiritual energy. As the scroll was placed into the Shishin mirror, a new image emerged. It depicted a more prosperous mechanism valley bustling with diligent Emo family disciples, engrossed in various mechanical arts. Before the decline of spiritual energy, the Mechanism Valley had been the most crucial research base for the Emo family. The Valley Master's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. However, as the spiritual energy gradually faded, many intricate mechanisms could no longer function. The visuals displayed those complex devices ceasing their operations one by one, forcing the Emo disciples to confront a harsh reality. The Valley Master at that time made a difficult decision. He continued. To preserve the wisdom of the Emo family, he initiated the preservation strategy. A portion of the disciples concealed themselves among the populace, safeguarding the core texts while awaiting the revival of spiritual energy. Another faction focused on researching technologies independent of spiritual energy, seeking new developmental pathways for the Emo family. Meanwhile, the Mechanism Valley was sealed with a special formation, relying on the energy within the 9-layered underground city to maintain its fundamental operations. Each generation left behind only the shadow of the Valley Master to guard it, waiting for the day of spiritual energy's revival. And those disciples later? Emo inquired. Some integrated into society, passing on the wisdom of the Emo family in various forms. Others devoted themselves to researching new technologies, contributing to technological advancement. And some. The Valley Master cast a meaningful glance at Emo, secretly guarding the Emo family's most significant secrets. Now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, the Mechanism Valley's formation is beginning to gradually unlock, the Valley Master stated. Those scattered legacies of the Emo family will also converge once more. However, he turned to Emo. This process must be approached with caution. The Emo family chose to retreat not only due to the disappearance of spiritual energy, but also to prevent their wisdom from falling into the hands of covetous individuals. The scene shifted to show fragmented texts and mechanical blueprints being plundered by foreign powers. That period of humiliation reminded Emo of the century-long disgrace mentioned in the Longwu archive. Thus, although spiritual energy has revived, the Mechanism Valley cannot be fully opened yet, the Valley Master explained. We must await the opportune moment, the arrival of those who can truly comprehend and inherit the wisdom of the Emo family. Why? Emo pondered deeply. There seemed to exist a profound connection between the wisdom of the Emo family and modern technology. Particularly, the discovery of that mysterious laboratory further suggested that the chasm between the ancient and the contemporary may not be as vast as imagined. By the way, the Valley Master suddenly remarked. What are your thoughts on the earlier documentation regarding the mysterious laboratory? Emo cautiously replied, the experimental phenomena are indeed quite extraordinary. If we could merge this ancient wisdom with modern technology, it might lead to new breakthroughs. Well said, the Valley Master nodded. The Emo family has always advocated for benefiting the world, not confined to form. Now, with technological advancement, it is indeed an opportune moment for the resurgence of Emo family wisdom. However, the Valley Master's tone abruptly grew serious. There are matters I must caution you about. The previous Valley Master, while researching quantum states, seemingly uncovered some astonishing secrets. Yet, in his final records, he remarked that this power is exceedingly profound. If misused, it could yield unforeseen consequences. Emo nodded. As a quantum physics researcher, he was acutely aware of the uncontrollability of quantum forces. It was precisely this unpredictability that led to that experimental accident. Let us conclude for today, the Valley Master stated. You may peruse these bamboo scrolls at your leisure, but remember, everything must progress in an orderly fashion. Tio grasped the essence. One must first understand the surface. To envision the future, one must comprehend the past. Emo departed the Kanji pavilion. His mind was awash with thoughts. The decline of the Emo family alongside the disappearance of spiritual energy, the emergence of the mysterious laboratory, and the discovery of quantum states, all seem to point towards a grander enigma. Today's findings are significant, he remarked upon returning to his chamber. The documentation of that mysterious laboratory may aid us in understanding the principles of time travel. I suggest we continue our research on those bamboo scrolls. YEMO glanced at the communication pearl in his hand, recalling the Valley Master's final words, "Indeed, everything must progress in an orderly manner." Whether unraveling the mystery of time travel or reviving the glory of the MO family, it requires a grounded approach, step by step. Chapter 42. The Mysterious Laboratory. After several days of studying the records of the bamboo scrolls, Yemo's curiosity regarding the mysterious laboratory grew ever more intense. The Valley Master's documentation was extraordinarily detailed, encompassing not only the layout of the laboratory but also the usage methods of various instruments. "These records are immensely valuable," Xiaomo remarked. "Many of the devices within the laboratory are designed based on principles of quantum state manipulation. Yet, some technologies appear to be even more advanced than modern ones." As Yemo meticulously examined a schematic of the device, he suddenly discovered a familiar symbol that resembled AM by a strip, an emblem he had encountered in his former laboratory. "Ye Xiaoyu." The Valley Master's voice echoed suddenly. "Come to the third level of the underground city. I have matters regarding that mysterious laboratory to discuss with you in greater detail." Another private summons. Ever since discovering Yemo's unique understanding of the Huqi mirror, the Valley Master seemed increasingly certain of something. The energy concentration in the third level was 9 times that of the first. Upon arriving at the passageway leading to the third level, the Valley Master remarked, "But fret not. I have arranged an energy guiding array within the passage to filter out most of the energy for you." Indeed, as he traversed the passage, Yemo felt Mingli Jia continuously adjusting the protective intensity. The golden patterns formed a complete protective system, resonating with the energy guiding array within the passage. Moreover, the location we are heading to has special protection, the Valley Master continued to explain. The previous Valley Master specifically designed an energy regulation system that can reduce the indoor energy concentration to a safe level. Otherwise, even a master at the Huajing realm could not remain inside for long. Upon reaching the third level, Yemo discovered that the layout here was entirely different from the previous 2 levels. The entire space was divided into multiple independent laboratories, each encased in unique energy barriers. "These are the Qi control chambers," the Valley Master stated, "but the reason for bringing you here today is to see this." He led Yemo to a room located at the deepest point. The door bore intricate ceiling patterns, clearly indicating its significance. When the door swung open, Yemo was taken aback. The arrangement before him was nearly identical to the mysterious laboratory described in the bamboo scrolls. At the center stood a massive energy control console, surrounded by 12 energy concentration pillars. "This is the laboratory that the previous Valley Master reconstructed from memory," the Valley Master elucidated. "He aimed to replicate the experimental conditions of that time. Every instrument here has been meticulously replicated to its original specifications." Yemo scrutinized the interior layout. The design bore striking similarities to his previous quantum laboratory before his time travel. Particularly, the structure of the energy control console resembled the prototype of the quantum state manipulation device he had once operated. Especially this, the Valley Master pointed to a device atop the console, which the previous Valley Master referred to as the quantum array, claiming it was the core of the entire laboratory. Allegedly, it was while operating this device that he encountered some incredible phenomena. Detected a unique energy structure, Xiaomo suddenly interjected. "The design of this quantum array bears an 87 similarity to the experimental device that caused the time travel. Yemo approached the quantum array, his heart rate involuntarily quickening. The core components of this device unexpectedly employed principles akin to quantum entanglement, and some designs appeared to be even more advanced than modern technology," the previous Valley Master noted in his records. As the Valley Master's voice resonated from behind, this device can not only observe the minutest states of vital energy but also influence the intrinsic properties of energy. However, during one experiment, he seemingly reached a critical threshold. Yemo's hand froze mid-air. He was all too familiar with such scenarios. In quantum experiments, once certain special critical states are approached, unpredictable quantum effects could transpire. "You seem to understand these matters quite well?" the Valley Master inquired, his gaze penetrating. "I merely find it somewhat familiar," Yemo cautiously replied. He was aware that his reaction might have revealed some clues, but now was not the time to divulge everything. The previous Valley Master wrote in his final records. The Valley Master slowly articulated, "This device may well open the door to another world." Yet, before he could validate this hypothesis, the entire laboratory mysteriously vanished. A tremor coursed through Yemo's heart. A portal to another world. This notion resonated too closely with his own experience of traversing dimensions. However, what piqued his interest the most was this. The Valley Master abruptly shifted the topic, directing attention towards a small device adjacent to the quantum array. This apparatus, known as the Void Mirror, was the last invention of that Valley Master, reputed to detect anomalous fluctuations in space. YEMO approached to observe it. The construction of the Void Mirror was remarkably intricate, featuring a complex energy sensing system within. Through the resonance of Mingli armor, he sensed that the device seemed to be continuously recording something. For 2 centuries, this device had been operational. The Valley Master remarked that most of the time it remained tranquil, but a month prior, he paused, casting a significant glance at EMO. It suddenly recorded a strong spatial fluctuation. Just days before your arrival at the Mechanism Valley, YEMO's heart tightened. A month ago was precisely when he had experienced his own traversal. I am aware that you harbor many secrets. The Valley Master's tone softened. It matters not if you do not speak of them now. When you truly grasp everything here, perhaps the answers will reveal themselves. The purpose of bringing you here today is to make you aware that some matters are predestined. EMO gazed at the laboratory before him, a revelation dawning in his mind. Perhaps his traversal was not mere coincidence. This enigmatic laboratory might indeed be the key connecting the past and future. Upon returning to his room, EMO began to organize the discoveries of the day. Xiaomo, what form do you believe the Valley Master's remnant consciousness takes? EMO suddenly inquired. Based on observation, the Valley Master's remnant appears to be a special aggregation of consciousness, Xiaomo replied. However, there is a noteworthy question. Why is it that only the current Valley Master's remnant exists? With no presence of past Valley Master's consciousness, EMO pondered. Unless the current remnant of the Valley Master is, in fact, a collective consciousness of all past Valley Masters. This would explain why he possesses such extensive knowledge of the history from each era. The analysis is sound, Xiaomo remarked, and it also clarifies why he could recognize your method of operating the Qi mirror as identical to that of the Valley Master from 2 centuries ago. Those memories reside within his consciousness. YEMO rose and moved to the window. Could it be that the Valley Master who studied quantum states mysteriously vanished, also experienced a traversal? Perhaps our timelines are simply misaligned. The possibility is quite high, Xiaomo analyzed. The spatial fluctuations recorded by the Void Mirror, though coinciding with your traversal, indicate that this is not the first occurrence. This suggests that spatial passages may have appeared at various points in time. EMO recalled the myriad details of the laboratory. If this is indeed the case, that Valley Master likely also arrived at some other time and space. And the ancient technologies we discovered in the laboratory, could they be what he brought along? To be continued, Chapter 43. Life in the Valley. I never imagined there would be such a place in the underground city, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed as she gazed at the vast underground farm before her. This was a unique area on the first level of the underground city. Utilizing a specially designed focusing array from the MO family, this space could simulate sunlight, nurturing various spiritual plants and crops. Energy patterns wove throughout the entire farm, forming a complete ecosystem. The MO family emphasizes self-sufficiency. The Valley Master's voice resonated. These farms not only provide for our daily needs, the spiritual plants cultivated here also assist in purifying the energy field of the underground city. EMO scrutinized the energy patterns. This technology, capable of simulating natural environments, reminded him of modern biosphere experiments. Yet, the MO family's solution was evidently far more sophisticated, achieving a complete energy cycle. However, Zhao Yuanbua, observing these facilities, appeared contemplative. We have been here for half a month. The outside world has likely begun to notice something amiss. Indeed, while the living facilities of the Mechanism Valley were complete, the isolation from the outside world remained an issue. As important members of the Dragon Martial Research Institute, their sudden disappearance would undoubtedly cause an uproar. These farms are merely a part of the Mechanism Valley's self-sufficient system. The Valley Master continued. The first level also houses dedicated water purification and energy extraction zones. Nevertheless, I am aware of your concerns. Indeed, despite the comforts provided, EMO and the others understood that they were in a critical period of spiritual energy resurgence. Their sudden disappearance could potentially disrupt the entire research institute's plans. In truth, the Valley Master elaborated. According to the EMO family's tradition, guests may only remain in the valley for a month at most. This period serves both as learning and as a test. All three listened intently. Over the past half-month, each had made distinct gains. Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbo primarily studied the foundational mechanisms of the Mo family on the first and second levels, gaining new insights into the perception and application of energy. Meanwhile, due to Mo's demonstrated unique talent, he received individualized guidance from the Valley Master, delving into deeper secrets, from the Qi Mirror to the quantum array. From the mysterious laboratory to the dual states of vitality, these discoveries had provided him with a renewed understanding of this world, particularly regarding his own traversal experience. In another half-month, the Valley Master stated, "You will return to the outside world. However, before that, I must impart some essential knowledge to you. This information will be crucial for your future development." Emo contemplated. Given the current pace, he indeed required more time to study the mysterious laboratory, especially the findings regarding quantum states, which might hold the key to unraveling the mystery of his traversal. "But before you depart, I have something to tell you." The Valley Master's tone grew serious. "Though the Mechanism Valley is reclusive, it possesses its own intelligence network. We have received news that the outside world is conducting a widespread search for you." Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbo exchanged glances, both evidently recalling the operational style of the Dragon Martial Research Institute. Given the Institute's capabilities, they had likely mobilized substantial resources for the search. "We need to provide an explanation to the outside world," Zhao Yuanbo asserted, "especially now that spiritual energy is reviving. Various factions are actively positioning themselves. Our disappearance could affect the entire Institute's plans." The Valley Master nodded. "Thus, I plan to have you leave in batches. Xiaoyu and Yuanbo will return first to report to the Institute. As for you, Xiaoyu," he glanced at Mo, "you will need to stay a few more days to complete your final studies." Mo understood the Valley Master's intention. The research on the mysterious laboratory was yet unfinished, and this might relate to the future of the entire Mo family. "How do we explain our experiences over the past half-month?" Lin Xiaoyu posed the question that weighed on everyone's mind. "Do not worry," the Valley Master replied. "I will provide you with some special tokens. These items will sufficiently demonstrate that your experiences are of value." These are Mo tablets, the Valley Master gestured, and 3 ancient jade tablets appeared in the air, inscribed with foundational knowledge of the Mo family's mechanisms. Though merely superficial, they would be adequate to prove your gains to the Research Institute. Mo accepted the jade tablets and discovered that they contained basic knowledge, unrelated to the core secrets. It was evident that the Valley Master had considered this meticulously, ensuring that he could provide an explanation to the Institute while safeguarding the vital secrets of the Mechanism Valley. "As for your whereabouts," the Valley Master continued, "you may say you gained insights in an ancient relic deep in the Western Mountains. This way, you will neither expose the Mechanism Valley nor fail to explain your progress." Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbo nodded in understanding. This explanation was indeed reasonable, and the Research Institute had always shown great interest in ancient relics, which would likely divert their attention towards searching for relics. With Xiaoyu remaining to continue his studies over the next few days, the Valley Master turned to Mo. "I will let them believe you have gone to another relic. This will also help avoid unnecessary suspicion." Mo realized that this was not only to protect the secrets of the Mechanism Valley, but also to safeguard him. After all, the research on the quantum array could unveil astonishing truths. "Tomorrow morning," the Valley Master stated, "I will arrange for someone to escort you out of the valley. Remember, from this day forth, you are a force representing the Mo family in the outside world." However, the Valley Master's voice suddenly grew serious. "All who enter the valley must undergo the Mo seal. This has been the Mo family's tradition for 2 millennia." With a wave of his hand, 3 beams of golden light entered the foreheads of the 3 individuals. "The Mo seal will not restrict your freedom, but if anyone attempts to divulge the core secrets of the Mechanism Valley, the seal will automatically obscure relevant memories. This also serves as a form of protection for you." Mo felt the golden light enter his forehead, forming a unique energy structure. Through the resonance of Mingli armor, he discerned that this structure was extraordinarily intricate, neither interfering with normal thought processes nor failing to provide protection at critical moments. "This is the Mo family's heart-guarding technique," the Valley Master explained. "It not only protects secrets but also aids you in resisting external mental disturbances. Especially in this era of spiritual energy resurgence, such protection is essential." Lin Xiaoyu pondered. "So even if someone employs special means to read memories?" "Indeed," the Valley Master nodded, "they would at most only see the so-called ancient relic, as for the true location and core secrets of the Mechanism Valley, they will be automatically shielded. This is why, for the past 2 millennia, even when individuals leave the Mechanism Valley, the outside world has never been able to locate it. Why EMO quietly marveled. This technology, which can safeguard secrets without harming its users, demonstrates the profound understanding of human nature possessed by the EMO family. Moreover, the Valley Master continued, the ink seal serves as a bond of connection. Should you encounter danger, the ink seal will automatically issue a warning. Although the Mechanism Valley remains secluded, it has consistently watched over its own in the shadows. His words brought a sense of warmth to the trio. In this era of spiritual revival and turbulent circumstances, having such a reliable support is indeed rare. Very well, the Valley Master stated, you may return to your preparations. Tomorrow morning, someone will escort Xiao Yu and Yuan Bo out of the valley. As for you, my young friend Yi, he cast a meaningful glance at EMO. You must seize the time in the coming days. There remains much to study in that laboratory. Upon returning to the resting area, the three of them quietly organized the gains from the past half-month. Although they were about to part ways, they all understood that this was merely a new beginning. These past 15 days have truly felt like a dream, Lin Xiaoyu remarked softly. Zhao Yuanbo nodded in agreement. The heritage of the Emo family runs far deeper than we can imagine. Emo gazed at the ink tablet in his hand, his thoughts drifting toward that mysterious laboratory. He was aware that what lay ahead might be the key to unraveling the enigma of his time travel. All of this must begin with understanding the dual nature of vital energy. As night deepened, the energy sphere in the underground city gradually dimmed, simulating the sunset above. Tomorrow, a new chapter was about to unfold. Chapter 44, Departure from the Valley at Dawn. The energy sphere's radiance began to brighten, mimicking the sunrise above. Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbo had already prepared their belongings, ready to leave the Mechanism Valley. This is the transmission jade, the Valley Master said as he handed them 2 jade orbs. Unlike the communication beads, this was a specially crafted long-distance communication tool by the Emo family in times of peril. It could be used to contact the Mechanism Valley. Emo observed that the construction of this transmission jade was far more intricate than that of the communication beads. Through the perception of Mingli Jia, he could sense a sophisticated energy conduction system within the jade orbs. And this, the Valley Master continued, producing 2 ancient jade pendants, is the avoidance jade, which can help you conceal your presence. With the resurgence of vital energy, various factions are in search of promising talents. This will assist you in evading unnecessary troubles. Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbo solemnly accepted these items. Their experiences over the past half-month had made them realize that every artifact of the Emo family possesses its unique purpose. Upon exiting the valley, head eastward directly. Someone will be there to assist you, the Valley Master instructed. That person will provide you with a recognition token, which serves as proof of your identity to the Research Institute. Recognition token? Lin Xiaoyu inquired with curiosity. That is the Emo family's external mark, the Valley Master explained. Although the Mechanism Valley is hidden from the world, the power of the Emo family has continued to thrive among the people. Over the years, a clandestine network has formed. Why Emo pondered in this era of spiritual revival, such a covert network of power might play a crucial role, especially as technology begins to merge with ancient martial arts. The wisdom of the Emo family could indeed become a pivotal breakthrough. As for you, the Valley Master turned to Emo. Focus on your research in that laboratory over the next few days. Particularly, the operational principles of the quantum array may be of great importance to you. Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbo exchanged glances, both sensing the reluctance in each other's eyes. Over the past half-month, the three had forged a profound friendship. Rest assured, Emo reassured them, we shall reunite outside soon. Moreover, with the transmission jade, we can stay in touch at any time. Once you exit the valley, remember, the Valley Master's tone grew serious. We are currently in a critical period of spiritual revival, with various factions operating in the shadows. Exercise extreme caution, and do not easily reveal your strength. Understood, Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbo replied in unison. Additionally, the Valley Master continued, the Research Institute will undoubtedly inquire in detail about your experiences over the past half-month. Adhere to the narrative we previously discussed, stating that you gained insights within the ancient ruins deep in Xishan. The specifics will be automatically smoothed over by the ink seal. The moment of farewell had finally arrived. Under the guidance of a gray-robed elder, Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbo embarked on their journey out of the valley. Watching their figures gradually fade from view, EMO was overcome by an inexplicable feeling. This half-month's experiences not only provided him with clues regarding his time travel, but also introduced him to trustworthy companions. Let us proceed, the Valley Master's voice resonated. To examine the quantum array, I sense you are very close to the truth. EMO nodded in agreement and turned to ascend to the third level. That mysterious laboratory might indeed conceal the secrets of his transposition to this world. Upon returning to the laboratory on the third level, EMO immediately immersed himself in research. The days ahead were invaluable, and he needed to swiftly comprehend the operational principles of the quantum array. Detecting fluctuations in the energy field, EMO reminded him. The quantum array seems to respond uniquely to your presence. Indeed, whenever EMO approached the control console, the energy patterns would become remarkably animated. This phenomenon bore a striking resemblance to the quantum resonance he had encountered in modern laboratories. I have a question that has been troubling me. The Valley Master suddenly interjected. The Valley Master who studied quantum states mentioned a peculiar phenomenon in his final records. He stated that energy could exhibit a spatial-temporal overlap under certain specific conditions. EMO's hand paused in midair. Spatial-temporal overlap? This term evoked memories of his own experiences during his time travel. The quantum state within that laboratory had also exhibited similar anomalies. Furthermore, the Valley Master continued, that Valley Master suggested that this state might be the key to unlocking another world. However, he had not yet had the opportunity to verify this hypothesis before the entire laboratory vanished. EMO took a deep breath and began to adjust the energy input of the quantum array. Perhaps this was the key to unraveling all mysteries I have been pondering. The Valley Master's voice carried a contemplative tone. Why that mysterious laboratory would suddenly appear and then abruptly vanish if, as that Valley Master suggested, there exists a phenomenon of spatial-temporal overlap, then could it be that the laboratory itself originated from another time and space? EMO interjected. This has been precisely what I have been contemplating. Indeed, the Valley Master affirmed. Moreover, what is particularly intriguing is that the Valley Master mentioned in his records that many devices within the laboratory bore a distinctive mark. EMO felt a stir in his heart. Is it a pattern similar to that of AM bias strip? The Valley Master's ethereal form flickered slightly. Have you seen it? I came across it in the records on bamboo slips, EMO cautiously replied, refraining from revealing that it was the very symbol of his original laboratory. Fascinating, the Valley Master remarked. That Valley Master believed this mark represented a specific organization. He speculated that this organization possessed technology capable of traversing time and space. However, at that moment, the quantum array suddenly emitted a low hum. The energy patterns on the control console began to fluctuate violently, forming a complex three-dimensional pattern. The Valley Master's voice held a note of astonishment. This energy pattern corresponds precisely to the spatial-temporal overlap state described in that Valley Master's records. EMO promptly began to adjust the energy input. Through the perception of Mingli Jia, he could distinctly feel the anomalous fluctuations in the space around him. This sensation closely mirrored his experiences during his time travel. Stabilize this state, the Valley Master instructed that I wish to observe these energy fluctuations closely. EMO carefully maintained the energy input, simultaneously sensing the surrounding changes through Mingli Jia. Although this state was unstable, it seemed to reveal some significant underlying principles. I am beginning to grasp the Valley Master's intent, the Valley Master mused. This spatial-temporal overlap state appears to open a minute window between different times and spaces. Through this window, one might indeed catch a glimpse of another world. Detecting abnormal spatial fluctuation frequencies, EMO suddenly alerted him. I recommend immediate recording of the current energy parameters. This state bears a 70 similarity to the data from your time travel. EMO silently noted the various parameters. This might be the key to discovering a way back. Yet, now is not the time to experiment. He required further research and preparation. However, this state is exceedingly unstable. The Valley Master warned. That Valley Master also mentioned in his records that to fully open this window requires a more powerful energy source. Additionally, the issue of spatial coordinates must be resolved. Otherwise, it would be impossible to determine the position at the other end. Spatial coordinates? EMO felt a spark of realization. This was precisely the most critical issue in quantum transmission. It seemed that the Valley Master indeed had access to some core concepts of modern quantum theory. Let us conclude for today, the Valley Master declared. This energy state is too peculiar. Maintaining it for too long may yield unforeseen consequences. YEMO nodded and began to cautiously adjust the quantum array, allowing the energy fluctuations to gradually subside. This discovery left him both exhilarated and cautious. He knew he was one step closer to the truth, yet he needed to remain composed. Over the next few days, focus your research on this phenomenon, the Valley Master instructed, particularly the energy parameters, as they may conceal vital information. However, remember to proceed step by step. Do not rush into experimentation. After organizing the experimental data, YEMO returned to the resting area. Lin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yuanbo had already departed, leaving the vast underground city exceptionally quiet. Today's discovery was of great significance. Xiaomo articulated that the state of spatial overlap is likely the key to unraveling the enigma of time travel. However, the pressing concern now lies in how to stabilize this state and ascertain the spatial coordinates. YEMO scrutinized the parameters recorded in his hand, deep in thought. The mysterious organization, the emblem of the Mobius ring, the discovery made by the Valley Master 2 centuries ago, and his own experiences of traversal, all seemed to point in a singular direction. Perhaps, once he truly comprehended these elements, he would discover a means to return. Yet, prior to that, he needed to accomplish several significant tasks in this world. Chapter 45. Forced departure at dawn. YEMO was preparing to continue his research on the quantum array when the sound transmission jade unexpectedly conveyed Lin Xiaoyu's urgent voice. Researcher Yi? There has been a change in the situation outside. What has happened? YEMO inquired immediately. Upon our arrival at the Research Institute, we learned of a crucial piece of news. Lin Xiaoyu's voice was laden with concern. The Holy Light Temple has discovered a suspected ancient laboratory relic in the Xishan region. They have already dispatched a substantial number of personnel for a search. Moreover, Lin Xiaoyu continued, the Research Institute is also preparing to send an investigation team. Senior Zhao has been temporarily appointed as the team leader, and I am to serve as his deputy. They place great importance on our experiences over the past half-month. Suddenly, the Valley Master's voice resounded. It appears that it is time for you to depart early. However, before you do, there are some essential preparations to be made. YEMO followed the Valley Master to the laboratory on the 3rd floor, where he recorded the important data regarding the quantum array gathered over the past 2 days. This data is vital, the Valley Master stated. Although we cannot fully comprehend its mysteries at present, it is crucial for unlocking the secrets of that enigmatic laboratory. In this operation, the Holy Light Temple has dispatched 3 masters at the transformation stage. Lin Xiaoyu's voice continued, they seem particularly focused on this laboratory relic. One of them is a specialist in spatial energy, I understand. YEMO replied. Prepare yourselves. I will be there shortly. Before you leave, there are some important items to give you. The Valley Master said, producing an ancient jade box. Inside are some calming elixirs, which can assist you in maintaining clarity within high-energy fields. Then, the Valley Master began demonstrating a unique method of energy operation. This is the MO guard style, the fundamental self-defense technique of the MO family. Although you have yet to begin your training, with the assistance of the Mingli armor, you can still perform some basic variations. YEMO diligently noted every detail. This method of energy operation bore a striking resemblance to certain patterns he had observed within the quantum array. Seemingly adhering to the same principles, and this, the Valley Master retrieved a specially crafted sound transmission jade, is the MO jade. Unlike ordinary sound transmission jades, it can directly connect to my projection. Should you encounter a critical issue during your research, feel free to consult me at any time. Finally, the Valley Master produced a cyan ring. This is the MO Shadow Ring, a storage device developed by the Valley Master who studied quantum states based on spatial theory. It can create an independent space within the ring and shield against external energy probing. YEMO carefully stored away the various equipment, suddenly recalling something, and took out the golden crystal orb from his backpack. Valley Master. This crystal orb, I have a persistent feeling that it is linked to the quantum array. It generates a faint resonance during my research. The Valley Master's projection flickered momentarily. Indeed, you have discovered its significance. This crystal orb is indeed special. It was the last item left behind by that Valley Master. It is said to have been brought out from that mysterious laboratory. Brought out from the laboratory? YEMO's heart stirred. This might very well be the key connecting the 2 timelines. Correct, the Valley Master affirmed. That Valley Master noted in his records that this crystal orb appears capable of storing some special information. However, with the technology of that time, it was impossible to decipher its mysteries. It seems we must wait for someone with a deeper understanding of quantum states to emerge. YEMO meticulously examined the crystal orb. Through the sensing of the Mingli armor, he could discern that the orb contained a unique energy structure, remarkably similar to certain characteristics of quantum states. Let us store it in the MO shadow ring for now. The Valley Master instructed. This object is far too special to be exposed to outsiders. When your comprehension of quantum states deepens, you will naturally understand its purpose. YEMO nodded, carefully placing the crystal orb into the MO shadow ring. He sensed that this seemingly ordinary orb might indeed be the crucial key to unraveling the mystery of time travel. Time is of the essence. We must set forth, the Valley Master declared. I have arranged an alternative route that will allow us to circumvent the search range of the Holy Light Temple. Before departing, the Valley Master produced a jade slip. This contains important parameters regarding the quantum array. When your strength is sufficient, you will be able to comprehend its mysteries. Remember, these must be kept within the MO shadow ring. YEMO stored the jade slip and other essential items within the ring. Each of these treasures from the Mechanism Valley could prove invaluable at critical moments. One last matter to convey, the Valley Master continued. The Valley Master who studied quantum states once said before departing, when the transformation of vital energy aligns with the power of time and space, perhaps that door will be unlocked. I have never fully grasped its meaning, but observing your understanding of quantum states, I feel I may be beginning to comprehend something. YEMO's heart stirred. This phrase seemed to imply a connection between quantum states and time travel. A gray-robed elder awaited him. YEMO followed him down the mountain, and through the MO jade, he could still hear the Valley Master's voice. I am about to activate the heavenly mechanism escape array left by that Valley Master. This is a spatial stabilization technique he accidentally discovered while researching quantum states, capable of transferring the mechanism valley to a unique spatial interlayer. Through the sensing of the MO jade, YEMO could perceive the peculiar changes occurring in the valley behind him. The manner of energy fluctuation bore a subtle resemblance to the spatial overlap phenomenon he had observed within the quantum array. While researching quantum states, the Valley Master's voice continued. He discovered a method of utilizing ley line energy to stabilize space. Although this method cannot create spatial overlap like the quantum array, it can establish a stable barrier between different spatial layers. YEMO silently recorded this information. It might aid him in better understanding the relationship between quantum states and spatial changes. Lastly, the Valley Master's voice grew serious. If you encounter the emblem of the Mobius ring during your investigation, exercise utmost caution. The appearance of that mysterious organization often heralds impending significant events. Use the escape rune within the MO jade to extricate yourself if necessary. YEMO nodded in response. Upon returning to the outside world, he would face not only the tasks of the Research Institute but also potentially monumental discoveries related to the truth of time travel. The secrets of that mysterious laboratory might very well be concealed within the impending endeavors. Remember, the Valley Master concluded, everything must proceed step by step. Whether it pertains to the research of quantum states or the understanding of ancient martial arts. Do not rush. At present, your foremost priority is to protect yourself while gradually accumulating knowledge of this world. Gazing at the mountain path ahead, YEMO took a deep breath and took the first step back into the outside world. Chapter 46. First Encounter in the Mountain Woods at Dawn. YEMO followed the gray-robed elder as they advanced swiftly. Through the sensing of the Mingli armor, he could faintly perceive the unusual energy fluctuations surrounding them. The air was suffused with a peculiar energy field, one he had never encountered within the Mechanism Valley. The mist in the mountains gradually dissipated, revealing the winding path ahead. This was the necessary route to exit the valley. The elder halted, his expression grave. The Holy Light Temple has already established an energy detection array at the perimeter. Although the avoidance jade can shield against most fluctuations, your quantum characteristics are too pronounced. YEMO silently nodded. With the assistance of the Mingli armor, he had already sensed the interwoven energy web in the space ahead. These energy lines exhibited an unusual geometric structure, somewhat resembling the energy patterns he had observed in the quantum array. Each energy line emitted a faint golden glow, shimmering in the morning light. Be cautious. The elder suddenly lowered his voice. The detection devices they are using are quite unusual. They appear to incorporate some ancient array techniques. This technology likely originates from the laboratory relic in Shishan. 3 high-energy fluctuation sources detected, positioned 500 meters ahead, suspected to be masters at the transformation stage. The voice of Mosey resonated in Yemo's mind, advising immediate evasion, as his current strength was insufficient to confront them. Your physical condition has yet to undergo systematic enhancement, and you have not even begun to cultivate the most fundamental ancient martial arts techniques. Yemo tightened his grip on the avoidance jade, the life-preserving item the Valley Master had bestowed upon him. However, when faced with masters at the transformation stage, the efficacy of such protection might be limited. He instinctively touched the Mingli armor on his chest. This treasure of the Mo family might offer him a glimmer of hope. They are coming, the elder warned gravely. Mo swiftly adjusted the defense mode of the Mingli armor while recalling the Mo guard style taught by the Valley Master. Although he had yet to begin his training, with the assistance of the Mingli armor, he could at least execute basic defensive maneuvers. This style emphasized overcoming rigidity with flexibility, evading the real while striking at the false, achieving commendable results even for ordinary individuals who grasped its essence. 3 figures emerged from the forest, the foremost being a golden-haired woman exuding an intimidating aura, flanked by 2 black-clad individuals adorned with the golden holy character on their chests. Their arrival was extraordinarily unique, seemingly employing some form of spatial translocation technology. Not a single leaf beneath their feet was disturbed, clearly indicating their extraordinary prowess. A warning sounded. Mobius technology product detected. Mosey cautioned that the capabilities of the detector held by the opposing party were unknown and advised maintaining a safe distance. The energy signatures of this device bore a striking resemblance to laboratory equipment, likely procured from ancient ruins. Mobius technology? A jolt of surprise coursed through Yemo. This name was identical to the emblem of the laboratory from the original world. Could this enigmatic organization have established a foothold in both realms? He scrutinized the detector in the hands of the golden-haired woman. Its sleek lines and metallic texture indeed mirrored the experimental apparatus he had encountered in his original world. Interesting. The golden-haired woman fixed her gaze on Yemo, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. The energy fluctuations emanating from you are remarkably unique, closely resembling those of the ruins of the Shishan laboratory. She raised the detector, its silver display flashing with intricate data. Come with us. The Holy Temple of Light is keenly interested in such unprecedented energy fluctuations. Your confidence is rather excessive. An elder stepped forward, a formidable aura suddenly emanating from him, making him appear significantly larger. This individual is a guest of the Mo family and is not someone you can take at will. The Mo family? The golden-haired woman scoffed dismissively. If it weren't for the recent discovery of that laboratory, who would even remember this fallen sect? Her gaze swept over Yemo. But you seem to know something. The quantum technology from that laboratory, along with those mysterious spatial devices, especially that incomplete teleportation array. Yemo noticed the peculiar glint in her eyes as she mentioned the laboratory. Clearly, that place held substantial significance for the Holy Temple of Light. Moreover, from her words, it could be inferred that the temple had made some crucial discoveries within the laboratory. The teleportation array. Could that be the device he glimpsed during his journey through time? Suddenly, 2 figures clad in black launched their attack with lightning speed. One flanked from the left while the other charged straight ahead. Mosey's warning rang out just in time. Yemo barely dodged along the path dictated by the Mo family's teachings, yet he still felt a fierce wind brush past him, his sleeve torn by the force. This was merely a result of their restraint. Otherwise, that strike could have severely injured him. With the defensive mode of his Mingli armor fully activated, Yemo managed to evade the onslaught of the 2 attackers. Yet he sensed that had they not been testing him, such a level of defense would be utterly insufficient. Even with the aid of the Mingli armor, his reaction speed and physical prowess struggled to keep pace with their rhythm. Quite capable, the golden-haired woman remarked, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes as she gathered a blinding golden radiance in her hands. However, none of you shall leave today. We have studied this energy fluctuation for quite some time. To discover it on a disciple of the Mo family is quite unexpected. That moment, the jade pendant at Yemo's waist suddenly vibrated. The voice of the Valley Master echoed in his mind. Be cautious. The radiance in her hands contains a unique spatial power, strikingly similar to the energy from that laboratory. This power can tear apart space, and even a master at the transformation realm would find it hard to resist. Yemo's heart sank. It seemed that the holy temple of light had acquired not only intelligence from the laboratory, but also tangible power. He had to think of a way to escape quickly. Otherwise, if captured, not only could the secrets of the Mechanism Valley be exposed, but the truth of his time travel could also invite unnecessary trouble. More importantly, he currently lacked even the most basic means of self-defense. Prepare to break out, the elder murmured, simultaneously producing an ancient jade talisman. I will hold them off. You find an opportunity to use the escape talisman. We are still 3 miles from safety. Once we are out of their detection range, we can retreat safely. Remember the Valley Master's words. Protecting yourself is paramount. Just as Yemo was about to refuse, the golden-haired woman struck. The blinding golden light sliced through the air like a sword, aimed directly at Yemo's brow. This strike not only contained powerful energy but also bore a strange spatial fluctuation, seemingly intent on tearing the surrounding space asunder. The air filled with faint cracking sounds, and the leaves around them began to move without wind. Danger. Mosey's voice grew increasingly urgent. This energy fluctuation is extremely similar to the quantum array from the laboratory, and our current defenses are insufficient to withstand it. Immediate use of the escape talisman is advised. In a moment of peril, Yemo activated the maximum defense mode of his Mingli armor. The pale blue energy shield had just formed when it was struck by the golden radiance. The violent energy impact sent him staggering back several steps, a faint metallic taste of blood rising in his mouth. He could feel his Mingli armor's energy depleting rapidly. Such a level of defense could not hold out for long. Interesting, this piece of armor is rather impressive. A flicker of surprise crossed the golden-haired woman's eyes, clearly acknowledging the Yemo family's legacy. However, she gathered an even more dazzling golden light in her hands. This time I shall be serious. Chapter 47. Escape talisman. The golden light swept through the air like a gallant ribbon, and Yemo found himself momentarily blinded. The defensive shield of the Mingli armor trembled under the onslaught of this terrifying energy. The surface developing fine cracks. The runes on the pale blue shield flickered. Each collision with the golden light triggered violent energy fluctuations, the air thick with a scorching atmosphere. Defensive energy is insufficient. Immediate withdrawal is advised. Mosey's voice carried a hint of urgency. The energy reserves of the Mingli armor have dropped below 30%, unable to withstand a second attack. Detection indicates that the opponent's strike contains a unique spatial fluctuation, closely resembling the quantum array from the laboratory. Just then, the elder in the gray robe suddenly struck out with a palm. His robust force transformed into an invisible barrier, standing in front of Yemo. The golden light collided with the barrier, producing a deafening explosion. The shockwave swept through the surroundings, scattering the fallen leaves like confetti. The elder remained unyielding, yet Yemo could see his sleeves tremble violently, clearly indicating that the force of this strike exceeded expectations. Run, the elder commanded in a deep voice. I will hold them off. As he spoke, he produced 3 ancient jade talismans, casting them in 3 different directions. The talismans traced bizarre trajectories in the air, forming a blurred triangle. Each talisman was inscribed with intricate runes, shimmering with a faint azure glow in the sunlight. Array fluctuation, Mosey warned, detecting anomalies in spatial energy. This should be some form of confinement array. The energy within the talismans is forming a closed space. This array structure bears some resemblance to the protective mountain array of the Mechanism Valley, albeit on a smaller scale. Indeed, the moment the 3 talismans struck the ground, a pale blue light curtain arose, enveloping the golden-haired woman and the 2 black-clad men within. Complex runes appeared on the light curtain, emanating a peculiar energy fluctuation. These runes shifted positions continuously, forming intricate geometric patterns, each imbued with powerful sealing force. The Yemo family's confinement array. The golden-haired woman scoffed, "Do you think such trifles can restrain us?" The golden light in her hands surged violently, aimed straight at the light curtain. Each strike, infused with spatial fluctuations, caused the curtain to tremble violently. "Quick, use the escape talisman." The elder maintained the array while shouting to Yemo. "This confinement array can hold them for at most 15 minutes. I can sense that the spatial power she wields is even more formidable than anticipated. This force is not something an ordinary transformation realm master could control." Yemo gritted his teeth, retrieving the escape talisman given to him by the Valley Master. This was his last means of survival. Using it meant he would have to part ways with the Elder. Yet given the current situation, staying would only hinder the Elder and become a burden. The runes on the escape talisman shimmered faintly in the morning light, exuding an aura that was both ancient and mysterious. Do not hesitate, Mosey urged. With your current strength, you have yet to cultivate even the most basic ancient martial arts heart method. Remaining here will only distract the Elder. Moreover, you carry the secrets of the Mechanism Valley, which must not fall into the hands of the Holy Temple of Light. I can sense that the golden-haired woman's power far exceeds the transformation realm, and the detector she wields is no ordinary technological device. Drawing a deep breath, Yemo infused a trace of energy into the escape talisman. The runes on the talisman immediately glowed with a soft light, a peculiar energy fluctuation emanating from it. This fluctuation bore resemblance to the teleportation array from the laboratory, yet there were subtle differences. The energy of the teleportation array was more violent, while the energy within the escape talisman appeared much gentler, as if it had undergone some form of special processing. Interesting. The golden-haired woman seemed to sense something, attempting to escape with the escape talisman. The golden light in her hands suddenly split into two. One continued to bombard the light curtain, while the other surged straight towards Yemo. The spatial fluctuations contained within the golden light became increasingly pronounced, distorting the air in its wake. There's no time. Mosey's voice carried a note of urgency. The escape talisman requires 3 breaths to fully activate. At the current rate of energy accumulation, it will not be able to complete the spatial jump before the attack arrives. Immediate evasion is advised. Seek alternative opportunities. In a moment of life and death, the Elder suddenly let out a long howl. The 3 jade talismans erupted in a dazzling light simultaneously, dramatically enhancing the power of the confinement array. The golden-haired woman's attack was forced to divert, granting Yemo a sliver of hope. Yet Yemo noticed that the Elder's complexion had turned somewhat pale, clearly indicating that this forced enhancement of the array's power came at a considerable cost to him. The runes on the escape talisman glowed ever brighter, and Yemo could feel a peculiar energy enveloping him. Space began to warp, his vision blurring. This sensation was strikingly similar to that of his initial journey through time. Yet there were nuances that set it apart. At that time, the fluctuations of space were markedly more intense, whereas now they appear significantly more stable. Don't let him escape, the blonde woman commanded sharply. Simultaneously, 2 men clad in black launched their attacks, their palm strikes slicing through the air. Yet, it was already too late. The energy of the void escape talisman had been fully activated. Yemo could feel a gentle force drawing him toward an unknown destination. Take care, Yemo glanced at the Elder, a profound sense of regret swelling within him. The Elder would likely face a fierce battle in order to protect him, although the Elder's breath was somewhat unstable. His gaze remained resolute. Don't worry about me. The Elder seemed to read his thoughts. I still have a few trump cards left. You must reach a safe location first. I will follow shortly. Remember the words of the Valley Master. The most important thing now is to protect yourself and the secrets of the Mechanism Valley. The distortion of space intensified, and Yemo's figure began to waver. At that moment, the blonde woman suddenly let out a cold laugh, thinking of escaping? Not so easily. The detector in her hand emitted an unusual wave. The surface of the silver instrument was adorned with intricate patterns, radiating a peculiar energy field. This is bad. Mosey's voice was laced with surprise. The detector was disrupting the energy of the void escape talisman. The method of interference bore a striking resemblance to the quantum array in the laboratory, indicating that the Holy Light Temple had acquired more than mere intelligence from the ruins. Yemo felt the previously stable fluctuations of space abruptly spiral into chaos. His figure flickered in place, as if it could be torn apart at any moment. This sensation was even more perilous than during his first traversal. Each fluctuation of space brought with it a wave of excruciating pain, as though his body were being shredded into pieces. Hold on, the Elder shouted, simultaneously unleashing a palm strike that forced back the 2 men in black. If he could just hold on for a moment longer, the void escape talisman would be fully activated. Beads of cold sweat emerged on his forehead, clearly indicating that maintaining both the confinement array and the palm strike had pushed him to his limits. At that critical moment, the Mingli armor on Yemo's chest suddenly emitted a faint azure glow. This light resonated with the void escape talisman, stabilizing the previously chaotic fluctuations of space. YEMO was astonished to discover that the Mingli armor seemed capable of automatically regulating the fluctuations of space, rendering the energy of the Void Escape Talisman more stable. Is this the spatial technique of the MO family? The blonde woman's expression shifted slightly, taken aback by the unexpected functionality of the armor. It appeared that the MO family's heritage was far richer than she had anticipated. A glimmer of greed flickered in her eyes. She had to capture him. Go! The elder shouted. YEMO's figure vanished completely from the spot, leaving behind a faint azure light. The fluctuations of space gradually subsided, as if nothing had ever transpired. Damn it! The blonde woman smashed the confinement array. Don't let them escape. The detector in her hand blared a sharp alarm, and the data on the display fluctuated wildly. It was already too late. The elder smiled faintly. He had already secured his escaped S for me. He retrieved the last jade talisman, its runes flickering with a dangerous aura. It was time for me to leave. Chapter 48. The safe house. As the fluctuations of space gradually settled, YEMO found himself enveloped in darkness. The energy of the Void Escape Talisman had transported him to an unfamiliar place. Surrounded by heavy stone walls, the air imbued with a faint musty odor. This was likely some underground space, though he had no knowledge of its exact location. Location confirmed, 30 miles southwest of the Mechanism Valley. Underground safe house. Mosey's voice resounded just in time, having detected multiple layers of protective arrays, presumably set up in advance by the Valley Master. I recommend activating the array immediately to prevent being tracked. YEMO groped his way to a standing position, adapting to the darkness before finally comprehending his surroundings. This was a modest stone chamber, its walls and floor etched with intricate runes. In one corner stood a simple wooden bed and a small wooden table, upon which rested an oil lamp and several porcelain vials. First, check your physical condition, Mosey advised. The spatial leap of the Void Escape Talisman places a significant burden on ordinary individuals, especially under interference. Only then did YEMO realize the soreness pervading his entire body. The momentary distortion of space had indeed taken a toll on him. He touched the Mingli armor on his chest. This remarkable piece of armor had not only deflected the blonde woman's attack, but had also aided in stabilizing the fluctuations of space. The energy reserve of the Mingli armor is below 20%. It needs to be replenished swiftly, Mosey reminded him. The porcelain vials on the table should contain restorative elixirs. Based on the energy fluctuations, they are likely MO family's chi-nourishing pills. YEMO approached the table and lit the oil lamp. The dim light illuminated the stone chamber, revealing a simple map hanging on the wall. It was a hand-drawn topographical map, marking several key locations, including the safe house, which was indeed 30 miles from the Mechanism Valley. First, activate the array, Mosey instructed. There are 3 key nodes on the wall that require energy injection to initiate protection. Although you have yet to cultivate ancient martial arts, the energy stored in the Mingli armor should suffice. Following Mosey's guidance, YEMO located the 3 special rune nodes. These runes were slightly larger than the others and emitted a faint glow. He placed his palm upon them, and the Mingli armor resonated immediately, channeling azure energy into the runes. Energy connection successful, Mosey announced. The array is being activated. It is expected to take approximately 15 minutes to fully deploy. This array not only shields against external detection, but also disrupts spatial fluctuations, making it exceedingly difficult for the adversary to locate this place, even if they possess special means. YEMO opened one of the porcelain vials and poured out a dark azure pill. The elixir emitted a faint herbal fragrance and dissolved upon contact with his tongue. A gentle energy coursed through his body, alleviating his fatigue. The Mingli armor also began to emit a soft glow, its energy reserves gradually replenishing. This chi-nourishing pill is specifically formulated to complement the Mingli armor, Mosey elucidated. It not only restores energy but also aids in stabilizing the internal energy field. This will be highly beneficial for your current condition. Leaning against the bedside, YEMO reflected on the battle that had just transpired. The strength of the blonde woman had far exceeded his expectations. Had it not been for the elder's desperate assistance, he would have been unable to escape. What troubled him further were the mentions of the laboratory and the teleportation array. From the information currently at hand, Mosey analyzed, it appears that the Holy Light Temple has acquired some special technology from the laboratory ruins. The detector serves as the best evidence. It not only detects energy fluctuations, but also disrupts spatial transmission. Such technological prowess has surpassed the norms of this world. Yemo nodded, recalling the devices he had seen in the laboratory during his first encounter, which indeed seemed incongruous with the technological standards of this world. Could it be that Mobius technology had established a foothold in both realms? Or was there something more concealed beneath the surface? I recommend commencing your cultivation as soon as possible, Mosey advised. Although the Mingli armor provides a degree of protection, it is ultimately an external object. Only by mastering true power can you contend with various dangers. The Jade Slip given to you by the Valley Master should contain foundational techniques suitable for beginners. Yemo retrieved the Jade Slip from his pocket. It was a parting gift from the Valley Master before his departure. The slip contained the most fundamental cultivation technique of the Mo family, known as the Mo Guard Heart method. While this technique was simple to learn, it formed the foundation of many of the Mo family's exceptional skills. Special energy fluctuations detected within the Jade Slip. Mosey cautioned, this is likely a unique means of inheritance from the Mo family. By immersing your consciousness within, you can directly acquire the essence of the technique. Yemo infused a trace of energy into the Jade Slip, instantly feeling his consciousness being drawn, and the wealth of information flooded his mind, encompassing the essentials of the Mo Guard Heart method. It turned out that this technique emphasized stillness and motion. Softness overcoming hardness, accumulating energy through special breathing methods. This technique is highly suitable for your current situation, Mosey remarked. It will not only help stabilize your internal energy field, but also enhance your perception of spatial fluctuations. If you can grasp its principles, you will wield the Mingli armor with greater finesse. Yemo adjusted his breathing according to the Jade Slip's instructions, gradually entering a peculiar state. He could sense a faint energy flowing within him. Though still weak, it marked the commencement of his cultivation journey. The energy field has begun to take shape, Mosey noted. However, it remains unstable and requires long-term accumulation to reach true mastery. This safe house is quite suitable for cultivation. I suggest you solidify your foundation here. At that moment, Yemo suddenly sensed a wave of spatial fluctuation. Alert, he rose to his feet but soon relaxed. This fluctuation felt familiar. It was indeed the energy signature of the Void Escape Talisman. It is the Elder, Mosey confirmed. He has successfully evaded danger and is en route. It seems he indeed had some contingencies in place. Sure enough, the space distorted, and the Elder's figure materialized within the stone chamber. Although he appeared somewhat fatigued, he was unharmed. Upon seeing Yemo had already begun his cultivation, he nodded in approval. Well done, the Elder said. This place is secure. You can cultivate at ease. Once you have mastered the foundational techniques, I will teach you further skills. Chapter 49. Energy perception. The energy fluctuation stabilized, and an initial internal circulation began to form. The first layer of the Mo Guard Heart method has been successfully initiated. Mosey's voice echoed in Yemo's mind. However, the current energy intensity is still weak, measuring only 80 EUM, which is still some distance from the threshold of the Qi awakening realm. Yemo opened his eyes, attuning himself to the faint yet distinct flow of energy within. The sensation was extraordinary, akin to a warm current gently coursing through his meridians. Through the unique breathing technique of the Mo Shou Xinju, he has now acquired the ability to actively guide this energy. With each breath, he can sense the energy circulating within his body in a complete cycle. The energy reserves of Mingli Jia have been restored to 50%. Moz continued, noting that the compatibility between the equipment and the host has increased by 3, which is likely a result of the Mo Shou Xinju. This practice not only aids practitioners in accumulating energy, but also enhances their affinity with the equipment. Currently, the various functions of Mingli Jia are gradually recovering, and it is expected to return to optimal condition in 2 more hours. The Elder, sitting nearby, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, your talent is remarkable. Generally, it takes at least 3 days for one to complete the first level of initiation. You have achieved this in merely half a day. It seems the leader's judgment was indeed correct. You are exceptionally suited for cultivating the Mo family's principles. This may be related to Mingli Jia, Yemo said. It seems to assist me in better perceiving and directing energy. He could feel that Mingli Jia was vibrating at a unique frequency, creating a resonance with the flow of energy within him. Whenever the energy reached a critical point, Mingli Jia would emit faint energy fluctuations, aiding him in grasping the path of movement more effectively. Indeed, the Elder remarked. Although Mingli Jia is merely a foundational equipment of the Mo family, it indeed possesses a natural compatibility with the Mo Shou Xinju. This compatibility requires the user to have a sufficient understanding of the principles of nature and energy to fully harness it. Your swift mastery of the key points indicates that you are quite gifted in this regard. However, do not rely too heavily on Mingli Jia. It is merely an auxiliary tool. True strength must be cultivated through your own efforts. As your understanding of various principles deepens, Mingli Jia will also evolve alongside you. At that moment, Emozi suddenly alerted. I detect subtle fluctuations in the surrounding space, as if a special energy field is forming. It is advisable to remain vigilant and prepared to respond to potential dangers. The frequency of the energy fluctuations differs from those encountered with the members of the Temple of Light, yet their intensity should not be underestimated. The elder also sensed the anomaly, rising to his feet and carefully attuning himself for a moment. Do not worry. This is merely a sign that the formation is fully unfolding. Once the formation stabilizes, this space will become completely sealed off, making it difficult for the outside world to detect our presence. I set up this formation years ago specifically to respond to emergencies. YEMO noticed that the runes on the four walls of the stone chamber began to emit a faint azure glow. These runes formed intricate geometric patterns, each slowly rotating and emanating a mysterious energy fluctuation. As the formation activated, the temperature in the stone chamber seemed to drop a few degrees, and the air was suffused with a refreshing energy. Interesting, MOZ commented. The arrangement of these runes is remarkably similar to quantum arrays, utilizing specific energy nodes to influence spatial structure. It appears that the MO family has achieved a high level of research in this area. He detected that the formation contained at least 3 different spatial fluctuations corresponding to the functions of shielding, interference, and defense. The elder retrieved a jade slip and handed it to Yemo. This is the cultivation key for the second layer of the Mo Shou Xinju. Once your energy intensity reaches 5 EUM, you may begin attempting to break through. However, before that, it would be best for you to first master the foundational energy perception technique. This secret art is a fundamental course for disciples of the Mo family and will be greatly beneficial for your future cultivation and practical combat. As Mo accepted the jade slip, he could feel a special energy fluctuation contained within. This fluctuation was different from that of the first layer, appearing to be deeper and more profound. When his mental energy touched the jade slip, a cool sensation surged into his mind, and a wealth of information began to surface. The energy perception technique is one of the foundational secret arts of the Mo family. The elder explained that it helps practitioners better perceive and utilize the surrounding energy. Mastering this secret art not only accelerates the speed of cultivation, but also allows for the early detection of potential dangers. In practical combat, the energy perception technique is an indispensable skill, enabling you to sense your opponent's intent to attack in advance. MOZ noted that the jade slip contained a special energy model. This model bears a strong resemblance to modern quantum sensing technology. Through specific energy frequencies, it can detect energy fluctuations imperceptible to ordinary individuals. According to data analysis, this secret art likely achieves resonance with external energy by adjusting the vibration frequency of the energy within the body. Following the elder's guidance, Yemo began to attempt the energy perception technique. The essence of this secret art lies in using a special breathing method to create resonance between the energy within and the external environment. As he delved deeper into his practice, he gradually sensed that the air around him seemed to be filled with minuscule energy particles. Some of these particles coalesced into clusters, while others drifted about, forming a complex energy network. The scanning range of the energy field has expanded, Mosey remarked. Currently, energy fluctuations can be sensed within a radius of 3 meters. However, the accuracy still needs improvement. I suggest continuing your practice. According to the data, you are quite sensitive to high-frequency energy, but your grasp of low-frequency energy still requires refinement. The elder nodded. Indeed, you have grasped the fundamental essence. What remains is to continually enhance the range and precision of your perception. Once you can accurately sense energy fluctuations within a 10-meter radius, you will have achieved the entry level. However, remember that the sensing range is not the most crucial aspect. The key is to enhance your ability to discern energy fluctuations. Mingli Jia can assist in your training, MOZ reminded him. It can simulate energy fluctuations of different frequencies, helping you master the nuances of perception. I suggest starting with the most basic energy fluctuations and gradually increasing the difficulty. Yemo nodded and continued to focus on his cultivation. As time passed, his perception of energy became increasingly clear. Not only could he sense the wandering energy in the air, but he could also detect the energy contained within the stone walls. The nature of these energies varied. Some were lively and dynamic, while others were steady and restrained. Every substance possesses its own unique energy frequency, the elders stated, just as every individual's fingerprints are distinct. Once you master the energy perception technique, you will be able to identify different substances through their energy fluctuations, even predicting your opponent's attack trajectory. This is why this secret art is referred to as the second pair of eyes for disciples of the Mo family. Mohist suddenly interjected. I have detected an intriguing phenomenon. The energy within you seems to have undergone an unnoticed transformation, with its frequency beginning to align with that of Ming Li Jia. This spontaneous adjustment may be related to your background in quantum physics. I suggest focusing on this characteristic. Ah? The elder mused. It appears you are indeed well suited for cultivating the Mo family principles. Generally, it takes a considerable amount of time for individuals to achieve such a level of energy resonance. Yet you have accomplished it naturally in a short span, indicating that your understanding of energy surpasses that of ordinary practitioners. Yi Mo reflected on the quantum entanglement theory he studied in the laboratory. In hindsight, the ancient Mo family's utilization of energy could, in some respects, be seen as a manifestation of quantum effects. This realization instilled him with greater confidence for his forthcoming cultivation. I suggest attempting directional energy perception, Mohist advised. Select a specific target and concentrate on perceiving its energy fluctuations. This will enhance the precision of your perception. The nodes of the formation within the stone chamber are excellent practice subjects. Following the suggestion, Mo focused his attention on a node of the formation. Gradually, he discovered that the energy of this node was not static. Rather, it fluctuated in a particular pattern. This fluctuation resonated with other nodes, collectively maintaining the operation of the entire formation. Excellent, the elder remarked. It seems you have touched upon the essence of the formation. The formation is not merely an arrangement of runes. More importantly, it is the flow of energy. Only by understanding the principles governing energy movement can one truly grasp the mysteries of the formation. I detect a flow pattern of energy between the formation nodes, Mohist analyzed. This pattern closely resembles the information transmission in quantum computing. It appears that the Mo family's ancestors have attained a remarkable level of expertise in this domain. At that moment, Mo suddenly sensed an unusual energy fluctuation. This fluctuation was faint, yet its frequency was exceptionally unique. Standing apart from the surrounding energies, I have detected a suspicious energy fluctuation, Mohist promptly alerted. Direction: northwest, approximately 8 meters away. The energy characteristics are similar to those of the detection devices employed by the Temple of Light, albeit with much lower intensity. It may be a residual detection signal. The elder's expression grew serious. Indeed, you have already managed to detect such faint energy fluctuations. This is a detection signal. However, do not worry, as the formation's protection ensures that the outside world cannot ascertain our location. This level of perceptual ability has already reached the entry standard for the energy perception technique. Chapter 50. The principles of the formation. Now that you have mastered the basics of energy perception, why not take this opportunity to understand the principles of formations? The elder suggested, pointing to the flickering runes on the walls of the stone chamber. These runes may seem chaotic, but in reality, they are arranged according to specific principles. Each rune serves as an energy node, forming an energy network through a special arrangement. The study of formations in the Mo family begins with these fundamental runes. Mo observed the arrangement of the runes carefully. Through the energy perception technique he had just mastered, he could clearly sense the energetic connections between each rune. These energies have formed a three-dimensional network structure that envelopes the entire stone chamber. Azure strands of energy weave through the runes, occasionally coalescing, then dispersing, creating a marvelous tapestry of energy. The fundamental structure of the energy network within the formation has been detected. Mohist remarked that it primarily consists of 3 layers of energy fields. The outer layer serves to shield against detection. The middle layer is utilized to disrupt spatial fluctuations, while the innermost layer maintains spatial stability. This multi-layered protective design bears a striking resemblance to modern quantum encryption. Each layer of the energy field possesses its specific vibration frequency, achieving protective effects through the superposition and interference of these frequencies. The elder nodded. This is the basic defensive formation of the Mo family. Its core principle is to achieve protective effects through the resonance and interference of energies. Just as water waves create interference when they meet, The formation also utilizes the superposition and cancellation of energy fluctuations to attain its objectives. This principle was discovered by the ancestors of the Mo family in ancient times and has been passed down and refined through generations, resulting in the current formation system. Fascinating, Mo pondered, this is remarkably similar to wave function collapse in quantum physics. By influencing the state of space through specific energy fluctuations, one can alter reality. He recalled the phenomenon of quantum entanglement studied in the laboratory and suddenly realized that the ancient formations of the Mo family were, in fact, a unique application of quantum technology. To him, the energy nodes within the formation resembled quantum bits, while the flow of energy was akin to changes in quantum states. Mohist cautioned, I have detected a special energy transmission pattern between the formation nodes. This pattern is strikingly similar to the information transfer in quantum communication, both relying on the entanglement of quantum states for instantaneous transmission. It is advisable to focus on this characteristic, as it may prove beneficial for subsequent research. According to data analysis, the efficiency of this transmission pattern far exceeds conventional energy transfer methods. The essence of the formation lies in the concept of principle, the elder continued to explain. Whether it pertains to the principles of nature or the principles of energy, a profound understanding is required to truly grasp the mysteries of the formation. You have already sensed the flow of energy, which embodies the most fundamental principle. As your cultivation deepens, you will uncover more profound principles. The Mo family emphasizes investigating things to attain knowledge, which means acquiring true understanding through the exploration of the essence of matters. Mo focused intently on sensing the operation of the formation. Gradually, he discovered that each rune node resembled a miniature energy processor, continuously receiving, processing, and transmitting energy. This energy circulated between the nodes, forming a self-sustaining system. Through energy perception, he could even observe the subtle ripples created as energy passed between nodes, these ripples spreading and intertwining according to some esoteric law. The energy network scan is complete, Mohist announced. It has detected at least 9 primary nodes and 27 secondary nodes within the formation. These nodes are arranged in a specific geometric structure, forming a stable energy field. Interestingly, this structure bears a striking similarity to the quantum bit arrays found in modern quantum computers. The energy intensity ratios between the primary nodes maintain the golden ratio, a proportional relationship that ensures the stability of the entire system. The elder produced a jade tablet, gently tapping it, causing a beam of light to project into the air, forming a three-dimensional rune diagram. This is the schematic of the most basic defensive formation. Through this, you can gain a more intuitive understanding of the structure of the formation. Do you see the connections of these lines? They represent the flow paths of energy. Each path has been meticulously calculated to ensure that energy operates at maximum efficiency. Mo observed the diagram closely, noting that the arrangement of these runes indeed adhered to a certain mathematical principle. Through energy perception, he clearly felt that the actual flow paths of energy within the formation perfectly aligned with the diagram. This reminded him of the network topology theory he studied in university. The structure of the formation resembled an optimized network system. The arrangement of the formation also requires a sense of balance, the elder stated. Just as a building requires a load-bearing structure, the formation must also allocate energy nodes appropriately. Too few nodes will result in insufficient protection, while too many will lead to energy chaos. The formation of this safe house has been meticulously calculated, with each node's position repeatedly deduced. The ancestors of the Mo family recognized the importance of this balance in their studies of formations. Mohist suddenly interjected. I have detected that the energy within you has begun to spontaneously mimic the operational patterns of the formation. This phenomenon is intriguing. It seems your subconscious is attempting to comprehend the principles of the formation. I recommend maintaining this state, as it may aid your cultivation. Mo indeed felt the energy within him become more active. As he observed the operation of the formation, his energy appeared to have found a rhythm, beginning to flow according to specific patterns. This sensation was marvelous, akin to suddenly comprehending a complex mathematical formula. This is a good sign. The elder remarked, it indicates that you are beginning to touch upon the essence of the formation. The formation is not merely an external arrangement of runes. More importantly, it involves grasping the laws of energy flow. Your current state signifies an unconscious understanding of these laws. The energy intensity has risen to 90 EUM. Mohist reported. This spontaneous energy operation pattern seems to have accelerated the accumulation of energy, If this state is maintained, the time required to break through to the Qi Wu realm may be significantly reduced. The elder nodded. The deeper your understanding, the more effective your cultivation will be. This is why the Mo family places such emphasis on investigating things to attain knowledge. Only by truly understanding the essence of matters can one achieve results with half the effort. At that moment, Mo suddenly noticed a subtle fluctuation at a certain node within the formation. This fluctuation was peculiar, seemingly conveying some form of information. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected, Mosey immediately analyzed. The formation's early warning mechanism has been triggered. It has detected attempts from the outside to probe this area, but the formation has successfully blocked them. The elder's expression became grave. It appears the Light Holy Temple has not given up. However, there is no need for concern. This formation has been specially reinforced, making it exceedingly difficult for even master-level experts to decipher. We still have ample time for you to solidify your cultivation. Chapter 51. The breakthrough approaches. The frequency of the probing signals is changing, Mosey cautioned. The other party seems to be attempting different probing methods. However, these probing energies have been successfully neutralized by the outer layer of the formation. With no effective information leaked, YEMO, through energy perception, carefully observed the operation of the formation. Each time a probing energy attempted to infiltrate, the outer layer of the barrier automatically adjusted its frequency, generating corresponding interference waves. This adaptive defensive mechanism reminded him of the dynamic key systems found in quantum encryption. Do not worry. Continue your cultivation, the elder advised. Such probing poses no threat to the formation. In fact, your energy intensity is nearing 100 EUM. You must seize this opportunity. YEMO nodded, closing his eyes and concentrating on the operation of the energy within him. By observing the formation's operation, he gained a deeper understanding of the laws of energy flow. His energy circulation became increasingly smooth, with each cycle bringing noticeable enhancement. The optimization of energy flow paths is complete, Mosey reported. Current efficiency has increased by 27. I have detected that energy nodes have begun to spontaneously form structures akin to the formation. This change is quite intriguing. It seems your understanding of the formation is influencing the operation of energy within you. The elder displayed a look of astonishment. I did not expect you to grasp this so quickly. The operation of energy can indeed draw inspiration from the principles of the formation. The formation is an external energy structure, while the meridians of the human body constitute an internal energy network. The two are fundamentally interconnected. YEMO indeed sensed that the energy within him was forming a miniature energy network. The structure of this network bore some resemblance to the protective formation of the safe house. Yet it possessed its unique characteristics. Energy flowed within this network, and each passage through a node would result in reinforcement. Energy concentration has begun to rise rapidly, Mosey cautioned. It has reached 95 EUM and is on the verge of breaking through the critical value of 100 EUM. I advise maintaining the current state and not altering the energy flow path lightly. The elder produced a pill. This is a gathering spirit pill, which can assist in stabilizing your energy. Take it upon breaking through to reduce the risk of energy runaway. This is a specially formulated pill by the Mo family, designed to assist disciples in their breakthroughs. YEMO accepted the pill. Sensing the gentle energy contained within, through energy perception, he discovered that this pill also contained a sophisticated energy structure, one capable of aiding the body in better absorbing and utilizing energy. Fascinating, Mosey remarked. The energy structure of this pill employs similar principles. It seems the Mo family possesses profound expertise in alchemy as well. I recommend documenting this energy structure, as it may prove beneficial for future research. Just then, Mo felt the energy within him suddenly become active. The previously stable energy began to flow more rapidly, and the connections between the nodes grew tighter. Energy intensity has reached 98 EUM. Mosey immediately reported, I have detected that the energy structure is beginning to undergo a qualitative change. This is a precursor to a breakthrough. I advise taking the Gathering Spirit pill immediately to prepare for the breakthrough. Mo swiftly swallowed the pill. A gentle energy immediately spread within him, helping to stabilize the restless energy. This sensation was akin to adding a cooling agent to boiling water, bringing the entire system back into a controllable state. Excellent. The elder spoke. Commence the final cycle of the first layer of the Mo Shou Xinju. Remember, it is imperative that the energy flows precisely along the prescribed path of the technique, without the slightest deviation. Following the elder's guidance, Mo focused intently on the final sprint, As the energy coursed through him, he could distinctly perceive the transformations occurring within his body. Each energy node was continually reinforced, and the connections between them grew increasingly tight. The structure of the energy network was nearing perfection. Mohist analyzed, the energy intensity ratios at each node are approaching the golden mean. This naturally occurring state of balance is indeed rare. If this trend continues, the likelihood of a successful breakthrough is exceptionally high. The elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, your comprehension of energy surpasses that of the average practitioner. Most individuals require several months to attain such a level of energy control. It seems that allowing you to observe the operation of the formation was indeed a prudent decision. The energy intensity is at 99 EUM. Mohist continued to report, the final cycle is nearing completion. External detection signals have diminished, indicating that the opposition has temporarily conceded. You may now concentrate fully on your breakthrough. YEMO sensed that the energy within him had reached a critical threshold, akin to a vessel brimming with water, where the addition of a mere drop would cause it to overflow. This sensation was both tense and anticipatory. He understood that the breakthrough was imminent. Prepare for the breakthrough, Mohist advised. I recommend attempting to maintain the current energy structure during the process. This quasi-formation energy network may become a hallmark of your practice. Wait, the elder interjected suddenly. There are a few critical points to consider before you proceed. First, focus your attention on the dantian area, where the energy is most concentrated. Second, once you initiate the breakthrough, do not disrupt the energy flow under any circumstances. Finally, if you sense the energy spiraling out of control, immediately employ the suppression incantation from the MO, show XIJ. YEMO diligently noted these points. Through his energy perception, he discerned that the energy at the dantian was indeed the most dynamic, forming a miniature energy vortex. This vortex resembled the core node of a formation, governing the operation of the entire energy network. New changes have been detected in the energy structure, Mohist remarked. The energy in the dantian is beginning to establish a state akin to quantum entanglement. This condition has never been observed in previous databases. It is advisable to record the complete data, as this may represent a significant avenue for research. The elder's expression turned grave. This energy state is extraordinary. It appears that your knowledge of quantum physics has indeed influenced your cultivation method. However, this may not be a negative development. It could potentially pave the way for a new path in cultivation. YEMO felt that the energy within him was undergoing some marvelous transformation. The connections between the energy nodes tightened, resembling particles in a quantum entanglement, forming a cohesive whole. This sensation was both familiar and foreign, reminding him of his days spent researching quantum states in the laboratory. The energy intensity is on the verge of breaking the critical point, Mohist cautioned. External energy is beginning to actively converge inward. This phenomenon bears a striking resemblance to the quantum tunneling effect. It seems your energy network is subconsciously applying principles of quantum mechanics. The elder retrieved a jade tablet and swiftly inscribed several runes upon it. This is a simple guiding formation that will assist you in better absorbing external energy. Although your method is unique, having this formation as a safeguard is always beneficial. YEMO sensed the fluctuations of energy within him. A thought suddenly struck him. If the principles of quantum entanglement were applied to energy flow, could it not enhance the efficiency of energy transmission? Much like quantum communication, achieving instantaneous energy transfer. An intriguing notion, Mohist promptly replied. Theoretically, this is feasible. If you can realize this during the breakthrough, it may give rise to an entirely new mode of energy operation. I suggest you pay particular attention to this phenomenon during the process. After a moment of contemplation, the elder addressed YEMO. The YEMO family has always championed innovation, eschewing rigid adherence to tradition. Your profound understanding of quantum physics may allow you to merge modern scientific theories with ancient martial cultivation, potentially establishing a new school of thought. However, the foremost priority now is to concentrate on your breakthrough. At that moment, YEMO sensed a sudden elevation in the energy within him, reaching a new echelon. All energy nodes began to resonate, forming a flawless energy field. This energy field resembled a miniature quantum computer, with each node engaged in high-speed energy computations. Final preparations, Mohist declared, the energy intensity has reached 99.9 EUM. A breakthrough could occur at any moment. I recommend commencing the final cycle while attempting to maintain the quantum entanglement state. This may serve as a crucial breakthrough point. Chapter 52. the initial stages of martial awakening with the completion of the final cycle. The energy within Yemo surged past the critical threshold. A powerful wave of energy erupted from his dantian, enveloping his entire being in an instant. This sensation resembled the collapse of a quantum state. As all energy nodes simultaneously underwent a qualitative transformation, the energy intensity has surpassed 100 EUM. Mosey reported immediately, a fundamental change in the energy structure has been detected. The quantum entanglement state among the nodes has stabilized. This mode of energy operation is markedly different from traditional cultivation systems. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the elder's eyes. Fascinating. You have indeed integrated the characteristics of quantum entanglement into your energy operation. I have never encountered such an approach before. His gaze held a hint of admiration, coupled with contemplation. Yemo stabilized the energy within him and suddenly realized a question. How did you discern my method of energy operation? The elder chuckled softly. That is the marvel of energy perception. What I taught you earlier was merely the most fundamental application. This esoteric art possesses even deeper realms of mastery. He gestured, sending a strand of azure energy towards Yemo. See if you can perceive anything from this. Yemo concentrated on the thread of energy and was astounded to discover that it contained an abundance of information. Not only could he observe the flow paths of the energy, but he could also analyze its composition and patterns of change. The precision of this perception far exceeded his previous understanding. I have been researching energy perception within the Mo family for over 50 years. The elder stated, this esoteric art is the foundation of our lineage and the key to our survival in tumultuous times. You may call me Mo Qing, one of the elders of the Mo family, responsible for guiding the disciples in their cultivation. Mo suddenly understood. No wonder you can provide such precise guidance in my cultivation. This level of energy perception must have reached the mastery level. Has it not? Mo Qing nodded. Indeed, in my earlier years, I utilized this art to sense an impending ambush during a great battle, saving the entire Mo family branch. Since then, I have dedicated myself to exploring the limits of energy perception. Do you believe my approach of incorporating quantum physics into my cultivation is feasible? Mo inquired, genuinely interested in the elder's opinion, given his profound expertise in energy utilization. Mo Qing pondered for a moment. Theoretically, it is viable. Although your method is unique, it fundamentally pertains to the application of energy. Moreover, the Mo family has always advocated for innovation and not being bound by tradition, as long as it enhances efficiency. Any new endeavor is worthy of exploration. The energy network has entered a stable state. Mosey reported, all data appears normal, with no discernible hazards. This quantum entanglement-style energy operation indeed holds significant research potential. I recommend recording comprehensive data in preparation for future optimization. An increase in the compatibility between the Mingli armor and the host has been detected, Mosey remarked. Current compatibility stands at 47, a 15 percentage point increase since before the breakthrough. It seems this quantum entanglement-style energy operation also facilitates the activation of the equipment. Mo indeed sensed the Mingli armor becoming more responsive. The runes on the equipment surface began to emit a faint azure glow, resonating with the energy nodes within him. Through energy perception, he discovered that the internal energy structure of the Mingli armor was also evolving towards a state of quantum entanglement. This is entirely normal. Mo Qing explained, the Mingli armor is inherently a sensing equipment, and it will adapt and evolve alongside the growth of its user. Your breakthrough has provided it with a new developmental trajectory. However, the most pressing task now is to solidify your cultivation. Allow me to observe the specific changes following your breakthrough. Mo Qing's energy thread gently probed. Mo felt a warm energy coursing through him. This probing was remarkably precise, clearly revealing the state of each energy node within him. Very interesting, Mo Qing mused. Your energy nodes have formed a structure reminiscent of a quantum computer. Each node can perform independent calculations while also sharing information through quantum entanglement. This structure not only enhances energy utilization efficiency, but also significantly augments the capacity to perceive external energy. Mo attempted to channel the energy within him and found that it flowed much more smoothly than before. The energy transferred between nodes with almost no loss, and the speed of transfer was astonishing. This reminded him of the instantaneous transmission characteristic found in quantum communication. Try this, Mo Qing instructed, drawing a rune in the air. This is a simple energy condensation technique. Let us see if you can apply it in a new manner. Yemo followed Imoqing's instructions, attempting to infuse energy into the rune, and was astonished when the energy nodes within him immediately responded, autonomously forming a miniature energy network. This network not only efficiently consolidates energy, but also precisely regulates its output. It has been detected that the energy output efficiency has increased by 43. Mohist analyzed that this energy control method, based on quantum entanglement, is indeed highly effective. He suggested further in-depth research, as more applications may be discovered. At that moment, Yemo suddenly sensed an unusual energy fluctuation. Utilizing the newly acquired energy perception technique, he discovered that this fluctuation originated from the formation in the safe house. Indeed, you are now capable of perceiving such faint energy fluctuations, Mohist remarked. This is the formation responding to your breakthrough. Whenever someone transcends their realm, the formation automatically adjusts its energy structure to accommodate the new energy level. Mohist continued to explain, the essence of energy perception lies in the word feel. One must genuinely sense the changes in energy rather than merely observe. Your current cultivation method may appear to draw inspiration from quantum physics, yet fundamentally, it remains an in-depth understanding of energy. Discovering new data features, Mohist suddenly interjected, it seems that the energy nodes within you have formed a self-adaptive system. This system can automatically adjust the energy structure based on external environmental factors, a trait rarely seen in traditional cultivators. Yemo indeed felt that the energy within him was continuously optimizing its operational path. This adaptive ability reminded him of deep learning algorithms in artificial intelligence. It appeared that quantum physics not only influenced his cultivation method, but also altered the fundamental operational patterns of energy. Yemo then conveyed his sensations to Mohist. This change holds significant research value, Mohist stated. If we could combine this adaptive trait with traditional cultivation methods, we might forge an entirely new path in cultivation. However, the most pressing matter now is mastering the application of this ability. Let us test your current capabilities. As Mohist spoke, he traced several runes in the air, forming a simple testing array. This array could simulate various attacks to assess the combat capabilities of the cultivator. Standing at the center of the array, Yemo immediately sensed the surrounding energy field undergoing a transformation. Through energy perception, he discovered that the array had created a closed space, completely isolating the energy fluctuations within. Let the test commence, Mohist lightly gestured, and an energy beam suddenly shot toward Yemo. To his astonishment, his body reacted almost instinctively. The energy nodes within him immediately formed a defensive network, perfectly neutralizing the attack while also capturing the information embedded in the energy beam. Detection indicates a 237 increase in reaction speed. Mohist remarked, this energy network, based on quantum entanglement, not only enhances energy utilization efficiency but significantly boosts neural response speed. Mohist nodded, given your reaction speed. This should be the advantage of quantum entanglement. When all energy nodes can instantly share information, the overall system's response speed will naturally experience a substantial increase. However, your performance has exceeded my expectations. At that moment, Mingli armor suddenly emitted a faint vibration. Yemo sensed that the equipment was actively absorbing the surrounding energy and transforming it into a special energy field. Interesting, Mohist observed. It seems that Mingli armor is mimicking your energy operation mode. This resonance phenomenon is something I have never encountered before. It appears that the potential of this equipment is far greater than we had imagined. Detection reveals that Mingli armor is forming a quantum protective layer. Mohist analyzed. This protective layer can respond instantaneously to external energy attacks, proving to be significantly more effective than traditional energy shields. I will document this phenomenon, as it may provide crucial reference value for future equipment modifications. Yemo attempted to mobilize the energy within him, discovering he could not only precisely control every bit of energy but also achieve remote manipulation of energy through quantum entanglement. This sensation felt akin to equipping himself with a quantum processor, rendering all energy calculations exceptionally smooth. Alert! Multiple high-energy fluctuation sources are approaching the perimeter of the safe house, Mohist suddenly warned. The energy characteristics resemble those of the inspection team from the Holy Light Temple. Yet their intensity is markedly higher than previous detections. Mohist's expression grew serious. It seems they have dispatched stronger personnel. However, you are no longer the person you once were. This presents an excellent opportunity to test your new abilities. Chapter 53. A first trial of skills. Do not be overly anxious, Mohist advised. You have just broken through, and your current strength remains weak. Our objective is to evade them, not to confront them head-on. Yi Mo nodded. Although the breakthrough brought about a noticeable enhancement, he was acutely aware of his own level of strength. The Qi Awakening realm is merely the initial stage of cultivation, still positioned at the most fundamental level within the entire cultivation system. Detection indicates 5 energy fluctuation sources. Mohist analyzed. The energy intensity ranges from 230 to 270 EUM, likely all cultivators at the Mingxiao realm. They are advancing in a fan-shaped array, attempting to seal off potential escape routes. Mu Qing subtly gestured, and the array of the safe house emitted a faint glow. The array can still hold, but their detection intensity has increased significantly compared to earlier. If this continues, our position may be compromised. We must devise a way to relocate. Yemo attempted to utilize energy perception to observe the external situation. Enhanced by the effects of quantum entanglement, he could roughly ascertain the enemy's positions. Yet he was still unable to accurately perceive their specific movements. Your energy perception remains rather coarse, Mu Qing remarked. Nevertheless, it suffices for evading enemies. Remember, the most crucial aspect now is to conceal your energy fluctuations. In this regard, you possess an advantage. Energy fluctuations in a quantum-entangled state are exceedingly difficult to detect through conventional means. I suggest breaking through in the northwest direction. Mohist advised. That direction has relatively weaker detection intensity, and the terrain is complex, making it suitable for covert operations. However, be cautious. Your current energy control is still unstable, so refrain from recklessly employing energy skills. Mu Qing retrieved a black cloak from his storage ring. This is the Mo family's invisibility cloak, capable of absorbing surrounding energy fluctuations. Combined with your current energy state, it should provide commendable concealment effects. Yemo accepted the cloak, noticing that the interior was also adorned with runes. By employing energy perception, he could see that these runes formed a sophisticated energy absorption network. Detection indicates resonance between the equipment and Mingli armor. Mohist stated, I recommend attempting to connect the energy networks of both pieces of equipment. This may yield unexpected results. Yemo endeavored to mobilize the energy within him, gradually bringing the energy networks of both pieces of equipment closer together. As the quantum entanglement effect took hold, the two networks began to merge naturally, forming a more comprehensive protective system. Excellent, Mu Qing affirmed. Now we must await an opportune moment. Remember, do not entertain thoughts of confrontation. Your current task is to ensure a safe relocation. Should danger arise, I will intervene. Alert! Mohist suddenly cautioned. New energy fluctuations have emerged in the northwest, seemingly from a patrol team. I recommend altering our course and retreating southeast. Yemo closed his eyes, meticulously sensing the energy changes around him. Through the enhanced perception afforded by quantum entanglement, he identified that the southeast indeed presented a more advantageous option. The terrain there was more intricate, and the energy fluctuations were relatively chaotic, making it easier to conceal their movements. Very well, Mu Qing nodded. You have begun to learn how to utilize the energy characteristics of the environment. In actual combat, terrain and energy environment often hold greater importance than sheer strength, especially for a novice cultivator like you. Yemo donned the invisibility cloak, immediately feeling a refreshing energy enveloping his entire being. Mingli armor responded in kind, as the energy networks of both pieces of equipment perfectly fused together, creating a concealment field. Energy concealment effectiveness has increased by 86, Mohist analyzed. The cooperation between the two pieces of equipment is surprisingly effective. However, be mindful that this state will continuously consume energy, given your current energy reserves. It can last at most 2 hours. Mu Qing lightly tapped the ground, and the array of the safe house gradually dimmed. I have set the array to a delayed shutdown procedure. Once we leave, the array will gradually disappear within half an hour, ensuring it does not draw the enemy's attention. Yemo followed Mu Qing, cautiously moving toward the southeast. Through energy perception, he could detect the fluctuations of energy around them. Whenever an abnormal fluctuation occurred, they would instantly halt and wait for an opportunity. Your energy control is still not refined enough, Mu Qing whispered. Each step must be taken with care regarding the energy fluctuations beneath your feet. Cultivators possess keen perceptual abilities, and even the slightest misstep may reveal our position. Yemo attentively absorbed Mu Qing's guidance. He realized that through the quantum entanglement network, he could indeed control each bit of energy with greater precision. While walking, he deliberately fashioned a buffer layer from the energy nodes to minimize the vibrations of his footsteps. Detection indicates that the enemy's search range is expanding, Mohist warned. They seem to have discovered something and are intensifying their search efforts to the east. I recommend increasing our speed while maintaining our concealment. Just then, a faint energy fluctuation emanated from ahead. YEMO instinctively halted his steps, the energy within him instantly entering a state of alert. Through perception, he discerned that it was a simple detection array. "Do not panic," Mu Qing reassured. "This is merely a basic vigilance array designed to monitor extensive energy fluctuations. Given your current energy state, coupled with the stealth effects of 2 pieces of equipment, you can pass through safely. The key is to remain calm and avoid any fluctuations in your energy." YEMO took a deep breath, allowing the energy within him to settle into complete tranquility. Under the influence of quantum entanglement, his energy fluctuations became exceedingly faint, almost entirely blending with the surrounding environment. The energy fluctuations diminished to below 0.01 EUM. Mosey remarked that this level was approaching the baseline value of the environment, making it difficult to detect. However, it is important to note that maintaining such an extreme suppression state demands a high level of energy control and cannot be sustained for too long. After cautiously navigating through the alert formation, YEMO felt a slight dizziness. This state of extreme energy suppression was indeed quite draining. Even with the assistance of his equipment, it was a considerable burden for him. "Something feels off," Mosey cautioned, detecting a slight disturbance in energy flow. This could be due to the energy not having fully stabilized after the breakthrough. It is advisable to relax temporarily and allow the energy to circulate naturally. Mo Qing found a secluded corner to pause. "Let us take a short break. It is indeed unwise to engage in excessive energy manipulation right after a breakthrough. Come, I will teach you a breathing technique." He set up a small isolation formation beside YEMO and began to demonstrate. This is the breathing technique of the YEMO family, which can help stabilize the energy state post-breakthrough. "Just follow my instructions." At that moment, YEMO suddenly sensed a powerful energy wave emanating from afar. Through his energy perception, he discerned that it was an extraordinarily potent detection wave. Such intensity of detection would be challenging to completely shield even with a cloaking mantle. "Do not move," Mo Qing said with a grave expression. "That is the divine light detection of the radiant sanctuary, capable of sensing all energy fluctuations within a 10-mile radius. However, they generally do not employ such extensive detection lightly, suggesting they have discovered something significant." YEMO held his breath, bringing his internal energy to a complete standstill. In that instant, he finally understood why Mo Qing had previously mentioned the difficulty in detecting states of quantum entanglement. When energy is in a quantum superposition state, it is indeed challenging to uncover through conventional detection methods. "Fascinating," Mo Qing suddenly remarked. "Your energy state is truly unique." That detection wave swept past. "Your energy intuitively entered a state akin to quantum invisibility. This is quite an unexpected gain. A new data characteristic has been discovered," Mosey supplemented in YEMO's mind. "Your energy network seems to automatically adapt to external detection frequencies, forming a counter-detection state through the quantum entanglement effect. This ability may stem from your understanding of quantum physics." The detection wave soon passed, yet YEMO remained vigilant. This experience made him realize that his unique abilities not only enhanced his cultivation efficiency, but also offered distinct advantages in practical combat. "Your comprehension is commendable," Mo Qing stated. "To find a coping strategy upon encountering a powerful detection for the first time is impressive. Nevertheless, the most crucial task now is to stabilize your cultivation. The application of these special abilities can be explored gradually." YEMO nodded. Indeed, he felt like a child just learning to walk. While he had discovered some intriguing capabilities, the foundational aspects of cultivation remained paramount. "Alert lifted," Mosey announced. "The detection wave has completely dissipated, and the enemy seems to have shifted their focus elsewhere. However, it is advisable to continue maintaining a concealed state, in case they return unexpectedly." Chapter 54. The secret grounds of the YEMO family. "We must act swiftly," Mo Qing declared. "The Radiant Sanctuary's use of divine light detection indicates they have dispatched formidable experts. We need to reach the secret grounds of the YEMO family before they send reinforcements." As YEMO channeled the breathing technique to stabilize his energy, he inquired, "What is the secret grounds of the YEMO family?" "It is a hidden stronghold of our YEMO family in this region," Mo Qing explained. "There are special formations concealing it, making it undetectable even by the divine light detection of the Radiant Sanctuary. However, we must arrive before nightfall. Caution is essential on the journey. Energy state has been detected as stable. Mosey reminded that I suggest we proceed. However, be mindful that the energy consumption of the cloaking mantle has reached 43. It can maintain its concealed state for no more than another hour. Yemo followed Imo-Ching onward. This time, he was more astute, deliberately maintaining a semi-suppressed energy state that concealed his movements without excessively depleting his energy. Well done, Imo-Ching nodded approvingly. You have begun to grasp the balance of energy. Cultivation is not merely about pursuing strength. It is about finding equilibrium among various states. Through his energy perception, Imo discovered they were moving toward a seemingly ordinary mountainous area. However, as they drew closer, he sensed that something special lay hidden within that energy field. That is the energy gathering formation of the Imo family, Imo-Ching stated. The entire secret grounds are protected by this formation. It not only conceals the internal energy fluctuations but also collects the ambient energy of heaven and earth to nurture disciples. Anomalous energy field detected, Mosey suddenly alerted. This energy structure bears similarities to the quantum entanglement network and seems to employ a similar principle. Imo articulated Mosey's analysis. Imo-Ching displayed a look of approval. It seems your theory on quantum entanglement indeed has merit. The Imo family's energy gathering formation utilizes a similar principle, though we have yet to fully comprehend its mysteries. Just then, Imo sensed another wave of energy fluctuations in the distance. This wave was considerably weaker than the previous one, yet it carried an even greater sense of danger. Stay silent, Imo-Ching cautioned. His expression grave, that is the trace of no trace of the radiant sanctuary, capable of capturing extremely faint energy traces. It appears they have dispatched tracking experts. Imo promptly adjusted his energy state, allowing the energy nodes within him to enter a complete quantum superposition state. In this condition, the existence of energy became uncertain, theoretically enabling him to evade any form of tracking. An intriguing method of response, Imo-Ching whispered. However, now is not the time for exploration. We must hasten. He produced a jade slip and lightly tapped it, enveloping the two of them in a faint glow. This is the swift travel talisman of the Imo family, temporarily enhancing our speed. However, using it generates energy fluctuations, which is why it was not utilized earlier. We can no longer afford such considerations. With the enhancement of the swift travel talisman, their speed noticeably increased. Imo discovered that, in this state, the energy flow within him became remarkably smoother, as if each energy node was operating at high speed. Energy operation efficiency has increased by 127, Mosey analyzed. The swift travel talisman seems to resonate with the quantum entanglement network, significantly accelerating the energy flow. However, caution is warranted, as this rapid operation will hasten energy consumption. Imo could sense the energy within him flowing in an unusual manner. Each energy node formed a miniature acceleration field, propelling his speed far beyond the norm. Yet simultaneously, he felt a faint fatigue creeping in. Hold on, Imo-Ching urged. Ahead lies the perimeter formation of the secret grounds. We are at the most perilous moment. The energy fluctuations of the formation may attract the attention of the pursuers. Indeed, the energy fluctuations in the distance suddenly became active. Through energy perception, Imo discerned that at least 3 powerful energy sources were rapidly approaching. They've discovered us, Imo-Ching said. His expression graved. It seems the energy fluctuations from the swift travel talisman have exposed our location. However, it is too late. We must enter the formation's range before they do. Alert, Mosey warned. 3 high energy sources are detected approaching swiftly, with energy intensities of 4.7, 4.3, and 3.9 EUM. Given the current situation, the probability of a direct encounter exceeds 87. Imo-Ching abruptly halted. You go ahead. I will hold them off. He produced a jade slip, stating, this is the token for entering the secret grounds. Once we reach the formation's edge, activate it with your energy to enter. Imo took the jade slip but did not leave immediately. You alone? No time for arguments, Imo-Ching interrupted. With your current strength, staying behind will only hinder me. Moreover, your energy is still unstable post-breakthrough. You cannot withstand intense combat. Just then, a beam of golden light suddenly shot from the distance. Imo felt an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down on him, and before he could react, he was pushed aside by Imo-Ching. Run, Imo-Ching shouted, simultaneously forming seals with his hands, conjuring a blue energy barrier that instantly blocked the golden light. Imo gritted his teeth and turned to sprint toward the secret grounds. Through energy perception, he sensed intense energy fluctuations behind him. Clearly, Imo Ching had engaged the pursuers. 200 meters ahead lies the formation entrance. Mosey alerted that it is advisable to activate the Jade Slip immediately. The formation requires 3 seconds of preparation to open. As Imo ran, he retrieved the Jade Slip. Through energy perception, he discovered that the interior of the Jade Slip was also imbued with a complex energy network, seemingly functioning as a key. Alert, Mosey suddenly warned, the wave of energy is rapidly approaching at great speed and it is advisable to enter a quantum invisibility state immediately. Imo swiftly adjusted his energy state while quickening his pace. However, at that moment, he felt a powerful energy wave surging from behind him. The sense of oppression was more potent than before, evidently indicating that a formidable opponent had pursued them. The entrance to the formation has been discovered, Mosey remarked, suggesting an immediate activation of the Jade Slip. However, be cautious. The activation process will generate energy fluctuations that may reveal our location. Imo inhaled deeply, channeling energy into the Jade Slip. A beam of azure light instantaneously shot forth, forming an energy portal in the air. Just then, a golden light suddenly surged from behind. Energy intensity, 5200 EUM, Mosey analyzed, concluding that the pursuer must be an elder from the Holy Temple of Light. Given our current condition, the probability of surviving a direct confrontation is nearly zero. In that critical moment, an idea struck Imo. He swiftly adjusted the energy nodes within him, arranging them into a unique quantum state. In this state, his energy fluctuations became exceedingly chaotic, resembling an unstable quantum system. An intriguing concept, Mosey commented, recognizing the strategy of employing the uncertainty of the quantum state to disrupt their pursuers' tracking. However, this state is highly unstable and can only be maintained for a few seconds at most. Indeed, as the golden light approached Imo, it abruptly became erratic, seemingly affected by some interference. Seizing this opportunity, Imo dashed towards the energy portal. Just as he was about to enter, a chilling voice echoed, "Quantum state energy? Quite interesting. However, you cannot escape." Without looking back, Imo plunged into the portal. Upon entering, he felt a powerful energy field enveloping him, and the scenery before his eyes began to warp and distort. Transmission commencing, Mosey alerted, spatial energy fluctuations detected. This appears to be a quantum teleportation array. It is advisable to maintain your current energy state to avoid complications during the transmission. Chapter 55. Quantum teleportation. The process of transmission lasted longer than Imo had anticipated. In this realm seemingly detached from the concept of time. He felt his consciousness and body disintegrating into countless quantum states, only to be reassembled under the guidance of some mysterious force. Abnormal spatial energy detected, Mosey advised. This method of transmission seems to utilize the principle of quantum entanglement. Converting matter into a pure energy state for transportation, it is crucial to remain calm and not resist the transmission process. Imo indeed sensed a peculiar resonance. The energy nodes within him appeared to resonate with the teleportation array, rendering the entire transmission process remarkably smooth. This sensation resembled the quantum tunneling effect, effortlessly transcending the confines of space. Fascinating, Mosey analyzed. Your quantum entanglement network seems to have expedited the transmission process. Under normal circumstances, a transmission of this magnitude would require at least 10 seconds, yet you completed it in merely 3 days. As the transmission concluded, Imo felt a dizzying sensation. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. It was a vast space enveloped in azure light, surrounded by intricate energy patterns. "Welcome to the secret domain of the Imo family," a gentle voice greeted him. Imo turned to see an elderly man clad in a blue robe standing not far away. "I am Imo Chen, the elder guardian of the Imo family's secret domain." Energy intensity detected, 9100 EUM, Mosey noted. However, the energy fluctuations are quite tranquil, indicating no hostility. Furthermore, the energy concentration here is 3 times that of the outside world, making it highly suitable for cultivation. "What about Elder Imo Ching?" Imo inquired anxiously, recalling the scene of Imo Ching facing the pursuers alone before his departure. Imo Chen's expression turned grave. "He is still out there holding off the forces of the Holy Temple of Light. However, you need not worry. Imo Ching is exceptionally powerful and specializes in evasion techniques." But Imo attempted to voice his concerns, only to be interrupted by Mo Chen. The most pressing matter now is to stabilize your condition. He stated, I can sense that your energy remains quite unstable. Continuing in this state may jeopardize your foundation. Come, let us proceed to the meditation chamber. Yemo followed Mo Chen through several energy barriers, arriving at a room surrounded by a special energy field. The energy here was remarkably pure and seemed to possess a calming effect. This is the Mo family's tranquility chamber, Mo Chen explained. The room is arranged with a unique energy gathering formation designed to assist cultivators in stabilizing their energy state. After experiencing a quantum teleportation in the preceding breakthrough, it is essential for you to recuperate. Yemo seated himself in the center of the tranquility chamber, absorbing the rich energy surrounding him. The quality of energy here was indeed extraordinary. Not only was it pure, but it also appeared to follow a certain rhythm, drawing him into a state of immersion. Abnormal energy structure detected. Mosey alerted. The energy field in this room seems to have undergone special treatment, forming a structure akin to that of a quantum computer. Each energy node operates according to a specific algorithm. Yemo surveyed his surroundings while articulating Mosey's observations. Mo Chen nodded in approval, a keen observation. This is the Mo family's return to origin formation, which can reorganize chaotic energy into its most fundamental form. For cultivators who have just experienced a breakthrough, stabilizing their internal energy is of utmost importance. Following Mo Chen's guidance, Yemo began to attempt resonance with the energy field of the room. To his astonishment, his quantum entanglement network adapted to this energy structure with remarkable ease. Fascinating, Mo Chen remarked, your method of energy operation is quite unique. Typically, individuals require extensive time to acclimate to the return to origin formation during their first encounter. Yet your energy network seems innately suited for this structure. New data features detected, Mosey analyzed. The energy structure of the return to origin formation bears a striking resemblance to the ground state of quantum computation. This may explain your rapid adaptation. It was at that moment that Yemo sensed a sudden surge of intense energy fluctuations approaching from a distance. Even through several energy barriers, he could still feel the fierce energy conflict. Do not lose focus, Mo Chen cautioned. That is the disturbance from the outer battles. The Mo family's secret domain is fortified with multiple protective formations. Even an elder from the Holy Temple of Light cannot easily breach it. Your primary task now is to stabilize your condition. Yemo took a deep breath, forcing himself to concentrate. He understood that Mo Chen was right. Given his current state, establishing a solid foundation was paramount. Yet, he could not shake his concern for Mo Chen's safety. Energy state detected to be stabilizing, Mosey reported. It is advisable to continue maintaining your current state, allowing the quantum entanglement network to fully adapt to the energy environment here. This will greatly enhance energy utilization efficiency. As time passed, Yemo gradually grasped the essence of the return to origin formation. This formation was indeed unique. It did not merely suppress or enhance energy, but rather, through a specific algorithm, rearrange chaotic energy into its most fundamental state. Energy stability has increased to 67, Mosey analyzed. The quantum entanglement network has begun to autonomously adapt to the energy structure of the return to origin formation. This adaptability far exceeds expectations and may be related to your understanding of quantum states. Mo Chen observed for a moment before suddenly stating, your understanding of energy is quite distinctive. Most individuals pursue energy intensity, yet you seem to emphasize the changes in energy states. This line of thought aligns closely with the Mo family's philosophy. The Mo family values mechanical arts, with precise energy control being paramount. Mo Chen continued, your theory of quantum entanglement is, in a sense, an ultimate form of energy controlled. No wonder Mo Chen places such importance on you. Just then, the energy field of the tranquility chamber experienced a slight fluctuation. Yemo immediately sensed the approach of someone. It's Mo Chen, Mo Chen remarked, a smile gracing his face. It seems he has successfully shaken off his pursuers. However, his expression suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. Noting that Mo Chen's energy fluctuations appeared somewhat off, the door opened, and Mo Chen entered. He looked somewhat fatigued yet still in good spirits. However, Yemo sensed through his energy perception that Mo Chen's internal energy seemed somewhat disordered. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected, Mosey warned. Mo Chen possesses an exceedingly faint golden energy within him, likely the divine light locked from the Holy Temple of Light. This energy gradually erodes the cultivator's energy network. It's nothing serious. Mo Qing waved dismissively. I've led the people from the holy temple of light in another direction. However, their divine light lock is indeed troublesome and will take some time to fully resolve. The energy structure of the divine light lock is quite unique. Mo Qin stated. Over time, it will continually permeate deep into the energy network, potentially affecting the energy core. We must devise a way to resolve this promptly. Mo closely observed the abnormal energy within Mo Qing through his energy perception. That golden energy was indeed peculiar, seemingly possessing some form of adaptive capability, adjusting its infiltration method according to the target's energy characteristics. Energy characteristics of the divine light lock detected, Mosey analyzed. This energy appears to employ principles akin to quantum states, automatically seeking out weak points within the energy network. However, its operational mode follows a certain discernible pattern. Mo Qing settled down in the tranquility chamber. This level of the divine light lock is insufficient to threaten me. However, it does require prompt attention, or it may impede our subsequent actions. I have an idea. Mo suddenly remarked. Since the divine light lock is also a form of quantum state energy, it stands to reason that we might theoretically employ the effects of quantum entanglement to disrupt its operation. Mo Chun's eyes sparkled with interest. An intriguing notion indeed. The Mo family possesses several methods to neutralize the divine light lock, though each requires considerable time. If we could leverage quantum entanglement to expedite this process, it would certainly be worth exploring. However, caution is paramount. Mo Qing cautioned. The energy of the divine light lock is quite domineering. Mishandling it could result in backlash. Given your current cultivation level, it would be perilous to engage with such potent energy recklessly. Mo nodded in understanding. My intention is to utilize the return to origin array as a foundation, in conjunction with the quantum entanglement network to guide the energy of the divine light lock. This approach will allow us to avoid direct contact and mitigate risks. Feasibility detected at 76, MOZ stated. The return to origin array indeed provides a stable environment for quantum entanglement. However, I recommend commencing with a small-scale test to confirm safety before proceeding with full-scale implementation. As if struck by a thought, Mo Qing interjected, the recent actions of the Radiant Holy Temple are quite unusual. Not only are they able to accurately pinpoint our location, but their speed of operation is also astonishing. Logically, within the borders of Long Kingdom, they should not be so audacious. Mo Chun furrowed his brow. I find this suspicious as well that in the past 6 months, the Radiant Holy Temple's activities within Long Kingdom have markedly increased. They seem particularly interested in some of our secret relics, and they consistently receive intelligence ahead of time. Relevant intelligence detected, MOZ announced. According to historical data analysis, the recent operational patterns of the Radiant Holy Temple suggest they may possess certain insider information. Further investigation is advisable. Mo recalled their previous encounters. Indeed, their timing has been remarkably fortuitous, as if they were privy to our operational plans. This matter must be reported to the Special Operations Group of Long Kingdom. Mo Qing said gravely. The brazen conduct of the Radiant Holy Temple within our borders indicates that there is undoubtedly an underlying issue. However, our immediate priority is to resolve this divine light lock. Chapter 56, Quantum Resolution. I have an idea, Mo proposed. Since the divine light lock is also a quantum state energy, we might be able to utilize quantum entanglement to interfere with its operation. Mo Qing's eyes lit up. An interesting line of thought. The Mo family indeed has methods to dissolve the divine light lock, though they are time-consuming. If quantum entanglement could accelerate this process, it is certainly worth a try. Energy characteristics of the divine light lock detected, Mosey analyzed. This energy appears to employ principles akin to quantum states, capable of autonomously seeking weaknesses within the energy network. However, its operational mode follows certain discernible patterns. Mo meticulously observed the anomalous energy within Mo Qing through energy perception. The golden energy was indeed peculiar, exhibiting a certain adaptive capacity, adjusting its infiltration method according to the target's energy characteristics. My plan is to use the return to origin array as a foundation, combined with a quantum entanglement network to guide the energy of the divine light lock, Mo elucidated. This will help us avoid direct contact and reduce risk. Feasibility detected at 76, MOZ reiterated. The return to origin array can indeed provide a stable environment for quantum entanglement. Nevertheless, I recommend initiating small-scale tests to ensure safety before broadening the scope. Mo Chun observed for a moment before commenting, this idea is quite innovative. However, we must be mindful. The energy of the divine light lock is quite formidable, and if mishandled, it may retaliate. Given your current cultivation, it is wise to proceed with caution. Imo nodded. Preparing to commence, he first adjusted his energy state to optimize his internal quantum entanglement network. Then, through energy perception, he carefully analyzed the operational patterns of the divine light lock. Energy fluctuation patterns detected, Moz reminded. The energy of the divine light lock exhibits a faint fluctuation every 3 seconds, likely indicating its energy circulation cycle. It is advisable to intervene at the moment of minimal fluctuation. Imo followed Moz's counsel, awaiting the opportune moment. When the energy fluctuation of the divine light lock reached its lowest point, he promptly activated the quantum entanglement network while simultaneously initiating the return to origin array within the meditation chamber. Be cautious, Mo Chen warned. Once initiated, the process must not be interrupted, or it may yield adverse effects. As Imo proceeded, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. The golden energy of the divine light lock began to resonate with the quantum entanglement network, while the return to origin array stabilized this resonant state. Energy state change detected, Moz analyzed. The energy of the divine light lock is being influenced by quantum entanglement, with its stability reduced by 23. It is advisable to maintain the current state. Mo Ching also sensed the change. It is indeed effective. This method is significantly swifter than traditional dissolution techniques. However, the energy consumption is substantial. You must be vigilant in your control. Imo felt the rapid depletion of energy within him. The maintenance of the quantum entanglement network required a continuous energy supply, while the operation of the return to origin array was also taxing his strength. Fortunately, the dense energy within the meditation chamber aided in timely replenishment. Energy consumption rate at 0.5 EU per second, Moz cautioned. Based on current reserves and replenishment speed, you can sustain this for a maximum of 10 minutes. It is advisable to expedite your progress or risk energy depletion. Mo Chan retrieved a pill from his storage ring. This is the return to origin pill. It can assist in stabilizing energy operation. Taking it now will enable you to endure longer. Imo accepted the pill but refrained from consuming it immediately. Through energy perception, he discerned that the energy structure of the divine light lock was undergoing a subtle transformation. The golden energy filaments began to exhibit characteristics of quantum superposition. Fascinating, Moz remarked. The energy of the divine light lock appears to be mimicking the structure of the quantum entanglement network. This adaptive capability is quite unique and may be indicative of a special technique employed by the Radiant Holy Temple. I shall document this phenomenon for future research. Mo Ching also noted this change. The divine light lock of the Radiant Holy Temple is indeed formidable. Not only can it bind the energy of cultivators, but it can also learn the energy characteristics of its target. I have never encountered such an ability before. Stability of the divine light lock continues to decline, Moz analyzed. Current stability has decreased to 45. However, its adaptive capacity is also increasing. If we cannot completely dissolve it in a short time, there may be backlash. Imo took a deep breath and consumed the return to origin pill. The pill dissolved instantly, and a gentle energy began to spread throughout his body. He could feel the rate of energy depletion significantly diminish. Energy efficiency improved by 30, Moz stated. The duration of sustainability has been extended to 15 minutes. However, the energy of the divine light lock has also become more active, seemingly resisting the effects of the return to origin pill. This is the terrifying nature of the Radiant Holy Temple, Mo Chen remarked. Their methods possess a certain eerie quality, allowing them to continuously adapt and evolve. Traditional dissolution methods rely on the passage of time. But your approach utilizing quantum entanglement is indeed inventive. Imo remained silent, entirely focused on observing the changes in energy. He noted that while the energy of the divine light lock was mimicking the quantum entanglement network, this imitation was imperfect. At certain critical nodes, its energy structure exhibited subtle deviations. Energy structure flaws detected, Moz quickly alerted. The divine light lock has misaligned phases at 3 critical nodes during its mimicry of quantum entanglement. This may serve as a breakthrough point. Imo's eyes brightened. He promptly adjusted his energy output method, concentrating his efforts on attacking these points of deviation. Indeed, the energy of the divine light lock began to exhibit significant fluctuations. Be cautious, Mo Ching suddenly warned. The energy of the divine light lock is gathering. It may retaliate. Indeed, the golden energy of the divine light lock abruptly coalesced into a sphere, forming a brilliant orb of light. This sphere exuded a powerful sense of oppression, as if it could erupt at any moment. Warning, Moz immediately cautioned. The energy concentration of the Divine Light Lock has surged dramatically. The current intensity has reached 2000 EU per cubic meter. Immediate activation of protective measures is advised. Impo Chun swiftly cast a protective formation beside Mo. This is the Mo family's Guardian formation. It will help shield you from part of the impact. However, the crux still relies on your own strength. Mo took a deep breath, mobilizing all his energy. He realized the effects of the return to origin pill were taking hold, allowing the energy within him to flow exceptionally smoothly. This enabled him to control the quantum entanglement network with greater precision. Continue targeting those 3 nodes, Moz urged. Although the Divine Light Lock is retaliating, its energy structure has begun to collapse. With just a little more persistence, we can completely dissolve it. That moment, the golden orb of light exploded with a tremendous energy shockwave that swept through the entire meditation chamber. Mo felt an immense pressure bearing down on him. Yet he stood firm. Energy shield activated, Moz announced. The Mingli armor is automatically adjusting to absorb 80 of the impact. It is advisable to concentrate on managing the remaining pressure. Mo gritted his teeth, focusing all his attention on the 3 critical nodes. Through the quantum entanglement network, he could clearly perceive every detail of the energy structure of the Divine Light Lock. Success rate increased to 89. Moz analyzed. The adaptive capacity of the Divine Light Lock is waning. This is its final counterattack. Hold on. There is just one last wave of impact to endure. The final wave of energy erupted. The golden radiance of the Divine Light Lock finally began to dissipate. The strands of energy gradually lost their inherent characteristics, dissipating into the air as mere ordinary energy. The Divine Light Lock has been completely released. Moz confirmed that the entire process took 12 minutes and 3 seconds, nearly 100 times faster than traditional methods. The complete data has been recorded, marking this as a significant research case. Mo Qing moved his limbs slightly, a relaxed expression gracing his face. Not bad, there are absolutely no aftereffects. This method of quantum entanglement resolution is indeed unique and may potentially be disseminated for countering other tactics employed by the Holy Light Temple. Chapter 57, Covert Intelligence. This method of quantum resolution is truly unexpected, Mo Chun pondered. However, the fact that the Holy Light Temple can integrate such adaptive capabilities into the Divine Light Lock indicates that their research into quantum technology has reached a considerable level. This is quite unusual. Mo Qing nodded in agreement. Indeed. Logically, the Holy Light Temple has always proclaimed a pure ancient martial approach, exhibiting a dismissive attitude towards technology. How could they suddenly master such profound quantum technology? Relevant intelligence detected, Moz interjected. Based on the analysis of energy characteristics, the quantum state technology within the Divine Light Lock bears a striking resemblance to some early experimental projects from the Dragon Martial Research Institute. A thorough investigation is recommended. Mo furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that the Holy Light Temple may have acquired the technical data from the Dragon Martial Research Institute? There is a strong possibility. Mo Qin replied, in the past 6 months, the Holy Light Temple has indeed been unusually active in the Dragon Kingdom. They not only managed to pinpoint some concealed training locations with precision, but their timing for actions is always impeccable. There is likely an insider involved. An insider. Mo Qing's expression turned grave. If that is the case, the situation is serious. The Dragon Martial Research Institute possesses the most core technology for the fusion of science and martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom. Should this technology fall into the hands of the Holy Light Temple, anomalous data detected, Moz cautioned. In the past 3 months, there have been multiple energy fluctuations around the Dragon Martial Research Institute, with frequencies and characteristics consistent with the detection methods of the Holy Light Temple. However, these anomalies were quickly concealed. Mo contemplated. It appears we must promptly notify the Dragon Martial Research Institute. Yet, we must proceed with caution. If there truly is an insider, acting rashly could alert them. I will make arrangements, Mo Qing stated. I still have some old connections within the Institute and can discreetly inquire. However, the most pressing matter is to solidify your breakthrough. The resolution of the Divine Light Lock has indeed elevated your quantum entanglement technology. Mo nodded, beginning to assess his condition. Through energy perception, he discovered that the quantum entanglement network within him had become significantly more stable, and the efficiency of energy operation had markedly improved. Energy network changes detected, Mosey analyzed. The efficiency of quantum entanglement has increased by 27, and energy utilization has risen to 89. This experience combating the divine light lock has deepened your understanding of quantum states. Indeed, Mo acknowledged. During the process of resolving the divine light lock, I realized that quantum state energy does indeed follow certain patterns. Once the key nodes are identified, one can influence the entire energy structure. Mo Chun displayed an approving expression. This illustrates the benefits of practical experience. Any theory requires validation and refinement through practice. This experience has presented you with an excellent learning opportunity. At that moment, Mo Ching's quantum communicator suddenly vibrated. After checking, his expression shifted. Not good. There's been an incident at the Dragon Marshall Research Institute. An urgent encrypted message from an old friend indicates internal anomalies. Analysis complete, Mosey reported. This encrypted message originates from Professor Zhang of the Institute's Quantum Security Department. According to his description, the quantum protective net at the Institute is exhibiting abnormal fluctuations, suggesting a potential internal breach. This frequency, Mo analyzed the accompanying energy fluctuation data within the message, noting its similarity to the energy characteristics of the divine light lock. It seems the holy light temple has indeed infiltrated the Institute. We must set out immediately, Mo Qing declared. You will first use the quantum entanglement network to disrupt them while I contact reliable personnel at the Institute to organize internal defenses. Wait, Mo Qin interjected. We must first confirm the identity of the insider. Based on the characteristics of the energy fluctuations, it is highly likely that the individual is from the upper echelons of the Institute. Mo's eyes brightened. Mosey, can you analyze the characteristics of the breach in the quantum protective net to determine who is operating it? Analyzing, Mosey responded. Each researcher's energy usage habits exhibit specific patterns. Comparing with the Institute's database, 3 suspicious targets have been identified. The most likely candidate is Chen Mingyuan, the deputy director of the Quantum Technology Department. Chen Mingyuan? Mo Qing's expression changed. Impossible. He is a trusted confidant of the Dragon Marshall Institute's director and participated in the earliest scientific and Marshall fusion experiments. New developments detected, Mosey cautioned. Chen Mingyuan's quantum communication records indicate that he has been in contact multiple times with an encrypted signal over the past 3 months. The characteristics of this signal align closely with the communication methods of the Holy Light Temple. Mo swiftly made a decision. Elder Mo Qing, you must immediately notify the director. We need to reach the Institute as soon as possible, but we must split up. You and Elder Mo Chen will navigate through the overt connections, while I will utilize the secret passage of the Mechanism Valley to infiltrate. I have received new information from Professor Zhang, Mosey stated. Chen Mingyuan is attempting to activate the quantum collision system in the core experimental area, likely to cover up traces of data theft. I have already alerted the Azure Dragon Camp to stand by, Mo Qing replied. However, it will take at least 2 hours to reach the Institute from here. We must find a way to delay them. I can create some disruptions through the quantum communication network, Mo suggested. Although the distance is considerable, as long as Professor Zhang cooperates from within, it should influence their actions. Be cautious, Mo Qin warned. If the other party is indeed a master-level expert, discovering the source of the disruption could jeopardize Professor Zhang. Mo nodded, beginning to adjust the energy output mode of the Mingli armor. The key to this operation lies not in sheer power, but in precise control and impeccable timing. I have an idea, Mo suddenly interjected. Since Chen Mingyuan intends to activate the quantum collision system, it implies they require a substantial amount of energy. If we can implant some special disruption codes through the quantum communication network. I understand, Mosey interjected. We can use the energy characteristics of the divine light lock as a template to create a chaotic zone of quantum states. Thus, even if we are not present on site, we can still influence their actions. Mo Qin pondered for a moment. This method is feasible, but it requires Professor Zhang's cooperation. He must find a way to implant our disruption codes into the control program of the quantum collision system. The code is being drafted, Mosey said. Based on the earlier experience with the resolution of the divine light lock, we can create a special quantum entanglement trap. Once they activate the system, it will trigger this trap. While adjusting the energy output of the Mingli armor, Mo elaborated. The key lies in keeping the disruption within an appropriate range. If it's too strong, they will detect it, too weak, and it will have no effect. We must find a balance. Time is of the essence, Mo Qing urged. That I will set out now and proceed through the overt connections. Mo, prepare yourself. We will depart from the southeastern secret passage of the Mechanism Valley in half an hour. Although the route is treacherous, it will save considerable time. The code has been completed. Mosey reminded, I have sent the code to Professor Zhang using quantum encryption. Now we must see if he can find the right moment to implant it. Chapter 58. Covert arrangements. Yemo stood at the entrance of the southeastern secret passage of the Mechanism Valley, meticulously checking the parameters of the Mingli armor. This passage, a concealed route excavated by the ancestors of the Mo family, though perilous, is indeed the fastest route to the Dragon Martial Research Institute. Energy reserves are fully charged, Mosey advised. The current energy efficiency of the Mingli armor stands at 93, sufficient to support 6 hours of high-intensity operation. However, it is advisable to conserve energy while traversing the passage to prepare for any unexpected situations. I understand, Yemo replied, adjusting the energy output mode of the Mingli armor. What is the situation with Professor Zhang? Confirmation received, Mosey stated. The disruption code has successfully been implanted into the control program of the quantum collision system. However, Chun Mingyuan seems to have sensed the anomaly and is accelerating his actions. At that moment, Mo Qing's quantum communicator chimed. I have already contacted the director. He is equally shocked by Chen Mingyuan's betrayal but agrees with our plan. He will discreetly mobilize reliable personnel and await the right moment to act. New data transmission detected, Mosey suddenly alerted. Chun Mingyuan is attempting to breach the core database of the Institute. Judging by the characteristics of the data flow, their target appears to be the complete documentation of the Azure Dragon Project. Yemo furrowed his brow. The Azure Dragon Project? Is that not the highest secret scientific and martial fusion project of the Dragon Kingdom? Indeed, Mosey clarified. This project involves the perfect integration of quantum energy and ancient martial power. Should this documentation fall into the hands of the Holy Light Temple, the consequences would be dire. I have instructed Professor Zhang to activate the backup firewall, Mosey continued. This will temporarily delay their invasion progress. However, given Chun Mingyuan's understanding of the system, we can only buy ourselves half an hour at most. Yemo quickly contemplated a strategy. Mosey, can you analyze their path of intrusion? Perhaps we can set a trap from that angle. As the analysis commenced, Mosey remarked, interesting, they appear to be exploiting a vulnerability within the quantum communication network. This flaw bears a striking resemblance to the energy characteristics we previously uncovered in the Divine Light Lock. Yemo's eyes sparkled with insight. Are you suggesting they are employing a similar quantum state technology? Then our prior experience with the Divine Light Lock could indeed prove advantageous. Certainly, Mosey responded thoughtfully. I can devise a specialized defense program targeting this mode of intrusion based on the previous data. However, I will require Professor Zhang's cooperation to establish special quantum nodes within the internal network. At that moment, Mo Qing sent another message. The Azure Dragon camp has covertly surrounded the perimeter of the Research Institute. However, they are hesitant to act rashly, fearing that they may alert the enemy. Now it hinges on whether you can create a breakthrough from within. As Yemo advanced deeper into the secret passage, he stated, have Professor Zhang arrange the nodes according to our plan. Once I arrive at the Research Institute, we can utilize these nodes to form a quantum entanglement trap. A word of caution? Mosey interjected, the energy field within the passage is rather unstable, which may affect communication quality. I recommend preparing a contingency plan in advance. Yemo nodded and began adjusting the communication module of Mingli armor. This secret passage was meticulously designed by the ancestors of the Mo family, filled with various interference formations, specifically to prevent tracking. The defense program has been designed, Mosey announced. This program will utilize the energy fluctuations generated by the quantum collision system to create a unique interference field. Once Chen Mingyuan activates the system, this trap will be triggered. As Yemo delved deeper into the passage, the surrounding energy field grew increasingly chaotic. Energy fluctuations are intensifying, Mosey cautioned. The energy field strength at your current location has reached 1500 EU per cubic meter. I advise activating the protective mode of Mingli armor. Yemo promptly adjusted the settings of Mingli armor. As the protective shield deployed, the chaotic energy fluctuations were effectively isolated. However, this also indicated that energy consumption would increase. I've received a new message from Professor Zhang, Mosey said. The quantum nodes have been successfully deployed, distributed across 7 critical locations within the Research Institute. These nodes form a complete quantum entanglement network. As Yemo advanced, he analyzed the distribution map of the nodes. Excellent. This layout aligns closely with our expectations. If we can secure these 7 nodes, we can establish a complete encirclement. Warning, Mosey suddenly interjected. Chen Mingyuan is attempting to breach the final firewall. At the current pace, he will likely break through in approximately 15 minutes. Yemo quickened his pace. Although this passage significantly shortened the distance, the terrain was indeed perilous. Even with the assistance of Mingli armor, he needed to proceed with utmost caution. A message arrived from the Azure Dragon camp. They have detected several suspicious energy fluctuations outside the Research Institute. Mosey warned, suspected to be personnel from the Temple of Light. Yemo's brow furrowed. It seems they have prepared thoroughly. However, this also indicates their uncertainty regarding their actions. Otherwise, they would not have arranged so many contingencies. Analysis complete, Mosey reported. Based on the characteristics of the energy fluctuations, there are at least 3 experts in the metamorphosis realm outside. One of them possesses an energy intensity nearing the master realm, likely in Shadow Knight from the Temple of Light. Just then, a fork appeared ahead. This was the most critical decision point within the passage. Choosing the wrong path could not only waste time but also trigger traps. To the left, Mosey advised, based on the energy flow, the left passage is closer to the Research Institute. However, be cautious. The energy field there is even more unstable. Yemo nodded and turned toward the left passage. As he ventured deeper, the energy fluctuations intensified. The protective shield of Mingli armor began to exhibit slight tremors. Energy consumption is accelerating, Mosey noted, currently consuming 5 EU per minute. I recommend lowering the protective intensity, or it may compromise subsequent actions. Yemo reduced the protective intensity to 70, striking a relatively safe balance. Although he would feel some impact from the energy fluctuations, the core system of Mingli armor remained stable. A new alert has been received, Mosey suddenly announced. Professor Zhang has discovered that Chen Mingyuan is accessing the backup energy system of the Research Institute. This level of authority exceeds his permissions. A cold glint flashed in Yemo's eyes. It appears he has long been prepared. There may well be other insiders within the Institute. Mosey, can you trace the source of this energy dispatch command? Currently analyzing, Mosey replied, interestingly, this command seems to have undergone multiple layers of encrypted forwarding. Complete tracing will require some time. However, it can be confirmed that at least 2 high-level permission accounts are involved. Just then, the communication signal suddenly exhibited violent fluctuations. This was a phenomenon unique to the depths of the passage, indicating they were nearing the most perilous area. Communication may be interrupted, Mosey cautioned. I have saved the critical data locally. For the next segment of the journey, you must rely entirely on your judgment. Yemo took a deep breath, focusing all his attention on the path ahead. In this chaotic energy environment, even the slightest misstep could yield dire consequences. Through the energy perception of Mingli armor, he vaguely sensed a central point of energy fluctuation approximately 300 meters ahead. That location was likely the final barrier of the passage. One last message. Mosey's voice began to waver. Professor Zhang has reported. He has identified some anomalous data traces, indicating that Chen Mingyuan may have begun preparing for this operation 6 months ago. The communication abruptly ceased. Yemo understood that the forthcoming actions would hinge entirely on his own judgment. Time was of the essence, and the enemy's arrangements appeared to be more intricate than anticipated. Chapter 59. The final barrier. The energy fluctuations grew increasingly intense, and Yemo realized he was nearing the final barrier of the passage. The energy field strength had reached a staggering 2,000 EU per cubic meter, and even Mingli armor began to exhibit slight instability. The energy focal point 300 meters ahead emitted an eerie oscillation, suggesting the presence of some special formation. The ancestors of the Mo family had evidently established the final protective mechanism at this juncture when designing the passage. Without the guidance of the Mosey system, Mo had to rely entirely on his own judgment. He meticulously sensed the surrounding energy flow, striving to pinpoint the key nodes of the formation. In this tumultuous energy environment, any miscalculation could lead to fatal repercussions. Interesting, Mo mused quietly, the structure of this formation seems reminiscent of a quantum entanglement network. Could it be that the Mo family ancestors had already touched upon this domain in their time? Through the energy perception of Mingli armor, he discovered that the formation contained 7 unique energy nodes, their arrangement astonishingly akin to the fundamental principles of quantum entanglement. This revelation sparked a flicker of excitement in Mo's mind. These 7 nodes exhibited a peculiar state of energy resonance, each maintaining a subtle connection with the others. Mo observed closely. noting that this connectivity bore a striking resemblance to the quantum node network he had arranged earlier at the research institute. It appeared this was no mere coincidence. YEMO contemplated that although the MO family ancestors lacked the theoretical foundation of modern quantum physics, their profound study of energy had allowed them to grasp the essence of quantum entanglement. As his observations deepened, YEMO discerned another distinctive feature of the formation. The 7 nodes were not merely energy connections. They formed a complete energy circulation system. Such a design enabled the entire formation to sustain itself, even capable of absorbing external energy to enhance its own strength. YEMO attempted to utilize the energy detection function of Mingli armor to interact with one of the nodes. Indeed, the node reacted violently, and the entire formation instantaneously illuminated with brilliant light. YEMO mused, this formation is not just a barrier. It is a test. It assesses the challenger's understanding of energy. Time was of the essence. And YEMO recognized the urgency to identify a means of breakthrough. Based on previous experience, this structure resembling quantum entanglement likely contains certain critical nodes. If he could locate these nodes, he could influence the operation of the entire formation. He began to analyze the energy characteristics of each node meticulously. Utilizing the data recording function of Mingli armor, he found that the energy fluctuations of these 7 nodes were not entirely uniform. 3 of the nodes exhibited slightly different fluctuation frequencies, a disparity that would be nearly imperceptible under ordinary circumstances. This is the breakthrough point. YEMO's eyes gleamed with realization. Just as with the divine light lock, finding the special nodes within the energy structure could indeed influence the operation of the entire system. Taking a deep breath, YEMO began adjusting the energy output mode of Mingli armor. This time, he chose not to directly attack the special nodes. Instead, he attempted to simulate their fluctuation frequencies with energy. If my assumptions are correct, YEMO pondered while making adjustments. This formation is not designed to block intruders, but rather to test whether the challenger truly comprehends the essence of energy. As Mingli armor emitted energy fluctuations at specific frequencies, the 3 special nodes began to resonate. The radiance of the entire formation softened, and the flow of energy became increasingly stable. Indeed, YEMO revealed a faint smile. The intention of the ancestors of the MO family was to enable future generations to comprehend the principles of quantum entanglement through practice. This was not a formidable obstacle, but rather a legacy to be inherited. Just then, a luminous portal suddenly materialized at the heart of the formation. It was the exit to a secret passage leading to the underground area of the Longwu Research Institute. YEMO knew he had successfully passed the test. However, time was of the essence. According to prior intelligence, Chen Mingyuan might be on the verge of breaching the final firewall. YEMO had to hasten to the research institute, hoping that the quantum node network set up by Professor Zhang would prove effective. As he traversed the portal, he contemplated that the most crucial task now was to identify the other insiders within the institute. On the other side of the portal lay a narrow passage, at the end of which faint artificial lighting could be discerned. That must be the underground facilities of the research institute. YEMO advanced cautiously while activating the energy detection feature of the Mingli armor. Although he had yet to restore communication with the Mohist system, the basic detection functions remained operational. The energy field within the passage was relatively stable, approximately 500 EU per cubic meter. This level of energy intensity indicated that this area was likely a lower-tier experimental zone of the Institute. With the true core facilities situated deeper within. As he proceeded, YEMO began to sense some faint energy fluctuations. The frequency and characteristics of these fluctuations were quite similar to the quantum nodes deployed by Professor Zhang. Suggesting he was nearing one of them. It seemed he was on the right path. YEMO mused to himself. According to the previous plan, these nodes should form a surrounding circle to trap Chen Mingyuan and his associates within the core experimental area. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from ahead. YEMO swiftly pressed against the wall, simultaneously lowering the energy fluctuations of the Mingli armor to a minimum. Through energy perception, he discerned 2 individuals clad as researchers passing swiftly. "Hurry up," Director Chen said, "it's about to begin." One of them whispered, "The quantum collision system has completed its preheating. We're just waiting for the final data transmission." "Are we really going to do this?" The other seemed hesitant. "This is against regulations, and if we're discovered..." "It's too late to say that now," the first interjected. "You know what they have in their hands. Moreover, once this operation succeeds, we'll reap the promised rewards." After the 2 moved farther away, A glint of coldness flickered in Yimo's eyes. This exchange confirmed his suspicions. There were indeed other insiders within the research institute. Furthermore, the content of their conversation suggested that these individuals were likely being controlled by some form of leverage. He needed to inform Professor Zhang as soon as possible. As Yimo continued to feel his way forward, he pondered strategies, but first, he needed to pinpoint the exact locations of the quantum nodes. The passage ahead began to slope downward, and the energy concentration in the air gradually increased. Yimo could sense that he was approaching the core area of the research institute. Suddenly, the energy detection system of the Mingli armor emitted a slight vibration. Yimo halted, carefully sensing the energy changes around him. About 50 meters ahead, he discovered a hidden energy node. This was one of the 7 nodes set up by Professor Zhang. Yimo murmured to himself. Based on the energy characteristics, this node had been fully activated and awaited the final signal. Just then, a violent energy fluctuation emanated from the depths of the passage. The frequency and intensity of this fluctuation were unmistakably indicative of the preheating phase prior to the activation of the quantum collision system. There was no time to lose. Yimo's gaze sharpened. It appeared Chen Mingyuan was preparing to initiate the system. He had to locate the control room before the system was fully operational. Analyzing the energy fluctuations, Yimo deduced the approximate location of the control room. The energy concentration there had risen to an astonishing 3,000 EU per cubic meter, clearly indicating it was the core of the entire experimental zone. Chapter 60. Assault on the control room. Yimo advanced swiftly yet cautiously toward the control room. As he delved deeper, the energy concentration around him continued to rise, and a peculiar energy fluctuation pervaded the air, heralding the impending activation of the quantum collision system. The energy concentration had reached 3,500 EU per cubic meter. Yimo silently calculated. This intensity was nearing the limit of a master in the transformation realm. It seemed Chen Mingyuan was willing to go to any lengths to breach the final firewall. A low, resonant hum emerged from around the corner ahead. It was the sound of energy equipment operating. By analyzing the vibration frequency of the walls, Yimo surmised that the control room was nearby. Suddenly, a familiar energy fluctuation caught his attention. Approximately 20 meters away, the second quantum node was slowly adjusting its frequency, evidently preparing for the forthcoming operation. Professor Zhang's arrangement was quite ingenious. Yimo nodded inwardly. The positions of these 2 nodes were perfectly aligned to form a quantum entanglement field, capable of severing the energy connection between the control room and the outside world. At that moment, hurried footsteps and voices emanated from the direction of the control room. The data transmission has reached 85%, Director Chun, a slightly anxious voice reported, but the system indicates there are abnormal fluctuations. Professor Zhang might have done something. Should we check it first? Ignore those minor issues, Chen Mingyuan's voice dripped with impatience. As long as the energy supply is sufficient, some fluctuations are inconsequential. The priority is to complete the data transmission swiftly. The Holy Light Sanctuary can no longer wait. By the way, ensure that the backup energy system is ready to activate. We cannot afford any mistakes at the last moment. Yimo pressed against the corner, meticulously analyzing the situation within the control room. Through the characteristics of the energy fluctuations, he sensed that at least 5 individuals were present inside. Apart from Chen Mingyuan, the energy fluctuations of the others were quite feeble. Likely ordinary researchers. The system preheating has reached 95%, another voice reported, but the energy consumption is significantly higher than anticipated. At this rate, the main system's energy reserves may not last until the data transmission is complete. Activate the backup energy, Chen Mingyuan ordered. Redirect all available energy. If we can hold out for another 10 minutes until the data transmission is complete, we will obtain the promised benefits from the Holy Light Sanctuary. You all understand this is our only chance. A glint of coldness flickered in Yimo's eyes. From the dialogue, it was evident that these insiders were indeed being controlled by some form of leverage. However, the priority was to halt the data transmission. Other issues could be addressed later. He quietly activated the energy resonance mode of the Mingli armor. This mode allowed his energy fluctuations to perfectly synchronize with the quantum nodes, thereby activating the quantum entanglement trap set by Professor Zhang. As the energy output of the Mingli armor gradually adjusted, the 2 quantum nodes began to produce subtle resonance. Yimo could distinctly feel an invisible energy net forming around the control room. This net would not only sever the external energy supply, but also disrupt the stability of the data transmission. Seemed the instruments within the control room had detected the anomaly. Emitting a series of piercing alarms, energy supply fluctuations detected. A researcher shouted in panic, "The main system's energy reserves are plummeting, and the backup energy cannot connect." "What is happening?" Chun Mingyuan's voice was laced with evident fury. "Immediately initiate the emergency protocol and draw upon all available energy reserves. The data transmission must not be interrupted." Yi Mo knew the moment had come. He suddenly pushed open the door to the control room, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. This energy, amplified by the quantum nodes, instantly enveloped the entire control room. "ITSU." Chen Mingyuan turned to see Mo, his face paling with fury. "How did you get in here?" "The secret passages of the Mo family always lead to where they are needed," Mo replied calmly. "Director Chen, the data for the Qinglong project is better left within the research institute." Chen Mingyuan scoffed coldly. "Just you? Don't think that just because you have some strength, you're impressive. This is the core experimental area of the Longwu Research Institute, and the energy intensity of the entire region is under my control." Before he finished speaking, Chen Mingyuan swiftly formed seals with his hands. The energy within the experimental zone erupted violently, transforming into golden energy chains that surged toward Mo. The energy fluctuations contained within these chains were strikingly reminiscent of the divine light locks. Mo was well prepared. The Mingli armor instantly deployed a protective shield. Having undergone the trial of the secret passage formation, he had gained a deeper understanding of this energy structure. Although the golden chains were formidable, they could not breach the defenses of the shield. "Interesting." A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Mingyuan's eyes. "It seems you have indeed mastered certain methods of counteraction. But this place is far more complex than just the divine light locks." As he spoke, his right hand moved rapidly over the control panel. The energy field of the entire experimental zone suddenly underwent a violent transformation, the previously stable energy fluctuations now turning tumultuous. "The energy output of the quantum collision system has been raised to maximum," a researcher exclaimed in terror. "This will lead to system overload." "Shut up," Chen Mingyuan barked. "As long as we can complete the data transmission, nothing else matters." Mo noted that with the increase in system energy, the resonance of the two quantum nodes began to destabilize. If the situation cannot be swiftly brought under control, the quantum entanglement trap devised by Professor Zhang may very well be dispersed by this raging energy. "A prompt resolution is imperative," Mo pondered silently. He commenced adjusting the energy output mode of Mingli armor, preparing to employ the new techniques he had discerned within the secret passage. That moment, the communication system unexpectedly restored functionality. Mosey's voice resonated at an opportune moment. "Abnormal energy detected. The Qinglong camp has been alerted to commence action." Professor Zhang was also prepared, ready to activate the final defense protocol at a moment's notice. The data transmission progress had reached 92%, a researcher reported, yet the system load had exceeded the safety threshold. If this continued, the entire experimental zone could collapse. Chen Mingyuan feigned ignorance, his hands racing across the console, channeling ever-increasing energy into the system. The violent energy fluctuations caused the entire control room to tremble, with various instruments emitting piercing alarms. "Mo, I advise you to immediately activate the energy resonance technique you've comprehended in the secret passage." Mosey cautioned. "According to calculations, we have less than 3 minutes. Once the data transmission is completed, the consequences will be uncontrollable." Mo took a deep breath and began to mobilize the energy stored within Mingli armor. The secret passage array had imparted to him not merely a trial, but a legacy. The arrangement of those 7 energy nodes was the key to unraveling the predicament at hand. "Professor Zhang, prepare to activate the final defense protocol," Mo communicated through the system. "Await my signal." His hands formed an unusual seal, an ancient gesture derived from the insights gained within the secret passage. As the seal took shape, the surrounding energy field commenced subtle changes. "You think such trivial tricks can halt the data transmission?" Chen Mingyuan scoffed. "Dream on. What I learned in the Holy Temple of Light is far more than just the divine light lock." With that, he forcefully thrust his hands forward, unleashing an even more violent surge of energy, one that not only bore the characteristics of the divine light lock, but was also tainted with a peculiar fluctuation. Chapter 61. The last line of defense. Mo sensed this strange energy fluctuation and immediately adjusted the protective mode of Mingli armor. This energy not only encompassed the traits of the divine light lock, but also intermixed with the distorted quantum state. seemingly an alternative application of quantum technology by the Holy Temple of Light. Warning, Mosey suddenly alerted, abnormal energy characteristics detected. This energy structure is entirely contrary to what we encountered in the secret passage array. It is not constructing order but rather sowing chaos. Mo's gaze sharpened. Through the energy perception of Mingli armor, he discerned that the energy released by Chan Mingyuan was interfering with the quantum field of the entire experimental zone. Those originally stable energy nodes began to exhibit turmoil, and Professor Zhang's quantum entanglement trap teetered on the brink of collapse. Do you believe that only the Mo family understands how to harness quantum states? Chan Mingyuan sneered, the Holy Temple of Light has studied quantum technology far longer than you can imagine. This chaotic quantum state is specifically designed to counter your so-called orthodox legacy. As his words fell, the energy fluctuations within the control room grew increasingly violent. Various instruments emitted sharp alarms, and the data on the display screens fluctuated wildly. Mo, we must take action immediately, Mosey urged, at the current data transmission speed. We have at most 2 minutes. Should the core data of the Qinglong plan be transmitted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mo rapidly analyzed the situation. The insights gained from the secret passage array bestowed upon him not only an understanding of quantum states but, more crucially, the ability to find order amid chaos. Although Chan Mingyuan's chaotic quantum state was formidable, the more convoluted the energy structure, the easier it became to identify its flaws. Professor Zhang, prepare to initiate the final defense protocol. Mo instructed through the communication system. The moment I locate a new balance point among the energy nodes, we will launch our counterattack. Understood, Professor Zhang's voice conveyed a grave tone, but be cautious. The energy of the quantum collision system is nearing its critical point. If not controlled properly, the entire experimental zone may face catastrophic repercussions. Mo formed seals with his hands, beginning to mobilize the energy stored within Mingli armor. The ancient seals he had comprehended in the secret passage were executed one after another, each gesture guiding the energy to establish a new order. An intriguing attempt, Chan Mingyuan remarked, observing Mo's actions with a flicker of interest in his eyes. But before chaos, any sense of order is futile. Your Mo family's antiquated methods should have been rendered obsolete by the passage of time. As he spoke, his operations accelerated. The energy fluctuations within the experimental zone became increasingly tumultuous. Fissures appearing in the walls, with once stable instruments groaning under the strain. Energy structure analysis complete, Mosey announced. An important characteristic has been identified. Although Chan Mingyuan's chaotic quantum state is generating confusion, this chaos itself possesses a certain order. Beneath the surface turmoil lies a deeper structure, much like the secret passage array. Mo's thoughts stirred. He recalled the insight from the final trial of the secret passage. True order does not oppose chaos but rather comprehends and harnesses it. Perhaps the ancestors of the Mo family designed that array to impart this very wisdom to future generations. Initiating analysis of the fluctuation patterns of the chaotic quantum state, Mosey declared, 3 primary energy nodes have been identified, forming an unstable triangular structure. While this configuration appears chaotic, it is persistently seeking new balance points. Mo promptly adjusted the energy output mode of Mingli armor, beginning to simulate this fluctuation pattern. Drawing from his experience with the secret passage array, he understood that to uncover the key point of the energy structure, he must first comprehend its operational mechanism. Data transmission progress has reached 95%. A researcher reported anxiously, the system load has surpassed the alert line and may collapse at any moment. Continue the transmission. Chan Mingyuan barked, the destruction of the entire experimental zone is of no consequence as long as the data is transmitted. Just then, Mo noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Amidst the violent energy fluctuations, there lay an energy structure reminiscent of the secret passage array. This discovery illuminated his thoughts. Mosey, assist me in calculating the optimal entry point for the energy nodes. Mo stated, I intend to utilize Chan Mingyuan's chaotic quantum state to stabilize the energy field of the entire experimental zone. Commencing calculations, Mosey swiftly complied, according to the principles of the secret passage array. If we can identify the patterns within the chaos, we can transform this destructive energy into constructive force. Chan Mingyuan seemed to sense something amiss, his actions becoming increasingly frantic. Impossible. How could your antiquated Mo family theories possibly govern the chaotic quantum state? Professor Zhang, are you ready? Mo inquired while maintaining the seal. The defense protocol can be activated at any moment, Professor Zhang replied. However, be mindful. Once activated, the energy field of the entire experimental zone will be affected. Yi Mo inhaled deeply, forming the final seal with his hands. This was the most profound gesture he had comprehended from the secret passage array, encapsulating the ultimate understanding of energy essence imparted by the ancestors of the Mo family. Calculations complete, Mosey announced, the optimal entry point has been locked. According to the principles of the secret passage array, if we simultaneously trigger the 3 energy nodes, we can guide the chaotic quantum state into a new stable structure. Professor Zhang, now, Yi Mo commanded. As his directive was issued, the 7 quantum nodes prearranged within the experimental zone activated simultaneously. Each node emitted energy fluctuations at specific frequencies, resonating with Chun Mingyuan's chaotic quantum state. The energy field began to reconstruct. Mosey analyzed the data in real time. The instability of the chaotic quantum state is being harnessed, transforming into a new equilibrium. Chun Mingyuan's complexion shifted dramatically. No, this is impossible. He frantically manipulated the console, attempting to interrupt the process, continue the data transmission. Whatever the cost, we must complete the transmission. Yet it was already too late. As the energy fluctuations of the 7 quantum nodes gradually synchronized, the energy field of the entire experimental zone began to undergo a qualitative transformation. Those once volatile energies began to flow according to new laws, forming a stable energy network. Data transmission interrupted. A researcher shouted. The system has been completely locked down. Chen Mingyuan glared at Mo with begrudging defiance. Do you truly believe this will thwart the holy temple of light? We will obtain this data sooner or later. I fear there will be no opportunity left, Mo replied calmly. The Qinglong camp has encircled the entire research institute, and your supporting personnel should have already been apprehended. Just then, the door to the control room swung open. The director of the Longwu Research Institute entered, flanked by a team of security personnel. Chun Mingyuan, you have deeply disappointed me. The director's voice resonated with profound regret, to betray the entire research institute for your own selfish interests. The energy intensity has reached 90 EU per cubic meter, Mosey remarked. Mo, your mastery of energy is nearing the pinnacle of the Qi awakening realm. Through the analysis of Mingli armor, your understanding of energy has significantly improved. Though you still possess the physique of an ordinary person, you have begun to perceive the subtle presence of energy without reliance on equipment. Chapter 62. Concealing the truth. Chan Mingyuan was restrained by security personnel. Yet an enigmatic smile played upon his lips. Director, do you truly believe that capturing me will bring this to an end? The Holy Light Temple has been intricately woven into the fabric of the Research Institute for years. I am merely one thread in this tapestry. Mo noticed a subtle shift in the director's expression. Through the energy perception of Mingli armor, he discerned that the energy field within the control room had yet to stabilize completely, as if some hidden fluctuation persisted. Mozu continued to monitor the energy field. Mo transmitted silently, I have a feeling that things are not as straightforward as they seem. Currently analyzing, Mozu responded, I've detected an anomaly. Although data transmission has been interrupted, there are still faint energy fluctuations deep within the system, differing slightly in frequency from the previous chaotic quantum state. At that moment, Professor Zhang's voice crackled through the communicator. This is not good. We've detected abnormal access records on the backup server. While we are preoccupied with Chen Mingyuan, it appears someone is seizing the opportunity to extract data through another channel. A chill ran down Yimo's spine. It seemed Chen Mingyuan's actions were merely a ruse, with the true scheme lurking in the shadows. Director, in which area is the backup server located? Yimo inquired swiftly. In the data center on the 3rd underground level, the director replied, his complexion suddenly shifting. This is bad. Only Director Li is on duty there right now. Director Li? Mozu immediately retrieved the information. Li Chengfeng, head of the Quantum Data Department, entered the Research Institute concurrently with Chun Mingyuan and has participated in several core projects. Understanding dawned upon Yimo. Professor Zhang, continue to monitor the situation here. I will head to the data center. I will accompany you, the director declared. The security system requires my clearance for access. He turned to the security personnel and instructed, keep a close watch on Chen Mingyuan. He must not be allowed to escape, no matter what. As Chen Mingyuan observed their hurried departure, a knowing smile crept across his face. Yemo and the director hastened toward the data center. Along the way, Mozu continuously analyzed the fluctuations in the energy field. Caution, The energy fluctuations on the third underground level are highly abnormal. Normally, the operation of the backup server would not generate such a strong energy response. There is a small quantum computing center there, the director explained. To protect core data, we have deployed a specialized quantum protective array around the servers. However, if an insider deliberately sabotages it, energy field anomaly detected. Mozu interjected. The energy intensity of the data center system has reached 200 EU per cubic meter. Although this intensity is hazardous to ordinary individuals, with the protection of Mingli armor, you can approach safely. Yimo and the director exchanged a glance, quickening their pace. As they swiftly descended through the security passage, Yimo could distinctly sense the surrounding energy field becoming increasingly unstable. Director, what is Li Chengfeng's cultivation level? Yimo inquired while advancing. On the surface, he is merely at the initial stage of qi condensation, the director replied, furrowing his brow. However, his command over the system has reached a highly advanced level. At that moment, a violent tremor suddenly shook the entire third underground level. Alarms blared, and red warning lights began to flash. This is bad. The director's face paled. The quantum protective array has been compromised. Li Chengfeng intends to destroy the entire data center. Mozu, can you locate Li Chengfeng's position? Yimo asked. Scanning, Mozu replied. A source of intense energy fluctuations has been detected in the main control room of the data center. The energy intensity there has already reached 2000 EU per cubic meter and continues to rise. Yimo swiftly adjusted the protection mode of Mingli armor. It seems he plans to use self-destruction to conceal the traces of data theft. Director, are there any emergency protective measures for the data center? There is a backup quantum isolation system, the director said, rapidly inputting the permission password. But it must be activated from the main control room. And the initiation process requires at least 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Yimo calculated inwardly, considering the current rate of energy increase. It may not withstand that long. We must find a way to stabilize the situation first. Director, where are the control nodes for the quantum protective array? Yimo asked while running. There are 7 nodes surrounding the main control room, the director replied swiftly. They were originally meant to stabilize the energy field. But it seems Li Chengfeng is exploiting them. He must be using these nodes to create energy chaos. Yimo's mind raced. 7 nodes? This configuration? Yes. Mozu added. It bears a striking resemblance to the structure of a secret passage array. It appears that the Research Institute referenced some principles from ancient formations when designing the protective system. Then there is still hope, Yimo asserted, if we can utilize the interconnectivity between the nodes. Much like we did with Chen Mingyuan earlier, perhaps we can stabilize the energy field once more. They finally reached the third underground level. As they exited the security passage, a formidable energy pressure assailed them. The entire space was suffused with unstable energy fluctuations, causing the walls and floor to tremble slightly. The energy intensity has reached 2,500 EU per cubic meter, Mozu warned. At this rate of increase, we have no more than 5 minutes before we breach the critical point. At that moment, the entire data center will be destroyed. Yemo quickly surveyed the surrounding environment. Through the energy perception of Mingli armor, he could clearly see the positions of the 7 energy nodes. At that moment, these nodes were oscillating violently, releasing chaotic energy. Director, you head to the main control room to prepare for activating the quantum isolation system. Yemo instructed. I will find a way to stabilize these nodes. Be cautious, the director advised. Though Li Chengfeng's cultivation is not high, his research on quantum technology is profound. For years, he has been exploring how to integrate ancient formations with modern technology. Yemo nodded, beginning to draw upon the energy stored within Mingli armor. The techniques he had grasped while dealing with Chen Mingyuan were still fresh in his mind. This time, he would once again challenge the chaotic quantum state. Initiating analysis of the node structure, Mozu stated. The arrangement of these 7 nodes indeed resembles that of a secret passage array, but there is a crucial difference. The energy flow here is bidirectional, capable of both absorbing external energy and outputting it in reverse. As Yemo approached the nodes, he carefully sensed the flow of energy. Indeed, each node was continuously absorbing and releasing energy, forming a complex circulatory system. This design allowed the entire protective array to defend against external attacks while maintaining internal stability. Li Chengfeng is quite astute, Mozu analyzed. He has not directly destroyed the nodes. Rather, he has altered the flow of energy, transforming the protective system into a self-destruct mechanism. At that moment, a violent energy fluctuation erupted from the direction of the main control room. Through the cracks in the wall, flickers of eerie light could be seen within. The director has already entered the main control room, Mozu warned, but the initiation of the quantum isolation system still requires 2 minutes and 40 seconds. During this time, we must control the rate of energy field escalation. Yemo took a deep breath and began to attempt contact with the first node. The energy of these nodes was even more ferocious than he had anticipated. Merely approaching them was enough to feel a tremendous sense of pressure. Be careful, Mozu cautioned. The energy of these nodes is completely out of control. Rushing in may result in a backlash. I suggest we first understand their operational patterns using the secret passage array method. Chapter 63. Struggle for the nodes. Yemo stood before the first node, carefully sensing the flow of energy. The energy fluctuations of this node were more intense than those of the other 6, clearly marking it as the core hub of the protective array. Analysis complete, Mozu announced. The energy structure of this node is quite unique. It not only governs the energy distribution of the other 6 nodes, but also facilitates data transmission. It is highly likely that Li Chengfeng is using this node to siphon data. Yemo's gaze sharpened. So, if we can seize control of this node, we can simultaneously prevent data leakage and energy instability? Theoretically, yes, Mozu replied. However, caution is essential. This node is currently in a state of extreme instability. Improper handling may accelerate the collapse of the energy field. Just then, a cold laugh emanated from the direction of the main control room. Young man, I advise you not to act recklessly. Yemo turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a research uniform standing at the entrance of the main control room. His expression was calm, yet his eyes betrayed an unmistakable fervor. Li Chengfeng, Yemo said gravely, do you understand what you are doing? If this continues, the entire data center will be destroyed. Destroyed? Li Chengfeng chuckled lightly. You underestimate the quantum protective array far too much. This system fuses the essence of ancient formations with modern technology. Even at full power, it would not easily collapse. Warning, Mozu suddenly interjected. New changes detected in the energy field. Li Chengfeng seemed to be influencing the operation of the nodes through the equipment in the main control room. Indeed, the 7 surrounding nodes erupted simultaneously in brilliant light. The already unstable energy fluctuations surged violently, distorting even the air around them. Warning, Mozu exclaimed urgently. The energy intensity of the node system has reached 150 EU per cubic meter. The intensity has already reached a level sufficient to inflict harm upon an ordinary individual. Thus, one must rely on the protection of the Mingli armor and your understanding of energy to cope with it. Li Chengfeng's voice remained calm. Young man, I have spent 15 years researching this system. I am well acquainted with the characteristics of each node and the fluctuations of every form of energy. Do you truly believe that you can master this level of quantum technology merely by grasping a few superficial concepts learned in the hidden passage? Yemo disregarded his derision, focusing intently on the changes occurring within the nodes. Through the energy perception provided by the Mingli armor, he acknowledged that Li Chengfeng was correct. This system was indeed far more intricate than he had initially imagined. Analyzing the energy structure of the nodes, Mozu remarked, I have discovered an intriguing phenomenon. Although this system draws inspiration from the principles of ancient formations, it has undergone significant modifications in its method of energy transmission. Each node can operate independently while simultaneously influencing one another. Yemo pondered, is it akin to a quantum entanglement network? Precisely, Li Chengfeng interjected suddenly, his tone laced with a touch of admiration. It appears you are not entirely foolish. This has been the focus of my research over the years. How to integrate the stability of ancient formations with the flexibility of quantum entanglement. As he spoke, he rapidly input commands at the control panel in the main control room. The energy fluctuations of the 7 nodes immediately altered, forming a complex energy circulation system. The direction of energy flow has changed. Mozu cautioned, Li Chengfeng seems to be attempting to establish a new energy structure. This pattern resembles the formations we encountered in the hidden passage, yet is far more adaptable. Yemo observed that, with Li Chengfeng's manipulation, the previously chaotic energy fluctuations began to exhibit a certain order. This order was not a simple arrangement, but rather a dynamic equilibrium. Though you see, Li Chengfeng's voice carried a hint of triumph. This is the true integration of science and martial arts. It is not a mere patchwork but a perfect fusion of 2 forces. Unfortunately, the old fogies at the Research Institute will never comprehend this. So you have allied yourself with the Temple of Light? Yemo inquired coldly. Li Chengfeng shook his head. Ally? You are too naive. The Temple of Light is merely a stepping stone. Once I perfect this system, I will usher in an entirely new era.at that time. Ancient martial arts and technology will be utterly subverted. Warning, Mosey suddenly declared, detecting an abnormality in the data transmission speed. While Li Chengfeng diverts our attention, he is accelerating the data theft. A chill ran down Yimo's spine. He then realized that the technologies Li Chengfeng showcased were merely a ruse to buy time. The true aim was to ensure the complete transmission of data. What is the status on the director's side? Yimo silently inquired. The quantum isolation system requires 1 minute and 30 seconds to activate. Mosey replied, however, at the current transmission speed, the data will be completely stolen within a minute. Li Chengfeng appeared to perceive Yimo's thoughts, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Do not hold your breath for the quantum isolation system. That antiquated method of protection has long been modified by me. Activating it now would only hasten the collapse of the entire data center. Analysis complete, Mosey suddenly announced, identifying a critical point. Though Li Chengfeng has improved the system, the operational principles of the core nodes remain rooted in ancient formations. This implies. Yimo instantly grasped the implication. He began to channel the energy stored within the Mingli armor while simultaneously forming the seals he had comprehended from the formations in the hidden passage. Oh? Li Chengfeng observed Yimo's actions with keen interest. Are you attempting to use the old tricks of the Yimo family against me? Young man, you are still too naive. The energy fluctuations began to alter. Yimo, Mosey stated, your idea is indeed correct. Although Li Chengfeng has modified the system, his enhancements primarily focus on energy transmission methods. The foundational structure of the core nodes retains the characteristics of ancient formations. Yimo's seals accelerated, each gesture precisely corresponding to the energy fluctuations within the nodes. This represented the essence he had comprehended in the hidden passage, not to combat or alter energy, but to understand and guide it. Interesting, Li Chengfeng's gaze grew serious. Though you have yet to enter the martial path, your understanding of energy is remarkably unique. As he manipulated the system, the energy of the 7 nodes suddenly underwent violent changes. The energy field, previously stable, became chaotic in an instant, with various frequencies of energy waves colliding, producing even more ferocious energy. Warning, Mosey urged. The energy intensity has surpassed 3,500 EU per cubic meter. The system is about to reach its critical point. Do you see? Li Chengfeng proclaimed triumphantly. This is the true integration of science and martial arts. IT is not merely a mechanical operation according to ancient methods but a qualitative leap for the system. This level of control is beyond your understanding. Yet, at that moment, a faint smile appeared at the corners of Yimo's lips. Chapter 64. The Path to Resolution. Have you discovered something intriguing? Li Chengfeng scrutinized the smile on Yimo's face, his brow furrowing slightly. You are correct. This system indeed does not operate solely according to ancient methods. Yimo maintained his seals while stating, but you have committed a fatal error. Oh, Li Chengfeng's tone dripped with disdain. Dio elaborate. You are too fixated on improving the energy transmission method, neglecting a fundamental principle. Yimo continued, abruptly altering the seals in his hands. The formations of the Yimo family have never been about the pursuit of sheer power. Warning, Mosey interjected, detecting abnormal fluctuations in node energy. Why Yimo? You are? Yimo did not respond but continued to focus on guiding the energy. Through the perception afforded by the Mingli armor, he could clearly see that the energy within the 7 nodes was undergoing a subtle transformation. Fascinating, Mosey remarked. I understand now. You are not combating the energy fluctuations. Rather, you are guiding them back to their origin. Li Chengfeng's expression began to grow grave. The data displayed on the control panel indicated that the energy within the 7 nodes was undergoing an unprecedented transformation. Those turbulent energy fluctuations not only ceased to intensify but began to decelerate. Impossible! Li Chengfeng frantically manipulated the console. This energy intensity. Any intervention will only exacerbate the chaos. What exactly have you done? The Yimo family advocates overcoming the rigid with the supple and controlling motion with stillness. Yimo's voice remained remarkably calm. The true path of formations does not lie in how to manipulate energy, but in how to allow energy to return to its natural state. As his words resonated, the energy fluctuations of the 7 nodes began to exhibit a peculiar rhythm. This rhythm was not the complex structure designed by Li Chengfeng, but rather an almost instinctual flow of nature. Energy intensity has begun to decrease, Mosey reported, current value, 3,200 EU per cubic meter, and it continues to drop. YEMO. Are you employing the principle of returning to the origin from the formations in the hidden passage? YEMO nodded. In the final trial of the hidden passage, I finally grasped the truth. Formations are not tools to control energy but mediums to guide energy toward self-balance. Absurd. Li Qingfeng's voice trembled with a hint of agitation. Energy is meant to be controlled. Your passive philosophy will only hinder the advancement of technology. He frantically input commands at the console, trying to regain control of the system. Yet, under YEMO's guidance, the energy within the nodes began to establish a natural cycle. This cycle was not a product of human design, but the most primitive flow of energy itself. The energy intensity continued to decline, now at 3,000 EU per cubic meter. Importantly, Mosey stated, the data transmission has been completely interrupted. Li Qingfeng's theft has been severed by the natural flow of energy. Li Qingfeng's complexion darkened considerably. No. This is impossible. After years of research, how could I be thwarted by someone like you? A mere amateur. Your research direction is not erroneous, YEMO interjected. The integration of science and martial arts is indeed the trend of the future. However, you have become too obsessed with the pursuit of power, losing sight of your original intent. The core of the YEMO family has never been about seeking might, but rather about pursuing balance. At that moment, the door to the main control room was abruptly pushed open. The director strode in swiftly, followed by a contingent of security personnel. The quantum isolation system is ready, the director stated. Yet upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily stunned. What? How could the energy field? YEMO has found a superior method, Mosey elucidated. He did not employ coercive measures. Instead, he utilized the YEMO family's principle of returning to the origin, allowing the entire system to revert to a state of balance. Li Qingfeng observed his meticulously designed system being effortlessly unraveled, his expression shifting from stubbornness to bewilderment, ultimately morphing into a bitter smile. Do you know? Li Qingfeng suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with fatigue. When I first researched this system, I too sought a form of balance. The wisdom of the ancients and the technology of the modern era were meant to complement one another. Yet, I have lost my way in the pursuit of power. The energy intensity had already fallen to 2,000 EU per cubic meter. The system is gradually returning to normal, Mosey remarked. However, what? YEMO inquired. Residual traces of data transmission have been detected, Mosey replied. Though the final transmission was interrupted, there may have been some data leakage prior. Upon hearing this, the director's expression darkened. Immediately seal off all external communications and activate the emergency protocols. Li Qingfeng, to whom exactly did you transmit the data? Li Qingfeng shook his head, revealing a mysterious smile. This question, I'm afraid, will require the individuals from the Temple of Light to answer. Take him away, the director instructed the security personnel. Ensure he is closely monitored and given no opportunity to contact the outside world. As Li Qingfeng was led away, YEMO appeared deep in thought. Although the incident had temporarily subsided, the truth lurking beneath was likely far more intricate than it appeared. Mosey, can you trace the destination of that data? YEMO inquired. It is quite challenging, Mosey responded. Li Qingfeng employed multiple layers of encryption and redirection, and the data transmission path underwent quantum state conversion. However, have you discovered any clues? Among the energy signatures of the data transmission, a portion resembles the divine light lock we previously found on Chanmingyuan. This indicates that the Temple of Light's research in quantum technology may be far more advanced than we had anticipated. YEMO approached the console, scrutinizing the system logs. Director, when was this protective system established? Approximately 5 years ago, the director replied. It was designed to safeguard the core data of the Azure Dragon project. Li Qingfeng, as the principal designer, possessed nearly all the details. We placed too much trust in him. No, the issue lies not in whom we trust, YEMO shook his head, but in our understanding of power. Whether it be technology or ancient martial arts, the pursuit should always be a balance. Just like this time. If I hadn't comprehended the path to reversion through the secret passage, I would never have been able to resolve this crisis. Speaking of secret passages, Mosey suddenly interjected. I have noticed an intriguing phenomenon. The system designed by Li Qingfeng bears striking similarities to the formations of the secret passages in certain details. This cannot be mere coincidence. YEMO's gaze sharpened. Are you suggesting that someone may have been researching the ancient formations of the YEMO family as far back as 5 years ago? and that this research was quite profound. Director, Yemo turned to the director. Besides Li Chengfeng, who else was involved in the design of this system 5 years ago? The director pondered for a moment. Primarily, it was Li Chengfeng and Chan Mingyuan. They were the most outstanding researchers in the institute. Additionally, he suddenly recalled, there was also a foreign expert, an authority in the field of quantum physics from Europe. However, he only contributed to the initial theoretical design before departing. The European expert. Mosey immediately began to search for information. Interesting, this individual's background seems. Just then, Professor Zhang's communication came through unexpectedly. Yemo, director, while organizing the data, I discovered an anomaly. Some test records from the initial establishment of the system 5 years ago have been deliberately altered. Within those records are hidden energy fluctuation characteristics that closely resemble the methods used by the Temple of Light. Yemo and the director exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of the situation in each other's eyes. It appeared that this incident was far more complicated than they had imagined, and it might have been ongoing for a considerable time. I recommend an immediate comprehensive investigation of the entire research facility, Yemo stated, not only personnel but also all systems and equipment. Since they were able to infiltrate so deeply, it indicates there may be other latent dangers. The director nodded. I will arrange that right away. However, before that, he looked at Yemo. Could you elaborate on how you managed to neutralize that out-of-control system earlier? This method may greatly assist us in re-evaluating the integration of science and martial arts. The system's energy is beginning to stabilize, Mosey remarked, although you have yet to formally step into the realm of martial arts. Your understanding of the essence of energy has successfully resolved the crisis. Mingli Jia has detected energy fluctuations beginning to form within you. Mosey added, this is a sign of an impending breakthrough. Chapter 65. The path to reversion. Yemo stood at the console, observing the flowing energy among the 7 nodes, and began to explain in detail. Traditional methods of energy control attempt to alter the trajectory of energy through external force. However, the Yemo family's path to reversion is precisely the opposite. It seeks to return energy to its most natural state. That sounds seemingly simple, the director mused, but in practical application, it is likely quite challenging. Indeed, Yemo nodded, to achieve this, one must first fully comprehend the essence of energy. Just like this instance. If it weren't for my experience in the secret passage, I would not have grasped this method. Analysis complete, Mosey suddenly stated, Yemo, through several practical encounters during this time, your control over energy has reached the limits of the awakening martial realm. Currently, the energy density within your body is approaching 480 U per cubic meter. Yemo also sensed the changes in his internal energy. Through this encounter, his understanding of energy had indeed deepened. This enhancement was not merely a simple increase in strength, but a profound comprehension of the essence of energy. Director, I suggest we re-evaluate the direction of the Institute's integration of science and martial arts. Yemo proposed. Previously, we may have overly focused on enhancing strength while neglecting the fundamental laws governing energy flow. The director nodded. This incident has indeed provided us with significant insights. However, he turned to Yemo. How exactly should the path to reversion be practiced? This question is crucial, Mosey interjected. I analyzed Yemo's operational data and discovered an intriguing phenomenon. When guiding energy, he does not merely seek to restore calm, but instead seeks the most natural state of flow. Yemo extended his hands, beginning to demonstrate. Like this. Every form of energy possesses its inherent laws of operation. Much like a river will invariably find the most suitable path. Our task is not to forcibly alter these laws, but to understand and utilize them. As he moved, the energy data on the console began to exhibit a peculiar wave pattern. This pattern appeared chaotic at first glance, yet it contained a profound underlying order. It resembles a state of quantum entanglement. The director observed thoughtfully. Each particle moves in its own way, yet collectively maintains a mysterious connection. Precisely, Yemo affirmed, though the ancients were unaware of quantum physics, through prolonged observation and practice, they touched upon the essence of energy flow. The Yemo family's path to reversion, in many respects, is an understanding and application of this essence. Detection indicates a new variation in the energy field. Mosey suddenly alerted, Yemo, the energy within you is spontaneously forming a new operational mode. This mode, Yemo could also feel it. As he elaborated on the path to reversion, the energy within him seemed to be inspired, beginning to autonomously seek the optimal path of operation. This change was not an imposition of external force, but rather a natural selection by the energy itself. Fascinating, the director observed closely. According to traditional theory, the path of energy flow requires the practitioner to actively guide it. Yet your method seems to allow the energy to choose its own path? That is one way to understand it, EMO replied, just as water will invariably choose the least resistant route downward. Energy also has its natural tendencies. Our role is to comprehend these tendencies rather than forcibly alter them. Warning, Mohist suddenly announced, energy fluctuations are intensifying. Why EMO? The intensity of the energy within you is rapidly increasing. It seems poised to break through to a higher realm. Indeed, as EMO delved deeper into the path to reversion, he felt the energy within him undergoing a qualitative transformation. The experiences and energy accumulated during his confrontations with Chen Mingyuan and Li Chengfeng began to spontaneously merge, purify, and form a higher-level energy state. This is a glimmer of surprise flashed in the director's eyes, a natural breakthrough? I have never witnessed such a harmonious process of breakthrough before. Typically, a practitioner transitioning from the awakening martial realm to the condensation of Qi realm experiences violent energy fluctuations. Because they are forcefully attempting to breach the realm, Mohist explained, whereas EMO's method aligns with the natural laws of energy. The experiences and energy accumulated through practical encounters naturally culminated in this qualitative change once understanding reached a certain level. EMO closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within. Energy flowed naturally, constantly purifying and refining, with each cycle deepening his understanding of energy. This enhancement was not a mere pursuit of strength, but a quest for harmonious unity with energy. Energy intensity has surpassed 500 EU per cubic meter, Mohist reported. You have now crossed the threshold into the condensation of Qi realm. This naturally harmonious method of breakthrough is quite rare. The director observed everything unfolding before him. Deep in thought, perhaps this indeed represents the correct direction for the integration of science and martial arts. IT is not merely about haphazardly combining ancient martial arts with technology, but rather understanding the commonalities between the two at a fundamental level. Just then, the energy within EMO suddenly reached a critical point. All energy began to rearrange itself in the most natural manner, forming a perfect circulatory system. Breakthrough successful, Mohist announced, current realm. Early stage of the condensation of Qi realm. Energy intensity stabilized at 600 EU per cubic meter. Although this value is not particularly high within the condensation of Qi realm, your comprehension of energy has transcended this level. Such understanding may prove immensely beneficial for future research on the integration of science and martial arts. EMO could sense that the crux of this breakthrough lay not in the amplification of power, but rather in the profound comprehension of the essence of energy. This understanding enabled him to confront energy fields that far surpassed his own realm. Despite being at the initiation of the martial awakening stage, the dean inhaled deeply. It appears we must re-evaluate the direction of the Research Institute's development. Why EMO? Do you wish to partake in this endeavor? EMO opened his eyes, sensing the transformation brought about by his newfound realm. Certainly. However, before we proceed, there are more pressing matters to address. The Holy Sanctuary of Light has acquired some data, and they are likely to take action soon. Moreover, Mohist added, the identity of the European expert involved in the system's design remains a mystery. If he is indeed connected to the Holy Sanctuary of Light, then the entire situation may be far more intricate than we anticipate. I have already commenced tracking the activities of that European expert, Mohist stated. Some fragmented records indicate that after departing from the Research Institute, he has reappeared multiple times within the spheres of various ancient martial factions in Europe. It seems this individual may very well be a pivotal figure. EMO remarked. Not only was he involved in the system's design, but he could also serve as a bridge linking the Holy Sanctuary of Light and the Research Institute. The dean's expression turned grave. I will promptly retrieve all records pertaining to his time at the Research Institute. However, given his status and position, many of his activities are likely unrecorded. This reminded me, EMO pondered. Since he has studied the formations of the EMO family, there might be relevant records within the archives of the Mechanism Valley. I suggest we maintain a low profile, Mohist advised. At present, the paramount concern is to ensure the safety of the Research Institute while discreetly investigating this lead. If he truly is affiliated with the Holy Sanctuary of Light, then our every move may be under their scrutiny. EMO nodded, feeling the power bestowed by his new realm. This breakthrough has come at an opportune time. The forthcoming actions are likely to be more perilous than we envision. Chapter 66. Undercurrents stirring on the journey back to the Mechanism Valley from the Research Institute. EMO pondered the intricacies surrounding this incident. Through the energy perception of the Mingli armor, he could feel the energy within him, having just broken through to the qi condensation stage, gradually stabilizing. Data analysis complete, Mosey reported. According to the information gathered from the Research Institute, the European expert is named Smith. He joined the Azure Dragon project 5 years ago as a quantum physics expert. During his tenure, the Research Institute's quantum protection system underwent significant upgrades. YEMO furrowed his brow. Smith? That name seems familiar. Indeed, Mosey affirmed. In the relevant records of the Holy Sanctuary of Light, the current Lord bears the surname Smith. However, due to limited information, we cannot confirm whether they are the same individual. At that moment, a communication from Imo Ching came through. YEMO, I have made a new discovery. That Smith, after leaving the Research Institute, secretly visited several ancient martial sections. Moreover, after each visit, these sects exhibited varying degrees of technological advancement. It seems this individual is indeed remarkable, YEMO remarked. Not only does he possess modern quantum technology, but he is also well-versed in ancient martial traditions. This combination resembles a strategy for the Holy Sanctuary of Light. Detecting fluctuations in the energy field, Mosey cautioned. Your current energy perception range has expanded to 80 meters, which is typical for the early stage of qi condensation. The energy density within you is stable at 600 EU per cubic meter. YEMO nodded, clearly feeling the changes brought about by his breakthrough. Not only had his perception range widened, but his control over energy had also become more refined. According to the data from the Mingli armor, he could now simultaneously track and analyze over a dozen different energy fluctuations. Interesting, Imo Ching noted. Intelligence indicates that the sects visited by Smith have all exhibited similar characteristics in energy fluctuations. This pattern closely resembles that of the Research Institute's quantum protection system, albeit with subtle differences. Analysis complete, Mosey continued. The frequency range of these energy fluctuations falls between 100 Hz and 500 Hz, precisely at the intersection of ancient martial energy and quantum energy. It appears Smith is indeed experimenting with a technology that merges both fields. YEMO contemplated. If he truly is the Lord of the Holy Sanctuary of Light, then this strategy becomes particularly intriguing. On the surface, they oppose technology, yet behind the scenes, they are investigating how to integrate it with ancient martial practices. Warning, Mosey suddenly interjected. An anomalous energy signal has been detected. Location, 120 meters southeast, with energy intensity fluctuations between 800 and 1000 EU per cubic meter. The characteristics align with those of the detection devices used by the Holy Sanctuary of Light. YEMO swiftly adjusted the energy cloaking mode of the Mingli armor. It seems we are being tracked. However, the pursuer appears to be at the qi condensation stage and likely remains unaware of my ability to perceive him. Analyzing the energy characteristics of the target, Mosey stated. The subject is likely at the mid-stage of qi condensation, with an energy density of approximately 900 EU per cubic meter. Equipment level assessment indicates a B grade, possessing a certain degree of energy concealment capability. However, within your post-breakthrough perception range, such concealment is proving less effective. YEMO silently calculated the disparity in strength between them. Although he had just broken through to the qi condensation stage with an energy density of only 600 EU per cubic meter, the S-grade equipment of the Mingli armor could provide approximately a 5-fold enhancement, rendering his actual combat capability comparable to that of the opponent. Should I notify Imo Ching? Mosey inquired. With his strength, dealing with a mid-stage qi condensation practitioner should pose no issue. YEMO shook his head. Let's refrain from alarming the snake. This tracker may possess information regarding Smith. I am inclined to observe their plans. The frequency of the energy fluctuations is changing, Mosey cautioned. The target seems to be engaging in quantum communication with some signal source. The frequency characteristics bear resemblance to the suspicious signals detected by the Research Institute, with a resonance frequency around 300 Hz. YEMO's gaze sharpened. Can we intercept their communication? Attempting to decode, Mosey responded. However, this quantum encrypted communication is challenging to crack. Unless, wait, I've identified a peculiar phenomenon. This encryption method bears similarities to the system used by Chen Mingyuan and his associates. It appears these individuals are indeed connected to Smith. YEMO murmured, he has established not just internal support within the research institute, but likely an entire technological intelligence network. Detecting new energy fluctuations, Mohist suddenly announced the target is initiating some form of quantum state amplification device. The energy characteristics indicate this is a bidirectional conversion system that integrates ancient martial energy and quantum states. Yimo's gaze sharpened. According to the data analysis from the Mingli armor, the principles behind this bidirectional conversion system align remarkably with the Imo family's theory of integrating technology with martial arts. Yet it seems to exhibit a more aggressive energy conversion efficiency. Dangerous energy fluctuations detected, Mohist warned. The energy conversion efficiency of the target has exceeded 90, yet its stability is only at level 3. This reckless enhancement of efficiency is likely to lead to energy instability. Yemo immediately adjusted the protective mode of the Mingli armor. He recalled the safety standards concerning energy conversion from foundational theories. Under normal circumstances, conversion efficiency and stability should maintain a balance. Excessively pursuing efficiency could lead to serious safety hazards. Interesting, Emo mused quietly. This reckless technical style indeed aligns with the ethos of the holy sanctuary of light. They have always prioritized power above all else, showing little regard for risk. Warning, Mohist suddenly alerted. The energy density of the target is rapidly increasing, having surpassed 1200 EU per cubic meter. This disregard for consequences and amplification methods may likely result in energy field turmoil. Emo swiftly calculated countermeasures in his mind. Although the Mingli armor provided a 5-fold enhancement, his current energy density stood at only 600 EU per cubic meter. Should the opponent lose control? The resulting energy storm could affect an area of several hundred meters. Analyzing the surrounding terrain, Emo pondered aloud. How far are we from the Mechanism Valley? Approximately 3 kilometers in a straight line. Mohist replied. However, given the current situation, the energy fluctuation range of the opponent may impact several nearby villages. Calculations suggest that if energy were to completely spiral out of control, the radius of effect could reach 500 meters. Yemo's gaze sharpened. This range exceeded the normal energy control limits of a practitioner at the Qi condensation stage. According to the safety standards proposed in the foundational theories of the Longwu Research Institute, any energy explosion surpassing twice the user's realm would trigger uncontrollable chain reactions. Detecting changes in energy structure, Mohist suddenly remarked, the target's bidirectional conversion system seems to be experiencing unstable fluctuations. The fusion ratio of quantum states and ancient martial energy has become severely imbalanced, and the conversion efficiency is beginning to rise uncontrollably. Yemo promptly activated the data analysis system of the Mingli armor. Through the energy waveform chart, he could clearly observe that the opponent's energy field was undergoing dangerous distortions. The previously regular energy fluctuations began to display irregular spikes, heralding the impending collapse of the energy system. Immediate action is imperative, Mohist urged. Based on the energy surge curve, we have at most 3 minutes. Once the opponent's energy density exceeds 1500 EU per cubic meter, it will trigger an irreversible chain reaction. Yemo rapidly weighed various options. Directly intervening to subdue the opponent posed too great a risk. Yet neglecting the situation could lead to even more severe destruction. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the principle of returning to the source that he had learned at the Research Institute. Can Mohist and Mingli Jia simulate a similar bidirectional conversion system? Yemo inquired. It doesn't need to be highly efficient. It merely needs to resonate with the counterpart system. Theoretically feasible, Mohist analyzed, the energy conversion module of Mingli Jia can be adjusted to a 70 efficiency while maintaining a stability level of 7. Although the total energy output will be lower than that of the opposing system, it should suffice to create an effective energy field intervention. Chapter 67. Energy Resonance. Begin adjusting the energy conversion module. Mohist instructed, set the current efficiency to 70 and the stability to level 7. The energy output of Mingli Jia will correspond to the fluctuation frequency of the opposing system. Yemo took a deep breath and began to guide the energy in accordance with the principles of returning to the source. This time, the goal was not to confront or suppress the opponent's energy field, but to guide it back to equilibrium through resonance. Energy density of the opponent continues to rise, Mohist cautioned. It has reached 1300 EU per cubic meter, and system stability has dropped to level 2. If this trend continues, it will reach a critical point in no more than 2 minutes. Through Mingli Jia's energy perception, Yemo closely observed the fluctuations in the opponent's energy field. Those irregular energy spikes became increasingly frequent, resembling a pressure cooker on the verge of explosion. Initiate energy resonance, Yi-Mo commanded. According to the theory of returning to the source, we must identify the most unstable nodes within the opponent's energy field and begin our guidance from there. As Mingli Jia commenced releasing energy fluctuations of specific frequencies, a subtle tremor began to manifest in the surrounding air. This indicated that the two energy fields were beginning to resonate. 3 primary unstable nodes detected. Mohist assessed, located in the southeast, northwest, and directly above the opponent's energy field. This distribution is quite peculiar, seemingly mimicking some ancient formation structure. Yi-Mo's gaze sharpened. Through Mingli Jia's data analysis interface, he discerned that these 3 nodes formed a distorted triangle. Each node vibrated at different frequencies, yet they maintained a certain eerie connection. Energy resonance frequencies have been locked, Mohist reported. The fundamental frequency is 300 Hz, while the secondary frequencies are 150 Hz and 450 Hz. This frequency combination resembles a forced amalgamation of quantum entanglement and ancient Marshall formations. Just then, it appeared the opponent had sensed the anomaly. The unstable energy field suddenly oscillated violently, and the energy from the 3 nodes surged uncontrollably. "Warning!" Mohist exclaimed urgently. The opponent's energy density has surpassed 1400 EU per cubic meter, and system stability has plummeted to level 1. They are forcibly increasing conversion efficiency, having reached 95. Yi-Mo immediately adjusted Mingli Jia's energy output. In this situation, any reckless increase in energy opposition would only accelerate the collapse of the opponent's system. He needed to employ a more cunning approach. Energy waveform changes detected, Mohist warned. The opponent seems to be attempting to sever the resonance connection. However, in this state of high efficiency and low stability, any drastic energy fluctuation could lead to a loss of control. Yi-Mo inhaled deeply, beginning to apply the principle of returning to the source he had grasped at the research institute. He did not attempt to forcibly suppress the raging energy but instead followed its flow, guiding it into a natural cycle. "It's working," Mohist reported. Through resonance, certain fluctuations within the opponent's energy field have begun to stabilize. However, other areas have become increasingly volatile. This phenomenon, I understand now, Yi-Mo suddenly stated. Their system inherently possesses a design flaw. Those 3 nodes are not meant to stabilize energy, but rather to forcibly suppress the system's instability. Now that the suppression has loosened, the original problem has become evident. Through Mingli Jia's energy perception, Yi-Mo discovered a critical issue with the opponent's bidirectional conversion system. It only considered how to enhance efficiency, neglecting the natural properties of energy itself. It was akin to constructing a dam in a river without regard for the natural flow of water. The opponent's energy control is in chaos. Mohist analyzed. The energy balance among the 3 nodes has been disrupted, leading to mutual interference. Given the current trend, the collapse of their system may occur sooner than anticipated. Yi-Mo quickly contemplated a countermeasure. The situation was even more perilous than he had anticipated, yet simultaneously, an opportunity had emerged. If he could exploit the inherent flaw within this system, perhaps he could transform the crisis into an opportunity. "Mohist, adjust the method of energy resonance," Yi-Mo instructed. "Do not attempt to influence the entire energy field, but focus on the connections between those 3 nodes. Let our energy fluctuations align with their original vibration frequencies, guiding them to find a new equilibrium." "Understood." Mohist promptly adjusted the parameters, setting the resonance frequencies to 100 Hz, 200 Hz, and 300 Hz, thereby creating a progressive frequency gradient. This approach would prevent abrupt energy changes while providing the system with a chance for a natural transition. Yi-Mo felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Controlling such delicate energy resonance required immense concentration. He sensed that as the energy fluctuations emitted by Mingli Jia gradually permeated the opponent's energy field, the 3 unstable nodes began to exhibit subtle changes. "The first node is responding," Mohist noted. "The foundational frequency of 100 Hz has established resonance. The amplitude of energy fluctuations has decreased by 15, but the overall trend remains insufficiently stable." Yi-Mo's fingers trembled slightly, tracing an unusual trajectory in the air. This was a special gesture he had learned at the Research Institute, enabling him to control the flow of energy with greater precision. "The opponent seems to have detected our intentions," Mohist cautioned. "They are attempting to increase energy output, seeking to forcibly break through the resonance interference. The current energy density has reached 1450 EU per cubic meter." Yi-Mo gritted his teeth, sensing the opponent's frenzied energy fluctuations battering Mingli Jia's protective shield. The mysterious pursuer had evidently succumbed to a state of obsession, willing to pay any price to maintain high-efficiency operation. The second node is exhibiting fluctuations. Mosey's voice carried a hint of tension. The mid-frequency resonance at 200 Hz has generated an unexpected effect. The opponent's energy field is exhibiting a spontaneous tendency to self-regulate. Yet this adjustment is unstable. Yemo's pupils constricted slightly as he observed the distorted triangular energy structure beginning to deform. The irregular vibrations of the second node were influencing changes across the entire energy field. Akin to a glass on the verge of shattering. This is the final opportunity, Yemo murmured, forming the last hand seal. Mosey, prepare to release the primary frequency resonance at 300 Hz. This time, we are not aiming to destroy their system but to assist it in finding a new balance. Initiating primary frequency resonance, Mosey declared, energy output is stable, current conversion efficiency is 70, and system stability remains at level 7. Commencing attempts to establish contact with the third node. Yemo focused intently on controlling the energy flow, feeling every particle of energy within Mingli Jia moving along a specific trajectory. This precise control reminded him of the trials in the secret passage, where he had found the breakthrough by understanding the natural properties of energy. Warning, Mosey suddenly alerted. The opponent is making a final struggle. Energy density has surged to 1480 U per cubic meter. Nearing the critical point, a piercing hum filled the air, signaling the imminent collapse of the energy field. Yemo could see the triangular energy structure of the opponent twisting violently, like a net being torn apart. Hold on, Yemo gritted his teeth. This forced increase will only hasten their system's collapse. Our task is to ensure that this collapse process remains controllable. Just then, the third node suddenly resonated violently with the primary frequency of 300 Hz. This resonance acted like a domino effect, swiftly influencing the other two nodes. The entire energy field began to present a new vibration pattern. The energy structure is beginning to reorganize. Mosey's voice held a note of surprise. The three nodes are spontaneously forming a new state of equilibrium. It appears the opponent's system has discovered a more natural mode of operation. Yemo observed the distorted triangle gradually returning to its normal form, achieved not through force suppression, but through the natural flow of energy to attain balance. This was the very essence of the principle of returning to the source. The energy density is beginning to decline. Mosey reported, current density is 1,200 EU per cubic meter, and system stability has improved to level 4. Although efficiency has dropped to 60, the overall operational state is now more stable. Chapter 68. Close Quarters Duel.as. The energy field gradually stabilized. The mysterious pursuer finally revealed himself. A man clad in black combat attire emerged from the shadows, his eyes gleaming with an unnatural golden light, clearly a side effect of prolonged use of a high-intensity energy conversion system. Interesting, the man said, his voice hoarse and cold. I did not expect to encounter someone knowledgeable in the principle of returning to the source here. However, his right hand suddenly clenched into a fist, a solid mass of energy immediately coalescing around his knuckles. You have thwarted my energy enhancement, and you shall pay the price. Yemo's expression hardened. Though the opponent's energy system had stabilized, the man's strength was evidently formidable. In the midst of the intermediate stage of the chi condensation realm, the cultivation combined with an almost frenzied battle intent renders a direct confrontation exceedingly perilous. Be cautious, Mosey cautioned. The manner in which their energy operates is peculiar, seemingly altered in some fashion. Although the overall energy density has diminished to 1200 EU per cubic meter, the localized energy concentration around their fists surges to an astounding 1800 EU per cubic meter. Before he could finish, the figure clad in black had already closed in. His speed was astonishing, resembling a bolt of black lightning, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind aimed directly at Yemo's face. Rather than retreating, Yemo advanced. His left hand swiftly formed a defensive seal, while his right hand, fingers splayed wide, summoned a swirling vortex of energy in the palm, courtesy of the Mingli armor. This was the foundational technique of the Yemo family, known as guiding chi back to origin, specifically designed to dissipate the opponent's ferocious onslaught. Bang! The two forces collided mid-air, resulting in a muffled explosion of energy. Utilizing the recoil, Yemo quickly retreated 3 steps. Yet the black-clad man's fist energy pursued him relentlessly. Energy structure analysis complete, Mosey announced urgently. The opponent employs a modified version of the Radiant Sanctuary fist technique. enhancing destructive power through high-density energy compression. Each strike's energy concentration momentarily escalates to nearly 2,000 EU per cubic meter. As Emo defended against the barrage of attacks, he keenly observed the opponent's energy flow trajectory. The black-clad man's every punch was accompanied by intense energy fluctuations. While this combat style was immensely powerful, it was evidently unsustainable. "Your skills are commendable," the figure in black sneered, suddenly shifting techniques, intertwining his hands to form a peculiar seal. However, this level of confrontation is far from sufficient. With his movement, the surrounding air thickened abruptly. Emo realized his actions were becoming sluggish, as though ensnared in an energy quagmire. "Warning," Mosey interjected, "a special energy interference field has been detected. The opponent is manipulating quantum state energy to alter the physical properties of the local space. This technology is likely a stolen secret from the research institute." Emo's gaze sharpened. He recalled the data he had seen at the institute. This was indeed an experimental technology from the Azure Dragon project, employing quantum state energy to influence the fundamental characteristics of matter. He had not anticipated that the Radiant Sanctuary had already mastered its practical application. "The Mingli armor's energy shield is now activated," Mosey remarked. "The current defensive strength can counter 80 of the spatial interference, but its duration is limited. A swift resolution is advised." Taking a deep breath, Emo swiftly formed hand seals. Since the opponent wished to engage in energy manipulation, he would match that challenge with a deeper understanding of energy. He began to circulate the Guiyuan heart technique, mobilizing the energy within his body to establish a unique circulatory system. Intriguing, the black-clad man seemed to sense something. This method of energy operation, is it the core inheritance of the Emo family? Emo offered no reply, concentrating instead on completing the final seal. In an instant, the energy surrounding him began to flow according to a distinct pattern, forming a perfect energy vortex. "The energy vortex has been established," Mosey declared. "The current rotational frequency stabilizes at 200 Hz, creating a self-sustaining energy circulation system. This structure can autonomously absorb and convert external energy." The black-clad man appeared to realize something, his expression suddenly grave. His hands rapidly shifted seals, causing the surrounding interference field to fluctuate violently in an attempt to disrupt Emo's energy vortex. "Futile," Emo stated calmly, extending his hand slowly. "The essence of the path of returning to origin is to allow all energy to revert to nature. The stronger your spatial interference, the greater the backlash." Indeed, as the distorted spatial energy made contact with the energy vortex, it was seamlessly absorbed. The vortex's rotational speed remained unchanged. In fact, it grew denser. "How is this possible?" The figure in black's complexion paled. "This efficiency of energy conversion?" He suddenly grinned menacingly. "But do you think this is my only trick?" Before he could finish, his right hand clenched suddenly, a blinding golden light erupting from his palm. It was a specially designed energy core, currently unleashing high-density energy at a frantic pace. "Danger," Mosey warned. "Extremely unstable energy fluctuations detected. The opponent seems intent on detonating that energy core. The energy density could surpass 3,000 EU per cubic meter in an instant." Emo's gaze hardened. This suicidal attack method was characteristic of the Radiant Sanctuary, willing to go to any lengths to achieve their goals, even at the cost of mutual annihilation. "Your path of returning to origin is indeed formidable." The black-clad man cackled sinisterly, but before absolute power, any technique is in vain. Emo's eyes gleamed as he rapidly analyzed the situation. An ancient saying from the Emo family's teachings came to mind. "All things have their path. The way follows nature." This wisdom from antiquity resonated remarkably with the fundamental principles of modern quantum physics. "Mosey, how much longer can the Mingli armor sustain the energy vortex?" Emo inquired while forming seals. His gestures had transcended mere ancient martial arts hand seals, incorporating special variations influenced by quantum state modulation. The current rate of energy consumption, it can last at most 3 more minutes. Mosey replied. "However, if we activate the Emo family's guiding chi back to flow formation, we might redirect the impending explosion's energy along a specific trajectory." Emo's eyes sparkle with realization. The guiding chi back to flow was an ancient formation designed to channel violent energy. If combined with the quantum state modulation of the Mingli armor, it might very well neutralize this suicidal attack. "What are you plotting?" The black-clad man glared warily at Emo's shifting gestures. These peculiar hand seals seemed to merge characteristics of modern technology. YEMO offered no explanation. Instead, he began to move swiftly across the ground. Each step fell on a specific location, ancient formation patterns faintly emerging beneath his feet. Simultaneously, the Mingli armor began to release quantum state energy at a specific frequency, resonating with the formation patterns. An interesting endeavor, Mosey commented. You intend to use the spatial structure of ancient formations to guide quantum state energy? This is indeed a viable concept. The geometric structure of the formation inherently embodies a certain mathematical beauty. The black-clad man appeared to sense impending danger, the energy core in his hand glowing ever more intensely. No matter what trick you are preparing, it is already too late. Chapter 69. Guiding Chi back to flow. The formation beneath Yemo's feet had solidified, the ancient Mo family guiding Chi back to flow formation seamlessly integrating with the quantum state modulation of the Mingli armor. Each formation pattern vibrated at a specific frequency, creating an intricate energy guidance network. It's too late. The black-clad man cackled as he raised the energy core above his head, the blinding golden light instantly flooding the entire space. His arms bulged with veins, clearly straining under immense pressure. Die. Yemo remained unfazed, his hands forming the Gyuan seal from the Mo family's heart method. This gesture appeared simple but concealed profound principles of energy operation. Coupled with the formation beneath him, it would establish a complete energy circulation system. Energy structure changes detected, Mosey alerted. The opponent's energy core is about to reach a critical point, but the formation has begun to take effect. The current energy flow is being altered, resembling a quantum vortex structure. The black-clad man seemed to sense the anomaly as well. He attempted to detonate the energy core, but discovered that the impending explosion's energy was being drawn by a mysterious force, beginning to flow along a specific trajectory. What is happening? His voice carried a hint of panic. Why is the energy uncontrollable? Yemo's lips curled into a slight smile. The Mo family's guiding Chi back to flow formation is essentially an energy guidance system. Though the ancients lacked knowledge of quantum physics, their understanding of energy operation principles was not inferior to modern technology. Now, I shall employ this formation to neutralize your suicidal attack. His hands accelerated in their transformations, each seal precisely corresponding to a node within the formation. The Mingli armor simultaneously released quantum state energy, allowing the entire system to operate more smoothly. Energy core status abnormal, Mosey suddenly warned. Internal structure is beginning to collapse. Yet the energy is not dispersing outward. Instead, it is being guided into a specific trajectory by the formation. Current energy density, 3,500 EU per cubic meter, still on the rise. The black-clad man frantically urged the energy core, trying to force a detonation. However, he soon realized that his actions only expedited the energy's guidance process. The turbulent energy surged uncontrollably into the trajectory established by the formation, like water caught in a vortex. Impossible! His voice was laced with disbelief. Even the Mo family's formation cannot completely neutralize such an explosive energy release. Mo ignored the man's doubts, focusing intently on controlling the formation. Every one of his actions was meticulously calculated. The transformations of his hand seals perfectly synchronized with the vibrational frequency of the formation patterns beneath his feet. This was a flawless amalgamation of quantum physical principles and ancient martial techniques. The formation's energy reception capacity has reached its limit, Mosey cautioned. If we continue to absorb, it may lead to the collapse of the entire system. I recommend initiating the second stage. Energy conversion. Mo nodded, commencing the operation of the Mo family's heart technique, transforming Qi to return to origin. This was the core essence of the guiding Qi back to flow formation, capable not only of guiding energy but also of transforming it for one's own use. His hands formed intricate seals, beginning to channel the raging energy into his meridians. Be cautious, Mosey cautioned. You have just broken through to the Qi condensation realm, and your meridians have limited capacity. If this high-density energy is mishandled, it could result in severe internal injuries. Mo could feel the energy he was directing impacting his meridians. Even with the protection of Mingli armor, the pressure was causing him sharp pangs of pain. Yet, he understood that this was a rare opportunity. If he could successfully transform this energy, not only could he avert the crisis, but he could also solidify his realm. The energy transformation commenced. Mosey monitored the data in real time. The current energy density in his body was 700 EU per cubic meter, and the pressure on his meridians remained within a safe range. Mingli armor was assisting in regulating the energy flow, alleviating the burden on his meridians. Following the operational route of the Mo family's principles, Mo began guiding the energy to circulate through his meridians. This was an exceedingly intricate process, where each acupoint and meridian had to operate in a precise sequence and rhythm. A slight error could result in energy backlash. Are you out of your mind? The cloaked figure discerned Mo's intent. This ferocious energy is beyond absorption. Even a master of the strength transformation realm wouldn't dare to attempt it, and you, a mere novice in the chi condensation realm, think you can handle it? Mo did not respond, instead focusing all his attention on the energy transformation. Through the data analysis of Mingli armor, he realized that while this energy was indeed violent, it was fundamentally similar to ordinary quantum state energy. The key lay in directing it to flow in the correct manner. Anomalous energy fluctuations detected, Mosey suddenly remarked, "It seems there is a peculiar energy structure hidden within the opponent's energy core. This structure resembles a certain forbidden technique from the Holy Light Temple." Indeed, just as Mo was about to complete the first round of energy transformation, the initially directed energy experienced a violent upheaval. A strange golden energy surged from the core, attempting to disrupt the established energy cycle. This is Mo's pupils constricted, a variant of the divine light lock? The cloaked figure sneered. Precisely. This is the real trump card. When paired with the energy core, even a master of the strength transformation realm would have to retreat. Now, let us see if your combination of science and martial arts can still be of use. Mo instantly understood the opponent's intention. The divine light lock was a technique that autonomously sought out weak points in the energy network, and now, combined with the high-density energy core, its destructive power would multiply. Warning, Mosey urged, the divine light lock is interfering with the chi returning array's operation. The current stability of the array has dropped to 40, and the energy cycle is becoming chaotic, if not addressed promptly. The energy absorbed previously may backfire. Mo's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he felt the immense pressure on his meridians. The energies influenced by the divine light lock began to turn frenzied, striving to break free from their predefined path. Give up, the cloaked figure mocked. This modified divine light lock is specifically designed to target energy circulation systems. Even with Mingli armor's assistance, you cannot possibly manage so many chaotic energy points simultaneously. Yet, Mo's gaze remained tranquil. During his time at the Research Institute, he had already discovered a method to counter the divine light lock. Though the current situation was more perilous, the principles remained the same. Mosey, initiate the quantum resonance mode. Mo instructed while adjusting his hand seals. Use the operational trajectory of the chi returning heart technique to guide the energy of the divine light lock. Since it seeks out weak points, let's create a special weak point for it. Understood. Mosey promptly adjusted the parameters of Mingli armor, beginning to simulate the energy flow trajectory of the chi returning heart technique. The current energy density in his body reached 800 EU per cubic meter, forming a unique quantum state resonance field. Chapter 70. Breaking the stalemate. Mo's hands traced a peculiar trajectory in the air, representing the most profound 8 forms of returning to origin from the Mo family's techniques. Each gesture precisely corresponded to a specific acupoint within his body, guiding the energy along a special pathway. The quantum resonance field is fully formed, Mosey reported. The current resonance frequency stabilizes at 350 Hz, corresponding to the energy fluctuations of the divine light lock. The energy density within has now reached 900 EU per cubic meter. Nearing the standards of the mid-chi condensation realm, the cloaked figure seemed to sense something amiss. The once violent golden energy began to slow, as if mired in an unseen quagmire. Although the divine light lock continued to search for weak points in the system, each breakthrough it discovered happened to coincide with the energy traps Mo had preset. This is impossible. The cloaked figure's voice brimmed with disbelief. How can the divine light lock be led like this? What exactly have you done? Mo remained silent, continuing to concentrate on guiding the energy. Through the data interface of Mingli armor, he could clearly observe the operational state of the entire energy system. The energies he directed were forming a perfect cycle, while the interference from the divine light lock inadvertently aided this cycle. An intriguing discovery, Mosey suddenly stated. In its search for weak points, the divine light lock is also adapting to the operational patterns of the system. If utilized properly, it could potentially be transformed into an automatic energy regulation device. Mo's eyes lit up. This was indeed an unexpected revelation. The self-adaptive characteristics of the divine light lock could produce a complementary effect with the chi-returning heart technique. It reminded him of his research on the self-organizing properties of quantum states at the Institute. The energy density continues to rise, Mohist cautioned. It has now reached 1,000 EU per cubic meter, on the verge of surpassing the threshold for the mid-chi condensation realm. However, be wary, as such rapid elevation may bring about instability in your realm. The cloaked figure had evidently realized the severity of the situation. With a roar, he quickly formed hand seals, attempting to forcibly regain control of the energy core. The golden energy instantly turned ferocious, causing the entire space to tremble. "Though you think I only have this one trick?" The cloaked figure sneered, simultaneously pulling out a dark golden talisman. "This is a replica of the Holy Light Temple's treasured destruction talisman. Though its power is merely a third of the original, it is more than sufficient to deal with a novice like you in the chi condensation realm." Emo's pupils contracted. Through the energy detection of Mingli armor, he discerned that this talisman contained a uniquely special energy structure. It was a type of destructive energy, fundamentally different from the divine light lock, seemingly capable of directly interfering with spatial stability. "Warning!" Mohist's voice grew urgent. "Extreme spatial fluctuations detected. This energy characteristic resembles a certain forbidden technique documented at the Institute. If released, it could lead to a collapse of the spatial structure within a radius of 100 meters. Emo swiftly analyzed the situation. The energy fluctuations from the destruction talisman had begun to affect the stability of the surrounding space. And if not promptly addressed, not only would he be in danger, but nearby villages would also suffer. Analysis complete. Mohist reported, "The core of the destruction talisman is a special space distortion technique capable of instantaneously altering the spatial structure of a localized area. This technique bears some resemblance to the quantum space experiments conducted at the Institute, albeit more radical and unstable." The cloaked figure had already begun to activate the talisman, the dark golden runes gradually illuminating. Releasing a chilling wave of energy, the air became visibly distorted, as if the mirror of space were being torn from within. "We must act immediately," Mohist cautioned. "Calculations indicate we have at most 30 seconds. Once the spatial structure is completely destroyed, even a master of the strength transformation realm cannot prevent it." Emo took a deep breath and began mobilizing the energy he had just absorbed. Through his confrontation with the divine light lock, he had reached a new level of control over energy. Now was the time to attempt a more profound application. "Mohist, activate the spatial stabilization mode of Mingli armor." Emo commanded while forming hand seals. "I aim to use the chi-returning heart technique to counteract the spatial distortion. Theoretically, if a stable energy field can be established before the space is destroyed, it may contain the damage to a minimal range." Attempting spatial stabilization mode, Mohist responded, "Mingli armor is releasing quantum state energy at specific frequencies, attempting to construct a localized spatial stabilization field. However, this mode is still in the exploratory phase." With a success rate of only 6-0, Emo's hands rapidly transformed, forming a series of intricate seals. These gestures merged the traditional sealing methods of the Mo family with the principles of modern quantum physics, each movement guiding specific frequency energy fluctuations. "You are too naive," the cloaked figure scoffed. "The spatial distortion from the destruction talisman is irreversible. Even if you establish some stabilization field, it would merely be a fleeting flicker." As he spoke, he crushed the talisman in an instant. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth. The air's distortion intensified, as though the entire space were being torn apart by an invisible force. "Warning! The spatial structure is beginning to collapse," Mohist exclaimed urgently. "Multiple spatial fissures are forming. Current spatial stability has dropped to 30 and is continuing to decline." Yet, Emo bore a faint smile. Through the data interface of Mingli armor, he realized that the emergence of these spatial fissures was not entirely random. They followed a specific pattern. This reminded him of the theories regarding quantum space stability he had encountered at the Institute. "Mohist, adjust the energy output frequency." Emo remarked, "Do not resist the distortion of space. Rather, seek to comprehend its operational laws. Much like dealing with the divine light lock, we must harness its characteristics instead of attempting to suppress it forcefully." Understanding this, Mohist swiftly adjusted the parameters and began to analyze the patterns of the spatial rift's formation. "Fascinating," he mused. The locations of these rifts appeared to adhere to a principle reminiscent of quantum superposition and bore a striking resemblance to the energy node distribution found in ancient Bagua formations. Yimo's eyes sparkled with enlightenment, as this was precisely the pivotal point he had envisioned. Although the ancients lacked knowledge of quantum physics, through prolonged observation and practice, they had grasped certain fundamental laws governing spatial energy when designing their formations. Reset the energy output mode, Yimo commanded, quickly forming seals. Do not attempt to hinder the formation of spatial rifts. Instead, guide them to develop along specific trajectories. Much like the chi returning flow formation, let the energy find its most natural flow. Observing Yimo's actions, the man in black scoffed derisively, "What a delusion! Once the destruction talisman is activated, it cannot be halted. This is a conundrum even the elders of the Holy Light Temple cannot resolve. And you think you can?" Before he could finish his taunt, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The once tumultuous spatial rifts began to exhibit a certain pattern change, as if directed by an invisible force, gradually forming a complete geometric design. "Spatial stability is undergoing a transformation," Mosey announced. "Though the rifts continue to expand, they are forming a self-balancing system. This pattern bears an uncanny resemblance to a fusion of quantum entanglement networks and traditional Bagua formations." Yimo sensed that, with the changes in his hand seals, the surrounding spatial energy was now flowing according to the principles of the Mohist doctrines. Those seemingly chaotic spatial rifts were evolving into components of a new energy circulation system. "Energy data updated," Mosey reported. "The spatial rifts have formed a complete Bagua structure, each node interconnected with the quantum entanglement network. Current spatial stability has risen to 45, while still within a dangerous range. It is beginning to improve." The expression on the black-clad man's face darkened considerably. He had never witnessed anyone confront the destruction talisman in such a manner, an approach that completely surpassed the understanding of the Holy Light Temple. "Maintain this," Yimo instructed, inhaling deeply as he continued to alter the hand seals. "Mosey, initiate the second phase. Since the spatial rifts have established a stable structure, let us attempt to transform them into conduits for energy circulation." This was a bold notion. Typically, spatial rifts were perilous entities, and any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. However, if successful in integrating them into the energy circulation system, it could not only defuse the current crisis but also yield unforeseen benefits. "Warning," Mosey cautioned. "This endeavor is unprecedented and fraught with risk. Failure to convert may result in the complete collapse of the spatial structure. It is advisable to conduct small-scale tests first." Yet, Yimo wore a confident smile. "No need for that. I have drawn inspiration from the Divine Light Lock. Since it can autonomously identify weaknesses in systems, these spatial rifts must possess their own intrinsic operational laws. The key lies in understanding and utilizing these laws." Chapter 71. The Turning Point. The second phase is initiated, Mosey declared. "Commence attempts to convert the spatial rifts into energy conduits. Current system stability, 50. Energy flow at each node has begun to form an initial cycle." Yimo could feel that, with the energy output from Mingli armor, the formerly violent spatial rifts were undergoing subtle changes, and no longer did they attempt to tear apart space. Under the guidance of the Bagua formation, they gradually began to establish stable energy channels. "Impossible!" The black-clad man's voice dripped with incredulity. "How could the spatial distortions of the destruction talisman be converted? This utterly contradicts the theories of the Holy Light Temple." Yimo paid no heed to the other's exclamations, focusing intently on the alterations of his hand seals. Through the data analysis of Mingli armor, he discerned that these spatial rifts resembled a unique quantum passage. With the right approach, they could be transformed into useful energy transmission pathways. An intriguing discovery, Mosey interjected suddenly. During the conversion process, these spatial rifts seemed to form a structure akin to quantum tunneling. They not only transmit energy but also influence the physical properties of the local space. This revelation ignited Yimo's imagination. If he could master this technology, it might pave the way for a novel direction in the integration of science and martial arts within the Mohist tradition. Yimo's hands traced arcane trajectories in the air, each movement precisely corresponding to a node within the Bagua formation. He felt a subtle tremor at his fingertips, the sensation of spatial energy coursing through his meridians. Sweat dripped down his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. "Anomalous energy data," Mosey suddenly warned. "Energy within the spatial rifts is beginning to resonate. Current density has reached 1500 EU per cubic meter. This value exceeds the limits of the Qi-gathering realm, and continued escalation may cause permanent damage to your meridians. The black-clad man, sensing an opportunity, revealed a sinister smile. Rapidly forming seals with his hands, a dark golden energy erupted from his being, hurtling directly toward Yimo's vital points. Die, he sneered. Even if you can control the spatial rifts, your realm is still a limitation. This level of energy impact is sufficient to shatter your meridians. Yimo's expression hardened. His left hand continued to sustain the operation of the Bagua formation, while his right swiftly formed a defensive seal. Mingli armor promptly erected an energy shield before him, yet under such a concentrated assault of energy, the surface of the shield began to manifest fine cracks. System pressure is excessive. Mozi's voice conveyed a hint of urgency. The energy conversion module of Mingli armor has reached 90 load. If this continues, it may lead to system failure. Yemo clenched his teeth, acutely aware of the immense pressure bearing down on his meridians. The energy transmitted through the spatial rifts was overwhelmingly violent. Even with the modulation of Mingli armor, it sent waves of pain coursing through him.